It is October 10th. 3 years ago, a very terrible event happened. Kyuubi attacked Konoha and almost destroyed it. It was on this day that a boy was born. He was the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. This boy was an outcast of society. Almost all of Konoha hated him. He himself did not know the reason for their hatred towards him. But the reason was simple. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of that very Kyuubi. You may ask, who raised Naruto? It was Kakashi Hatake. Previously, he was an Anbu captain, but on his own initiative he became an ordinary jonin. He was cold-blooded and taciturn. He was secretive, covered his face with a mask, and his left eye was under a shinobi bandage with the Konohagakure mark. Kakashi experienced a lot. He grew up in a world of pain. At the age of 12, he lost his friends, Obito Uchiha and Rin. Even earlier, he had experienced the death of his own father, Tsukumo Hatake, or, in other words, the White Fang. If it weren't for the third Hokage, Kakashi would never have learned that Naruto was the son of his teacher, Minato. Naruto was walking down the street and heading towards an abandoned training ground. He couldn't go to a regular training ground, no matter how much he wanted to. There were shinobi there who could simply beat up the boy. You might wonder why a 3-year-old child would go to a training ground. It was because he wanted to become a strong shinobi. Just like the fourth Hokage. The boy had learned to walk at the age of 1.5. He had recently started reading, and in honor of that, Kakashi had given him a real shinobi kit, which included kunai and shuriken. Hatake hadn't entrusted Naruto with explosive seals. Kakashi would have liked to go and train Naruto, but he had an urgent mission that he couldn't fail. But that didn't matter. As stated before, Naruto wanted to become a strong shinobi in order to help everyone. He was very kind despite the hatred of his villagers. When Naruto came to the training ground, he decided to learn how to throw kunai. He did this for several hours. By throwing the kunai in a different way than before, he began to hit the target much more often. After another hour, he could throw all the kunai so that they all stuck into the tree. But he had problems with accuracy. It's getting dark. I need to go home, Naruto thought and headed towards his house. Naruto decided to go home early, because today many shinobi remembered that on this day, 3 years ago, their relatives and friends died. They blamed Naruto for it. When they were drunk, they would beat the boy. That was why he went home early. 10 minutes later, he was home. He inserted the key into the lock and tried to turn it, but it didn't work and he realized that Kakashi was in his house. He often came to Naruto to see his teacher's son. Naruto walked into the house and said, "Kakashi-san, I'm home." There was a commotion in the kitchen and Kakashi came out into the hallway. "How was your training?" he asked. "Excellent," Uzumaki said and continued, "I learned to throw kunai so that they all hit the target, but I have problems with accuracy," the boy finished. "Well, there's nothing to worry about. It will come with time, especially since you're only 3 years old. In 2 years, you'll go to the academy and be a good student there, right?" Hatake asked. "Yes," Naruto answered and went to the table with Kakashi. As soon as they had eaten, he asked, "Kakashi-san, can you tell me about all the Hokage?" "Okay, let's start with the first Hokage. His name was Hashirama Senju and he owned Mokuton. He is the founder of our village. The second Hokage, his younger brother, Tobarama. His element was Suton. He owned this element so well that he could summon water even in the desert or where there is no water. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, owns all the elements. Well, and the fourth, Minato Namikaze. He was my teacher. He came up with a very powerful technique and protected Konoha from the nine-tailed fox, though at too high a price. He died." The ash-haired man finished. "Kakashi-san, what elements do you have?" asked the boy. "Raten, Katen, Suton, and Doton. Unfortunately, I don't have Fuyuton," answered Kakashi. "What elements will I have?" asked Naruto. "We won't know until you awaken the chakra center," Hatake replied. "I see. I'm going to bed," Naruto said and got up from the table. "Okay," Kakashi replied and also got up from the table, after which he began to wash the dishes. Part 1. Team Distribution. Commentary on Part 1. Team Distribution. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. 9 years passed. During this time, Naruto learned a lot. At the age of 5, he was able to awaken the center of chakra. Kakashi helped him with this. Oddly enough, but the amount of Naruto's chakra was comparable to Kakashi. This is what surprised Hatake. At the age of 4, Naruto was an excellent kunai thrower. When he entered the academy, no one could compare with him. Naruto himself also underwent changes. He became as hidden as Kakashi, who became like a father to him. Naruto began to wear mostly black clothes, less often gray. He did not like colored clothes. Naruto's eyes were always bright blue, but because they were half closed, they seemed dark. He wore a black t-shirt with the sign of his clan on the sleeve of his right arm. He wore black shorts, on the bottom of which tongues of white flame were drawn. He always walked with his hands in his pockets. He rarely communicated normally with anyone, so few people knew about him. Naruto was sitting in the academy office. It was the last day of school at the academy. Today is graduation. Today you graduated from the academy. In order to graduate, you need to pass an exam. I hope that you will not forget me and will visit me. Now I will tell you the essence of the exam. You need to create at least one clone and turn it into someone present. The first, Shino Aburame, said Iruka. A guy in dark glasses came up to the board. He was wearing a gray cloak and most of his face was hidden. He silently created one clone and turned it into Iruka. Good. Here you go, Yumino said and gave Shino a bandage. Next is Sasuke Uchiha, he said, and a guy in blue shorts and a t-shirt with a high collar came up to the board. He had black hair and black eyes. He created 3 clones by forming a seal and turned them into Iruka. Excellent. Here is the bandage, Yumino said and handed over the bandage. So it was Naruto's turn. And the last participant, Uzumaki Naruto. Come out, Iruka said and Naruto went to the board. Uzumaki made a seal, after which he created 15 clones, which he transformed into Iruka. Everyone present simply fell into a stupor. 1, 2, 3. Iruka counted and finished saying, 15 clones. Let me ask, are these illusory clones? He asked. Shadow, you can check, Naruto said. Iruka silently walked up to one of them and touched his head. To Iruka's surprise, the clone turned out to be a shadow clone. To be honest, I didn't believe that these were shadow clones. Iruka admitted. Here, Naruto, I'll talk to the third about you don't mind, right? Yumino asked. I don't mind, Naruto answered briefly. Here's the bandage, Iruka said and held out the hitai with the Konohagakure mark. Can I go? Uzumaki asked. No, Iruka answered. Now I will announce your team numbers and sensei. Then I will leave and your teacher will take you, Iruka said. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Chuji Akamaiki and Shikamaru Nara. You have Asuma Sarutobi. Team 8. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame and Sakura Haruno. After that, Sakura, who was sitting between Naruto and Sasuke, was indignant, but did not show it outwardly. So it was Naruto's team's turn. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga, said Iruka, and seeing the surprised looks on himself, he hurried to explain, this is a girl from a parallel class. Your captain Kakashi Hatake. I understand, said all the new genins. Wait for your senseis, said Chunin and left the office. Everyone began to wait for the teachers. A few minutes later, a tall, bearded man entered the office, smelling quite strongly of cigarettes. Team 10. Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru. I am Asuma Sarutobi, your team captain. Follow me, he said, and the aforementioned followed him out. Another 5 minutes later, a girl of about 30 with red eyes approached the office. I am Yuhi Kurenai, captain of the 8th team. Kiba, Shino and Sakura, please follow me, she said, and Haruno, Inuzuka and Aburame walked out with her. In approximately the same way, the team captains took their teams, and only the members of the 7th team, that is, Naruto and Sasuke, remained in the office. A few minutes later, Iruka entered the office. He brought the same Hinata. She was dressed in a beige jacket and blue shinobi pants. Naruto, Sasuke, this is Hinata. While you're waiting for the captain, you can meet her, Yumino said and left. Hello, said Hinata. Hello, Naruto said dryly. Hi, Sasuke said as if he didn't give a damn about anything. Judging by the amount of her chakra, she's a little weaker than Sasuke. Considering that she's a Hyuga, she'll be the 3rd strongest on our team. Naruto reasoned. At this time, Hinata sat down at the desk that was behind Naruto. Half an hour passed, an hour and a half, and Sasuke began to get angry. Where is this Kakashi? He said. Sasuke, haven't they taught you that a shinobi must have patience? Naruto shouted, and Sasuke was a little taken aback, and Hinata flinched. But aren't you annoyed that our sensei is late? Asked Uchiha. No, and maybe there is a reason, Naruto answered and heard the door open. It was Kakashi who finally came for his team. Team 7. Kakashi asked in a cold voice for the sake of decency. Seeing the nods of agreement, He continued. I am Kakashi Hatake, the captain of your team. Follow me to the roof of the building. You will find out why there, Hatake said and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Let's go, Naruto said and also disappeared. A few minutes later, Hinata and Sasuke came out onto the roof of the building. Kakashi was standing, leaning against the railing so that no one would fall, and Naruto was sitting on the steps. Let's get acquainted. You know my name. I have few interests. I like and don't like very much. I'm indifferent to most of what exists. It's your turn, Hatake said. Let Hinata start first. Hinata Hyuga. What I like. Nature. There's little I don't like. I can't say anything else, Hyuga said blushing. Uchiha Sasuke. There are few things I like and many things I don't like. There is no goal as such. No dream either. What is now is enough, Uchiha said gloomily. You know me. The goal too. But I'll tell you again, because my teammates know little about me. Uzumaki Naruto. Just like Kakashi, there is nothing that I like and don't like. The goal, I want to achieve respect. There is no dream as such, said Naruto. I see, Kakashi said. Kakashi, maybe you should tell them your past, Naruto asked. Okay, at the age of 13, I began serving in Anbu. I have the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Yes, Sasuke, don't be surprised. Your dojutsu is passed down only in your clan, but my Sharingan was given to me by a friend who bequeathed it to me. Okay, we retreated. I became a Jonin at 12, but since I was stupid at that age, on my first mission, that same friend died and gave me the Sharingan. I think that's all you need to know, Hatake said. What a story, Hinata thought. That's all. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning the first training. You can go. And you Naruto, come here, said Kakashi and everyone except Naruto left. What is it, Kakashi? Uzumaki asked. Do you consider them friends? The ash-haired man asked. It's only my first day on the team with them, so I can't give you a precise answer yet, Naruto said. Remember Naruto, don't repeat my mistakes. Always know that friends are always more important than any mission. I made a mistake once and I regret it very much. As Obito said, those who don't complete missions are trash, but those who don't take care of their friends are 100 times worse than trash. Said the ash-haired man. I understand Kakashi. I'm going home and training, Uzumaki said and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. I hope he doesn't repeat my mistakes. The fourth, I'll do everything so that he grows up to be an excellent shinobi, thought Kakashi. 10 minutes later Naruto was at the training ground. He was no longer afraid of being beaten, as he was equal in strength to Chunin. His chakra level was already twice as high as Kakashi's, which Hatake himself was incredibly happy about. Naruto's elements were as follows: Raten, Fuyuten, and Suten. Once, while experimenting, he combined Suten and Fuyuten chakra and got ice. Flashback, 3 years ago. Kakashi, I trained with my elements yesterday and got ice, Naruto said. Ice. But how? Kakashi was taken aback. I combined wind and water chakra and got ice. Do you know why that is? Uzumaki asked. Apparently you have ice Kekkei Genkai. It's very rare. You need to train it. But don't forget about all the others. Soon, I will teach you other techniques of these elements. End flashback. Part 2. Training. Commentary on Part 2. Training. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The day of training arrived. Naruto knew that Kakashi would be late, so he left not at 6 in the morning, as Hatake said, but at 8. A few minutes later, he was already at the training ground, where Sasuke and Hinata were sitting. You're a bit late, Uchiha said. Yes, assented Hyuga. What's the point of me coming at 6 o'clock? I knew he'd be late, so I got a better night's sleep, Naruto replied. By the way, about yesterday, you talked to him as if he were your equal, but you are only a genin. How do you understand this? Asked Uchiha. The thing is, he raised me since I was a child. As you probably know, my parents are dead. And also, the amount of my chakra is already at least twice as much as his. Also, I own 3 normal elements and 1 Kekkei Genkai, Uzumaki said emotionlessly. Wow, Hinata admired. And, can you tell me what elements you have? Hyuga asked. Okay, Naruto said and, having made several seals, released a weak stream of air from his mouth. He then formed another series of seals and released a stream of water from his mouth that cut through the tree behind Sasuke. And now Raten, Naruto said and directed lightning chakra into his right hand and an electric discharge appeared there, and now. Ice release, ice needles, Uzumaki said and threw 3 large needles of ice at a fallen tree. Naruto. This is amazing, Hinata said. I must admit, I didn't believe that you had mastery over so many elements, Sasuke admitted. Now, I suggest you tell us what you can do, Uzumaki suggested. Let me. I only have Kaiten for now. And the only techniques I can do are fireball and big fireball. I think you know the level of my taijutsu, Sasuke said. I know, but Hinata doesn't. Well, it's not really important. We can find out in the fight with Kakashi, if there is one, Naruto said. I specialize in the Hyuga clan taijutsu, using the gentle palm technique. My Byakugan can see in all 360 degrees, with a radius of up to 200 meters, Hinata said. I see, Naruto said, and Kakashi appeared on the training ground. Hello everyone, Kakashi said dryly. Hello, Kakashi, Naruto said. Hello, Kakashi-sensei, Hinata and Sasuke said at the same time. Let's start training. During the training, I will learn your abilities and so on, said Kakashi. Its essence is to take these bells from me, said the ash-haired man and took out 2 bells, but there is one condition. Only Hinata and Sasuke can take them, since Naruto knows quite a lot about me. He will help you, but you will do most of the work, said Kakashi and disappeared. Follow me, Naruto said, and Uchiha and Hyuga ran after him onto the branch so that Kakashi wouldn't notice them. Do you have a plan? Naruto asked in a cold tone. I can find him with the Byakugan, Hinata said. I'll try to distract him, and Hinata will take the bells, Sasuke said. That's a good plan. Sasuke, can you make shadow clones? Naruto asked. No, Uchiha admitted. Then here's my plan, Naruto began. At this time, Kakashi sat on the opposite side of the training ground and waited for his students to make their first move. With Naruto, they have every chance of getting the bells. That means they need to disable him first, which in itself will be more difficult than with Hinata and Sasuke, Kakashi thought. Then he noticed an ice needle flying at him. It was thrown by Sasuke. Transformation technique. Smart Naruto, very smart. But you forgot that no one on your team has the ice element, thought Kakashi. Hinata, your turn. A voice was heard from the side and Kakashi began to attack Hinata. Hatake knew that if he got hit by even one blow, he was done for, so he opened his Sharingan and began to dodge. At that moment, ice needles that Sasuke threw flew at him, and Naruto appeared from the bushes. The one who threw the needles is Naruto in the guise of Sasuke, and from the bushes is Sasuke himself in the guise of Naruto, Kakashi thought, and saw that the Uchiha had made seals. After seeing the last seal, he realized that they hadn't used the shapeshifting technique. Naruto had simply given Sasuke some needles. The Uchiha created a fireball. Hinata jumped to the side to avoid the technique, and Kakashi used a water technique to block Sasuke's attack. But Naruto had thought of everything, and said, Fuyutan, gust of wind. This technique made Sasuke's technique stronger and Kakashi barely managed to dodge. But the strings holding the bells were burned, and Hatake didn't notice and jumped into the bushes. Naruto just walked up and took them. Kakashi, we got them, Uzumaki said. And you worked together great. Even though this is your first training session, said Kakashi, coming out of hiding. I think the training is over here. Great, Naruto said. Sasuke, can you stay? Hatake asked. Okay, he replied. You can go, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and disappeared, and Hinata decided to watch Naruto. She was curious to see the Uzumaki training. Naruto himself came to the neighboring training ground. He was unable to properly warm up during training with Kakashi, so he began to train taijutsu. He created 20 clones and destroyed them until they ran out. This was repeated many more times until Naruto ran out of chakra. Hinata saw all this and was shocked by the amount of Naruto's chakra. He created 20 clones, destroyed them and created them again. I lost count of how many times he repeated it. Hyuga thought. What is your purpose in following me? A voice was heard from behind. I wasn't watching. I was just interested in watching your training, Hyuga said honestly. For what purpose? Naruto asked coldly. I just wanted to see, Hinata replied and blushed. Okay, I'm almost done anyway, Naruto said. You said you were from the Hyuga clan. You seem to have a technique that protects the user at all 360 degrees. It's called Kaiten, I think. Naruto began. Why yes, why? Hyuga didn't understand. Will you show me? Uzumaki asked. Oh okay, Hyuga said and went out to the training ground. Naruto followed her. Hinata took a clan stance. After a few seconds, she spun around so fast that inside the dome, Hinata herself was not visible. After finishing the technique, she said, something like that. As I understand it, the technique involves releasing a large amount of chakra and spinning. Naruto said. Why yes, that's right, Hyuga answered. I'm going home, bye, Naruto said and headed home. Naruto-kun. Maybe. Let's go for a walk. Hyuga asked and blushed. Okay then. Uzumaki replied and waited for Hinata to catch up with him. As soon as she caught up with him, Naruto headed towards the rock, with the Hokage's faces. Ask why. He liked to look at Konoha from above. He liked to look at the starry sky, and sometimes he went to this very mountain. Where are we going? Hinata asked. To the rock with the cage faces. Why? Naruto asked. And, why? Asked Hyuga. I like it there. From there you can see all of Konoha, and also the night sky, Uzumaki replied. I see, Hyuga said. The rest of the way to the cliff was silent. Once they reached the cliff, Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and began to climb the cliff. Naruto-kun, how do you do it? Hinata asked. Oh, I forgot. They don't teach that at the academy. Naruto remembered. But still, how did you do it? Hyuga asked again. I just channel chakra into my feet and they stick to the surface. But the difficulty is not to overdo it with the amount of this chakra. Try training in this sometime, Naruto said, jumping to the ground. Ah, okay, said Hinata. Let's go, Naruto said and headed towards the entrance that leads to the top of the cliff. Hinata followed him. 10 minutes later, they were at the top and Naruto found his favorite spot and lay down there. It was the head of the fourth Hokage. Hyuga sat down next to him. About an hour and a half passed and Naruto decided to go home. I'm going home, Uzumaki said. Me too, Hinata said. Naruto stood up and headed towards the entrance that led down. Hyuga followed him. 10 minutes later they were downstairs. Bye, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Bye, Naruto replied and disappeared, leaving behind clouds of white smoke. Part 3. Second workout. Commentary on Part 3. Second workout. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next morning, Naruto woke up to a knock on the door. Who came here so early? Naruto thought. Quickly getting dressed, he opened the door. Kakashi was standing there. Kakashi, what happened? Uzumaki asked. Nothing special. I forgot to warn you about training. Get ready quickly and go after Hinata. I'll go after Sasuke for now, Hatake said and disappeared. Okay. Naruto said into the void and went to brush his teeth. As soon as Uzumaki ate, he immediately headed to the Hyuga clan's quarter. Naruto was fast. He moved at the speed of a chunin, although he recently, or rather 2 days ago, became a genin. With such speed, he quickly reached the quarter. As soon as he approached the gates of the quarter, he was met by one of the clan. Why have you come? Asked the tall man, who, oddly enough, only had a Byakugan in one eye. Tell Hinata Hyuga that she has training with the team. Let her go to the same training ground as yesterday. She knows where it is, Naruto said, and I'm going, Uzumaki said and turned his back to Hyuga. Tell her it's urgent, Naruto finished and headed towards the training ground. But a voice stopped him. So Hinata-sama isn't home, the man said. Where is she then? Naruto asked calmly. She and Hiashi-sama went to the 10th training ground for training, the man answered. Naruto nodded and headed to that very 10th training ground. Naruto knew this training ground, since he himself had trained there, a long time ago. Uzumaki reached there in 10 minutes and his eyes were presented with the Hyuga training. Hinata was trying to attack a tall man with long hair. There was not a single emotion on his face. Then Naruto noticed that Hiashi wanted to use the gentle fist technique, and his hand was heading for Hinata's solar plexus. Naruto saw that Hinata did not have time to parry the blow and he did not like it, after which he stopped Hiashi's blow a split second before the blow. Who are you? The rough voice of the head of the Hyuga clan was heard. It doesn't matter, you are her father, as far as I know, right? Naruto asked, still holding the man's hand. Yes, so what? Asked Hiashi. And the fact that I, even without mastering your dojutsu, know what consequences a blow from the gentle fist to the solar plexus can lead to. You, as the head of the clan, should know about this. Moreover, she is your daughter. If I hadn't managed to do it, she would have been in a very bad way. Uzumaki said in a cold voice. What business is it of yours? Asked Hiashi. What do I care? Naruto said. And the fact is that if you had hit where you were aiming, she would have been unconscious for at least a day. Then, for the next 3 days, she would have been sick because of the pain and she would not have been able to train normally. As I saw, Your training is to some extent connected with speed, and it is impossible to develop such speed in a fight with pain in the solar plexus. Although what am I saying, you yourself know about it, but for some reason you dared to take such a step. What do you say to this? Uzumaki finished with steel in his voice. It's training. And why on earth are you defending it? Hyuga said. As my teacher told me, friends need to be protected. And I don't care who hurts them. I don't care how much stronger they are than me, I will stand until the end, protecting my friends, Naruto said, letting go of Hyashi's hand. You sound like a grown shinobi. Who was your guardian? Hyashi asked. Kakashi Hatake. I don't think I need to clarify who he is, Naruto said. True. What is your name, young man? Asked Hyuga. Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde answered. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyashi asked. You're currently on a team led by Kakashi, right? Hyuga asked. Yes, Naruto replied. He said to bring Hinata to training. I see. Hinata, you can go. If Kakashi is on your team, I think going to his training will do you good. And yes, the evening training is cancelled, I think you will be exhausted from today's training, Hyashi said and left. Hinata stood in shock. For the second time in his life, her father accepted that he was wrong. For the first time in 5 years, he spoke of Hinata with any warmth. After recovering from the shock, he said, Thank you Naruto-kun. You're welcome, Naruto said dryly and headed towards the necessary training ground where the training would take place. 10 minutes later, they were at the required training ground. Kakashi and Sasuke were already there. You're late, Sasuke said. There were some things to do, Naruto made an excuse. Hinata will confirm, Uzumaki added. Why yes, Hyuga agreed. Okay, let's start training. You will have to climb a tree, said Kakashi. It's easy, you taught me this yourself, said Naruto and climbed the tree without using his hands. How did you do that? Uchiha was taken aback. Sasuke, he simply directed the right amount of chakra into his feet, which is why they stuck to the tree, Kakashi explained. You have to concentrate the chakra in your feet. It's not difficult. The difficulty itself is in not overdoing it with the amount. Overdo it a little and the tree trunk will break, and you will fall, the ash-haired man added. Yes, at first it is difficult. But if you do it once, then in the future, everything will be automatic and you won't even have to think about it, said Uzumaki. I see. I think it will be easy, Sasuke said. Okay, you start training, and Naruto and I will step aside. He has another training, said Kakashi. Let's go Naruto. Hatake headed towards the river that was on the training ground, and Uzumaki followed him. I will teach you to walk on water, said the ash-haired man and stood on the water. The principle is the same as in the previous case, but the difficulty here is different. Since the water is moving, the chakra must be supplied in the right amount to the necessary part of the foot, said Kakashi. Got it, said Naruto and headed towards the water. To Kakashi's surprise, Uzumaki was floating on the water, but was submerged ankle deep. But on the first try, that's pretty good. You're doing great. Try channeling more chakra next time, Kakashi said as he stepped ashore. Naruto nodded and repeated what his teacher said. Several hours passed like this. Naruto learned to walk on water, and Hinata and Sasuke on trees. I think training is over for today. You can go home, Kakashi said. I think I'll stay and train some more, Naruto said. Everyone nodded and left, leaving Uzumaki alone. He decided to meditate. Sitting in the lotus position, he instantly found himself in the subconscious. It had empty grey walls and many passages, and the floor was flooded with water. As I understand, I am in my own subconscious. But where does water come from? I don't see any pipes here, only bare grey walls, Naruto thought and felt a large amount of chakra coming from one passage. Uzumaki decided to see what was there and went for the chakra. After about 3 minutes of wandering like this, he came out to a huge room. There, just like everywhere else, were bare walls and water on the floor. But the only difference was the presence of a huge grate, from which a huge amount of chakra emanated. Here comes my jailer, a voice was heard from behind the bars. Naruto didn't even flinch. And who are you? Asked Naruto. 9 tails, the voice was heard again. 9 tails, Naruto asked. I've read a lot about the tailed beasts and there were the 1 tail, the 2 tail, and so on up to the 9 tails. These are just designations. The tailed beasts should have names like everyone else, right? Uzumaki asked. Fox was taken aback by this. He never expected that a 13-year-old boy could ask about such a thing. Yes, We have names, said Kyubi. Ah, can you tell me your name? Naruto asked. The fox was even more surprised. He remembered what the sage of the 6 paths had told him. Flashback. One day, you will be sealed in a boy who will ask your name at the first meeting, said the old man in white clothes, who held a black staff in his hands. This boy is the salvation of the world. He will befriend you and consider you one of his best friends. But he can also become the destroyer of this very world. Everything will depend on what you say at your first meeting. End flashback. You want to tell me my name? Asked the fox. Okay, I am Kurama. There is the 8 tails, Gyuki. The 7 tails Chome, the 6 tails Seiken, the 5 tails Kokuo, the 4 tails Son Goku, the 3 tails Isabu, the 2 tails Matatabi and the 1 tail Shukaku. As father told us, there is another tailed creature. Kurama began. It is difficult to call it a sentient being. It is the 10 tails. The 10 tails. But there's nothing written about it. Naruto said. I know, it's because we, the 9-tailed beasts, are parts of it. The 10 tails itself lives on instinct. It is a huge clot of chakra and can destroy everything. Kyubi said. I see. You said that you and your brothers and sisters have a father. Who is that? Asked Uzumaki. The sage of the 6 paths. The fox answered briefly. I see, he said thoughtfully. Thank you, Kurama, Naruto said and came out of his subconscious. Most likely this is the boy. More precisely, this is him. I don't feel any evil in him, even though the whole village hates him, thought the fox. I need to consult with my father, thought Kurama and made one seal. Not far from him, a silhouette began to appear, and then the man himself. It was the sage of the 6 paths. Kurama, what happened? Asked the old man. Remember, you said about the boy who would ask my name? Asked Kyubi. Yes, and what next? It just happened, Kurama said. How much time has passed? I thought it would happen much earlier, said the sage. You remember him in your vision, right? Asked the fox. Yes, blonde hair and black clothes. Personality, calm and secretive. Cold voice. I can't say anything else, Ricardo answered. So it's him, said Kurama. Thank you, father. There is little of your chakra left, so I am saving it, said the fox and made another seal and Ricardo disappeared. Now, we must prevent the destruction of the world that father created. As soon as Naruto came out of his subconscious, he thought. Ricardo. He lived a long time ago. How old is Kurama? Naruto thought and headed home. He probably knows a lot. Naruto thought as he walked home. Part 4. First Mission. Commentary on Part 4. First Mission. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto had been training since sunrise, so he was resting. He lay on the grass with his hands behind his head and his knees bent, looking at the sky. Or rather, he wasn't looking at the sky itself. He was floating somewhere in the clouds. The 10 tails. What kind of power does it have if the tailed beasts are parts of it? Naruto thought, but his thoughts were interrupted by a rustling sound. Who's there? Naruto said, getting to his feet. It was Hinata who came for Naruto. Hinata, what happened? Naruto asked dryly. Hokage-sama is calling us on a mission, Hyuga said. Let's go, Naruto said and headed towards the residence, with Hinata following him. A few minutes passed and the 7th team was in the Hokage's office. I gathered you here to give you a mission, Hiruzen began. Naruto, Haruka told me that during the Genin exam, you created 15 clones and turned each of them into an examiner, right? Well, yes, what is it? Said Uzumaki. How many clones can you create in total? Asked the third. About 25, but if I didn't spend any chakra at all, then about 30, Naruto answered. I see. Do you know what elements you have? Sarutobi continued. Fuyuten, Raten, Suiten and 1 Kekkei Genkai. Ice release, Naruto said and stretched out his palm, creating a cube of ice on it. What is your chakra reserve? The third persisted. About twice as much as Kakashi has in his current state, Naruto said. But let me ask you a question, why are you asking all this? Uzumaki asked. Haruka wants me to initiate you into Chunin. Officially, you are now Chunin, but I will give you the vest after the mission, Hiruzen said. I understand. What is the mission? Uzumaki asked. There is a bridge being built in the land of waves. You will have to help with its construction. You will go alone, since the customer is already there. The mission is rank B, so there should be no difficulties. You may go. Sarutobi finished and nodded. The 7th team left the office. In 10 minutes at the gates of Konoha, said Kakashi and disappeared. Naruto did the same. Hinata and Sasuke ran to their homes and began to collect ninja gear. After the required 10 minutes, everyone was at the designated place. Naruto was standing and playing with the ice kunai he had created using the ice element, and Kakashi was reading some book. Noticing that everyone had arrived, Kakashi said, "Let's go." Everyone nodded and went out the gate. Everyone intuitively chose the right position. Kakashi was in front, who could notice the danger, Uchiha was behind him, Naruto was behind Sasuke, and Hinata was behind him, who could see the enemy with the Byakugan. About 3 hours passed and the team approached the border with the land of waves. The river, which was a kind of sign that the team had entered the country, was covered in fog. Having crossed the river, they came to a bridge that workers were building. They were seen by a tall man, an elderly man with a beard. "I see you're from Konoha, right?" the man asked. "Yes, we are here on a mission to build a bridge, or rather, we came to help build this very bridge," said the ash-haired man. "I'm Tazuna. I'm the one who ordered this mission," the old man introduced himself. "Kakashi Hatake, team captain. Elite Jonin of Konoha." Hatake began, "This is Uzumaki Naruto, Chunin, Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga, Genin." Kakashi finished. "I see. I suggest we go to my house and have something to eat there, after which we will get to work," said Tazuna. "We agree," everyone said, and Tazuna led them to his house. After 15 minutes, our team and Tazuna arrived at the house. Opening the door, the old man entered the house and invited the team. Walking a little further, he entered the kitchen, where a girl with black hair stood at the stove. "Tsunami, we have guests," said Tazuna. "Guests? And who are they?" she asked. "Shinobi of Konoha. I asked the shinobi of Konoha to help us build the bridge," the old man answered. "Come here," he said, and our team came out to the kitchen. "This is Tsunami, my daughter," the old man said, pointing to the girl. "Tsunami, this is Kakashi, Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke," Tazuna said, pointing to each member of the 7th team in turn. A couple of hours passed. Everyone told about themselves. 7th met Tazuna's grandson, Inari. Everyone ate and went to build a bridge. Naruto created the maximum number of clones, which were divided into different types of work. Some carried materials, others helped process them, others installed boards, and so on. Several hours passed like this. Evening came. The team and Tazuna headed home. Kakashi assumed that they would be here for 3 or 4 days. For the next 3 days, our team was busy building the bridge. It was almost finished. It was the evening of the 3rd day. The team was finishing their work, when the end of the board that Sasuke was working on became covered in ice. Uchiha noticed this and said, "Naruto, stop joking, I'm busy." Naruto was surprised. "It's not me," Uzumaki said. "Hinata, can you see who it is?" Naruto asked. "Oh, okay," Hyuga said, and activated the Byakugan and began to look around the area. After a couple of seconds, she said, 50 meters to the north, 2 chakra sources. The amount and strength of one's chakra is comparable to ours, and the second. The second is almost as strong as Kakashi-sensei. We need to call Kakashi, Uzumaki thought. "Hinata, call Kakashi. We'll need his help." "Got it," Hinata said, and ran towards Tazuna's house, since Kakashi was there. By this time, 2 silhouettes appeared on the bridge. One of them was tall, apparently a middle-aged man, and the second was short, comparable to Naruto and Sasuke. After some time, they became fully visible. It was a man covered in bandages. He had a large sword on his back and a Kirigako headband. The second, a masked shinobi, also with the mist sign. "Who are you?" Uzumaki asked coldly. "It doesn't matter," said the man in bandages. "But since you're going to die anyway, I'll tell you my name. Momoki Zabuza," he finished. "Zabuza, Momoki." Sasuke was taken aback. "He is a Kirigako renegade. He is also one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He has the Kubakiriboko sword on his back," Naruto said just as coldly. Kid, you know about me. I think it will be interesting to fight with you." "I will fight with you," said Momoki, but he was interrupted by Kakashi's voice. "That's where you're wrong. I'll fight you," Hatake said. "Who has come? Kakashi Hatake himself, or should I call you Sharingan Kakashi?" the swordsman said mockingly. "It's your business what you call me. My subordinates know almost everything about me, so I have nothing to hide. But for you, the renegade and the swordsman, the ash-haired man finished." Zabuza simply ignored Kakashi's words and turned to his ally and said, "Haku, you have those two, and I have Kakashi." "Understood, Zabuza-san, the shinobi said and headed towards Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi blocked his path, but he had to dodge Zabuza's sword. I am your opponent. Let the children have their fun, he said and raised his sword to strike. He wanted to hit it straight at Kakashi's head, but he held the renegade's sword, grabbing the blade with his palms. Sorry guys, I can't help you. I hope you can handle it, asked Hatake. Who do you take us for? Naruto said. Me, for my teammates and friends, the ash-haired man answered as if nothing had happened. The battle between Zabuza and Haku against Team 7 has begun. Part 5. The Battle. Commentary on Part 5. The Battle. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. You are too slow for me, said the man in the mask. You speak as if you have already won, Uzumaki said. I won't even use half my strength against you, Haku said. Naruto, he's starting to piss me off. Let's finish him off quickly, Sasuke suggested. Agreed, Naruto said and created a kunai out of ice. He also has the ice element. He is not from the Yuki clan. Then where did he get this enhanced Genkai? Haku thought and dodged Naruto's blow. Sasuke used Fireball, but Haku defended against it with an ice shield. Ice release. But where from? The only clan that had such a Kekkei Genkai was the Yuki clan. But as I read, there was only one person who survived the extermination of this clan. It was Haku, but he was missing in action. Naruto thought dumbfoundedly. You are Haku, right? Uzumaki decided to ask. How do you know my name? Yuki was taken aback. You have the ice element, which only the Yuki clan has. But it was exterminated. The only survivor was a certain Haku. As I understand it, it is you, Uzumaki explained calmly. But where did you get the ice element? Haku asked. To be honest, I don't know myself, Naruto said and threw an explosive kunai at Haku. He made a series of seals and said, Ice element, ice dome. After that, he created a hemisphere of thick ice, which protected him from the explosion. Now it's my turn, thought Sasuke and decided to attack Haku in taijutsu. To Uchiha's surprise, Haku was as fast as him, if not faster, so he decided to use another technique. Distributing his chakra so that it was in his legs, he accelerated and began to defeat his opponent. Naruto decided not to stand aside and, making a seal, said, Ice element, trap. A trap appeared under Haku's feet and he let Sasuke's blow pass him to avoid losing his leg. Now, it's my turn, he said and having put together a fairly large series of seals, he created mirrors that created a kind of dome that held Naruto and Sasuke. This is my signature technique. Anyone who got here did not come out alive, no matter how hard they tried. Haku said and entered one of the mirrors, after which he was reflected in the others. Sasuke, this isn't genjutsu, Uzumaki noted. I already understood, Naruto, said Uchiha and suddenly noticed how the drops of water that were lying on the floor barely moved. I understood your technique. You move with great speed, and to those who fall into your technique it seems that you have multiplied, Sasuke guessed. You are smart. You figured out the effect of my technique, but it won't help you, said Haku and took the ice senbon, after which he threw it. As Naruto thought, only one should fly, not many, since Haku is the only one. But he remembered that he moves at a tremendous speed. Lie down, Naruto said and Sasuke lay down on the floor. After that, Naruto said, Ice element, ice dome. The same technique that Haku used to reflect the blast appeared, but there was one difference. It was a sphere, without any holes. Sasuke, Uzumaki began, your Kaiten won't work against him. Kakashi tried to melt the ice that I create, and he didn't succeed. Although, if you create a fireball, and I inflate it with Fuyutan, like in training, then it might work. Naruto finished. The plan is not bad. But, what elements do you use to create ice? Uchiha asked. Sutan and Fuyutan, Naruto answered. You said you have Raten. Maybe I should try to combine my Kaiten and your Raten, Uchiha asked. I think it will be good. Now I remove the dome and you create a fireball, and I add lightning chakra to the technique, said Uzumaki. Having removed the technique, he touched Uchiha's back, and he created a fireball. Uzumaki began to transmit Raten's chakra and white electric discharges began to dance around Sasuke's technique, which strengthened the fireball. By the way, it turned out to be larger than usual, which helped Uzumaki and Uchiha. Haku did not expect this and barely dodged, fell to the floor, as he was slightly touched, which is why he received an electric shock, which paralyzed him for some time. You say no one got out of here alive? Naruto asked. Then make a list of those who were able to do it, and we will be the first on this list, Uzumaki finished. Somehow getting up on all fours, Haku said. You are strong opponents. Especially you, Haku said and nodded at Naruto. I don't have any ill will towards you. I'm doing this for Zabuza-san. At this time. Kakashi, you will lose. Zabuza said and tried to hit Kakashi from the side in order to cut him. Here, the blade cuts Hatake. Momiki thinks he has won, but suddenly, Kakashi disappears, leaving behind a log. Replacement. Damn, how could I fall for such a technique? Thought Zabuza, as he heard a strange sound and light behind him. It was Kakashi who was creating Reikiri in his hands. You know that I have copied over 1,000 techniques. But behold my own technique, said the ash-haired man, and his technique glowed even more. No one has ever escaped from it alive, said Hatake and pounced on Zabuza. Momiki wouldn't have enough time to dodge, so he didn't even try. In an instant, Zabuza would be pierced by Kakashi's technique. But without feeling the impact, Momiki opened his eyes and saw Haku covering Momiki with his body. I fulfilled my duty, Yuki said, after which blood poured from his mouth and his vision became cloudy. He protected him, at the cost of his own life. Kakashi thought, dumbfounded. See Kakashi, how good it is to have an ally. Momiki began. He will protect you, and then all that remains is to finish the job. Finished Zabuza and decided to hit Kakashi with his sword. Zabuza intended to cut both Kakashi and Haku. He tensed his arm muscles as he prepared to strike, but the sword did not even move. Turning around, he saw that a rod of ice was stuck into the hole in the sword, which was at the very end, and it went into the bridge and was quite thick. What? Zabuza was taken aback. Where did you get the ice element? It doesn't matter. Kakashi, your turn, Naruto said and used ice to pin Kubikiriboko to the ground. As he tried to do something, Zabuza was kicked in the face by Kakashi. Then came two kunai that Hatake stabbed into Zabuza's forearms, causing them to stop moving. This is the end for you. Your hands don't work and you can't make seals. And you can't fight off 3 shinobi with just taijutsu, Kakashi said. You think I'm that easy to defeat? Zabuza said, and a purple demon face appeared behind him. You think I'm called the demon of the mist for nothing? Momiki said and headbutted Kakashi in the nose, causing him to stagger back a little. Next, Zabuza began to strike with his legs, but Naruto and Sasuke did not stand aside. Ice release. Trap, Naruto said, and Zabuza's leg was pinned to the ground. Damn, thought Momiki and felt a huge pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw Kakashi's hand there, and in it was Reikiri. You're caught, was the last thing Zabuza heard before he died. Kakashi, where is Hinata? Uzumaki asked. I left her at Tazuna's house so that she could protect him from other shinobi, the ash-haired man replied. I'll go check on things there, and you guys sort things out here, Naruto said and disappeared. 5 minutes passed. Naruto reached Tazuna's house. There was nothing like beatings outside, which was already a good sign. Entering the house, he saw Hinata, who was talking about something with Tsunami. Tazuna was sitting and reading a newspaper. Tazuna-san, is everything okay? Naruto asked. Oh, are you done yet? Yes, everything is fine. What happened? Asked the old man and saw traces of battle on Naruto. 2 shinobi came to the bridge and tried to prevent it from being built, Naruto replied. Do you have any idea who could have sent them? Uzumaki asked. The only one who comes to mind is Gato. Tazuna began. He is the richest man in this country. He has his own company, which keeps our country in fear. He does not want us to build the bridge, so he interferes with us. More precisely, he began to interfere with us. This was the first attack. Tazuna continued. Well, I think if you were able to repel the attack, then he will not come here again, the old man said. And Naruto, are you alright? Hinata asked. Everything is fine, you don't have to worry, Naruto replied. After some time, Kakashi and Sasuke entered the house. Kakashi, how is it? Did you clean everything up? Asked Uzumaki. Yes, everything is fine, Hatake replied, after which he continued, go to sleep, and in the meantime I'll talk to Tazuna-san. We need to discuss something. Okay, said the trio and moved into the room that was allocated to them. Commentary on Part 5. The battle. Don't forget to leave feedback. Part 6. Return to Konoha. Commentary on Part 6. Return to Konoha. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. 3 more days passed. Team 7 could have come to Konoha earlier, but they decided to stay and protect the bridge. To their surprise, there were no more attacks. So, another day later, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke and Kakashi returned to Konoha. At the gates, as always, were Izumo and Kotetsu. Oh. Kakashi and team. How's the first mission going, Genin? Izumo asked. 2 Genin and a Chunin, Naruto noted. Izumo and Kotetsu were taken aback by this. How is it Chunin? Kotetsu asked. Yes, you just graduated from the academy, Izumo added. The third initiated me into Chunin. You can ask Kakashi, Uzumaki said. Yes, it happened in my presence, Kakashi confirmed Naruto's words. The 2 Chunin were in shock. He graduated from the academy a little less than a week ago, and he's already a Chunin, thought Kotetsu. The 7th team passed by and headed towards the residence where the 3rd was supposed to be. A few minutes later, the team was in the office. Hello, 3rd Sama, said the 7th team. Hello, Hiruzen replied. The mission is over. Can you tell me what was strange about the mission? He asked. Attack, Naruto said briefly. There were 2 attackers, Zabuza Momoki, and Haku Yuki, Sasuke continued. Zabuza, Haku. The old man was taken aback. Momoki is a renegade, and Haku seems to be the only survivor of his clan. Are they alive? Asked Hiruzen. Killed in battle, Naruto said coldly. Considering the opponents you fought, I award the mission rank A. Here is your reward, Sarutobi said and handed each of them an envelope with money. You can go free except Naruto, Hiruzen added. Hi, said everyone except Uzumaki and left. What did you want, 3rd Sama? Naruto asked. Remember what I told you before your mission? Sarutobi began. Are you talking about my promotion? Uzumaki asked. Yes, Hiruzen said, I see that you wear dark clothes. I will do you a favor and let you choose the color of the vest you will wear, the old man finished. Well, I'll choose black, Naruto answered. I understand. Come here in the evening, I will give you a vest, said the Hokage. You can go. Goodbye Hokage-sama, Naruto said and left the office. As Naruto walked outside, he thought. I'll go train. Uzumaki headed to the training ground where the team training was taking place. Deciding to train his speed, Naruto printed out his 20-kilogram weights and created 20 clones. The training went like this. After putting on the weights, Uzumaki loaded his legs. With the help of the clones, he gave himself an additional incentive to move in order to train his legs. But he would fight off the clones exclusively with taijutsu and without using his hands. The clones began to attack, also using only taijutsu, but due to the fact that they did not have weights on them, their speed was higher. Having somehow dealt with 20 clones, he created the same number of clones to continue training. Having destroyed them, he created them again. And this was repeated about 10 times. Naruto was completely exhausted in the weights. I think that's enough, Uzumaki thought and took off the weights. As soon as the weight was lifted from his feet, Naruto felt an incredible lightness. Uzumaki decided to restore his chakra, and at the same time meditate. Sitting in the lotus position, he began to accumulate chakra and entered the subconscious. Naruto. Kurama was surprised that he had been sleeping all this time. You haven't come to me for a long time, he noticed. Sorry Kurama, there was a mission, and now I was training. Look, I just finished, Uzumaki said. I saw everything, so there's no need to justify myself, said the fox. Can I ask you something? Naruto asked. Okay, go ahead, Kyuubi agreed. Tell me who my parents were, Naruto asked. Of your parents, I only know your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, well, Lise began. You ask why? Because she was my Jinchuriki before you. Although, I don't even know her well, since I was always busy trying to get out. She had a friend from the Uchiha clan, the mother of your teammate, Sasuke. Go to the Uchiha quarter and find her, said the fox, and about your father. He was the 4th Hokage. I think you can ask Sasuke's father about him, finished Kurama. Thank you, Kurama, Uzumaki thanked, and yes. Forgive me for asking for something whenever I appear, Naruto finished and left the subconscious. He asked for forgiveness. Father, you were right. This is the same boy from your jurisdiction, thought Kyuubi. As soon as Naruto came out of his subconscious, he felt like his chakra had been half restored and his legs had rested a bit. Looking around, he noticed that it was already getting dark and headed towards the Hokage to pick up his vest. I'll find out about my parents tomorrow. I don't think there will be any missions tomorrow, he thought. Naruto knocked on the door of the 3rd's office. It's open, Sarutobi said and Naruto entered the office. Hello, 3rd Sama, Naruto bowed. Hello Naruto, Hiruzen greeted and reached under the table. Here, he said, handing Uzumaki his vest. You are now officially a chunin of Konoha. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto thanked. You're welcome, Sarutobi said and continued. Kakashi should be proud to have such a student. Hokage-sama, does our team have a mission tomorrow? Uzumaki asked. No, only the day after tomorrow, answered Sarutobi. Can I go? Naruto asked. Yes, you are free, the old man replied. Goodbye, Hokage-sama, Naruto said and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. He's so similar to Kakashi, Hiruzen said quietly, puffing on his pipe. So it was already dark, so Naruto went home. Already approaching the house, he saw that the light was on, which indicated that Kakashi was in his house. Kakashi is already at my house. What does this mean? Uzumaki thought as he opened the door. Kakashi, I'm home, Naruto said as he entered the house. Walking into the kitchen, he saw Hatake sitting there and drinking tea. Well, congratulations on officially becoming a chunin, Kakashi said. Thank you, Kakashi, Naruto thanked. I think we'll have a training session tomorrow. I don't know what you can train with at your age, but Hinata and Sasuke need training, Hatake said. You're saying there's nothing to teach me yet, right? Uzumaki asked. I said that I don't know what else to teach you, the ash-haired man corrected. Can I go to the Uchiha quarter before training? Naruto asked. Why do you need it? Hatake was surprised. I want to ask Sasuke's parents about my parents, Uzumaki replied. This made Kakashi choke on his tea. What did you say? He asked. What I want to know about my parents, the blonde repeated. You know who they are, right? Kakashi asked. Father, the fourth Hokage, mother, Kushina Uzumaki, answered Naruto. I wonder how he knows about this. Kakashi thought. The third hid this information. So, is it possible or not? Naruto asked again. Okay, go, Kakashi replied. Thank you, Naruto said and sat down at the table tiredly. Kakashi stood up and placed a bowl of ramen in front of him. Thank you. Enjoy your meal, Naruto said and started eating. Have a nice day, answered Kakashi. I'll go. See you tomorrow, said Hatake and headed for the door. Bye, Kakashi heard and left the house. After eating, Naruto washed the dishes and went to bed. He fell asleep quickly, as he was very tired that day. Commentary on Part 6. Return to Konoha. Did you like the chapter? Leave a review, so I will understand that you like my FF. Part 7. The Truth About Parents and Meeting Jiraiya. Commentary on Part 7. The Truth About Parents and Meeting Jiraiya. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next morning, Naruto went to the Uchiha quarter as he planned yesterday. As he approached the entrance, he saw Sasuke there. Sasuke, Naruto called out to his friend. Naruto, Uchiha was surprised. What are you doing here? He asked. I'm here on business. Naruto began. I need to talk to your parents about mine. Uzumaki finished. I see, Sasuke said thoughtfully and continued his way to training with Kakashi. Where are you going? Naruto was surprised. To train with Kakashi. Uchiha answered. Stop. Why aren't you there yet? Asked Sasuke. So he freed me so that I could talk to your parents. Uzumaki explained. Maybe you could take me to your house. Naruto asked. Okay, let's go, Sasuke said and turned towards his house. A few minutes later, Sasuke and Naruto were standing near the entrance to the house. Mom, Dad, I'm home, said Uchiha entering the house. I have a guest, added Sasuke. Come in. Naruto nodded and entered the Uchiha's house. A few seconds later, a tall woman with black hair and eyes of the same color stood in front of him, and a man who was apparently Sasuke's father. Who is this, Sasuke? The man asked. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke answered. Uzumaki Naruto. The woman was taken aback. Are you really the son of Kushina and Minato? She asked. Yes, that's exactly why I came, said Uzumaki. Sasuke watched and then said. I'm going to training, and you guys discuss everything in the meantime. After what was said, Uchiha left. Let's go to the kitchen, we'll talk there, the man said and Naruto nodded, after which he followed him. Sitting down at the table and waiting for everyone to take their seats, the man said. I am Fugaku, head of the Uchiha clan. This is Mikoto, my wife. Sasuke is our son, and Itachi is on a mission, but should be back soon. Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde introduced himself again. What did you want to talk about? Mikoto asked. I just found out that my parents are Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. You've talked to them and I think you should know a lot about them, Uzumaki said. As far as I know, this information is classified. How do you know about this? Asked Fugaku. I don't think it matters, Naruto began. Can you tell me about my father? Uzumaki asked. Okay, let's start with the fact that he is the fourth Hokage, as you said yourself. A genius of his generation. Created a technique called rasengan, which is based on one of the Beiyu techniques. Died defending Konoha from the fox that is now inside you, Fugaku finished. I heard that he had some other technique, because of which he was called the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, Naruto said. Yes, it's Hiraishin, Uchiha replied. I see. And what can you tell me about my mother? Uzumaki asked, turning to Mikoto. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki. She has quite an explosive character. She is hot-tempered in her own right. Like you, she was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. What else can I say? She knew a lot of Uzumaki clan Fuinjutsu. She died, just like Minato, defending Konoha from the Kyuubi, Mikoto finished. I see. Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you take me in, even though you were my parents' best friends? Asked Uzumaki. We would be happy to, but after the Kyuubi attack, our clan was no longer trusted as before, so they didn't let us shelter the tailed beast's Jinchuriki, Mikoto replied. Thank you for answering my questions. Can I ask a few more questions? The blonde asked. Ask, Fugaku said. Do you have Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto asked. I have one, the man replied. But I don't have one, said Mikoto. Fugaku-san, how did you awaken your Mangekyo? Naruto asked. During the Second Shinobi War, I saw the death of my best friend. Uchiha answered. That's how I got my Mangekyo, although I hardly used it. Fugaku finished. Now, tell me about yourself. What is there to tell? 3 elements. Fuyuten, Suten and Raiten. Well, and Kekkei Genkai, answered Uzumaki. What is Kekkei Genkai? Mikoto asked. Here, Naruto said and created a kunai out of ice in his hand. Wow, you are very lucky to have such an improved genome. Fugaku noted. And what about the amount of chakra? Asked the Uchiha. Twice as much as Kakashi has at the moment, Naruto answered. You're talented. You're like your father, Fugaku noted. That's true, Mikoto agreed. This is mostly due to Kakashi. He taught and raised me since I was a child, Naruto said. I think I'll go. I must have distracted you, Uzumaki said, getting up from the table. I didn't distract you. You can come. We will always be glad to see you, Mikoto said. Goodbye Fugaku-san, Mikoto-san. Naruto said goodbye and left the house. As soon as Naruto came out, he saw a guy walking towards Sasuke's house. When he saw Naruto, he took out a kunai and said, What were you doing in my house? I came to talk to Mikoto-san and Fugaku-san about my parents, Naruto replied. You don't have to worry, Itachi, I didn't mean anything bad. And who are you? Uchiha asked, putting away his kunai. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde answered. As I understand it, you are on a mission. Yes, but how do you know? Itachi was surprised. Your parents told me, Uzumaki replied. I see. I'm sorry I tried to attack, Itachi said. It's okay, I would have reacted the same way, Naruto replied. Okay, I'll go, Uzumaki said and headed towards the exit of the block. See you later, Uchiha replied and entered the house. A few hours passed and Naruto finished both his training with Kakashi and his own. He was heading towards his house when he saw a tall man with long white hair, about 45 years old, who was sitting in a strange position near the hot springs. Uzumaki decided to approach. What are you doing here? Naruto said right next to the man's ear. I'm collecting material for a book, the white-haired man waved off. What kind of book is it? Naruto asked. The man stood up and asked. It doesn't matter. Who are you? How many more times do I have to say my name? Uzumaki thought and said. Uzumaki Naruto. The man was taken aback by this. Naruto, he said. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Yes, it's him, the blonde answered. And who are you? Jiraiya. Part 8. Jiraiya. Commentary on Part 8. Jiraiya. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Jiraiya, the white-haired man answered. Jiraiya, the one from the Sannin. Naruto was taken aback. Yes, Jiraiya from Mount Myoboku, said Jiraiya. And you came here just to collect material for a book? Uzumaki asked. Not only, Sannin began. The thing is, I was looking for you. More precisely, I wasn't looking for you and wanted to come and visit, but I was outside the village, so it only happened now, the white-haired man finished. Why were you looking for me? Naruto asked. I'm your godfather, Jiraiya said. I know everything about my father and mother, but about you being my godfather. Nothing, said Uzumaki. How does he know about his parents? Thought the Sannin. So who are your parents? Asked Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto answered. And how do you know this? The white-haired man did not calm down. Mikoto-san and Fugaku-san told me. They were my parents' best friends, the blonde said. I see. Well, I think we can get to know each other better, said Jiraiya, but not here. Is there any place around here where we can talk about something in peace? Asked the hermit. Ichiraku. Uzumaki answered briefly and headed towards the ramen shop. A few minutes later, they were sitting in Ichiraku. After thinking for a while, Jiraiya asked. Who raised you? Kakashi. He taught me since childhood and became like a father to me, for which I respect him, Uzumaki answered. Kakashi. I didn't expect that, Jiraiya said in surprise. And what did he teach you? And what have you achieved anyway? The white-haired man asked. At the very least, I'm stronger than all the genin of the leaf. I can walk on water and vertical surfaces and so on. I already have mastery of 3 elements. I became a chunin at the age of 12. Furthermore, I have twice as much chakra as Kakashi, Uzumaki said as if nothing had happened. A chunin at such a young age. 3 elements. He's a genius of his time. Jiraiya thought, dumbfounded, and took a sip of sake, after which he said, and what elements? Sutin, Fuyutin and Raten. Well, and ice release Kekkei Genkai, Uzumaki answered. Ice. But, where from? Jiraiya was taken aback. Where do you think I got ice from? Naruto asked, to which he saw an agreeing nod. To be honest, I don't know myself. I was able to get ice a long time ago, when I combined Sutin and Fuyutin, Naruto finished. To be able to combine elements at that age. Even Minato wasn't that brilliant. Thought Jiraiya. You're a genius, said the Sannin, but if someone else were your teacher, you wouldn't have become as strong as you are now, the white-haired one continued. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Asked the hermit. Probably not. What did you want? Uzumaki asked. First of all, address me as you. I am your godfather after all. And secondly, I will teach you one powerful technique, answered Sannin. Okay. Uzumaki began. What time and where shall we meet? He asked. At dawn. The training ground. Jiraiya interrupted himself and took a sip of sake, the 7th. Got it, Naruto said and continued. I'm going home. I have to get up early tomorrow, and I still have to go to training. See you later, Uzumaki said and, having paid, left Ichiraku. Listen, Naruto, a voice was heard behind Uzumaki. What? He asked, turning around. Listen, can you take me in for a day? I'm just too lazy to look for a hotel, said Jiraiya and scratched the back of his head. Okay, let's go, Uzumaki said and headed towards his house, and the Sannin followed him. 10 minutes passed and Naruto was already opening the door of the house. After letting Jiraiya in, he entered himself. The apartment is small, but it's enough for me, Uzumaki said, closing the door. And here it is neat. Everything is in its place, thought the Sannin. Thanks again, Naruto, said Jiraiya and patted Uzumaki on the head. He looked at him with a surprised look. Ask why? Because Kakashi did nothing like that. Jiraiya noticed this look and quickly removed his hand. You're welcome, Naruto replied. Godfather, he added. Hearing this, the white-haired man smiled and thought, Minato. You would be proud of him. Did you say something? Naruto asked. At that moment, Jiraiya realized that he had said it out loud. No, everything is fine, Sannin said calmly. Naruto walked over and handed his godfather the bed linens. Are you on the floor or on the bed? Uzumaki decided to ask. On the floor, the white-haired man answered and took the bedding, after which he sorted it out. Okay. Naruto shrugged and lay down on the bed, after which he immediately fell asleep. Then Jiraiya remembered something. Flashback. Jiraiya stands in front of a huge old toad, on either side of which sit 2 more, but much smaller. By the way, they were also old. It was a long time ago, so the white-haired one was still quite young and the stripes on his face were not as big as they are now. Hello, Jiraiya said and knelt down on one knee. Jiraiya, asked the big toad. I called you. What happened? Sannin asked. A vision. I saw a vision that was somehow connected to you, the toad answered. And what was in this vision? Jiraiya asked another question. You will have a student. He will be a genius of his generation. But the fate of the shinobi world will depend on which path you put him on. He will either be the savior of the world, or he will destroy the world. It all depends on you, said the toad. End flashback. I will do everything to prevent the destruction of the world. Part 9. Rasengan. Commentary on Part 9. Rasengan. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto woke up early, but as it turned out, Jiraiya woke up even earlier. He stood at the entrance to the room and looked at Naruto, thinking about something at the same time. Seeing that Uzumaki had woken up, the Sannin said, Good morning. Go to the kitchen, I made something to eat. After saying that, Jiraiya left the room and headed to the kitchen. It's somehow unusual. It's been a while since someone cooked breakfast for me, Naruto thought as he got dressed. A few moments later, Uzumaki came into the kitchen, where Jiraiya was already sitting and eating rice. Enjoy your meal, Naruto said and started eating. After finishing eating and washing the dishes, Jiraiya and Uzumaki went to the training ground. 10 to 15 minutes later, they were at the training ground. So, Naruto, are you ready? Asked the Sannin. Yes, Uzumaki answered briefly. Then look, Jiraiya said and extended his hand forward. Naruto looked at his palm. At this time, Jiraiya concentrated chakra in his palm and spun it with great force, causing a bluish ball of chakra to appear there. This is Rasengan, the technique your father invented, the Sannin said and dispelled the technique. After thinking for a bit, Naruto said, As I saw, the technique is based on twisting the chakra. You're right, but it's quite difficult to do. Minato spent 3 years on it, and then another 6 months to master it. I did it in 2 months, Jiraiya said and took out a scroll with a seal. After making the seal, a box appeared from there containing balls containing water. I divided the training of this technique into 3 stages. First, you must burst the water balloon. Like this, said the white-haired man and took the water balloon in his hand, after which he blew it up. Proceed, and I will watch, finished the Sannin and sat down by a tree, which was not far away. Uzumaki nodded and took the ball in his hand, began to swirl chakra in it. A moment later, it burst and the water that was in it splashed. Seeing this, Jiraiya fell into a stupor. He never expected that someone would pass the first stage of training on the first try. He's a genius. I didn't expect that, the Sannin thought as he approached Naruto. Naruto, how did you do it so quickly? He asked. I twisted the chakra in different directions, Uzumaki answered as if nothing had happened. I see, the white-haired man said thoughtfully, after which he continued, Okay. Let's move on to the second stage. Here you go, Sannin said and said, It's much more difficult than the first one. There is no water here, which complicates the task of blowing up the ball. This is how it should be, Sannin said and blew up the ball that was in his other hand. Begin. Naruto took the extended ball and directed chakra into the ball, spinning it. The ball changed shape a little, but remained intact. Twist the chakra harder, said the white-haired man. Uzumaki continued his work and increased the amount of chakra in the ball, speeding up its rotation. The ball burst, which Jiraiya did not expect. For the second time. Naruto, you learned 2 stages of Rasengan in a few minutes, which is an rank technique. Even I spent a month on these 2 stages. The third took me a second month. The Sannin said, dumbfounded. What's the third stage? Naruto asked. A ball of air. But there is a difference. You must combine the first 2 stages and hold the chakra in such a way that it does not break the ball, said the white-haired man. Like this. Taking the ball of air in his hand, the hermit said. From the outside, it looked like Jiraiya was doing nothing. But Naruto understood everything and said, As I understand it, there is a completed Rasengan in the ball, right? Jiraiya nodded and created a Rasengan in his other, free hand. You are right. What is happening in the ball now is Rasengan. You ask how I do it. I just hold back the chakra so that it breaks the ball. That's all. Try it, said the hermit and gave Naruto the ball. He thought for a moment, wondering how best to do this, and stretching his hand forward, he did what his godfather had said. The chakra inside the ball began to spin at an incredible speed, but the ball itself remained unchanged. Looking at the teacher, Naruto asked, So, Jiraiya-san? Surprised once again, Sannin said. Yes, that's right. Try doing the same thing, but without the ball. Okay. Naruto said and created Rasengan. But it was different from Jiraiya's Rasengan. Naruto's technique was white instead of the bluish color of the hermit. Excellent, Naruto. You learned the rasengan in 10 minutes. You surpassed even your father in genius, who was the genius of his generation. Now you can definitely be considered a genius with a capital G, said Jiraiya. Naruto was flattered to hear this, but he didn't show it on the outside. Is that all for today? Naruto asked. Yes, for today for sure, said the hermit. You can go. Jiraiya-san, I'll tell you something, Naruto said, and the Sannin was surprised, for the umpteenth time that day. So what do you want to tell me? Asked the hermit. Do you know that the Kyuubi is sealed inside me? Naruto began. Yes, so what? Jiraiya asked in response. In short, I became friends with him, Uzumaki said. He became friends with the fox. But how? Thought the hermit. And why are you telling me this? He asked. Let's start with the fact that he can share chakra with me. But it doesn't matter. I consider him a friend and he has a name, Naruto said. And what kind of name is that? Sannin was surprised. Kurama, the blonde answered, but each tailed beast has a name. I won't tell them. If you want to know, ask yourself, the guy continued, but I have a request. And what is the request? Asked the white-haired man. Don't tell anyone about this. I told you this because you are my godfather. Even Kakashi, who is like a father to me, doesn't know about this. If necessary, I will tell him. But now is not the time, Naruto finished. I understand you. I will keep your secret if it is important to you, the hermit said in surprise. Oh. And I forgot. Naruto began. As far as I know, there is a key to each seal. And since you are the second, the closest person to me, then you should have it. Moreover, since you are my godfather, you were close to my father, which means he trusted you a lot. From this it follows that the key is most likely with you, finished the blonde. Yes, I was close to Minato. I was his teacher, but what does the key to your seal have to do with it? Asked the white-haired man. That's the point, it's directly related to my request, Naruto said, could you give it to me? The key, for you. Jiraiya was taken aback. But why? He asked the hermit. So that if anything happens, I can use Kurama's chakra without consequences for me, Uzumaki replied. We'll need that later. I don't have access to the key right now, Jiraiya lied. Okay. Uzumaki agreed. That's all I wanted to say, the blonde said. I'll go, said the Sannin and headed off in an unknown direction, leaving Naruto alone. I'll go and train. 10 minutes of training is not enough, Naruto thought and started training. 10 minutes later, Naruto finished warming up and was about to start the main training, when he saw Hatake and Sasuke approaching the training ground. Uzumaki decided to approach them and ask why they were there. Hello Kakashi, Sasuke, the blonde greeted. Have you come to train too? Asked Naruto. Yes, Naruto, what? Kakashi was surprised. And I just finished studying the technique with Jiraiya-san, Uzumaki said as if nothing had happened. Training with Jiraiya, Hatake was taken aback. Is that the one from the legendary Trinity? Uchiha asked. Yes, Sasuke, it's him, the ash-haired man said, dumbfounded. As he told me, he is my godfather, Naruto added, causing Sasuke's eyes to bulge out of their sockets. It's true, Sasuke. I myself knew about it for a long time, but I didn't tell you. At the request of Jiraiya-sama himself, Kakashi looked towards Naruto with a guilty look. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. Uzumaki began. What will you do during training? The blonde asked. I want to teach Sasuke Reikiri, Hatake began. It's the technique I used on the mission to the Land of Waves, Hatake explained. I see. Well, then I won't bother you, said Naruto and left. Part 10. Information on the start of the Chunin exam. Commentary on Part 10. Information on the start of the Chunin exam. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. A week passed. Today Naruto was not going to do anything except his usual training. Already packing his things, he heard a knock on the door. Opening it, Naruto saw Kakashi. What happened? Uzumaki asked. Nothing special. The Chunin exam is coming up soon, but since you're already a Chunin, you'll be there as one of the examiners, Hatake replied. Got it. And when will this exam take place? Asked the blonde. Tomorrow, said Kakashi and disappeared. The Chunin exam. I wonder what will happen there. Naruto thought and headed towards the training ground. A few minutes later, he was there. To his surprise, he was not alone. Besides him, there was Sasuke, who was practicing his technique. Reikiri. Hello Sasuke, Naruto greeted as he approached the Uchiha. Did you come to train too? Sasuke asked. By the way, hi, he added. Yes, I want to test my Rasengan's power. You've learned Raikiri, haven't you? The blonde asked. Well, you could say yes, but my maximum is 2 hits, after which my chakra is empty. Uchiha answered, and what about your Rasengan? He asked. Well, I mastered it in 10 minutes, Uzumaki replied. Although the fourth spent 3.5 years on it, he added. I see, Sasuke said thoughtfully. Well then, let's see whose technique is stronger, Uchiha asked with a laugh. Go ahead, Uzumaki agreed and formed the technique. As stated earlier, his Rasengan was white instead of bluish, but Sasuke's technique was blue. Chidori, Uchiha said, finishing forming the technique. Rasengan, Naruto said, having finished creating his technique. A moment later, their techniques touched. There was an explosion. Naruto and Sasuke flew away from each other for 10 or even 2 meters. Barely getting to his feet, Uzumaki approached the Uchiha. He was lying on his back and looked at Naruto in shock. Sasuke, are you okay? Uzumaki asked. Yes, I am. And how are you? Sasuke asked in response. Okay, Naruto replied. The only thing I understood is that our techniques resonate, which is what caused the explosion. I figured that out myself. I don't want to repeat that. We'll get by with this, said Uchiha. I agree, Uzumaki said, extending his hand to the lying Sasuke. Thank you, Uchiha said, shaking himself off. So, shall we have a sparring match? Naruto asked. Come on, there's nothing much to do anyway, Sasuke said and walked away a couple of meters, after which he stood in a stance. Naruto did the same. He created a kunai out of ice and said, let's begin. After which he rushed at Uchiha. Uchiha parried the first blow with a kunai, after which he tried to hit Uzumaki in the solar plexus, but Naruto saw this and jumped back. Now the techniques, asked Uchiha. Then look. Kaiten, big fireball technique, said Uchiha, and a huge fire technique flew out of his mouth. Seeing this, Naruto smirked before making hand seals and saying, Suiten, storm. A wave of water appeared from the ground, with lightning bolts running through it, due to the Raten chakra in it. The technique absorbed Uchiha's Kaiten, after which it headed towards Sasuke. Since the technique attacked over an area, it was difficult to dodge it. Seeing this, Naruto dispelled the technique and said, I won. Sasuke said a little sadly. Lost. Again. If you hadn't stopped the technique, it would have been bad for me. Reflecting it, having only my elements, is very difficult, if not impossible. Yes, even the Doton technique is weak against it, Uzumaki added, Fuyuten. Here is your way out. Answer, you quickly learned the new Kaiten technique, this is commendable. In some time, you will be one of the strongest users of the fire element. You've learned a lot of techniques, even without having the Sharingan, which allows you to copy techniques, Sasuke said. I just spend a lot of time training, Uzumaki said. I see, Uchiha said thoughtfully. By the way, Sasuke, did you know that the Chunin exam is tomorrow? Naruto asked. The Chunin exam? No, I haven't heard of it. Sasuke was surprised. In general, I will be there as one of the examiners, since I am already a Chunin, the blonde said. Chunin, examiner, Uchiha said, dumbfounded. When did you have time? The Hokage promoted me to Chunin when we returned from the mission. Remember how he asked me to stay? Naruto asked. Okay, I get it. But why aren't you wearing a regular green vest, but a black one? Asked Sasuke. Here I asked the Hokage to make me a black vest, Naruto answered and saw Kakashi and Hinata walking towards them. As soon as they approached, Hatake said, Sasuke, I think Naruto already told you about the Chunin exam. Yes, I just said that, Uchiha answered. Then let's get straight to business. Here are the consents. Sign them. Tomorrow, when you enter the building, give them to me. Someone may refuse. The main thing is to just bring them to me tomorrow. The rest is not important, said the ash-haired man and handed out a sheet of paper to Sasuke and Hinata. Ah, why didn't Naruto-kun get the leaf? Hyuga asked. Actually, he's already a Chunin, Hatake answered calmly. Already, Chunin. Hinata was taken aback. I became one after the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto said. But who will be on our team then? Uchiha asked. We'll pick someone for your team. But anyway, Kakashi took out another sheet of paper. Naruto will go with you. Naruto, you will have to go to the third and ask him to add you to the list of participants. Come up with a reason yourself. But keep in mind that you must come to him today, Hataki said. Got it. Is that all? Uzumaki asked. Yes, you can practice for now, before the exam, and I'm off, said the ash-haired man and disappeared in clouds of white smoke. Is everyone going to the exam? Uzumaki asked. I'm coming, said Uchiha. I don't know, Hyuga said. What happened? Naruto asked in surprise. I'm weaker than Sasuke-kun, and even more so than you. I don't see the point in going to the exam, Hinata answered. It's not about strength. Do you think that strong shinobi become chunin? Partially, that's true, but many become chunin because of how good they are at strategy, thinking through a fight, and so on. It's not all about strength. You need a head on your shoulders. As far as I know, you're good at that, Naruto said. Have you changed your mind about the exam? Uzumaki asked. Naruto-kun is right. I need to give it my all, Hyuga thought and said, I'm going to the exam. Great, so everyone from Team 7 is participating. Uzumaki said, well, I propose a sparring match. You two, against me alone. There are no rules. Do you agree? Naruto asked. Coming, said Uchiha. Why yes, Hyuga said. Well, let's begin, Naruto said and the battle began. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. Naruto was still holding on, but Uchiha and Hyuga were already exhausted, which Uzumaki noticed and said, enough. You're exhausted, and we need to save our strength until tomorrow. I suggest we finish and go to the third to discuss my participation in the exam. Let's go, Uchiha said tiredly. Yeah, the owner of the Byakugan said with a sigh. 10 minutes passed and the trio stood in front of the Hokage, in his office. Hello, Third Sama, the three who entered said, bowing. Hello, did you want something? Asked the old man. Yes, can you allow me to take the chunin exam? Uzumaki asked. But why? You are already a chunin. The third was surprised. It's not about that. Our team worked well together. And very well. We know each other's abilities. And think for yourself, breaking up the team is not very good. It can worsen the results, said Uzumaki. I understand you, Naruto. I'll think of something to get you accepted to the exam. You can go. That's all, right? Hiruzen asked. Yes. Goodbye, Hokage-sama, said the three and disappeared. A few minutes later, the team stood at the entrance to the residence. Let's go home and ask our parents to give us permission to participate. Our next meeting will be tomorrow. Bye, Sasuke said and left. Naruto-kun, who will sign the permission for you? Asked Hinata. Kakashi. He raised me almost from birth, so he will be the one signing, Uzumaki answered. I see. Well, okay, see you later, Naruto-kun, Hinata said and headed towards her clan's quarter. Naruto followed her example and headed towards the house. Part 11. Chunin Exam. Commentary on Part 11. Chunin Exam. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next morning came. Naruto finished all his chores and began to pack his gear. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was time to go. Taking the sheet that Kakashi had given him and signed yesterday, Naruto went to the place where the exam would be held. Arriving at the right building, he saw all the members of his team except Kakashi. Hello everyone, Naruto greeted everyone. Looking at Hinata, Uzumaki felt a certain warmth in his chest. What is this? This has been happening to me for a long time. The blonde thought. I can't understand what these feelings, I just don't know. This happened on the mission in the Land of Waves. When Hinata wasn't on the battlefield. But that feeling was a little different. I was worried. Afraid. I wasn't even as worried about Kakashi as I was about her. Uzumaki continued to think. But his train of thought was interrupted by Sasuke's voice. Naruto, are you here? Uchiha asked. Yes. What happened? Uzumaki asked. And the fact that we greeted you here, and not only did you remain silent, but you also stood and looked at Hinata, thinking about something, answered Uchiha. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering what the exam would be like. Uzumaki lied. As far as I know, it is divided into 3 stages. The first is a written test to check knowledge. And the last one is duels between the participants. What will happen in the second stage, I don't know, Naruto added. He stood and looked at me. Could it be? He was thinking about me. Thought Hinata, ignoring all of Naruto's words. Okay, let's go, Uchiha said and headed towards the entrance. As soon as they entered the building, they saw Kakashi, who noticed them and headed towards them. Well, Give me the sheets, said Hatake. By the way, hello, he greeted. Hello, Sasuke and Hinata answered, handing over the sheets of paper. Hello, Uzumaki said and repeated the actions of his teammates. Go to that room. The first stage will be held there. The written test, Hatake said taking the sheets. Good luck. Nodding silently, the seventh team went to the necessary audience. Entering there, they saw many shinobi from different villages. Tsunagaku, Omegaku, Konohagaku and Otogaku shinobi. Noticing our team, they began to press with their chakra, emitting it in large quantities. Everyone except Hinata did not react to this. Although, Naruto decided to respond in kind. Having released a huge amount of chakra from his body, he simply crushed all the other shinobi with the amount of his chakra. Those who stood next to them simply recoiled from the aura emanating from Uzumaki. Even Sasuke was a little taken aback. He felt how much chakra Naruto was releasing. What can we say about Hinata, who shrank from such a quantity of chakra around? Especially from someone she liked. Once Naruto saw that the ardor of all the shinobi had cooled down, he turned to the team. Seeing Hyuga standing with his fists pressed to his chest, he asked, Hinata, is everything okay? She blushed a little and replied, Why yes Naruto-kun. Then why are you shrinking so much, as if you were afraid of something? Uzumaki did not let up. I'm not used to feeling so much chakra around me. Especially from shinobi who are against us, Hyuga admitted. Everything will be fine. This is only a written test. In the second and third stages, we will prove that we are not as weak as they thought. But, it seems to me that they already understood this, since they stopped releasing their chakra, realizing that my chakra is much stronger than theirs. Naruto said. If you say so, then I'll believe it, Hinata said. The next moment, a tall man with a bandage on his head and a black cloak entered the audience and said the following. I am Ibiki Morino, the examiner of the first stage of Chunin. Please sit in the places where your names are written. Everyone did as the man said. It just so happened that Hinata and Naruto were sitting next to each other, and Sasuke was at the other end of the room. The essence of the first exam is to write the test that is now in front of you. It has 9 questions. I will ask the 10th, control question after 30 minutes. Begin, Ibiki said, and all the genin got to work. Naruto barely glanced at the test sheet before noticing that the questions were so difficult that only someone who had reached the rank of Chunin could solve them. But Naruto was smart and learned things that were not taught at the academy. That's why he started the test. After a few moments, he remembered that Sasuke and Hinata might not be able to find a way out of this situation. He also remembered that the Uchiha had a Sharingan and would be able to copy the movements of someone who knew the answers to the question. Looking at Hyuga, Naruto whispered. Wait a couple of minutes, I'll finish writing now and you'll copy it, okay? Why yes, thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata thanked. Uzumaki nodded and began writing the test. A few minutes passed, Naruto finished and showed the paper to Hyuga. She copied everything within a few more minutes. When she finished, she put her pencil down. They sat like that for some time until the examiner said, Time is up. It is time to ask the last, 10th question. The question will decide your fate. If you do not answer it, you will forever lose the right to participate in the Chunin exam. If you answer correctly, you will pass to the next stage. But do not forget, if you leave, the rest of your team will be disqualified. I give you 5 minutes to make a decision. Hearing this, many simply fell into a stupor. Having decided to retake the exam in 6 months, half of the participants dropped out. Noticing movement to the side, Uzumaki saw Hinata trying to raise her hand. Hinata, what are you doing? Naruto asked. I don't want to be a burden to you, Hinata said. You weren't, and you won't be. We're friends, and we all support each other. Put your hand down. We'll pass the exam, Uzumaki said. Oh okay, Hyuga replied. Right after that, Ibiki said. Time is up, he began and paused, which caused some tension in everyone. Congratulations, you passed the first stage, he said. Everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. You probably want to ask, where is that very question? And this is it. This is a test of your spirit. Only those who are ready to achieve the goal no matter what are worthy of the title of Chunin, Ibiki continued. As I expected, thought Uchiha. At that moment, the door to the auditorium opened and a girl with purple hair entered. I am Anko Mitarashi, the examiner of the second stage. Follow me, she said, and all the genin followed her. She led the teams to a strange place. It was fenced with a net, and behind it was a forest. This is the forest of death. The second round of the Chunin ranks will be held here, Anko said, in a strange voice that gave many goosebumps. The second stage begins. Part 12, Stage 2, 1. Commentary on Part 12, Stage 2, 1, the chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. This is the Forest of Death. The second round of the Chunin title will be held here, Anko said in a strange voice that gave many goosebumps. What is the essence of this stage? Naruto asked. Impatient. I don't like those, Anko said and threw a kunai at him. Uzumaki simply grabbed it with his hand, then flipped in the air and threw it back. The kunai flew past Anko's face, but she winced, feeling it scratch her face. What about the exam? The blonde asked again coldly. At that moment, Mitarashi thought in shock. He's incredibly fast. I wouldn't have been able to dodge it if he wanted to. Plus, he imbued the kunai with chakra, which made its area larger. Just like Kakashi said, he's strong and smart. I'll ask again, what is the essence of the second stage? Uzumaki said, already behind Anko. She twitched a little, and only then answered. At this stage, you will be given a scroll per team. It will be either an earth scroll or a sky scroll. The task is to take the opposite scroll from the other team and go to the tower, which is in the middle of the forest. It is 10 kilometers from the entrance, Anko said. There are no rules. But still, at this stage, there may be deaths of participants. Sign the necessary documents stating that Konoha is not responsible for your death, she said, and Naruto walked away from her to take one of the documents that appeared in her hands as if out of nowhere. As he signed it, Uzumaki remembered that it was possible to group with other teams in order to increase each of their chances of winning. The first team that came to his mind was the 10th team. It consisted of Shikamaru, Ino, and Chuji. They were standing to the side, so it was easy to spot them. Hello, Uzumaki said as he approached the 10th team. What did you want? Shikamaru asked. I have a suggestion, Uzumaki said, causing Shikamaru to raise an eyebrow in surprise. And what is the proposal? Asked Nara. I suggest that all of us unite for the sake of victory, Naruto replied. I see. Then we'll meet 5 kilometers from the gate. If anything happens, give some kind of signal, Shikamaru said. Then other teams will come to us with the goal of taking the scrolls, Uzumaki said. How many teams do you want to form? Shikamaru asked. 10th, 8th, 7th. That seems to be all, Naruto answered. Okay, go and persuade them then. By the way, Ino, Chuji, do you agree to cooperate? Nara asked his teammates. We agree, the boys answered in chorus. I went to Team 8, the blonde said and disappeared in search of Team 8. A few moments passed and Naruto spotted Team 8. They were in the crowd of other genin, but Sakura's pink hair gave them away. I have a suggestion, Uzumaki said without greeting, approaching the trio. What do you need? Asked Kiba. Combining teams, the blonde replied. For what purpose? Asked Haruno. Nothing will help you pass the exam anyway, Sakura added haughtily. Naruto decided to teach her a lesson. He chuckled and appeared behind her at incredible speed. He created a kunai out of ice and placed it on the pink-haired girl's neck. Who's the loser here? Uzumaki mockingly mimicked. Who? You. Who else? Said Sakura, although inside she was all cowering in fear. Okay, the blonde said and changed the shape of his kunai. It now resembled Minato's Hiraishin kunai, but it was longer and wider. One of the side blades touched the kunoiki's neck, causing her to gulp. Still haven't changed your mind? Uzumaki asked, watching her friends tense up. Okay, I give up, Sakura said, raising her hands. And great, said Uzumaki putting away the kunai. Well, how about we team up? Team 10 is already with us, he added. Why should we cooperate with you? Inuzuka asked angrily. Because then it will be easier for us to pass the second stage, Uzumaki answered. We refuse, Kiba and Sakura said at the same time. And here you are wrong. It will be easier for us to work together, and not separately, Shino put in his word, especially with shinobi like Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata, he added. We refuse anyway, Sakura said. Well, it's your business. But don't be offended that you can't even pass this stage, Naruto said and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Uzumaki didn't bother looking for Team 9, as the time to fill out the paperwork was running out. He approached Team 10 again and said. Team 8 has refused to cooperate. About the signal, I will shoot lightning upwards. As soon as you see it, run there. I'm going to my people, Uzumaki said and went in the direction of his team. When he got there, he saw Hinata standing there upset and Sasuke standing nearby and thinking about something. Seeing Hinata in this state, he asked, "What's happened?" Hinata was surprised. After a moment, she realized that it was Naruto speaking, and then she replied, "Nothing." "Okay." Uzumaki said, "Sasuke, come here." "What?" Uchiha asked. "I agreed with the 10th team about cooperation. The 8th refused," Uzumaki said. "I see," Sasuke replied. At that moment, Naruto noticed Anko walking into the middle of the crowd and said, "We're handing over the sheets." It's been a minute since the participants handed over all the documents. So, as I said, the goal is to take the scrolls of the opposite meaning from the other team and get to the tower in the shortest time. For this stage, you are given 5 days. Take the scrolls and go to the gate that they tell you. From there you will start, Mitarashi said, and the genins began to do what they were told. A few more minutes passed and all the teams were at the gates. It so happened that the 10th and 7th teams were close, so it would be easier for them to find each other. "Start," Anko shouted, and the gates of each team opened, and the genin themselves rushed to the tower. Naruto's team headed towards the 10th. A few minutes later, they were standing and discussing the plan. "Any ideas?" Nara asked. "First, I suggest we find out what kind of scroll each team has. Based on that, we'll figure out what to do next," Uzumaki said. "Second, this stage needs to be completed as quickly as possible in order to have time to restore strength for the third." "We have Earth," Ino said. "Also, Earth," Sasuke answered. "So we look for teams with the sky scrolls and select them, after which we go to the tower," the blonde suggested. "Does everyone agree?" he asked. "But there will be many other teams there," Yamanaka said. "This is to our advantage. We will find the necessary scrolls faster," said Uzumaki. "Then let's move out," Shikamaru said. Both teams moved towards the tower, which was visible from everywhere. Part 13. The second stage, 2. Commentary on Part 13. Stage 2, 2. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. 2 teams. The 10th and 7th have united. And all for the sake of victory. They are running along the branches, towards the tower, which is located in the middle of the training ground called Forest of Death. Naruto, who was running ahead of everyone, saw some movement ahead. Slowing down a little, he approached the others. "Shikamaru," Uzumaki called. "What?" he asked. "I noticed some movement ahead," Naruto began. "I'll go check, and you follow me. If anything, I'll give a signal. A pillar of ice, that means I need help. If lightning, then everything is fine and you don't have to worry," the blonde finished. "I see. Then go," Shikamaru said, and Uzumaki began to do what he said. He tripled his running speed and ran away from his allies. He ran forward for about a minute or two. A few more moments, and he saw Team 7 in front of him. Around the same time, Sakura turned around and saw Uzumaki quickly catching up to them. "Kiba, Shino," said the pink-haired girl. "There, Naruto." Naruto. Inuzuka was taken aback. "That's all?" "Yes, he is alone and quickly catching up with us," Sakura said, almost screaming, turning around. Naruto was already 10 meters away from them. "So, we will fight," said Inuzuka and stopped. There were 5 meters left until the 7th team. Seeing that Kiba had stopped, and everyone else behind him, Uzumaki also slowed down and stopped on a branch. "Let's get down to business," Naruto began. "What scroll do you have?" the blonde asked. "Sky," Kiba answered shortly. "That's what we need," Uzumaki said and took a stance. "You want to fight?" The pink-haired girl was taken aback. 1 against 3. "I alone am stronger than all of you put together by tens of times. So let's part peacefully." Uzumaki began to speak in a cold voice. "You give me the scroll, and I'll let you go," he finished. "Give up." Haruno started to get angry. "Never," Inuzuka shouted and pounced on Naruto along with his dog, Hakamaru. "It's a shame about the dog," Uzumaki thought, and was about to take out his weapon when he saw Hakamaru jumping off Kiba's head and running in the opposite direction. Was he scared? Thought Kiba. He wasn't even so terrified by Gaara. Is he really that strong? Thought Inuzuka, dumbfounded, looking at his running pet. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. Kiba turned his head to see what it was. A moment later, he caught a blow to the face, from which he flew back a good 10 meters. Seeing this, Shino and Sakura fell into a stupor, and Akamaru hid behind them. "So, is there anyone who wants to fight me?" Uzumaki asked coldly. "I won't give up," Haruno said, recovering from her shock, and rushed towards Naruto. He entered the subconscious. Kurama, can you give me some chakra? The blonde asked. Okay, I'm interested to see their faces distorted with a grimace of fear, said Kyubi. Thank you, Uzumaki said and returned to the real world. Naruto himself did not change outwardly. By the way, Sakura was about to strike with her hand. Uzumaki noticed this and released such a quantity of chakra at once, which exceeded his own reserves by tens of times. The flow of chakra was so strong that Sakura flew away from Naruto by 3 or 4 meters. So what about the scroll? Or is it more important to you than your health, or even your life? Asked Uzumaki. I told you, we needed to unite. You didn't listen to me, that's why you lost, Shino said mysteriously, taking out a scroll. Here. I don't have a chance against you anyway, Aburame said, handing over the scroll. Well, at least someone smart is on your team, Naruto said and left. He ran like that for a while and shot lightning into the air. Teams 7 and 10 saw this and rushed to that place as fast as they could. About 10 minutes passed and they arrived at the place where the lightning strike was heard. Naruto was sitting on a branch of a large tree and playing with the ice kunai he had created a while ago. Finally, I'm tired of waiting. Shikamaru, catch it, Uzumaki said and threw the sky scroll to Shikamaru. He was surprised. Nara thought that the 7th team would keep the first scroll for themselves. I'm surprised, Nara said. What with? Asked Uzumaki. I thought you would keep the first scroll for yourself, Shikamaru admitted. I see. Well, are you heading to the tower or will you stay with us for now? Naruto asked. Since you helped us, we will help you too, Ino said. Yes, this is how we will thank you, Choji agreed. Agreed. You don't mind, do you? Nara asked Sasuke and Hinata. We don't mind, Uchiha replied. Well, that's good, Shikamaru said. So now towards the tower. There should be a lot of fighting there. We'll find some team with the necessary scroll and go straight to the tower, Uzumaki said. Have you decided not to change tactics? Nara asked. Why change it? It works. And there are 6 of us, so we can beat any team 3, answered Uzumaki. Well, yes, you alone were able to defeat the team, which already speaks of your strength. None of us can compare with you, said Nara. Okay, let's move, said the blonde and everyone went towards the tower. Here history repeats itself. 6 shinobi are running in one direction, in search of the necessary scroll. As last time, Naruto was ahead of everyone, with a small gap. Behind everyone, there was Hinata, scanning the area with the Byakugan. 3 shinobi, 200 meters to the northwest. Judging by the amount of their chakra, I can say that they are not very strong, Hyuga said. Well, now it's our turn, Shikamaru said and sped up his run. Everyone repeated after Nara and headed towards the unknown team. A few more minutes passed and 3 people appeared before the eyes of the 2 teams. Their headbands showed that they were from the Sound Village, or in other words, Otogaku. Who are you? Asked the one who was bandaged and hunched over. Let's get down to business. What kind of scroll do you have? Shikamaru asked. Earth, he lied. He's lying. I see that girl has a scroll with the inscription, Sky, Hinata thought and approached Naruto. Naruto-kun, she began. What is it? Uzumaki asked. They're lying. They have, Sky, the Byakugan wielder replied. I understand, thank you, the blonde thanked and turned back to the enemies. Maybe you can tell me honestly. Uzumaki asked coldly. How did you guess? The shinobi was taken aback. It doesn't matter. I know that you have, Sky, the blonde began. I suggest you surrender. There are 6 of us, 3 of you, Naruto said. Well, we refuse, he replied. It's your business, as are the problems, said Shikamaru. Ino. Got it, said the blonde and folded the seal of the Yamanaka clan. Clan technique, consciousness transfer technique, she said and moved into the hunched shinobi. Chuji, now you, Nara continued giving commands. Yes, Akamaki answered and said, clan technique, meat tank. He grew in size and began to spin, causing him to roll towards another Otogaku shinobi. He tried to defend himself from Choji by putting his hands out, but he missed a blow from his ally, which he paid for. He fell to the ground and was pinned down by Akamaki, not allowing him to get up. I still have the girl, Shikamaru asked rhetorically, upset. Okay, he said. Using his clan's technique, he grabbed her with his shadow and began to control her. Ino, he said. Ino, in the body of a hunched shinobi, knocked out the girl. Finish, Nara said and waited until Yamanaka left the enemy's body, after which he knocked him out as well. After that, he approached him and took the scroll of heaven. Naruto, take this, he said and threw the scroll to Uzumaki. And now to the tower, Naruto said, and all 6 of them, including the blonde himself, headed towards the tower. Another hour passed and both teams entered the building. The watchers who were watching the cameras in this tower simply fell into a stupor. Call Hokage-sama, one of them said in shock, and the second quickly disappeared. A minute later, Hiruzen was standing in the viewing room. What happened? He asked. 6 people. They came to the tower in just 2.5 hours, the supervisor who remained in the room answered. Hiruzen was taken aback by this information. What 6 people? Asked Sarutobi. The 7th team, which includes Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga. And the 10th team, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka and Chuji Akamaki, the supervisor answered. They finished this stage an hour and a half earlier than the 4th. I wonder if they figured it out themselves, or if someone helped them. Thought Hiruzen. At this time, 6 genin were standing in the middle of the room that was inside the tower. Give me the scrolls, Uzumaki said and held out his hands. Why? Shikamaru asked. Don't you think that someone should come to us? The blonde answered the question with a question. Of course I don't understand what you're talking about, but I'll still rely on you. Here you go, Nara said and handed over the scrolls. Naruto opened them and placed them on the ground. After a few moments, 2 clouds of white smoke appeared. As soon as it disappeared, Kakashi and Asuma appeared before the teams. As I thought, you did it quickly, Hatake said, closing his book. I couldn't even think of something like that. I apologize, of course, but I was sure that you would spend 2 or 3 days on this, Sarutobi admitted. It doesn't matter. What do we do next? Uzumaki asked. You will wait for the remaining 4.5 days until the stage ends. There is no other way. There is food here, so everything will be fine. You can train a little, but try to save the tower, answered the ash-haired man, and yes, there are rooms here. Go and settle in there, added Hatake and disappeared together with Asuma. Well, shall we go look for rooms? Asked the blonde. Yeah. Everyone answered in unison and moved off to look for the right floor with the rooms. And so the second stage went for the 7th and 10th teams. Chapter 14. Gaara and the beginning of the preliminary round. Commentary on Chapter 14. Gaara and the beginning of the preliminary round. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. 5 days passed. Half of the teams were eliminated during this test and only a few remained. Teams and Konoha, 10th, 9th and 7th. There was a team of sand. It included 2 guys, one with red hair and a strange hieroglyph on his forehead and the second. His face was painted blue. After them, there was a kunoichi with a fan on her back. They arrived an hour later than the 7th and 10th teams. The red-haired one seemed to emanate power. Naruto decided to ask Kurama who this guy was and moved to the subconscious. Hello, the blonde greeted. Hello, did you want something? Asked Kyubi. Yes. Uzumaki began. I noticed that this guy, with the hieroglyph on his forehead, he's strong. And also, I feel something familiar about him, the blonde answered. What village is he from? Asked Kurama. From the hidden sand village. Why? Naruto replied. This is Sobaku no Gaara. And do you know why you felt something familiar? Asked the fox. I can't even guess, the guy admitted. He's the same as you, a Jinchuriki. His Bayu is the one-tailed Shukaku, said Kyubi. Now I understand what it is, the guy guessed. Well, thank you, I'll go, the blonde said and returned to the real world. I'll go talk to this Gaara, Uzumaki thought and went to Gaara's room. Ask how he knows Sobakuno's room. Because Uzumaki saw him go in there. A few minutes passed and Naruto stood in front of the door. He knocked and heard leisurely footsteps. Opening the door, the red-haired man asked without greeting, Who are you and what is the purpose of your arrival? Naruto Uzumaki. The purpose of your visit. I want to discuss something that only the 2 of us know, the blonde answered. So what? Gaara asked. If I don't like the reason, I'll kill you, he added in a voice that would have made anyone shudder, but not Naruto. You, like me, are a Jinchuriki, right? Uzumaki asked. What? How do you know? The red-haired man was taken aback. I suggest we discuss this in your room. We don't need any extra listeners, right? The blonde suggested. Come in, Sobakuno said coldly and opened the door wider to let Naruto in. Tell me, where did you get the information that I'm a Jinchuriki? Gaara asked as soon as Uzumaki closed the door. Let's start with the fact that I am a Jinchuriki. As I said earlier, Naruto began. Who is your Biju? The red-haired man interrupted. Nine-tailed Kurama, the blonde replied. Kurama, is that a name? Sobakuno asked. Yes, I became friends with him. Quite a long time ago, Naruto answered. Made friends? The red-haired man asked in shock. But how? These are creatures full of hatred for everything. But that's where you're wrong, said Uzumaki. They're just as alive as everyone else. Put yourself in their place. They consider you a weapon of the village and try to control you. Will you remain the same as before and continue to trust everyone? He talks about them as if he's known them for a long time. Gaara thought, I would get angry and hate everything and everyone, Sobakuno answered. But here, they can, and even should be understood, otherwise there can be no friendship between the Jinchuriki and the Biju, said the blonde, and yes. What's up with your tailed beast? In short, he hates me just like everyone else. Because of him, I can't sleep, because if I fall asleep, he'll break free, answered Sobakuno. Naruto entered the subconscious. Kurama, is there any way to move into his subconscious? And so that you end up there? Asked Naruto. Put your hand on his forehead. I'll do the rest myself, answered the fox. Got it, Uzumaki said and returned to Gaara. I have an idea. Let me put my hand on my forehead. Okay, the red-haired man replied and Uzumaki did what he had planned. He moved into his subconscious, as he had planned. It was similar to his own, only instead of water there was sand on the floor, and the tailed one himself was in a pyramid, from which only his head stuck out. Shukaku, Uzumaki asked. Who else? And who are you? He asked a counter question. Does the name, Kurama, mean anything to you? The blonde answered the question with a question. Are you the Jinchuriki, Lisa? Shukaku was taken aback. That's right, you can talk to him, Uzumaki said and orange chakra began to ooze from his stomach, which began to take the form of a fox. Here is Kurama himself. Well, Shukaku, hello, Kurama greeted. Nine-tailed. Shukaku was taken aback. Of all people, I didn't expect to see you. One-tailed admitted. What brought you here? I felt something familiar about your Jinchuriki and decided to talk. Now that I'm here, I want to ask you something, Uzumaki said. What could a worthless thing like you ask of me? Asked One-tailed. Let Gaara sleep. And if possible, find a common language with him. That's all I want to ask. I know what it's like for him in the village. He is hated. He is the one they should be proud of, since he protects the village and is a shinobi of this very village. Uzumaki said. That's all. Shukaku was surprised. I thought you would ask me for strength. He added. Why, if there is a situation where I don't have enough of my own strength, then I will hold out until the end. Here everything depends on you, Shukaku. If you want to help, then you will help. If you don't want to, then I won't ask. I'll get by myself. But fortunately, there haven't been any such situations yet, Uzumaki said. He looks like Bunpuku, One-tailed thought. Okay. I will fulfill your request. Thank you. Well, that's all I wanted to ask. I'll go, Uzumaki said and left Gaara's subconscious. What did you do? Gaara asked. I moved to your inner world, where Shukaku is sealed. I think you were there. I talked to him and he will stop bothering you while you sleep. And one more thing. Try to be friends with him. It will be good for you. And not only for you. Shukaku will also benefit from it, said the blonde. Okay, thank you, Naruto. Gaara thanked and extended his right hand. Uzumaki shook it and left his room. Now to my room, Naruto thought and headed towards his room. An hour passed. The blonde heard a voice from the microphone. Everyone who is now in the tower, follow to the hall that is under the tower. There you will be told the purpose of your arrival. A few minutes later, all the teams arrived at the right hall. It's not that hard to describe. On one side, there were two hands forming a concentration seal. If you look above, you can see the balconies. The third Hokage stepped forward. Today, the second stage for the title of Chunin ended. Since the number of participants is large, we will hold a selection round among you. So, we will eliminate another half. You have a chance to refuse to participate. You will be able to try to pass the exam again. Are there any who want to leave? Asked Hiruzen. None of those present wanted to leave. After waiting a minute, Sarutobi said. Well, since no one wants to leave, then everyone will participate in the qualifying tournament. Go up to the balconies, and the names of the participants who will fight will appear on the screen. Everyone did what the Hokage said and a minute later, the first names appeared on the screen. Naruto Uzumaki vs Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 15. The Selection Stage. Commentary on Chapter 15. The qualifying stage. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. The word, Hyoten, appears in this chapter. Please do not correct it. This is a designation of the element of ice. The first participants, Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha, said the Junin who came to the middle of the hall. I am Genma Shiranui, the judge of this qualifying round. I never thought that the first one would be against you, Sasuke. Uzumaki thought as he jumped off the balcony. I know that I will lose. But I will show everything I know, thought Uchiha. There are no special rules. The battle will be finished in 3 cases. If one of the participants does not die, does not surrender, or I do not see that one of you is losing, and in order not to make the others wait, I will stop the duel, said Shiranui. Are you ready? He asked, and seeing the nods said, let's begin. After saying this, he jumped back to such a distance so as not to interfere with the combatants. Start, Naruto said calmly. Kaiten. Phoenix flowers, said the Uchiha, and from his mouth began to fly out a dozen fireballs, which Uzumaki simply dodged. As Naruto dodged the last one, the Uchiha said, Kaito, great fireball, and after that, he released a fireball, about 15 meters in diameter, although it could have been larger, but the size of the hall did not allow it. Have you decided so? Uzumaki grinned. Then I will do it this way. He thought and made a series of seals. After that, a wide column of water appeared from underground, which stopped the Uchiha's technique. Now Uzumaki said, Hyoten, Ice Dragon. An ice dragon began to form from the ground behind Naruto. It was similar to the water and fire dragon, as they had almost identical appearances, except for what they were made of. It charged towards the Uchiha. The only thing I can do against this technique. Only Chidori, thought Sasuke. Chidori, he said, and began to form the technique in his right hand. When he finished, he began to run, in order to gain the necessary speed for the jump. In an instant, he hit the dragon in the head, causing it to disintegrate into millions of shards of ice. You did it. Now one more, Naruto thought. Fuyuten, wind blades, he said, and barely visible blades appeared around him, which immediately rushed towards Sasuke. Damn, I can't see them. Okay, I'll try to dodge them with the Sharingan, thought Sasuke, and activated his Dujutsu with 2 Tomo. He dodged almost all the blades, but one of them pierced his hand, then disappeared, and the Uchiha's hand began to bleed. Having recovered from the pain a little, Sasuke took out a kunai. In response to this, Uzumaki created a kunai out of ice and ran at his opponent, raising his hand to strike. Only with the help of the Sharingan, Sasuke was able to dodge and try to counterattack. But he did not succeed. The next thing Naruto did was jump back and create 20 clones with kunai in their hands. Noticing this, the Uchiha decided to destroy them immediately. Kaiten, great fireball, he said, and destroyed all the clones, and Uzumaki himself defended himself with the help of Hyoten, creating a sphere of ice around himself. Damn, I'm running out of chakra. I need to finish him off as quickly as possible, Sasuke thought, and created 2 clones. That was all he could do with his current amount of chakra. The clones rushed towards Naruto. He easily destroyed them and was left alone with the Uchiha. I can easily defeat you. You know it yourself. But now, I will use my new technique. Uzumaki began. Hyoten, flying needle technique, he said, and countless needles of ice appeared around him. You can't dodge such a technique. You can't destroy them with fire. Either an obstacle or a barrier remains, which you don't know. Surrender, Sasuke, Naruto finished. After weighing all the pros and cons, Uchiha came to the conclusion that it was better to surrender. I give up, Uchiha said, raising his hand. The winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, lost, but held his own, Genma said, and looked at the screen. Next, Hinata Hyuga vs. Ino Yamanaka. Climbing up to the balcony, Naruto approached Hinata. Are you ready? He asked. I don't know, Hyuga admitted. I don't know if I can win. You can do it. We all believe in you. Show them what you are capable of, Uzumaki said. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata thanked and went down to Ino. Are you ready? Shiranui asked, and seeing the nods of agreement, he gave a sign that they could begin. Hinata began to attack Ino using her clan's taijutsu, the gentle fist. This is a very strong taijutsu. One hit, and your chakra flow will be disrupted, which will greatly interfere. Take 5 such blows and you're finished, Uzumaki thought, watching the fight. Yamanaka dodged, but with difficulty. Jumping back, she decided to use her clan's technique, which she used during the second stage. Mind transfer technique, Ino said and made a seal and pointed it at Hinata. Damn. She's fast. If I miss, I'm done for. I need to stop her somehow, she thought and didn't use the technique. Hinata took advantage of this and attacked her. Using a Hyuga clan technique, she blocked her tenketsu and won the fight. The winner is Hinata Hyuga, said Shiranui. That's how all the fights went. Those who passed the qualifying round: Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Neji Hyuga, Gaara, Temari and Kankuro Sobakuno and some other shinobi. This concludes the selection round. You are given a month to recuperate and train. Spend this time wisely, said the Hokage. You may go free. 4 hours passed, all teams left the Forest of Death. Already on the way out, Hinata asked Naruto, Naruto-kun. Don't you want to go for a walk? Let's go, Uzumaki agreed. By the way, Sasuke, do you mind if we leave? He asked. Go, Uchiha replied and went away. Where are we going? Uzumaki asked and looked at the sky. It's already getting dark, he noted. To the rock with the Hokage's faces. I liked being there since last time, answered Hinata, blushing a little. Then let's go, Uzumaki said and headed in the right direction. Yeah, Hyuga said and followed him. 15 minutes passed. They were on the fourth's head. By the way, I wanted to ask something, Uzumaki began. So what? Hinata was surprised. Neji, he's from your clan, right? Judging by his last name, Naruto asked. Yes, he is my older cousin, Hyuga answered. I noticed that he looked at you with some kind of hatred. I know that look. Sometimes I still see it, in my direction, the blonde said. He hates the elder branch of the clan, because of whom his father died. The rest I don't know, Hyuga answered. I see, Uzumaki said thoughtfully. But I don't understand why he's looking at you like that. My father is Neji's father's brother, as you already understood. And Neji's father sacrificed himself for my father, Hinata began. Apparently he wants to take revenge on me for his dad. Revenge? Uzumaki asked again. Revenge will lead to nothing. Well, he will take revenge on you, what then? The thirst for revenge will cover others, in particular your father. And a circle of hatred will begin, which is almost impossible to break, said the blonde. He doesn't understand it. I tried to talk to him about it, but he wouldn't listen, Hinata said. Then I'll talk to him myself, said the Jinchuriki. Hinata decided to remain silent and looked up at the starry sky. There were millions, billions of stars twinkling there. Some were bluish, others yellowish. But they were similar in one way. They were far from us, and we were not destined to get them. That was roughly what Hinata was thinking. Naruto, on the other hand, was lying on his back, holding a kunai in his hand, exactly like the kunai his father, Minato, had used. The only difference was that it had no inscription, unlike the original kunai. Naruto himself did not know where he got this kunai shape from and decided to ask Kurama. Kurama, do you know what kind of kunai this is? Uzumaki asked, descending into the subconscious. Your father used a kunai of this shape, Kyubi replied. I see, thank you, the blonde replied and returned to the real world. Maybe we should go home. Naruto asked, turning to Hinata. Yeah, she answered. They went down and Uzumaki led Hyuga to their quarter. Bye, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Yeah, Uzumaki said and waved his hand, after which he left. Hinata watched him until he disappeared and entered the courtyard. Arriving home, Naruto immediately lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 16. Summoning Technique. Commentary on Chapter 16. Summoning Technique. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next day, Naruto decided to find Jiraiya to learn something from him. Deciding to have breakfast first, he got out of bed and headed to the kitchen to cook himself some food. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he heard a knock on the door. Immediately opening the door, Uzumaki saw Kakashi. Kakashi. Naruto was surprised. Hi. Did something happen? The blonde asked. No, I just decided to visit. Or is it not possible? Asked Hitaki. Come in then, Uzumaki said and let in the one he considered his father. I understand you just woke up, right? Hitaki asked. You're right. By the way, do you know where Jiraiya-san is? Naruto asked. He's on a mission for now, and I don't know when he'll be back, but what did you want? The ash-haired man asked. While there is time before the third stage, I want to practice, so I decided to find it, the blonde answered. If you don't mind, I can train you, Kakashi said. Thank you. Uzumaki thanked and went to the kitchen. Will you eat? He asked, taking out a bowl of rice. No, thank you, Kakashi replied. By the way, enjoy your meal, he added, seeing that Naruto had started eating. Thank you, Uzumaki said and continued to eat his rice. 10 to 15 minutes later, they were both at the training ground. And what will I learn from you? Naruto asked. I will teach you the summoning technique, Kakashi replied. As far as I know, each person has their own call. But if you sign a contract, then the animal that was in the contract will be your call, said the blonde. You are right, I can give you a contract with my summon animal, or rather animals, or you can fold the seals for free summoning and find out who will be your summon animal, said the ash-haired man. I'll find out myself, Uzumaki said and began to make seals, first biting his finger. As soon as the last seal was completed, he struck the ground. Uzumaki himself fell into a portal, leaving behind only a cloud of white smoke. A few moments later, Naruto appeared in a place where the sky was very saturated. Around there were statues of toads or frogs. They were made of stone. After looking around a bit, he saw that there was a large toad next to him. Uzumaki decided to approach it. As soon as the toad saw the man, she said, Human, where are you from? I folded the seals of free summoning and ended up here, Uzumaki replied. Fukasaku-sama, there's a person here, she said, and out of nowhere, a small, green toad appeared. Who are you? Fukasaku asked. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde answered. Naruto. Fukasaku was taken aback. Jiraiya's student. Yes, Jiraiya is on a mission, so I decided to train and used the free summoning technique, after which I appeared here, Naruto answered. Follow me, said the toad and headed off in an unknown direction, and Uzumaki followed Fukasaku. A couple of minutes passed, and Uzumaki and Fukasaku were in some kind of hall, in the middle of which sat a huge, old toad, which was most likely older than Fukasaku. Sage-sama, I have brought a man, Fukasaku said. What is your name? Asked the sage. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde answered. Naruto Uzumaki, you are Jiraiya's student, right? The toad asked. Yes, the guy answered. I saw a vision in which you play a key role, said the sage. What kind of vision? Uzumaki asked. You will become the hero of the world, or its destroyer. One wrong step, and you will destroy not only the shinobi world, but the entire world as a whole, the sage answered. I see, the blonde said thoughtfully. Where am I now? On Mount Myoboku. It is home to one of the 3 great summoning animals, the toads, Fukasaku replied. So I'm where Jiraiya trained? Naruto asked. That's right, Fukasaku replied. I see, can I sign a contract with you? Asked the blonde. Of course, follow me, Fukasaku said and walked towards the temple exit. A few minutes passed and they found themselves at Fukasaku's house. Shima, we have a guest, he said as he entered the house. Where the kitchen should have been, a scurrying sound was heard and a purple toad, the same age as Fukasaku, came out. Who is this? She asked. Jiraiya's student, Naruto, Fukasaku replied. I see, she said thoughtfully and returned to cooking. I'll bring the scroll now and tell you everything, but for now, stand here, said the toad and went deeper into the house. Naruto nodded silently and waited. 2 minutes later, Fukasaku returned, holding a large scroll. With blood, leave your fingerprints, then leave your first and last name, the toad said, opening the scroll. Got it, Uzumaki said, opening the scroll and biting his thumb, after which he touched it with others and left fingerprints and wrote his first and last name. Is that all? Yes, the contract is concluded. If you want, you can return to your world. If something happens, we will call you and Jiraiya, Fukasaku said. How do I get back? Asked the Jinchuriki. A call back, the toad replied. Thank you, Naruto thanked and folded the necessary seals, after which he appeared where he had disappeared from, having folded the seals of free summoning. As he expected, Kakashi was there, with the ever-present book in his hands. Have you finished yet? Asked the ash-haired man, closing the book. Yeah, Uzumaki replied. And what is your summoning? Hataki asked. Toads from Mount Myoboku, the blonde replied. It's a powerful summoning. Jiraiya and your father possessed it, Kakashi said. Can you teach me anything else? Uzumaki asked. At your age, this will be enough for you, considering your chakra reserves, the fox inside you, rasengan, hyoten and many other things. You have enough of everything, the ash-haired man answered. I see, then I'll go train, Naruto said and walked away to start training. His toad summoning. He will be very strong. To be honest, he is already comparable to me, if not stronger. We can't allow him to go down the wrong path. Commentary on Chapter 16. Summoning Technique. I apologize that the chapter is short. Chapter 17. Beginning of the third stage. Commentary on Chapter 17. Beginning of the third stage. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. 30 days passed, allotted for training and recuperation and training. Many people came to the third stage of the exam. Some from Kumogakure, some from Suna, and some from Iwagakure. And all for the sake of watching Naruto's fight. They had heard a lot about him. But they were more interested in Hyoten than in Uzumaki himself. The fights themselves would take place in a huge stadium, in which there were so many spectators that it was almost impossible to walk between them. Genma came out to the center of the stadium. I ask everyone to pay attention to me, he began. You all know that the third stage of the Chunin exam is to begin today, he continued. The third stage consists of the competitors who defeated their opponents fighting the other winner. Simply put, these are elimination fights, where the loser loses the right to fight further, Genma said, taking out a sheet of paper. I have all the participants listed, who will fight with whom. So, the first participants. Shiranui paused. Naruto Uzumaki versus. After that, most of the audience was in anticipation. Against Hyuga Neji. The named participants, come down here, Genma said, putting the list away. Hearing his name, Naruto walked to the middle of the stadium, and then began to look for that same Neji. While he was doing this, he remembered that he had talked about him with Hinata when they were walking. He also remembered that he hated the main branch of the clan. As soon as Hyuga was in front of Uzumaki, the blonde asked, You hate the main branch of the clan, don't you? Neji didn't expect such a question, but he answered anyway. Well, yeah, so what? It's none of your business and don't stick your nose where it's not wanted, he snapped. Let me ask, what did you dislike about her? Naruto persisted. What did she do to displease me? Neji got a little angry. Okay, I'll tell you, he began. It was a long time ago. At that time, I was still a baby. One day, the Cloud Shinobi tried to steal Hinata in order to get our dojutsu, the Byakugan. But Hiashi-sama stopped them. He killed one of the Kumogakure shinobi, thereby saving his daughter. But after a while, they came with a claim. They began to lie that Hiashi-sama just killed these shinobi and they did nothing. In justice, they began to demand Hyashi's head. But at that time, there were already 2 branches of the clan, which included me and my father, Hisashi. He sacrificed himself for the sake of his brother, Hiashi. It was from that moment that I began to hate the main branch of the clan, Neji finished. Your hatred is completely justified, Naruto began. Now listen to me. Do you know who the 9-tailed fox is sealed in? The blonde asked. No, Neji replied. In me, Naruto answered his own question. Do you know how they treated me in the village? He asked another question. I don't know, Neji answered. I was hated and feared. These hateful looks haunted me almost from the moment I was born. To be honest, I started to hate them myself, but I realized one thing. Uzumaki paused. If I do anything for someone who hates me, I will face an endless circle of hatred, which will be impossible to break. He continued, revenge is not a solution. You take revenge, and then what? Those who you took revenge on will start to take revenge. If revenge is connected with murder, then the loved ones of the one you kill will kill you, and then your loved ones will kill your killer. And so it will be endless, until one side forgives the other, Naruto finished. You're right, Neji admitted. We'll talk about this later, but for now we have a duel, Hyuga said and looked at Genma, who was standing and looking at Uzumaki in surprise. Are you finished? Shiranui asked. Yes, we can begin the duel, Naruto replied. Neji simply nodded. Then, let's begin. Shiranui waved his hand and jumped back so as not to interfere. Let's begin, Naruto said. Hyoten, flying needle technique, Uzumaki said, finishing making the seals. Just like last time, countless needles of ice appeared around him and immediately rushed towards Neji. 8 trigrams, Kaiten, Hyuga said and began to spin, releasing a huge amount of chakra, reflecting all the needles. Hinata used this technique, Uzumaki thought. It will be difficult to hit him, Naruto thought. Now Hyuga said. 32 touches of heaven, he said and in an instant he was next to Naruto. Uzumaki began to form seals for the ice dome, but did not have time. He realized that if he missed even one blow, he would be finished. He decided to dodge and deflect Neji's blows. A few moments later, Neji jumped away from Uzumaki. He deflected all the blows. How is that possible? Thought Hyuga. Hyoten, Ice Dragon, Naruto said, finishing the last seal. A dragon emerged from the ground, about half the size of the one Naruto had done in the qualifying round. Neji had seen this technique before, 30 days ago to be exact, but to see it when it was directed against you. It was scary. Having recovered from the shock a little, Hyuga decided to use Kaiten again. As soon as the dragon met Neji's technique, it began to crumble, but Hyuga had miscalculated his strength, so Kaiten stopped its action halfway along the dragon's length. In an instant, Hyuga was flying 10 to 15 meters away, and the dragon crumbled at the Uzumaki's will. His techniques are strong. Even my absolute defense couldn't withstand his attack. Thought Hyuga. I'll show everything I'm capable of. He said, getting to his feet. 8 trigrams, 64 touches of heaven. He said and rushed towards Naruto. He didn't expect this and missed all the blows. You lost. I blocked all the tenketsu in your body, said Hyuga. Imagine his surprise when the lying Uzumaki turned into a cloud of white smoke, and from behind he heard Naruto's voice. You're the loser here, he said and made seals. It's impossible to escape from this technique. Suten, water prison, he said and Neji plunged into a sphere of water. Naruto didn't want to kill him, so he left him with access to oxygen by leaving his head outside the sphere. You can try to get out, but you won't succeed, said the blonde. Hyuga tried to get out, but his attempts were unsuccessful. Realizing this, he said, I give up. Hearing this, Naruto stopped the technique, freeing Neji. You are a strong opponent, Hyuga began. To be honest, I thought I was the strongest genin in Konoha. I lost, he finished, holding out his hand, which Naruto shook. At this time, Hisashi, you would be proud of your son, Hisashi thought as he watched the fight. I'll have to give Neji the letter, he continued. This Naruto, I remember how he stopped my hand. I didn't expect him to be so strong. And he also stopped Neji's hatred for the main branch of the clan. Hisashi thought. A few minutes later, Neji was sitting next to Hisashi. Neji, I want to talk to you, Hisashi began, more precisely, to give you something that rightfully belongs to you. What is this? Hyuga was surprised. Here, said Hisashi and held out the scroll. This is my father's handwriting, Neji said after examining the scroll. He left this to you. I should have given it to you a long time ago, but I was waiting for the right moment. It seems that it has come, said Hisashi. I will leave you for a few minutes, read. He finished and stood up, after which he walked away. As soon as Neji opened the scroll, he was stunned. This was really written by my father, thought Hyuga and began to read what was written in the scroll. Chapter 18. The Third Stage, 2. Commentary on Chapter 18. The Third Stage, 2. The chapter has been completed. Enjoy reading. About 3 minutes passed. After finishing reading his father's letter, Neji thought, Father. Now, I know that the main branch of the clan is not to blame. A minute later, Hisashi approached him. Neji, did you read it? He asked and looked at the letter that the young genius was holding in his hands. So you read it. If you want, we can discuss the details, but a little later, said Hisashi. Thank you, Hisashi-sama, Neji said, looking at the head of his clan. Forgive me for speaking ill of the main branch of the clan, he said. It's okay, Hisashi answered. Frankly, I don't think your attitude towards the elder branch is wrong. Every person has their own opinion and desires, thoughts and actions. In your place, I would do exactly the same, so don't drive yourself, and be the same as before, he added. Thank you, Neji said. A minute later, Shiranui's voice was heard in the arena. The next participants are Sobakuno Temari vs. Sobakuno Kankuro, he said while reading what was written on the scroll. Me against Temari. Kakuro was taken aback. It will be interesting to see who is stronger, Gaara thought, looking at his brother and sister who were standing next to him. Both participants walked to the center of the arena. Are you ready? Genma asked. Yes, they both answered. Let's begin. Shiranui waved his hand and jumped back, giving the participants complete freedom of action. I'm first, Kankuro shouted, and the puppet that was behind him got rid of the bandages and rushed towards Temari. Too simple, she thought. Fuyuten, blades of the wind, she said and waved her fan, which was almost larger than her, and from it came blades of wind that cut everything in their path. We can't let the puppet fall under her technique, Kankuro thought, forcing the doll to move away from the trajectory of his sister's technique. That's better, he said after the technique had passed. Forward. He pointed the puppet at Temari again. She knew almost everything about her brother's techniques, so she decided to dodge first. As soon as she dodged, the puppet's arm extended and moved towards her. Temari had anticipated this, so she blocked it, then cut it off using her fan. But Kankuro wanted this. No matter what state the puppet is in, it always remains a deadly weapon. Therefore, we cannot relax, he thought, and attached the chakra thread to the severed part of the puppet. After that, a blade appeared from the doll's palm, but without poison, since Kankuro did not intend to kill anyone in this exam, much less someone from his family. Temari saw this out of the corner of her eye, but she knew she had no way to dodge it, so she said, "I surrender." "That's good," Kankuro said, stopping the puppet's hand. "You know what my puppets are capable of, so why didn't you suggest this outcome?" he asked. "Yes, I knew about everything, but at the last moment, it slipped my mind," she admitted. That's how all the fights went, until the last one. As expected, Gaara and Naruto met in this fight. "Gaara, what's up with Shukaku?" Uzumaki asked. "It seems like we found a common language," Sobakuno replied. "Then let's get started," Naruto said. "We've started," Shiranui said in a tired voice. As soon as the words were spoken, Naruto rushed towards Gaara at incredible speed, ending up behind him. He wanted to strike, but the sand blocked his path, stopping that very strike. Sand protection. Uzumaki was surprised. "So I'll have to use this," Naruto thought. Gaara turned around and saw Uzumaki making hand seals. "Sutan, water dragon," Uzumaki said, and a huge dragon made of water rushed towards Sobakuno. "Because of the water, your sand will become heavier and won't be as fast, which will give me the opportunity to hit you," the blonde thought. "Damn, this is already dangerous," Gaara thought. "Wall of sand," he said, and a sand wall formed in front of him, into which Naruto's technique crashed. By doing this, Sobakuno protected the rest of his sand from getting wet. "Clever, but I have another technique," Naruto noted. "Electric dragon," he said, folding the seals. Once he was done, he created the water dragon again, then added Raitan's chakra to it, causing strong electrical discharges to run through it. "If I get caught in this technique, then it will be very, very bad for me," thought Gaara, and stretched his hand forward. "Sand dragon," he said, and a dragon made of sand, the same size as Naruto's, appeared in front of him. Sobakuno directed it so that it collided with Uzumaki's technique, neutralizing it. But his plans were not destined to come true. The blonde's technique turned out to be stronger, and having overcome Gaara's dragon, rushed towards him. "Damn," thought Sobakuno, and formed a sphere of sand around himself. As soon as it formed, Naruto's dragon crashed into it. The sand got wet, and in some places it turned into glass. The sphere of sand turned into mud and slid down, leaving Gaara without protection. It would have been fine, but he spent all his sand on it. "I can certainly crush the stones, turning them into sand, but it won't be as fast as the one I used," the red-haired man began. "I give up," he said, raising his hand. "So, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto," Genma said with relief. Hearing this, the audience began to rejoice. Some clapped, some just silently rejoiced. But there were also those who were not happy about this, because some bet money on Naruto losing. "This concludes the third and final stage of the exam," Genma said, and all the spectators, and not only them, the participants began to leave the stadium. Some time passed, most of the spectators and participants left the arena, leaving it almost empty. Only the 7th and Gaara's team remained. "To be honest, I didn't think you could defeat Gaara," Temari said. "Yes, and me too," Kankuro agreed. "It was a great fight, Naruto," the red-haired man said. "This is the first battle where I came out the loser," he admitted. "You easily defeated me too," admitted the Uchiha who was standing nearby. "Well, I suggest we celebrate the fact that we have passed to the third stage. It remains to hope that we will be initiated into Chunin," Naruto said. "I agree," Kankuro, Sasuke and Gaara said at the same time. "I don't mind," Temari said. Yeah," Hinata said quietly. "Where are we going?" asked Kankuro. "We can go to a barbecue. It's not too expensive and it's delicious," Uzumaki suggested. "Then let's go there," said Uchiha. "Follow me," said the blonde, and headed towards the establishment they needed. Chapter 19. Taking Care of Tsunade. Commentary on Chapter 19. Taking Care of Tsunade. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. It had been about 3 hours since the end of the third stage. Team 7 and Team Gaara were still in the barbecue. "I noticed something here," Temari said thoughtfully. "What then?" Kankuro asked. Gaara stopped being. Temari interrupted, choosing her words. Irritable, she said. I noticed that too, Kankuro agreed. I didn't tell you, the red-haired man said, slapping his forehead. It's Naruto's merit. Naruto. They were surprised. Yes, Uzumaki said as if nothing had happened. Naruto, just like me, is a Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. He has already made friends with his Bayu, and helped me with this. Simply put, I got enough sleep, Gaara said. What did you do? Temari and Kankuro asked at the same time. Well, I asked Shukaku inside him to try to find a common language with Gaara. Naruto answered, as you can see, it worked, he added. Unbelievable. Temari said, dumbfounded. Okay, that's not the point, Uzumaki began. When are you leaving Konoha? He asked. Tomorrow at dawn, the red-haired man answered. I see, Uzumaki said. I think it's time to go, I still have plans for today, he suggested. I don't mind, agreed Uchiha, who was sitting opposite Naruto. We too, said the red-haired man, looking at his brother and sister, who nodded in agreement. Why yes, Hinata said when she noticed the gazes of those around her. Here, Uzumaki said and put several bills on the table. This is for everyone, plus a tip, he added. Thank you, said everyone present. Wait, there are 5,000 yen here. And we only ordered 2,500, Sasuke noted. I told you, this is a tip, Naruto repeated. Why so many? Gaara asked. It's not much, the blonde said and headed towards the exit of the establishment. As soon as all 6 shinobi left, a girl who was a waitress came to the table where they were sitting. Seeing the tip that was left for her, she was very surprised and happily took it for herself. After all, such big tips are not often left. Who's going where? Kankuro asked. I'm going home, Uchiha replied. Me too, Hinata said. I'm going home and then training, Uzumaki replied. Well, we're going to the hotel, said Temari, see you later. Yeah, Naruto said and went to his house. Bye, Hyuga said quietly and headed towards her clan's quarter. Sasuke repeated the same. As Naruto approached his house, he noticed Jiraiya standing near the entrance to the door and about to knock on it. Jiraiya-san. Naruto was surprised. What did you want? Uzumaki asked. Oh. Hello, Sanin greeted. I'm here for 2 reasons, he began. And what are the reasons? Asked the blonde. First of all, as the toads told me, you have mastered the summoning of toads from Mount Myoboku, right? He asked. Yes, Kakashi helped me, answered Naruto. Then it's clear, said the white-haired man. And secondly, would you like to go look for Tsunade? Asked Jiraiya. Why do we need to look for another Sannin? Naruto asked. As you know, the 3rd Hokage is already old, the Sannin began, he wants to hand over the post of Hokage to her. She is not in Konoha now, so I am going to look for her and decided to invite you with me. Maybe she will help you with training, and maybe she will teach you something, Jiraiya finished. When are we leaving? Uzumaki asked. In an hour, come to the gate, I will be waiting for you there, answered the Sannin. By the way, on the way, we can meet Orochimaru, who can also help you learn something, he said and left in an unknown direction. Meet 3 Sannin at once. It will be interesting to see them in person, Uzumaki thought and headed into the house. I think I'll need to take some money, it's unknown how long we'll last there, Naruto thought and grabbed a couple of bills, totaling 15,000 yen. About half an hour passed. Decided to leave a note. Now, I'll go to Fugaku-san and Mikoto-san, I'll warn them too, Uzumaki thought, locking the door with a key. As soon as he finished, he headed towards the Uchiha clan quarter at incredible speed. He approached the gate and saw Itachi, who was also about to enter the quarter. The Uzumaki decided to approach him. Hello, Itachi, the blonde greeted, approaching the Uchiha. Naruto. Itachi was surprised. What are you doing here? He asked. What? Weren't you taught to say hello? Uzumaki asked jokingly. And also the genius of the Uchiha clan. He added. Ah, sorry. So what did you want? Itachi asked again. I'm going to Mikoto-san and Fugaku-san, the blonde replied. They're not here yet, they've gone somewhere. What did you want? Uchiha asked. Then tell them that I left with Jiraiya to look for Tsunade, Uzumaki said. With Jiraiya. Itachi was taken aback. The Sannin, to look for Tsunade. Yes, you know that the 3rd is already old and needs a successor. Naruto asked. Ah, I understand. I'll pass it on, Uchiha said. Is that all? Tell them I said hello, the blonde added. Okay, Itachi replied. See you later, Naruto said and turned towards the Konoha gate. Yeah, Itachi said and headed into the house. Now to Jiraiya, Uzumaki thought and sped up his run, since there was very little time left. About 3 minutes passed, Naruto stood at the designated place and looked for Jiraiya. A minute, and the Uzumaki godfather was found. Well, are we heading out? Naruto asked as he approached the Sannin. Have you warned everyone? Asked the white-haired man. Everyone I.O. The rest will find out about it later, the blonde answered. Then let's go, said the Sannin and headed towards the exit of Konoha. Naruto followed him. Chapter 20. Meeting Orochimaru and Tsunade. Commentary on Chapter 20. Meeting Orochimaru and Tsunade. The chapter is finished, enjoy reading. Jiraiya-san, do you know where Tsunade is? Uzumaki asked. There aren't many places to find her. She's in the land of fire now. She likes gambling, Sannin said. Well, and a good drink, he added. As far as I know, she's good at using medical techniques, Naruto said. Yes, you are right. She is the best medic in the world. No one can compare with her. And besides medicine, she is good at taijutsu, the white-haired man added. I see. Then let's go faster. I still want to go back to Konoha, said Uzumaki. At this time, 2 shinobi were watching them. They were wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Do you think we'll have a chance? Asked the taller one with the bandaged thing on his back. He's with Jiraiya. He's a strong opponent. If he fights seriously, we don't have a chance, the hunched-over one answered. Then we'll wait for the right moment and attack, the tall man concluded. That's what we'll do. A few hours passed, and it was getting dark. By this time, Jiraiya and Naruto had arrived in a small town where there was a small casino and many places to drink. Let's look for Tsunade first, and if we don't find her, then we'll go look for a hotel, the hermit suggested. I agree, said Uzumaki and began to think where it would be better to go. Maybe we should go over there first, he said and pointed to the pub that was across the street from them. Let's go, said Jiraiya and they headed to that very pub. Entering the building, they saw many places that were separated from each other by some walls. The room itself was not small. Having found a free place, they decided to order food. What are you going to do? Asked the white-haired man. If there is ramen here, then that. Well, and some water to wash it down with, Naruto answered. Here is the money. Keep the change. He handed over 500 yen. I would pay, Jiraiya said sadly. I am your godfather after all, he added. No need. I took the money. I took 10,000, that should be enough, Naruto said. And also, I don't want you to spend your money on me, because I can pay for myself, the blonde added. At that moment, a voice was heard from the room that was behind Naruto. Tsunade-sama, stop drinking. It's harmful. Oops. And it looks like Tsunade, too, said Jiraiya and stood up to see what was going on. The following picture appeared before his eyes. A woman with long blonde hair reaching for a bottle of sake, and a girl in a dark robe and dark hair trying to pull the blonde away from the alcohol. Wouldn't it be easier to take a bottle than to drag Tsunade on yourself? Uzumaki asked coldly. What? The dark-haired girl was taken aback. Who are you? She asked. My student, and I am his godfather, said Jiraiya, Naruto. Tsunade, who was still trying to get the alcohol, raised her head. Apparently she was already drunk, because she smelled of fumes and her speech was slurred. Jiraiya, she asked, squinting to get a better look at the speaker. Yes, Tsunade, it's me, didn't you recognize me? The Sannin asked mockingly. I found out, answered Tsunade. What are you doing here? She asked. More about that later. In such a state you won't be able to think clearly, Naruto answered for his godfather. Who the hell are you? Senju asked. You were just told. Uzumaki began. Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Nah, Naruto, Senju asked again. I've heard of you. And what did you hear? Asked Naruto. You are the only one who can use the ice element. Is that enough? Tsunade asked. Yes, Jiraiya answered for his godson. Shizune, where is Orochimaru? The white-haired man asked. Orochimaru-sama is at the hotel, the girl answered. By the way, Tsunade-sama, it's time for us to go too, she added, looking menacingly at Senju. Let's sit for another half hour and then go, Tsunade replied. Want to talk to Naruto, she added, her tongue slurring. Okay. Shizune gave in. What did you want to talk to me about? The blonde asked. First of all, how do you prove that you are the real Naruto? Anyone could have disguised yourself as you, Tsunade said. In response, Uzumaki chuckled and created a kunai out of ice, which he placed in front of Tsunade. Is that enough? He asked. Tsunade looked at the kunai that Uzumaki had placed in front of her and noticed that it was made perfectly. There was nothing to complain about. Your chakra control is excellent, was all she said. By the way, how do you know who your parents are? She asked. Fugaku-san and Mikoto-san told me, Uzumaki replied. They're my parents' best friends, he added. I see, was all the blonde said. Who raised you? She asked another question. Kakashi Hatake. The guy answered, since childhood. I consider him my father, he added. Kakashi. Tsunade was taken aback. Then it makes sense why you're so good with chakra, she said thoughtfully. What's your rank? She asked. The third awarded me the title of Chunin, seeing what I was capable of. Uzumaki answered. Today the third stage of the exam for this title ended. For the sake of interest, I decided to participate in it, the blonde answered. I see, was all Tsunade said. Okay, let's go, she said and tried to get up, but failed, almost falling. Jiraiya stood up and walked towards her. She threw her arm around his neck, and the white-haired man began to drag her along with him. Where to go? Asked Sanan. Follow me, Shizune said and headed for the exit. Everyone else followed her. Once everyone arrived at the hotel, Tsunade and Shizune went to their room, while Naruto and Jiraiya ordered one for the two of them. The night passed. Naruto woke up from the sun's rays that mercilessly burned his eyes. Are you awake yet? Jiraiya asked when he saw his godson getting up. You should sleep some more, it's too early. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, he added. I'm used to waking up early, Uzumaki said while making his bed. I see, said the white-haired man. Let's go get Tsunade and Orochimaru, let's talk about why we were looking for them, he added. Let me just get dressed, Naruto said and put on his usual black t-shirt and shorts of the same color. Done. Let's go, Uzumaki said and headed towards the exit of the room. After some time, they were in front of Tsunade's room. Uzumaki knocked. Just a minute, Shizune's voice was heard from the room. Uzumaki and Jiraiya looked at each other in surprise but decided to wait until the door was opened for them. After a while, the door opened and Tsunade's head appeared from the slightly open door. Jiraiya, where are you from? She asked in surprise. So drunk that you don't remember that I dragged you to your room yesterday? Sanan asked mockingly. Oh, sorry, I don't remember, Tsunade admitted. What did you want? And who is this? She asked looking at Uzumaki. My godson. I think you know who he is, Jiraiya answered for the second time in a day. Naruto, she suggested. That same one, Uzumaki answered coldly. I see. What did you want? Asked Senju. Jiraiya began, but was interrupted by a painfully familiar voice. Tsunade, maybe you could let the guests into the room. This is not right. Oh, sorry, my head is spinning with a hangover, Senju said, opening the door wider, thereby letting the guests into the house. Hello, Jiraiya, said a pale man with long, raven-colored hair. He had a hissing voice, like a snake's. Long time no see, he added. Yeah, about 20 years, no less, said the white-haired man, shaking his comrade's hand. So, what brings you here? Tsunade asked. You probably know that the third Hokage is already old, Jiraiya began. And what next? Tsunade didn't understand. He wants to find a successor for himself, Uzumaki replied. And the first one for the post of fifth Hokage is you, Tsunade-sama, Uzumaki said. Am I considered as a candidate? Orochimaru decided to ask. We don't know that, the white-haired man replied. I see, Orochimaru said in a snake-like voice. So, are you going to Konoha? Uzumaki asked. First tell me who you are and what you are capable of, Orochimaru demanded. Catch. Naruto chuckled and threw a kunai made of ice at the snake hermit. He caught it between his fingers and then tried to melt it, but he failed. What kind of element is this? He asked, examining the kunai. By the way, the kunai was of an unusual shape. It was exactly like the ones Minato used. I take it this is Hyoten, right? He asked. Yes, Naruto answered shortly. But where did you get it from? Orochimaru asked. I don't know myself, Naruto replied. I see, Orochimaru said, handing the kunai back to Naruto. So, are you going to Konoha? Jiraiya asked. By the way, where is Shizune? I'm here, she said, coming out of another room. Yes, we are coming, Tsunade replied. Are you coming, Orochimaru? she asked, looking at the snake Sanan. Yes, he answered. Then in an hour at the exit of the hotel, said Jiraiya, and, having waited for nods of agreement, he left, followed by Naruto. An hour passed and the whole company moved to Konoha. Part 21. Akatsuki's first appearance. Commentary on Part 21. Akatsuki's first appearance. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. By evening, all 5 of them approached the gates of Konoha. Let's go straight to the third, Tsunade said. I haven't seen him for a long time, she added. Agreed Orochimaru. Well, then we're all going to the third. Jiraiya summed up. Naruto, are you with us? He asked. No, I'm going to Kakashi, Uzumaki replied. Okay, go, Jiraiya said and went with the others to Hiruzen. Uzumaki went to Hitaki's house. He had known for a long time where he was, so he quickly found himself in front of his door. Uzumaki knocked, but there was no answer for a minute, 2, 3. He's probably either on a mission or training with the team. I'll go to the training ground. Uzumaki thought and moved towards the 7th training ground, where his team always trained. A few minutes passed and Naruto was at the training ground, but there was no one there. That's strange, Uzumaki thought. So he's on a mission. He continued until he saw a huge column of water. I'll go check it out, he said and ran there at full speed. As said before, he was very fast, at the level of Junin, so he got there quite quickly. As soon as he got to the place he needed, he saw 4 Konoha shinobi there, and 2 with long black cloaks. He recognized one of the 4 Konohagakure shinobi as Kakashi. Who is this? He asked, approaching his allies. Akatsuki, the ash-haired man answered shortly. Naruto, the bearded man with 2 blades in his hands, was taken aback. What are you doing here? He began. You don't belong here. Go away and don't bother us, he said, parrying a blow from one of the opponents. Asuma, let him stay. He is equal in strength to me, if not stronger. Kakashi stopped his ally. The tall Akatsuki noticed that his bandaged thing had started to shake. You have a lot of chakra. Samehada likes it, he said. First I'll take all your chakra and then. He continued but was interrupted by his partner's voice. Kiss him, you better keep quiet, said the hunchback. Sasori, they won't live anyway, what's the point of keeping quiet? Kisum said. That's true, but you better keep quiet, said Sasori. After saying that, he unsealed one of his puppets. As soon as Naruto saw it, he realized one thing. Be careful, it's the 3rd Kazekage, he said. And what next? The girl with black hair and red eyes was surprised. He controls metal sand, that's his whole danger, Uzumaki replied. Well then, Sasori said, let's begin, he said and made the puppet make many shurikens from iron sand. Everyone, for me, now, Naruto said, seeing that his allies had decided to repel the enemy's attack. Hearing this, they immediately did what Uzumaki said. As soon as they were behind him, he made several seals and said, Hyoten, ice defense. After that, a large dome of ice surrounded all of the Konoha members. The shurikens that Sasori had thrown crashed into it and fell to the ground. Is that all? Asuma asked. Look further, Kakashi sentenced. The shurikens turned into something like drills and began to drill into the ice. Kakashi, is there any way to ruin the magnetic properties of this sand? Naruto asked, trying his best to hold back his defense. Logically, you can run an electric discharge through the sand, but my chakra reserves aren't enough for that, Hitaki replied. Let's do it together, said the blonde. Direct the discharge into the dome, and I will help, he suggested and saw that the ice above began to crumble. It was Kisum who began to suck out Naruto's chakra. Faster, Naruto urged. Kakashi instantly created a lightning discharge in his hand and applied it to the ice. Naruto, for a moment, weakened the ice protection and created exactly the same discharge, but much stronger and touched the shield. Lightning discharges began to dance on it and it crumbled, and the iron sand stopped obeying Sasori. You are smart, especially you, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, said Kisum. Kakashi, is there any chakra left? Uzumaki asked. About half, the ash-haired man answered. That'll do, said the blonde. Use the Sharingan, it will help you, and you, he began, looking at Kurenai and Asuma. Stand still and don't interfere, or better yet, go and call for backup, preferably Anbu, he said and continued. Guy, here's Kisum, or whatever his name is. Naruto ordered. Here's Kakashi and me, Sasori and the puppet. He finished. Is that okay? He asked. Yes. Everyone answered and began to do everything the blonde said. He's smart. We need to deal with him quickly, thought Kisame and tried to attack Naruto, but was stopped by Guy. I am your enemy, he said, opening the sixth gate. Okay, I'll deal with you first, Hoshigaki sentenced. I have a puppet on me. Kakashi began. You have Sasori on you, he said. I feel that the real Sasori is inside. This is a puppet. Destroy it first, or I will use a technique that will destroy both the puppet and Sasori, Kakashi suggested. Got it, Naruto said and started to make seals. Electric dragon, he said after finishing making seals. As soon as he said this, a huge water dragon covered in Rayon's chakra rushed towards Sasori. Damn, this is dangerous. I need to get out, Akasuna thought and jumped out of his doll, which was destroyed a moment later by Naruto's technique. Now, in front of the three shinobi was the real Sasori. I didn't think someone like that could force me to use my true form, Akasuna said. Kakashi was taken aback. He turned himself into a doll. Kakashi, I have an idea, but it's not a fact whether it will work or not. Try to distract him for a little bit, Naruto said and entered the subconscious. Kurama, can you contact Shukaku? Uzumaki asked. Just a second, said Kurama, and the one-tailed one appeared before the blonde. You again, asked Shukaku. What did you want? Can you give me some chakra? Uzumaki asked. You came for power. One-tailed was indignant. No, it's for the sake of defeating the enemy from Akatsuki. Shukaku stopped Naruto's scolding. Okay, but who are you fighting against? Biju asked. Sasori, Naruto said and forgot the last name, Akasuna. What do you want to do? Shukaku continued. Fill the puppet's joints with sand, Naruto replied. I see, I will share my chakra with you, said One-Tailed and extended a clenched fist. Naruto repeated the same thing and felt new chakra flowing through his body. Thank you, Shukaku, Uzumaki thanked and came out of the subconscious. Kakashi, I'll do it myself from now on, step aside, Naruto said and extended his hand towards Akasuna. He immediately saw that the sand began to move towards Sasori. Where did you get this ability from? The red-haired man was taken aback for a moment. It doesn't matter, because now you're going to lose, Uzumaki said and tried to fill the puppet's joints with sand. He partially succeeded, he hit the wrists, and the third Kazekage's puppet fell. Damn it, Sasori said. You are strong. Even possibly stronger than me. But I can't lose, he said. You'll lose, Naruto said quietly and put his hands on the ground. He wanted to catch Akasuna's legs, which he only managed half-heartedly, because he only caught one leg. Okay, that'll do, Naruto said and formed a fist out of sand, then covered it with ice, making it heavier and harder, and struck Sasori. As a result, the doll simply shattered into many pieces and parts that most likely could not be repaired. Done, said Uzumaki approaching Sasori's head. Wait, what's this? He asked rhetorically, seeing the white thing in which he could feel chakra. So you didn't turn your entire body into a puppet. This is a smart move, thought Naruto and pierced it with a kunai made of ice. Now that's it, he said and remembered that Kakashi and Guy were fighting Kisame. Naruto rushed towards them. To his surprise, Kisame was gone, but Kakashi and Guy were standing there, breathing heavily. Where is he? Naruto asked as he approached the two. Gone, Hatake barely said. And only now, Uzumaki saw a rather large detachment of Anbu. Well, at least something, said the blonde. How are you? He asked. It's been worse, Guy replied. It's fine, Hatake replied. Only there's not enough chakra, he added. Let's go, we need to report this to the third, Naruto said. Why yes, Hatake said, still breathing heavily, and followed Uzumaki on weak legs. Since everyone except Naruto was exhausted, they walked 15 minutes to the residence. Uzumaki knocked on the door and heard permission and entered, followed by Kakashi and Guy. What happened? The Hokage was surprised to see the state in which his subordinates came to him. An attack, the blonde answered briefly. What attack? Sarutobi was taken aback. Akatsuki, Kakashi said. Akatsuki, the ones Jiraiya told me about. Hiruzen asked. I don't know, Naruto said. Who attacked? Asked the Hokage. Sasori Akasuna and Kisame Hoshigaki, Uzumaki answered. So this is them, Hiruzen said thoughtfully. Naruto and Kakashi talked to Jiraiya about them, and then, to me, Sarutobi said, and yes, go to the hospital, he added. You are free. Hi, everyone said and left the Hokage's office. Chapter 22. Conversation with the Sanins. Commentary on Chapter 22. Conversation with the Sanins. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The guy fell for my trick, thought Sasori, standing on the mountain with the cage's faces. I pumped one of the parts of the clone puppet with chakra and thus fooled him, he finished. Now we know what he and Kakashi and Guy are capable of, he said. Kiss 'em, how strong are they? The red-haired man asked. Kakashi and Guy worked together, so it was quite problematic, Hoshigaki began. If it weren't for Samehada, I would most likely have lost, he finished. I see, said Sasori. At this time, as soon as the three shinobi left the Hokage's office, Naruto asked, will you be able to get to the hospital on your own? Yes, don't worry, Guy replied. Then I'll go to Jiraiya-san, Uzumaki said and went to look for his godfather. I'll go look for places where I can drink. Naruto thought and headed to the place where he had recently celebrated his victory in the third stage with the Sand team. 10 minutes passed. Uzumaki stood inside the establishment and looked for Jiraiya. It wasn't very difficult, because he was tall enough and his white hair was visible from afar. He was sitting at a large table, along with the rest of the Sannin. Jiraiya-san, I have something to talk about, Uzumaki began without greeting. What did you want? Orochimaru asked in a snake-like voice. Repeat. Naruto started to get angry. We have a conversation. What's this talk about? Jiraiya asked, taking a glass of sake. Akatsuki, the blonde answered shortly, sitting down on a chair that was free. How did you know? The toad hermit was taken aback. They recently attacked me, Kakashi, and Might Guy, Uzumaki replied. What do you want to know about them? Orochimaru asked. Tell me everything you told the third about this organization, Naruto said, looking into Jiraiya's eyes. Okay, said the white-haired man. But first, tell me, who attacked you? Sasori Akasuna and Kisame Hoshigaki, Naruto answered. They are strong shinobi, especially Kisame, said Jiraiya. As I said, I will now tell you what kind of organization this is. He began. It consists of 10 members. Its purpose is unknown to me. But the only thing I know about it is that they are collecting Biju. That is why they attacked Konoha. You have the 9 tails, continued the white-haired man. They want to get it, he finished. If we gather all the tailed beasts, Uzumaki said, dumbfounded. Then they will be able to use them as weapons, he finished his thought. That also occurred to me when I first heard about it, Orochimaru said. Why do you ask? Asked Jiraiya. To know who we'll have to fight, Naruto replied. I see, said Jiraiya. Is that all you wanted to ask? The white-haired man asked. I think so, the blonde replied. I'll go, he said and stood up, but Orochimaru's voice stopped him. Naruto, would you like to train with the 3 legendary Sannin? He asked. Train. The blonde was taken aback. It's a great honor for me just to talk to you, and as for training. Naruto didn't finish. Your abilities are outstanding, Tsunade began. That's right, Jiraiya agreed. You master 3 elements at such a young age. You have a Kekkei Genkai. You control chakra well. The white-haired man said. And you're also very smart, added the snake. Thank you for the praise, Naruto thanked. So what have you decided? Asked Senju. Are you going to train with us? I'll warn you, we're going beyond Konoha, if not beyond the Land of Fire, Orochimaru said. Outside the Land of Fire? Naruto asked again. And did you discuss this with the Hokage? The blonde asked. Yes, we discussed it with him right away, answered Jiraiya. Do you want to train with us? He asked. I wouldn't mind, Naruto said. When are we leaving? He asked. In 3 days, at noon, near the gates of Konoha, Orochimaru answered. During this time, warn everyone you think is necessary that you are leaving, pack your things and take the money, since we are leaving for 2 or 3 years, for the best result, added the snake. For 3 years, the blonde was taken aback. Yes, Senju answered. I understand. Uzumaki said thoughtfully. Can I go? He asked. Yes, you can start packing your things, Jiraiya said. See you later, he said and left the establishment. Naruto immediately went to Fugaku and Mikoto to tell them that he was leaving soon. The Uchiha quarter was on the other side of the village, so it took him about 20 to 30 minutes to get to the Uchiha house. He knocked on the door and heard unhurried footsteps approaching the front door. Naruto, Fugaku asked. I thought you forgot about us. Hello, Fugaku-san, Uzumaki greeted. No, I haven't forgotten, I just had some things to do, he said. Then it's clear, Uchiha said thoughtfully. Are you on business or just like that? He asked. I came to tell you that in 3 days I'm leaving the village, the blonde replied. From the village. Fugaku was taken aback. For what? He asked. To train with Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru, the guy answered. With the three great Sannin? Uchiha asked, dumbfounded. Yes, Naruto answered shortly. I see, Fugaku said. Well, thanks for warning me, he said. I'll go, Uzumaki said and left. The next stop was the Hyuga quarter. Naruto himself didn't know what was pulling him there. He thought he just had to warn the one on his team. Was he right, or was it something more? We don't know yet. Naruto approached the main gate. There stood a tall man, dressed in ordinary shinobi clothes. Stop, he said in a rough voice. Who are you and what is your purpose of arrival? The man asked. Naruto. Uzumaki replied. Can you call Hinata? He asked. Ah, you are the same one who came earlier. The man remembered. Now, he said and entered the block. He came out with Hinata, who was thoughtful. Apparently, she was thinking about why she was called. As soon as she saw Naruto, she was very surprised. Hello, Uzumaki greeted. Hello, Hyuga replied. Listen, maybe we should go for a walk. Uzumaki asked. I have something to say and ask, he added. Walk. Hinata was taken aback. I would have gone, but my father asked for help. She added sadly. Will it work tomorrow? Asked Naruto. I think so, Hyuga answered. Then I'll come by tomorrow, maybe in the morning, said Uzumaki. See you later, he said and turned around. Bye. Hinata said goodbye and went back to her house. Then Naruto decided to go to his house to pack his things. He came home and thought. What was that? He thought. As soon as I see Hinata, warmth spreads throughout my body. What is that? With these thoughts, Uzumaki began to pack his things for the trip. As soon as he had packed his things, he looked out the window. It was getting dark outside. I didn't think it would take me so long to pack my things. He thought and headed to the kitchen to cook himself some food. Naruto ate and spent the rest of the time thinking about what happens to him when he sees Hinata. And so he fell asleep. Chapter 23. Naruto's Feelings. Commentary on Chapter 23. Naruto's Feelings. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next morning, Naruto woke up later than usual. As soon as he opened his eyes, he looked at the clock. Wow, I woke up late. It must be because of yesterday's fight with Akatsuki. Uzumaki thought and headed to the kitchen to have breakfast. About 20 minutes passed and Uzumaki remembered that he wanted to meet Hinata today. This caused a wave of warmth to run through his body again. What is this? Naruto thought as he got dressed to go to the Hyuga clan quarter. He arrived there 15 minutes early and met the same man as yesterday. Hello, it's me again, with the same request, Uzumaki greeted. Should I call Hinata-sama? The man asked. Yes, Uzumaki answered briefly. Wait a couple of minutes, said the man and entered the gates of the quarter. As he said, 2 minutes later, he came out with the one Naruto was waiting for. Naruto. Hinata was surprised, although she didn't know why. Hello, she greeted. Hello, Uzumaki replied, and warmth spread through his body again. Shall we go? He asked. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but father needs help with the paperwork again. Hinata said. Hearing this, Naruto felt his mood drop a little. Okay then, if father asks for help, then of course, he needs help, he said in his usual voice, but apparently Hinata heard a hint of sadness in his voice. If you want, you can do it in the evening, Hyuga said, lowering her head. She thought that Uzumaki wouldn't want to go for a walk in the evening, so she herself began to feel a little sad. In the evening, I'll come by then, Naruto said in a more cheerful voice. See, come on, asked Hinata. Great, Naruto said and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Uzumaki decided to warn Kakashi that soon, or more precisely in 2 days, he would be leaving Konoha for a long time. I hope yesterday's incident won't happen again, the blonde thought on the way to the one he considered his father. A few minutes passed and Naruto stood at the door of Kakashi's house. Knocking on the door, he heard slow footsteps approaching the door. A moment later, the door opened and Kakashi stood before Naruto. Naruto. He was taken aback. It's been a while since you came to me, he said. Did something happen? He asked. You could say yes, Naruto said and added, maybe you'll let the guest in. Oh yeah, come in, Hatake said and let Naruto inside. Maybe some tea? Kakashi asked. Well, come on, said Naruto walking into the kitchen. He knew this house by heart. Naruto had spent the night here many times, and remembered everything. Even the photo with his friends, and part-time teammates, remained in the same place. But there was one oddity about it. At eye level, there was a wide black line that covered them. It was on everyone except Kakashi himself. Naruto never asked about them, since he did not want to stir up his teacher's past. Kakashi. Naruto began. What? Asked the ash-haired man. Let me ask, who is that in the photo? Uzumaki asked. This is my friends, Kakashi began sadly, Obito Uchiha, the one with glasses, and Rin Nohara, he finished. Why is there a black line at their eye level? The blonde asked. Kakashi's gaze became even sadder, and Naruto began to regret asking that question. They. The ash-haired man began. They died. Because of me, he finished. Because of you. Naruto was surprised. Yes, because of me. Rin jumped on Reikiri, and Obito sacrificed himself to save me, answered Kakashi. Well, now tell me, what did you want from me? He asked in a normal voice. Well, the most important thing I want to say is that in 2 days I'm leaving the village. For 2 or 3 years, with the 3 Sannin, Uzumaki answered. You will be under their close supervision, so your safety will be ensured, Hatake reasoned out loud, and you yourself are not weak. He added, I'm letting you go, Hatake summed up. Thank you, Naruto said, sipping the tea that Kakashi had placed in front of him. And what will you do while I'm gone? The blonde asked. As always, carry out missions, the ash-haired man replied. Listen, did they say something about the Chunin exam? Uzumaki asked. That's exactly what happened yesterday, said Kakashi. In short, you became Chunin, answered Hatake's question. I see, Naruto said and took a sip of tea. Can I ask you something? He asked. Speak, said the ash-haired man and took a sip of tea. Warn Sasuke that I'm leaving the village, the blonde said. Okay, Hatake replied. I think I'll go, Naruto said, finishing his tea and getting up from the table. I'll come see you before I leave, he said and left the house. He will be a strong shinobi, considering that he will be trained by the Sannin, thought Hatake, locking the door with a key. Now, Naruto decided to go to the training ground. He decided to train here for the last time before leaving the village. Deciding to train his endurance, he created about 40 clones and began to destroy them. And so many times, until he ran out of either strength or chakra. Several hours passed like this. It began to get dark. Noticing this, Naruto went to the Hyuga quarter, where Hinata was already waiting for him. As soon as Naruto approached the gates of the quarter, he saw Hinata move, as if she wanted to go back into the yard. Hinata, Naruto said and Hyuga jerked back, looking for the one she was looking for. Naruto, hello, Hyuga greeted as she approached Uzumaki. Sorry, I'm a little late, I was training, the blonde began to make excuses. Nothing, Hinata stopped him. Where are we going? She asked. As usual, Naruto said. Okay then, Hinata said and caught up with Uzumaki, who had gone a little ahead. By the way, what did you want to ask? Asked Hyuga looking Naruto in the face. Well, Naruto began uncertainly, when I look at you, something pleasant spreads through my body. Naruto paused his flow of speech. Warmth or something. He said, don't you know what it is? The blonde asked. Hinata was very surprised by this, if not shocked. She knew what it was, but she had no idea that Naruto felt the same way about her. But she decided to start from afar. Do you feel hostility towards me? She asked. No, not a drop, Naruto replied. Anything negative about me? Hyuga asked another question. Nothing negative about you, Naruto replied. It seems, it's sympathy, Hyuga said, blushing a little. Sympathy. Naruto was surprised. It is. You have never shown it to anyone. Hinata was surprised. No, I never showed feelings before, I only started recently, the guy answered. Okay, Hinata said thoughtfully. What did you want to say? She asked. Well, in 2 days I'm leaving the village. For about 2.5 years. Maybe 3, maybe 2, Naruto answered, climbing up the cliff. Why? Hinata was surprised. To train, Uzumaki answered, with Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade. They want to take me as a student, the guy added. I see, Hinata said and sat on the 4th Hokage's head, where Naruto soon sat as well. Listen, the blonde began and Hinata looked at him, if it's sympathy. Naruto said and became a little embarrassed, then, I can say that I like you. He said. Naruto K-kun, Hyuga said, almost crying, why you? too. I like you, she said and blushed so much that her skin was the color of a tomato. She decided to approach Naruto and then hugged him. After a few minutes, she pulled away from him. They both sat down and silently looked at the stars that were slowly beginning to appear in the sky. So a few more hours passed and Naruto said, maybe we should go. Yeah, Hinata said and looked at the stars one last time, after which she got up and followed Naruto, who was already going down. They reached the Hyuga Quarter in the same silence. See you later, Naruto said and wanted to turn around, but Hinata stopped him. She hugged him and said, write to me more often. Okay, Uzumaki said and Hinata let him go, after which they parted. Chapter 24. Leaving. Commentary on Chapter 24. The departure. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. A day passed. Today Naruto woke up at sunrise, as he went to bed earlier yesterday. He didn't really have any plans for today. He was wondering what the Sannin would teach him. An hour passed until Uzumaki heard a knock on the door. Who could this be at this early hour? Naruto thought and headed towards the door to open it. Opening the door, Naruto saw no one. Looking around, he also saw no one. It was only when he looked down that Naruto saw that there was a note on the floor. Picking it up, Uzumaki began to read the text. Naruto, we decided to go out today. Come to the Konoha gates in half an hour, we'll meet there. Jiraiya. Something's wrong here, the blonde noticed. They wouldn't change the time of departure, Naruto thought. I'll go and ask them, Uzumaki thought and, having locked the apartment with a key, headed to the hotel where the Sannins were staying for now. A few minutes passed. Naruto entered the hotel and looked for Jiraiya's apartment there. I think it's the 9th. Naruto recalled the room number. I found it, he said and knocked. Jiraiya opened the door and was surprised to see that Uzumaki had arrived. Naruto, the Sannin asked sleepily, why are you here so early? Jiraiya asked. I'm here on business, Uzumaki said. What happened? Asked the white-haired man. I woke up and saw a note saying that we were leaving today. It was signed by you, Naruto said and reached into his pocket. Here, Uzumaki said showing the note to the Sannin. He took it and read it. After which he said, I didn't write that. It's not my handwriting. I think it's Akatsuki, Jiraiya concluded. So what should we do? Uzumaki asked, although he had a plan. Maybe you can use the transformation technique and turn into me and go there. And I'll be nearby at that time, so I can help if anything happens, the guy suggested. Let's try, said Jiraiya and made a few seals, after which he turned into Naruto. Let's go, he said in the voice of Uzumaki, after which he locked the door with a key and headed for the exit. Since there was little time left, they walked quite quickly. Jiraiya, in the guise of his godson, began to look for the imposter. It was easy. He was standing right at the gate. Hello, Naruto, greeted the fake Jiraiya. Hello, Naruto greeted. Where are Orochimaru and Tsunade? He asked. They went ahead, the false Jiraiya answered. They said that we would catch up with them later, he said and turned around. And that was a fatal mistake. Rasengan was heard from behind and Jiraiya's technique flew into the imposter's back. How did you guess? Asked the fake Jiraiya, rising to his feet. I am Jiraiya, Jiraiya said and returned to his real form. Damn, you fooled me, said Kisame in his true form. And this Naruto is resourceful, he asked you first. He said taking out Samehada. Oh. Is that you, Kisame? Jiraiya was surprised. I thought there would be someone else here, the Sannin said and got into a fighting stance. Damn, Kisame said looking behind Jiraiya. He turned around and saw Orochimaru, Tsunade and Naruto, who soon turned into a cloud of smoke and then appeared in front of Jiraiya. I brought reinforcements, Naruto said, creating a kunai out of ice. Sasori, let's go, we can't handle them. Kisame said and Sasori himself appeared next to him. I agree, we can't stand against the 3 Sannin, said Sasori and disappeared, followed by Kisame. So we know 2 out of 10 members of Akatsuki, Tsunade said, approaching Jiraiya. You know what I'm suggesting, said the white-haired man. So what? Orochimaru asked. Shall we go today? Jiraiya asked. How do I know we don't have plans today? Not a bad idea, said Tsunade. I agree, Orochimaru said briefly. Then let's pack our things now and meet here in an hour, said Jiraiya. I see, Naruto said and went into his house to collect the things he hadn't collected yet. An hour passed. All 4 of them stood near the Konoha gate. Well, shall we go? Naruto said and turned around for some reason. He saw all the graduates of his class. Well, Like everyone. Everyone was there, except for the 8th team. Well, Naruto, congratulations. A voice was heard from behind everyone. Several genin stepped aside to let the speaker through. Imagine Naruto's surprise when he saw that it was Fugaku. Mikoto, Sasuke, and Itachi followed him out. I wish I were in your place, Itachi said enviously. Yes, I wouldn't refuse either, said Fugaku. Well, anyone would like to be in your place, Mikoto said. And what is there so many people in honor of? Asked Naruto. We decided to congratulate you on the fact that you will be studying with the Sannin. Kakashi's voice was heard from behind. Oh, Kakashi, you're here too. Naruto was surprised. What about it? Said Hitaki. Then Naruto saw Hinata standing behind Sasuke. As soon as she saw that Uzumaki saw her, she walked up to him. Hello, Naruto greeted. Yeah, she answered. You said that you were leaving tomorrow. She said. We decided that today would be better, the blonde replied. I see, Hyuga said. Well, we'll go, Naruto said, and Hinata hugged him. Good luck to you, Naruto-kun, Hyuga said, moving away from the blonde. Thank you, Naruto said. Wow, Fugaku whispered. Naruto, when did you find yourself a bride, huh? He said jokingly. Recently, Naruto said in a joking tone. Okay, good luck to you, Mikoto said. Go, she added. See you later, Itachi said. Yeah, Naruto said and returned to the Sannins. Let's go, he said. They nodded and went out the gate. After thinking for a bit, Jiraiya said. Naruto, when is the wedding? For this, he received a slap on the back of the head from Tsunade. Jiraiya, she said in a menacing voice. That's it, I won't do it again, he said. By the way, who do you want, a boy or a girl? He asked, laughing hysterically. It seems you didn't have enough, said Tsunade and chased after Jiraiya. Orochimaru-san, are they always like this? Naruto asked Orochimaru. Yes, the snake answered briefly. From now on, Naruto will learn from the 3 legendary Sannin. What will they teach him? We don't know yet. One thing is certain, Naruto will be very strong. Chapter 25. Naruto's Return. Commentary on Chapter 25. Naruto's Return. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. The link to the picture with Naruto's appearance will be at the end. A lot of time had passed. More than Naruto and the Sannins had expected. 3.5 years to be exact. During that time, Naruto had learned a lot. It was morning. More precisely, it was approaching midday. Hinata came to the Konoha gate every day for a year at the same time, waiting for only one person. I think you can guess who it was. She was worried about the one who left 3.5 years ago. She was afraid that something would happen to him, that he would be hurt. Hinata received only one letter from Naruto. It came 6 months ago, and it said that he would soon return to the village. Hinata was very happy when she read the letter, but she thought that her beloved would arrive earlier. The moment came when she was about to leave. But noticing 4 silhouettes, she looked closer. Apparently they were far away, since she could not make them out. And only a few minutes later, she saw a painfully familiar figure. Naruto. But as soon as she looked closer, she saw that his left eye was completely black, unlike the right one, which was still bright blue. He also changed his uniform. He wore a white cloak, with tongues of black flame at the bottom, and a vest underneath. He was wearing the usual black pants that most shinobi wear. His hairstyle had also changed a little. His hair became a little longer, which made him look like his father. At first, Hinata thought that she imagined it, but when she approached Uzumaki, she was convinced that it was true. Hinata. Uzumaki was surprised. What's wrong with your eye? She asked without greeting, her voice worried. It's the Sharingan, Naruto answered briefly. It was only now that she noticed the scar running across Naruto's left eye. Where did this come from? She asked. You mean the scar? Uzumaki asked again. I got it during training, the blonde answered. I see, Hinata said and started to imagine how Naruto got this scar and Sharingan. It's okay, Naruto said. It even did me good, he added. Now I'll be more careful in battle, and now I have a Sharingan, even if it's just one, the blonde said. Yeah, Hinata said and hugged the one she had been waiting for so long. He responded in kind. By the way, Hinata had also changed a lot. She had grown her hair, and it had reached her shoulder blades. She had also changed her clothes. Now she was wearing a white blouse, with purple parts. As before, she wore pants and sandals. She wore a bracelet on each arm. One had the Hyuga clan crest, and the other the Uzumaki clan crest. She took off the one with the Hyuga crest and handed it to Naruto. Did you make it yourself? He asked, examining the product. Why yes, Hinata said. Do you like it? She asked. Very, he said and turned around. Jiraiya, are you going to the Hokage now? Uzumaki asked. Yes, let's go to him, said Tsunade, and the Sanins headed to the Hokage's residence. So, what's new? Asked the blonde. The most important thing is that the third died, Hinata said sadly. Dead. Naruto was surprised. Who killed him? He asked. Nobody, Hyuga answered. He died of old age. About 6 months ago, when I received your letter, the girl added. I see. And who was the Hokage all this time? Asked the blonde. Now, as after the death of the third, there is no one at the post of Hokage, since Tsunade-sama must become the fifth. You yourself know this very well, the girl answered. I see, Naruto said thoughtfully. And how are you doing? He asked. Me, Hinata asked again. As before, training, missions, helping my father and so on, the girl answered. I see, Uzumaki said. And what about Sasuke? He asked. He trained a lot with his brother and became much stronger, Hyuga answered. I'm going to Sasuke's family, Naruto said. Are you with me? He asked. No, I'm going home, said Hinata. Let's go for a walk in the evening. Asked Hinata. Of course, the blonde replied and walked towards the Uchiha quarter. He walked slowly, since it was still midday, so he got there in about 30 minutes. There he stands in front of the door and knocks on it. Slow steps are heard in the house, after which the door opens. Sasuke opens the door. Naruto. He was taken aback. What's wrong with you? Uchiha asked, still in shock. I've grown up, Naruto replied. And you, too, as I see, he added. Where did the scar come from, and what happened to the eye? Asked Uchiha. Why is it black, like my clan's? Sharingan, the blonde answered briefly. And I got the scar during training, just like I lost my eye, he added. That's why Orochimaru created an artificial Sharingan for me, he added. I see, Sasuke said thoughtfully. Who's there, Sasuke? Mikoto's voice was heard from the house. Naruto is back, Sasuke replied. After that, hurried footsteps were heard, after which Fugaku and Mikoto came out onto the porch of the house. Hello, Mikoto-san, Fugaku-san, Uzumaki greeted. Hello, Naruto, they answered at the same time. How long have you been back? Fugaku asked. About 40 minutes ago, Uzumaki answered. I went straight to you, Naruto added. Why haven't you written once? Mikoto asked. I thought Hinata would tell you. The blonde began to justify himself, but Fugaku's voice stopped him. She's joking, he said. We knew nothing would happen to you. He didn't finish when he heard his wife scream. What's wrong with your eye? Where did you get the scar? She asked, almost screaming. I got it during training. After which I got an artificial Sharingan, Naruto said calmly. Have you learned how to use it? Asked Itachi, who had recently left the house. Not completely, but I can activate it, Uzumaki answered. Mom, Dad, maybe we should let the guest in the house. Itachi asked and looked at his parents. Oh yeah, come in, they said and entered the house. Naruto followed them in. Naruto, would you like some tea? Mikoto asked as she entered the kitchen. I won't refuse, Naruto said and sat down on the chair. So, tell me, where have you been? Asked Fugaku and sat down opposite Uzumaki. I visited the land of whirlpools, Naruto began. But there were only ruins left there, he continued. But I found several scrolls that I've been studying all this time, he finished. Azushiogaku, Itachi, who was standing in the doorway and leaning one shoulder on him, was surprised. Yes, repeated the blonde. Visited Suna, saw Gaara, or better yet, Kazekage. Asked Uzumaki. Kazekage. The Uchihas were taken aback. Well, yes, he is an acquaintance. I participated with him in the Chunin exam, Naruto explained. Is that the one who controlled the sand? Fugaku asked. Yes, that's it, Uzumaki answered. I see, Mikoto said, setting out the tea. Itachi, would you like some tea? She asked her eldest son. I don't want to, he replied. By the way, Itachi, will you help me master the Sharingan? Uzumaki asked. No problem, he replied. Thank you, Naruto said and finished his tea. I think I'll go, he said and put on his backpack. Where is my father buried? Naruto asked. In the cemetery, on the left side, 4th row, Mikoto answered. Your mother is next to him, she added sadly. Thank you, Uzumaki thanked. See you later, he said and left the house. His next stop was the cemetery, or rather the graves of his parents. The cemetery was on the outskirts of Konoha, so it took Naruto half an hour to get there. Here, he walks along the fourth row on the left side of this very cemetery, and looks for the graves of his parents. Here, he noticed a grave with the inscription, Minato Namikaze, and to the left of it, Kushina Uzumaki. Here you are, Naruto said in a whisper. Hello, mother, hello, father. He continued, how are you? He asked, looking at them one by one. Good. He asked the question into the void. Here I am too, good. He continued, I would like to see you. But, it is impossible. He added sadly, but despite everything, I know that you believe and love me, he said in a whisper, despite the hatred of the inhabitants of Konoha, and became a strong shinobi, as I wanted. The one I consider a father is Kakashi, your student, father, now, he is my teacher. He continued, sorry for not visiting you for so long. He said and felt that his head was starting to get wet. It started to rain. I didn't visit you because I was training with the three Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Dad, you also studied with Jiraiya, and now I. Naruto said and fell silent. He began to imagine what would have happened if his parents had been alive. He realized that the village wouldn't have hated him, he wouldn't have studied with Kakashi, he wouldn't have become friends with Kurama. By the way, I also became friends with the nine-tailed, Naruto said still in a whisper. His name is Kurama, and now we are good friends. He added, I don't blame him for your death, because he was under the control of someone. Uzumaki said, well, I'll go, now I will visit you more often, Naruto said and turned towards the exit. Looking at the sky, he saw that the rain had almost stopped and it was beginning to get dark. I'll go to Kakashi tomorrow, but now I'll go home and to Hinata, Naruto thought and headed towards his house. Commentary on Chapter 25. Naruto's return. Here's the picture. Just remember that his hair is a little longer. D5 GJBS Boundicus Exipajb Tictua 6 LPTV AKB KTP 7 P5 Arvir 3T3 LibbyGFLP 2 SMAP underscore BZQ High 95 Karmavhav 20 Arkba 3 KKR 6 F6 BPPZPHCB 7 Hoycoxflady BKJYK U1 XP Stums 4 PXESUF. Chapter 26. Naruto vs. Kakashi. Commentary on Chapter 26. Naruto vs. Kakashi. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next day, in the morning, Naruto went to Kakashi. I think he already knows. The blonde thought and went to his teacher. His house was not very far from Naruto's place of residence, so he quickly got there. Uzumaki knocked on the door and heard unhurried, even lazy steps towards the door. A second, and the door opened. Naruto, is it you? Kakashi undersold his words when he took a closer look. Naruto. He was taken aback, immediately waking up. Yes, it's me, Uzumaki said calmly. Hello, teacher, he greeted. Hello, the ash-haired man repeated. Have you been here long? He asked, letting the guest into the house. Yesterday, around noon, Naruto answered as he walked into the kitchen. And you've changed a lot, Hatake said, examining Naruto's appearance. You look a lot like your father. Even the cloak is almost the same as his. And the hairstyle. Here, his gaze stopped on the scar. And this looks like me. He said, is there really a Sharingan there too? Kakashi asked a rhetorical question, not expecting to hear an answer to it. You guessed right, Uzumaki said, activating the recently appeared Dujutsu with 3 Tomo. This is the Sharingan, he said. True, it is artificial. He added. Kakashi was stunned by this. He never expected his student to have a Sharingan. It's amazing, Hatake said. I never expected you to get the Sharingan, he continued. I can help you use it, because I myself am not from the Uchiha clan, and I got an eye from him, though not an artificial one. But it is also quite a powerful thing, he finished. Thank you of course, but I asked Itachi about this, the blonde said and deactivated the Sharingan in his left eye. I see, said Kakashi. And what do you plan to do next? Asked the ash-haired man. Well, I became a strong shinobi. Naruto began, so my new goal is to destroy Akatsuki, he finished. Strong, that's not the word. You were stronger than me when you were 13, but I can't even imagine what it's like now, Kakashi thought. And what is your chakra reserve? He asked. Well, it's increased about 4.5 times from what it was before I left, the blonde replied. So, right now your chakras are almost 9 times bigger than mine. The ash-haired man asked in surprise. You could say that, Naruto replied. That's only if it's mine. With Kurama's chakra, even more, the blonde added. Naruto, you are the only shinobi in our village with such a level of chakra. Kakashi said, dumbfounded. Well, what did you expect? I am from the Uzumaki clan, which is famous for its reserves of chakra and fuinjutsu, said Uzumaki. That's true, but I'm sure there was no one from your clan with such chakra reserves, said Kakashi. Ashina Uzumaki, my grandfather, on my mother's side, had the largest reserve of chakra in his time, but his chakra was half as much, Naruto said, confirming the words of the one who became almost a father to him. So you're right, even among the Uzumaki, I have the largest reserve of chakra. He added, plus, I'm only half Uzumaki. Don't forget that my father is from the Namikaze clan, Uzumaki said. With my chakra reserves, it's hard for me to live with the Sharingan. It's very voracious in terms of chakra, so you're good with your chakra, said Kakashi. That's true, Uzumaki agreed. What's new with you? He asked. Apart from the fact that I learned how to use Mangekyu, there's nothing new, Hatake replied. Mangekyu, Naruto asked again. Not bad. And what is your ability? He asked. Kamui, answered the ash-haired man. Transferring any objects to another dimension, explained Kakashi. It's a useful thing, though, Uzumaki said, but you won't be able to use it often, he said. Otherwise, you'll go blind in that eye, and you won't be able to use either the regular Sharingan or the Mangekyu, he explained. I know that very well myself, Hatake said. I see, Naruto said. I recently went to the cemetery to see my parents, he said. Decided to visit? Hatake asked. Well, yes, otherwise how is it possible not to come to your parents? Answered Uzumaki. I haven't visited Obito and Rin for a long time. I should go. Maybe I'll go today, Kakashi said. I think I'll go to training, Naruto said and stood up. See you later, Naruto said and left the house. He's almost the strongest shinobi in the village. Hatake thought, only the Sannin are stronger than him. And even then, I haven't seen him in action, maybe he's stronger than all of them put together. He thought, maybe I should go watch his training. Kakashi said and went to the training ground where Naruto always trained. This is the same place where Kakashi first started teaching Uzumaki the basics of shinobi. Here, he noticed a huge number of clones. There were several hundred, if not thousands of them. They stood in a ring, and apparently surrounded the real Naruto. How many clones are there? Kakashi thought in shock as he watched Naruto's training. Then he felt a large burst of chakra. A lot of white smoke appeared, which appears when a shadow clone is destroyed. Everything would be fine, but when the smoke disappeared, Kakashi saw that there were no clones, and in their place there were many spikes made of ice. They were almost 4 meters long, and from the main spikes, many small ones came out, which gave them the opportunity to hit the enemy with a greater probability. He masterfully studied Hyoten, Hatake thought as he approached Naruto, who was about to summon clones again. Uzumaki saw his teacher and stopped making the seal. Did something happen? He asked. Nothing happened, the ash-haired man replied. I came to watch your training, he added. You can't even call this training, Naruto said. If only there was a real opponent. The clones know the same thing as me, so they're easy to deal with, especially since they're destroyed by one blow, the blonde finished. Maybe we should have a sparring match, Hatake asked. Fight at full strength, otherwise it won't be considered training, said Naruto and jumped back 5 meters. Let's get started, said Uzumaki and pounced on his teacher. Mind you, I won't give in, the ash-haired man said menacingly and lifted the protector from his left eye, where he had a Sharingan, after which he rushed towards Naruto. Naruto jumped up and kicked him from above, aiming for his head, but Kakashi blocked the attack, putting his hands out. Seeing that the attack didn't work, Naruto pushed back and created several needles of ice, which he threw at Hatake. He simply blocked them. Having fallen to the ground, they scattered, turning into a pile of ice. Deciding to respond in kind, Hatake threw a kunai. Uzumaki jumped up and caught it in a turn, covering it with wind chakra on the move and throwing it back. It flew much faster, but with the help of the Sharingan, the ash-haired one dodged it. Then, Uzumaki decided to use taijutsu and began to strike Kakashi, which he either dodged or blocked. But the moment came when Naruto decided to speed up the pace. Kakashi missed a blow to the chest from the knee, which caused him to fly a couple of meters and crash his back into a tree. A strong blow, although he didn't put even half of his strength into it. The Junin thought as he rose to his feet. Suiten, Water Dragon, Hatake said, and the technique headed towards Uzumaki at high speed. Uzumaki chuckled and said, Hyoten, freezing technique. After that, a cloud similar to fog formed in front of the dragon. It was thick, so it was impossible to see what was happening inside. A few seconds later, an ice statue of this dragon flew out of it, after which, having lost its balance, it fell and broke into millions of pieces. So, how do you like it, Kakashi? Naruto asked. Not bad, but how do you like this? He said, and made a series of seals. Kaiten, great fireball technique, he said, and released a technique from his mouth, about 7 meters in diameter, which headed towards Naruto. Suten, slicing stream, Naruto said, and released a thick stream of water from his mouth, under enormous pressure. She crashed into the fireball. A lot of steam appeared. Because of the technique they were no longer visible. A few seconds, and Kakashi saw that this very stream was approaching him. Dotten, mud wall, the ash-haired man said, and created a wall of earth around himself, which slowed down the water and gave him time to get out of the way of Naruto's technique. He has a strong water element. Dotten is stronger than Suten, but his technique was able to break through the wall of mud. Thought Kakashi, examining the hole in the wall. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi heard and saw that about 40 copies appeared near Naruto, each creating a kunai out of ice and throwing it at him. Dotten, mud wall, repeated Kakashi's previous technique, and then buried himself underground. Do you think I won't find you? Naruto said, and made the seals. Raten, lightning discharge, he said, and put his hands on the ground, from which discharges of such force came that the earth cracked from them. Because of this, the ash-haired man burst out of the ground and jumped up in order to avoid getting hit by one of the discharges. You are strong, said Kakashi. What if I do this? He asked, and began to form seals. Kaiten, phoenix flowers, he said, and began to release a large number of fireballs from his hands. Hyoten, ice sphere, said the blonde, and found himself inside a dome of ice. Its walls were very thick, so almost no attack could penetrate them. Once the flames died down, Naruto said, Hyoten, forest of ice. Almost exactly the same spikes that Kakashi saw began to appear, but half as many. It was difficult to dodge this attack, so he used the substitution technique. If he had been even a second late, he would have been pierced by the technique. As soon as he landed on the ground, he raised his hands and said, I think that's enough. You are a strong opponent. If we were enemies, I would have lost at the very beginning. Maybe, Naruto said, but you didn't fight with all your might. He added, where is Reikiri, Chidori, Sharingan techniques? The blonde began to list. I fought to the maximum. I don't know any Sharingan techniques other than Kamui, and I don't intend to use Reikiri against students, Hatake replied. But I used half of my strength, and maybe even less, Uzumaki said. You are very strong, on par with the Sanins, Kakashi praised his teacher's son. They said that if I continue to train, I will become stronger than them, Naruto said. You have good teachers, and you yourself are smart, Kakashi added. Well, I'll go see Tsunade, Naruto said, and left. Chapter 27. Mission to the Land of Sand. Commentary on Chapter 27. Mission to the Land of Sand. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next morning, Naruto woke up to a knock on the door. He walked up to the door and saw Kakashi there. Hello, Uzumaki said. Did something happen? He asked. Yes, the ash-haired man began. The Hokage is calling, he said. Be with the Hokage in 10 minutes. Kakashi finished and disappeared. Mission. Urgent. Maybe Akatsuki. Uzumaki thought as he put on his cloak, after which he headed to the residence. A few minutes later he was there. To his surprise, the entire 7th team was there. Hello, Tsunade, Naruto greeted and stood between Hinata and Sasuke. Kakashi stood in front of them. Hello to you too, Naruto, Senju replied and continued. As you understand, I am sending you on a mission. The task will be rank A, maybe more, depending on what happens on it, she said. I received information that Akatsuki wants to attack the Kazekage. Gaara, Naruto asked again. They need Shukaku, you know yourself, he added. We can't let him fall into their hands, he added. You're right, she said. That's exactly why I chose you to carry out this mission, Tsunade said. I see, Kakashi said. Can we go? He asked. Yes, the Hokage answered, and the 7th team left the office. They immediately headed towards the Konoha gate. Everyone got the gear? Kakashi asked. Yes, the 3 answered in chorus. Give me a second, Naruto said, and entered the subconscious. He appeared next to Kurama, and in front of him was Shukaku. Shukaku, How is Gaara? Naruto asked. We warned him that the Akatsuki would attack him. Everything is quiet for now, One-Tailed replied. If anything happens, I'll contact you, he added. For now, go, don't waste time, he said. Naruto nodded and returned to the real world. Now let's go, he said and waited for nods, after which the 7th team set off. To Suna, about 2 hours' journey, Naruto began. The situation is unpredictable, so we need to speed up and get to the land of sand as quickly as possible in order to protect Gaara, preventing Shukaku from falling into the hands of Akatsuki, he finished. We're already running at top speed, Kakashi said. We can't go any faster. And if I speed up now and reach Suna first, the blonde began, and then you will arrive. If there is any attack, then I will hold them back together with the Sand Shinobi and Gaara. If we don't manage to cope, then you will come and help, Naruto suggested. No, said Hinata. I won't let you go alone, she said. Hinata, Uzumaki began. I understand that you are worried about me, but I can't leave Gaara and Shukaku to their fate, he continued, especially if Akatsuki gathers all the Biju. It will be a disaster for the shinobi world. I can't allow this, he finished. I give you a promise that I will be fine, Naruto added. Okay, but if something happens to you, I won't forgive myself for letting you go, Hinata said. Okay, Naruto said and sped up, so much so that in a few seconds he was 20 meters ahead of the others, without using all his speed. An hour later, Naruto was approaching the entrance to the land of sand. As he was about to enter, his path was blocked by 2 shinobi guards. Who is this? Asked one of them. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde replied. He came here to see Gaara half a year ago, he added. I remembered, you are the guy who came here with 3 other shinobi. Sannon, said the second one. Let me through, he is an ally, he said to his partner. He nodded and stepped aside, clearing the way. Sorry, said the one who recognized Naruto. We just received information that the Kazekage-sama might be attacked by Akatsuki, he finished. I understand, it's okay, Naruto said as he walked past them. His next stop was the Kazekage's residence. He was surprised to see Gao greeting him at the entrance. Did Shukaku warn you? Naruto asked, shaking the Kazekage's hand. You guessed it, answered Gaara. How are things in Konoha? Asked the red-haired man. Fine, Naruto replied. How are Kankuro and Temari? The blonde asked. Okay, they're just worried about me, the red-haired man replied. Listen, you should evacuate the residence, Uzumaki suggested. This is Akatsuki, God knows what they can do, he added. Good idea, said Gaara. I'll give the order now, he added. And you'd make a good Hokage, he said as he walked into the residence. Come in. Naruto followed him into the office. Gaara sat down in his chair, took out a scroll and began writing an order to evacuate the residence. Baki, evacuate the residence, Gaara said, and a sand shinobi appeared in front of him, with a piece of cloth that covered half of his face. Hi, said the shinobi, after which he took the scroll and left the office. Gaara, have you set up observers for the area? Naruto asked. Yes, there are 50 shinobi stationed around the village's perimeter, watching the border in order to give the alarm as quickly as possible, Sobakuno replied. Do they have a replacement? The blonde asked another question. Yes, the red-haired man answered briefly. By the way, why are you alone? He asked. The rest of the 7th team will arrive in an hour and a half, Naruto replied. I sped up to check what you have here, he added. Okay then, Gaara replied. Let me ask, why is one of your eyes blue and the other black? He asked. You told me about the scar, but not about why your eyes are different, he added. Ah, so it's the Sharingan. Naruto answered. Orochimaru gave it to him, he added. Sharingan is a powerful thing though, Gaara said. I wouldn't mind having one, he added. I agree, Naruto agreed. I'm lucky, and now I have it, he added. The same as Kakashi, said the blonde. Everyone on your team knows Dujutsu. You're probably the strongest team in Konoha, right? The red-haired man asked. You're right, Uzumaki said. What is Kakashi worth? So Gaara and Naruto talked for a little more than an hour until the Sand Shinobi appeared in the office. Kazekage-sama, 3 shinobi have arrived, he began. They introduced themselves as Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga. What do you order us to do? He asked. Bring them here, Gaara said. Have the residents been evacuated? The red-haired man asked. No, but half of the residents are already in the shelter, the shinobi answered. Then bring the guests here, they're our own, said Sobakuno, and the shinobi disappeared with a nod. Your friends are quick. That's true, but I consider Kakashi a father, as well as Jiraiya. Sasuke is my best friend, along with Kurama, and Hinata is my girlfriend, said Naruto. Even so, Gaara was taken aback. Your team certainly has a strong team spirit, he said. Then there was a knock on the door. Come in, Gaara said, and the rest of the 7th team members entered his office. Hello, Kazekage-sama, greeted those who entered. Let's be on first name terms, Gaara began. With the same age, after all, he added. How did you get here, without incident? He asked. Yes, everything is fine, Kakashi answered. Well, that's great, said Naruto. And you were worried, he said, turning to Hinata. Since it's unknown when exactly Akatsuki will attack, you can stay at my house. It's big, so there's enough space, Gaara said, and headed towards the exit. Thank you. Everyone present thanked and followed the Kazekage. Chapter 28. Akatsuki Attack. Commentary on Chapter 28. Akatsuki Attack. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. It was late evening. The stars were visible in the sky. Agree? A good time to attack, right? At that very moment, the Kazekage was in his residence, filling out some paperwork. Baki came to him with information. 2 shinobi have been spotted. They look like Akatsuki, he began. They're a kilometer away from the village and are walking slowly, Baki said. Recall all the observers, and I'll go get the team from Konoha, Gaara said, getting up from his chair. You 5 will fight against Akatsuki. Baki was taken aback. Yes, the Kazekage replied, it's all for the sake of protecting Sunagakuwa. Hi, Baki said, and went to warn the observers, and Gaara in turn went to his house, where the 7th team and Kankuro with Temari were now. His house was literally 5 meters away from the residence, so he quickly got to his place of residence. Naruto, Akatsuki is approaching the village, the red-haired man said as he entered his house. As I expected, Sasuke said, getting up from the couch. Gaara, do you have a plan? He asked. No, and I think that any plan is useless against Akatsuki, the red-haired man answered. I think we'll come up with it during the battle, Gaara concluded. I see, Naruto said. Let's go to the entrance, they are most likely already there, the blonde suggested and stood up, which was repeated by the rest of the 7th team members. I warn you, Akatsuki are strong opponents, with whom it will be difficult to fight. Uzumaki warned the others and left the house, heading towards the entrance to Sunagakuwa. A few minutes later, the 4 shinobi stood and waited for their opponents. A few minutes later, they stood in front of the Kazekage and the 7th team. Deodara, Sasori began, be careful with the 9 tails Jinchuriki. He defeated my clone at 13, which speaks volumes about his strength, he said. I'll defeat him with 1 explosion, said the tall blonde man and put his hands in the bags that were on his belt. Be careful, he has an explosive element, Naruto warned. Gaara and I will attack Sasori, and everyone else will go to Deodara, Uzumaki said and rushed at Akasuna. I remember you, Sasori said, jumping out of the puppet where he always sat. This time I won't lose to you, he said, and 4 blades appeared on his back and began to spin like a propeller. In place of the stomach, there was some kind of whip twisted, and on his palms there were 2 holes. For what purpose? It is unknown. Sasori extended both hands forward, revealing holes. From one, a stream of water gushed out, under strong pressure, and from the other, flames. This is dangerous, Naruto thought, and created a dome of ice in order to protect himself from Sasori's attack. We need to limit his actions, and only then attack. Uzumaki thought and began to collect sand near Sasori. Since Shukaku's chakra remained in Naruto, he could control sand, which was very useful. It won't work, Akasuna said and pointed his palm at the sand, from which fire came out, causing the sand to turn into glass. Damn, Naruto cursed. Sutan, slicing stream, he said, and a thick stream of water appeared from his mouth, which met with Sasori's fire. Gaara used this and tried to immobilize Sasori with sand. He simply pointed his hand with water towards the sand and wet it, making it slower, which was to his advantage. Hyoten, flying needles, Uzumaki said and created thousands of needles made of ice that flew at Sasori. He couldn't dodge the attack, and some of the needles hit the joints of his arms and elbows, some just stuck into his body, but since Sasori himself almost became a puppet, he didn't feel any pain or notice it. Only when he tried to raise his hands did he look at them. A smart move. Just like last time, Akasuna said. Gaara, hold him off, Naruto said. The rest is on me. Understood, the Kazekage replied and used sand to prevent Sasori from moving. It won't work, Akasuna said, and one of the scrolls that was behind him fell and about 100 puppets appeared. I'll do better, said Naruto, and made the same number of shadow clones. Prepare to lose, said Uzumaki, and all 100 clones began to destroy Akasuna's puppets. Within a few minutes, all the puppets were destroyed. Hyoten, freezing technique, Naruto said, and created some kind of fog, which Sasori fell into. What did you do? Gaara asked. Frozen him, Naruto answered, and looked at Sasori, who stood covered in ice. But there was one thing. There was a hole in his chest for that white thing that Naruto cut 3.5 years ago. So, this thing, the most important one, Naruto said, and started looking for it. He thought the thing was lying on the floor until he saw the half-broken puppet trying to get up. Any last words? Naruto asked, creating a snow-white rasengan. Just kill me, that's all, Akasuna replied. Naruto nodded and hit the thing with a rasengan. That's it, Gaara said, but saw a large clay figure flying in the sky. Gaara, it's a bomb, hold it back a bit, and I'll create a barrier so the village stays intact, Naruto said, and began to fold a large number of seals. Got it, the red-haired man replied, and began to collect sand over the village to stop Deidara's bomb. At this time, Naruto finished with the seals and said, barrier of 4 white lights. After this, the village found itself inside a white cube, the edges of which consisted of a barrier. Blue flame barrier, Naruto said, and on top of the first barrier, a second one appeared, but this time it was blue. Gaara, remove the sand, the barriers will complete their task, Uzumaki said, and Gaara obeyed him. A second later, a very powerful explosion occurred, which could have destroyed the entire sand village if not for Naruto's barriers. Now, we need to help the others with Deidara, Naruto said, and ran towards the battle. A few minutes later, he arrived at the right place. Deidara left, Sasuke said, approaching Naruto. Bad, Naruto said. Are you okay? He asked. He was mostly in the air, so there wasn't much we could do to him, Hinata replied. I see, Naruto said, and turned to Gaara. I think we can return the villagers to the village. Deidara alone won't attack, he said. You can spend the night at my place, Gaara said. As I said, my house is big, there's enough room for everyone, he added. The next day, Team 7 was already in the Hokage's office. Was the mission to protect the Kazekage successful? Tsunade asked. Yes, Kakashi answered. Sasori Akasuna was killed during the battle, and Deidara was able to escape, Kakashi added. You killed one of the Akatsuki. The Hokage was taken aback. Who could do that? She asked. Naruto, Sasuke replied. I see, Senju said. He also saved the village from destruction, Hinata added. From destruction by what? Tsunade asked. Deidara created a huge bomb that he dropped on the village, and Naruto created 2 barriers that contained the explosion, thereby protecting the village from destruction, answered Kakashi. I didn't doubt him, said the Hokage. He is, after all, a student of the Sannin, she added. The mission rank is S. Here is the money, said the Hokage, and took out 4 envelopes of money. You may go free. Hi, everyone said, and left the Hokage's office. Each of them went home. I wanted to buy myself a bigger house. I'll have to look for ads. Naruto thought on his way home. Chapter 29. The Temple of Fire. Commentary on Chapter 29. The Temple of Fire. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Several days passed. Every day, Naruto came to the cemetery, to his parents. And today, after Uzumaki went there, he began training with Itachi in order to learn how to use the Sharingan correctly. But Naruto's Sharingan had one peculiarity. When Naruto activated Dujutsu, the sclera of his eye was normal, but when he more or less learned how to use it, when activating the Sharingan, the color of the sclera of the eye became black, which looked specific. You quickly learned to use the Sharingan, although not perfectly. But this is already a strong increase in your strength, Itachi said. You are very fast even without the Sharingan, and with it, it will be very difficult to hit you. Even Shisui is not as fast as you, Uchiha added. Now I want to try to teach you to copy techniques, he said, but he was interrupted by Kakashi's voice, who had recently approached. That will be later, he began. We have a mission. Mission? Naruto asked again. Yes, the ash-haired man answered. I don't know what it's connected with, so gather a team and go to the Hokage. I'll be waiting there, Hitaki said, turning around. And preferably quickly, he added, and disappeared. Okay, we'll continue later, you can go, Itachi said, and left. Naruto immediately went to Sasuke's house, since his house was closer. A few minutes later, he was at the Uchiha's house and knocked on the door. It opened, and Uzumaki saw Mikoto. Hello, Naruto, she greeted. Are you here to visit or on business? She asked calmly. Tell Sasuke to go to the Hokage immediately. Our team has a mission. Uzumaki answered and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Then he went to Hinata. Hello, Naruto greeted the guard. Hello, he replied. Should I call Hinata-sama? He asked. Tell him that we have an urgent mission, Naruto replied. Let him run to the Hokage as quickly as possible, he added. Okay, the man replied and entered the block. Uzumaki decided not to wait for her, but to go straight to the office. 3 minutes later, he was there. Hello, Tsunade-sama, Naruto greeted as he entered the office. Hello, Senju replied. Where are Sasuke and Hinata? She asked. They'll be here soon, I warned them, the blonde replied. Then we'll wait for them, Tsunade said, and at that moment, Hinata and Sasuke entered the office. Hello, they greeted and stood next to Naruto and Kakashi. And hello to you, answered Tsunade. As you already know, I assign you a mission that will be of great importance, both for your comrades and for all of Konoha as a whole. She began. An hour ago, we received a request for help from the 10th team. They went to the fire temple, where Asuma's friend was. Chiraku, one of the 12 ninja guardians, which includes Asuma himself, continued Senju. He died in a battle with Akatsuki. He was the second most powerful of this organization, and since he was killed, this speaks of the strength of those two Akatsuki, continued Tsunade. Now the 10th team is trying to track down these two, and is not confident in their strength, which is why they asked for reinforcements, said the 5th. They are exploring the territory near the temple. Head there and help them. When you meet Akatsuki, if possible, bring them alive, otherwise, kill them, finished Tsunade. Hi, said everyone present and disappeared from the office, immediately heading towards the exit of the village. The fire temple. It's an hour's run away, so let's speed up a bit, Kakashi said, increasing his pace. 40 minutes later, Team 7 was climbing the stairs that led to the entrance of the temple. There were traces of battle on it, blood, cracks and much more. How many died here? Hinata whispered. A lot, Naruto replied. As soon as they approached the gate, which had 3 large dents, an old bald man with a beard came out. I am Jushoku, are you with Asuma's team? The monk asked. Yes, Naruto replied. Could you take us to them? He asked. Follow me, said the old man and headed inside. Tell me what happened here, Kakashi asked. When I came here, there were only many corpses and ruins left. The old man answered sadly. Only a few were able to survive, and from them I learned that one of the attackers took Chiraku's corpse. The monk added. About Asuma. They're now in the temple, questioning the other monks. Just recently, Asuma's team returned with a search. They found nothing. Kakashi, come here quickly. Hataki heard Sarutobi's voice. Tell me what you found and learned, Hataki said. The only thing I learned is that these two Akatsuki are immortal, Asuma said, apparently still not recovering from what he had just heard. This can't be, Shikamaru said. I agree, Naruto supported. Everyone has a weak spot, he added. Do you even know who attacked? Asked the ash-haired man. A certain Kakazu and Hidden, Sarutobi answered. Kakazu, a renegade from the land of Waterfall, Hasdotten, Uzumaki began. Hidden. A renegade from the land of Hot Springs. Obsessed with some Jashin. Uzumaki continued. That's all I know about them, he finished. That's something, said Nara. We need to find out more about them to make a proper plan. He added. By the way, why didn't you say that you were one of the 12 Guardian Ninja? Uzumaki asked, looking at Asuma. Did you also ask from behind your belt? Asuma asked. I didn't see the point in telling you about it, Sarutobi answered. Okay, I suggest we go on a search, Shikamaru suggested. By the way, I remembered something about Kakazu, said the blonde. He is crazy about money, that's why he took Chiraku-sama's body to get a reward for it. We are looking not far from the trading points, said the blonde. This will reduce the search radius, Sarutobi said. Wait, Naruto said. I will put a mark on you to find you at any time. Uzumaki said while making seals. Just direct chakra into the seal and I will feel it. After a while we will help. Uzumaki said while putting a seal on all the members of the 10th team, who immediately went to one of the shopping outlets. The 7th team went in the opposite direction. 3 hours passed like this. Near one of the trading points, 2 shinobi were walking, in black cloaks with red hair. One of them was carrying the body of a bald monk. Apparently, it was Chiraku. Kakazu, FCK, throw that piece of shit out. said a silver-haired man of about 25. Shut up, Hidden, Kakazu said in a grave voice. Otherwise, I'll kill you, he added menacingly. Will you kill me? Hidden started laughing. Well, try it, bastard. He continued. We've arrived, said Kakazu and entered the building. He walked down the corridor to the toilet, where he pressed a special button and the wall slid open. FCK, it stinks in here, Hidden said. Ugh. FCK, he added. Be quiet, said Kakazu and entered the opened door. Well, it's later, Hidden said. Kakazu-san, said the man standing there. Who is it this time? He asked. See for yourself, said Kakazu and threw the body on the floor. The man was taken aback and took out a book that listed the people for whom the reward was given. Oh. Chiraku, he said in surprise. 10 million ryo. Here you go, the man said and held out a suitcase with money, which Kakazu began to count. Are you going to count 'em too? Hidden was indignant. Money loves to be counted, so shut up and wait, Kakazu said. Fuck, I'm going out. The stench is hellish, Hidden said and left the building. Bitch, you stink too. Hidden said, sniffing the sleeve of his cloak. Awesome, he added. At that moment, he saw a kunai flying towards him. What kind of assholes are these? He said, catching the weapon. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that you're going to die now, Shikamaru said using the shadow trap technique. FCK, you too. You're fucking annoying. No one can kill me as long as I serve Jashin-sama. Hidden said, dodging the shadow. At this time, Kakashi, Team 10 has found Akatsuki, Naruto said as he caught up with his teacher. Lead the way, Haki said briefly and followed his student. Chapter 30. Fighting Akatsuki. Commentary on Chapter 30. Fighting Akatsuki. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Lead the way, Kakashi said and followed Naruto. There, 20 minutes away from us, the blonde began. That's taking into account that we'll all be running at full speed, he added. But I can get there in 12 minutes, Naruto warned. No, we're going together, Kakashi said. Understood, Uzumaki said. Then I'll create a couple of clones so they can get to the 10th team faster. Naruto said, forming a seal and creating 4 shadow clones that appeared in front of him, forming a large cloud of white smoke, from which they soon emerged and accelerated, breaking forward. We can only hope that everything will be okay with them, Naruto said. At this time, you're fucked, Hidden said, taking out his 3-bladed scythe. We'll see, Shikamaru said and tried to use shadow capture again. At this time, Asuma came out of cover and began to attack Hidden using his chakra-conducting blades. Hidden began to examine his new opponent, because injuries are not scary for him. Oops, another piece of shit from the fucking defenders, he said. Where is Chiraku's body? He asked menacingly. At that moment, Kakazu came out of the building with a suitcase in his hands. Hidden, have you ever had money fall on your head at least once? He said, looking at Asuma. Don't interfere, I can handle it myself, Hidden said, dodging Sarutobi's blows. But then, out of nowhere, Izumo and Kotetsu appeared and pierced his body with their blades. FCK, that hurts, Hidden said. What? Asuma was taken aback. We hit the vital organs. How is he still alive? Izumo said. FCK, it hurts, don't pull, said Hidden. It's as if nothing happened to him, thought Shikamaru, catching him in the shadow trap. But it was not to be. A second later, Shikamaru stopped the technique to dodge a blow from Kakazu, who appeared behind him. As soon as Nara dodged the attack, Kakazu tried to attack the owl, but Asuma blocked his path. Izumo, Kotetsu, get back, Sarutobi said. Holy shit, the technique dissipated, Hidden said and began to draw a strange symbol on the ground using his blood. It consisted of 2 parts, a circle and a triangle inscribed in it. The ritual is over. Prepare to die, assholes. Hidden said, I say again, do not interfere. I will use them as sacrifices for Jashin-sama. Akatsuki said, raising his scythe. I'm first, Asuma began. As soon as he opens up, use shadow capture and I'll cut off his head, he finished. You don't need to sacrifice yourself, Shikamaru said. I wasn't planning on it, Sarutobi smiled. Just not with you behind my back, he added. At that moment, Hidden jumped up. Asuma responded in kind. The battle began, not for life, but to the death. Asuma fought, repelling his opponent's attacks. And then, another blow from Hidden with his scythe, which Sarutobi parried, but with a mistake that could have been his last. One of the blades of the scythe scratched the Junin's cheek and Hidden instantly pulled her to himself. So we'll use this, Asuma thought, folding the seals. Kaiten, ash cloud, he said, releasing a huge cloud from his mouth, which Hidden got into, after which he stood on his drawing. After that, he licked Asuma's blood. His skin color changed. It became black, with white patterns resembling a skeleton. As soon as Asuma clicked his teeth, creating a spark, the ashes exploded. Everything would have been fine, but both Asuma and Hidden were injured. FCK, how it hurts. Hidden screamed. Asuma dropped one of the daggers he was holding in his right hand in unbearable pain. His entire right side of his body was covered in severe burns. How, was all Shikamaru said. Now, we can begin the ritual, Hidden said. How could he grab my hand too? Asuma wondered. You bastards will be punished by Jashin-sama, Hidden said, taking out a long blade. Asuma took one of his blades, but only in one hand, since the other was unable to do anything, and rushed towards Hidden. Take that, Akatsuki shouted and stabbed his leg. But to the surprise of everyone present, Asuma fell on level ground, after which he slid along the ground for another 2 meters. What did he do? Shikamaru said. I don't understand anything, he almost shouted. Easy 15 million Ryo, Kakazu chuckled. Should I torture you, or finish you off right away? Hidden asked rhetorically, bringing his blade to the heart area. Shadow hold, Shikamaru said, directing his shadow towards Hidden to restrict his movements. If only I could make it in time. If only, Shikamaru thought. There are only a few millimeters left before Hidden's chest reaches his body, which stops obeying him. What's going on? Hidden asked. What the FCK? Like this, a voice was heard from behind Shikamaru. He turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Nara said. How's your chakra? Uzumaki asked. Almost at 0, Nara answered. Will you help me out? Of course, Naruto said and touched his shoulder. Nara immediately felt new chakra replenishing his own reserves. The technique became stronger, and Hidden began to get angry. FCK, this is awkward. The silver-haired man shouted. You'll be patient, Naruto said. Shikamaru, what's the symbol he's standing on? Naruto asked. You just need to get him out of there and you can do whatever you want with him, Nara said using shadow imitation, with which he took Hidden out of the circle. Fag asterisk at, was all Akatsuki said, returning to his previous appearance. Hyoten, ice forest, said Uzumaki. A multitude of sharp ice flows appeared and pierced Hidden's body. There were several hits. One hit his chest, another pierced his left shoulder and right arm. His stomach was pierced on the right side, and his left leg. FCK, how BTCH it hurts. Hidden's peer, I'll let you be the first to be torn apart by Jashin-sama, bastard. Try it, Naruto said calmly and began to fold more seals for the next technique. Sutan, cutting stream, Naruto said and released a thick stream of water from his mouth, with which he cut off Hidden's head. Shit, the head, separated from the body, screamed, this fucking hurts. How is he still alive? Nara said. Akatsuki, Uzumaki said, the only thing I can say is that they are resilient and have a few tricks up their sleeve, he added. Kakazu, be a friend, help me, Hidden said. Didn't you tell me not to interfere? Kakazu said. And the fact that your 15 fucking million will run away means nothing to you. Hidden said casually. Well, if that's the case, then I'll help, Kakazu said and rushed at Naruto. It won't work, Naruto said shortly, covering everyone with a sphere of ice, while remaining outside. What are you doing? Asuma shouted, still lying nearby. Don't waste your energy, Naruto said and placed him in the sphere as well. Prepare to die, asshole. Hidden, or rather his head, shouted. You lie down and shut up, Naruto said, an S-rank missing nin from the land of waterfalls. What made you join Akatsuki? Uzumaki asked. It doesn't matter, Kakazu said shortly and raised his fist to strike. Naruto didn't even try to dodge. He simply coated his hand with Kurama's chakra and caught the attacker's hand, squeezing it so hard that he broke it. You are strong, said Kakazu. Stronger than all of them put together, he added. You will bring in a lot of money. Maybe more than him, he said, looking at Asuma. There won't be any profit, Naruto said and threw him away. He flew back a good 10 meters and broke through the wall of the building from which he had emerged with a suitcase. Damn, for the first time in years, I've found someone I can go toe-to-toe with. Kakazu said, getting to his feet. And the last one, Naruto said casually, Sutan, water dragon, Naruto said and directed a technique that was 20 meters in size at Kakazu. Doton, Stone wall, Kakazu said and disappeared behind a wall of stone, which was an improved version of the mud wall. Good. Raten. Ball lightning. Uzumaki said and created a large ball lightning, which rushed at high speed towards Kakazu's wall, from which he jumped back in order to avoid being hit by the technique. I can't defeat him with techniques. I'll have to use taijutsu, thought Kakazu and rushed towards him, although he had recently flown away from him. Don't you learn from your mistakes? Naruto said and created about 40 clones, which immediately attacked Kakazu. Okay, he said and began to change dramatically. His body began to expand, his cloak tore and 5 masks were visible on his back, somewhat similar to Anbu masks. Some strings were sticking out of his mouth, as well as from the places where the joints should be. The masks themselves began to crawl out of him, thanks to which he took on a form similar to his previous one. Now the real battle begins, Kakazu said, and all the masks rushed towards Uzumaki. Chapter 31. Naruto vs. Kakazu. Commentary on Chapter 31. Naruto vs. Kakazu. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The battle between Naruto and Kakazu has begun. They will fight seriously. Shadow clone technique. Naruto said and created a bunch of clones that rushed at Kakazu. Kaiten. Skull crushing. Akatsuki said, and one of the masks released a huge stream of fire, which destroyed all the clones. You're still a weakling, Hidden shouted, watching the fight. How could such a FCK become a shinobi? He continued, but his head was instantly covered in ice. Shut up, Uzumaki said. Hyoten. Ice needles, the blonde said, and created thousands of needles that flew at Kakazu. Fuyuten. Gust of wind, he said, and the mask knocked the needles away. But it was not to be. Naruto improved this technique, and now the needles pursue the enemy until they meet an obstacle. Clever, Kakazu noted. Kaiten. Great fireball, he said, hoping to melt the needles. But as stated earlier, this is an enhanced genome, the ice of which is difficult to melt using only Kato. Okay, destroying fire stream, Kakazu said, first releasing a powerful stream of fire, which he then enhanced with Fuyuten, which gave the fire much greater destructiveness. But for this case Naruto had one technique. Typhoon, Uzumaki said, releasing a stream of water from his mouth, which he accelerated with the help of air. This technique overpowered Kakazu's fire, but swept away the needles. You are very strong. I will take your heart, said Kakazu. And so, Naruto said, making some seals, I don't have a pure Kaiten. But I think it will work. Flashback. A year ago. Kurama, do Biju have chakra elements or something like that? Uzumaki asked while in his subconscious, which he had slightly reorganized. Previously, it was something like a room with leaking pipes. And now, there were no pipes left, nor was there any water on the floor. The walls were white, and there were many candles on them, shining a bright, warm light that illuminated the room. On the floor, which seemed to be made of black marble, was 6 tomo, which symbolized the Rikudo Sennin. Yes, answered Kurama. Personally, for me it's Kaiten. For Kokuo it's Fuyuten and so on, he added. What about it? Well, maybe it will come in handy in the future, Naruto said. End flashback. Of course it will work. Uzumaki thought as he finished making the seals. 2-element technique, Solar Dragon. Naruto said and began to form a huge dragon in front of him, reaching 30 meters in length. At first, it was translucent, made of air. Then it began to be enveloped in fire, which was red in color. But what happened next surprised everyone. Fire and air merged into one and formed a yellow fire, which increased the dragon by half, making the technique even more deadly. But it would have been nothing if the dragon had not begun to cover itself with some kind of armor made of ice, which was reinforced with air, so that it would not be straightened out. This technique is very destructive. But it has one drawback. No one with a chakra reserve that is at least half as much as Naruto will be able to perform this technique, because Uzumaki spends about half of his chakra on this technique, which, you must admit, is a lot. What kind of technique is this? Kakazu said in shock, feverishly going over options on how to reflect it. Ice can be melted using Kaiten combined with Fuyuten techniques. But this will increase the power of the fire component of the technique, and using Suten, he will freeze the water, strengthening the armor. You can try Doten, but he will break through this defense without noticing. He thought until he saw that a 35-meter dragon was only a couple of meters away from him. I will have to defend myself with hearts. But even if I survive, I will be greatly weakened. I need to sew Hidden's head back in place as soon as possible, Kakazu thought, placing 4 hearts in front of him, each possessing one element. If he destroys them, then I'll only have Doten left. Kakazu thought and tried to dodge when Naruto's technique simply melted Kakazu's hearts. He managed to dodge somehow, but his right leg was hit and simply turned into ashes, which the next second simply crumbled. Damn, Kakazu cursed. What are you? Kakazu shouted in shock. What am I? Uzumaki asked again. You're wrong. I'm not something. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the student of Kakashi Hatake and the Three Sannin, the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto got angry. Shouldn't you, who monitor the Beiyu and their Jinchuriki, know about this? You are the Akatsuki, the almighty gods of shinobi. Naruto said, while his teeth began to resemble fangs, the pupil of his eye, which was not a Sharingan, changed shape and became vertical, and the iris became bright red. Naruto started to develop claws and stripes on his face, they became more prominent. From this, Kakazu began to try to crawl back. What are you doing? He said in horror. I haven't seen such power even from Hashirama. You dared to take Matatabi and take Yugito's life. Uzumaki said and rushed at Kakazu at full speed and began to beat him. The first blow landed on his jaw, which broke immediately, the second on his left cheekbone, the third on his eyebrow, on his lip, again on his jaw, on his temple, and so on. Naruto beat him hard and for a long time. When he was done, there was almost nothing left of Kakazu's face. Naruto, that's enough, Uzumaki heard a voice in his head. I thought about it myself, Naruto said, returning to his previous appearance. But on the way to Hidden, his body became weak and disobedient, causing him to fall to one knee. It's my chakra that's affecting you like that. You need to ask Jiraiya to give you the key, Kurama said. Yeah, Naruto said out loud and walked up to Hidden's head, which was still under the ice. Having removed the ice, Uzumaki almost went deaf from the volume and amount of curses that flew in his direction. BTCH, how could you kill Kakazu, you bastard? Just sew my head on and I'll beat you so hard you won't know what hit you. You won't kill me, you asshole. Jashin herself won't let you. Hidden shouted. What's stopping me from simply breaking your connection with Jashin? Naruto threatened. And simply destroying your body and head. Naruto added calmly, but with the addition of ki. Is that possible? Hidden was surprised. I don't know, was the last thing he heard before he saw his body becoming covered and turning into ice, which slowly began to crack and crumble. BTCH, asshole, how the FCK it hurts. Hidden screamed. Shut up, Hidden heard before Naruto sealed him. Then he went to free the others. That is, Asuma, Shikamaru, Izumo and Kotetsu. As soon as he freed them, he looked up at the roof of the building where Kakazu was taking the money. There he saw the rest of the members of teams 7 and 10. The most important thing he saw was Hinata and Ino standing in horror. The others were just surprised, to put it mildly. I'm fine, you don't have to worry, but help Asuma, Naruto said when he felt a slight push from the front. It was Hinata, who was hugging the blonde tightly. I was very scared, she said. There's nothing to be afraid of, I was conscious, I just borrowed chakra from Kurama and that's it, Naruto said, hugging Hinata. Everything's fine. What's wrong with Asuma-sensei? Ino and Choji asked. Kakashi wasn't among them. He was standing next to Asuma and Shikamaru. He's in serious condition, but if we get there in time, everything will be fine, Hatake said, lifting him onto his back. Wait, Naruto said, moving away from Hinata. I can give him Kurama's chakra and his wounds will heal a little, he said, touching Asuma's shoulder. Come on, Kakashi said, squatting down a little to make Naruto comfortable. After a couple of seconds, Asuma regained consciousness. Did we win? He asked in a weak voice. Naruto defeated them, Kakashi replied and Asuma relaxed. Okay, he said and fell asleep. To Konoha, said Kakashi and 10 shinobi went to the village, or more precisely to Tsunade. Commentary on Chapter 31, Naruto vs. Kakazu. There may be some shortcomings, since I wrote the chapter in an hour and a half, so forgive me if there are mistakes and shortcomings. Chapter 32, Return to Konoha. Commentary on Chapter 32, Return to Konoha. The chapter is finished, enjoy reading. Naruto, you deceived us, Kakashi said in a calm voice, in which sadness and anger could be felt. I clearly said that we are all going together, he added. Now judge for yourself. Naruto began. Yes, I disobeyed the order and admit my guilt. Uzumaki said, but you weren't the one who taught me that disobeying an order means being trash, and abandoning friends is even worse. Naruto said. Yes, I taught you that, Kakashi admitted. If I hadn't made it, neither Shikamaru, nor Asuma, nor Izumo with Kotetsu, nor Ino, nor Choji would be alive, the blonde said. I am ready to give my life for any other friend or ally. He added, you can punish me, not take me on missions, file a complaint that I am not a chunin. Uzumaki listed. It's your business. He said. But if it concerns the lives of my friends, I will repeat once again, I will give my life for them, but I will not let them die. Naruto said. I agree, Shikamaru said, catching up with Kakashi and Naruto. Me too, said Ino and Choji. Yes, he disobeyed, Izumo said. But he did it for a good cause, and not because of his licentiousness, but because he was worried about us and Asuma-san with the 10th team, he said. What would have happened if the Nine Tails had gone berserk? Hatake asked. He wouldn't have gone berserk. Naruto said, first of all, he has a name, Kurama. I told you, a long time ago, Uzumaki said. Secondly, I asked him for chakra myself, the blonde added. I see, was all Kakashi said as he rushed forward. Understand, I'm worried about you too. Just like Hinata, he said at last and jumped 5 meters forward. Several hours passed. It was getting dark, and at that time, teams 7 and 10, along with Izumo and Kotetsu, ran into the gates of Konoha. Their path lay towards the Konoha hospital. Tsunade, we have a seriously injured person, Naruto said, bursting into the office without knocking. Who? Fifth asked immediately. Asuma. Uzumaki answered. Where is he? Tsunade asked. In the hospital, in room 32. Naruto said. I'll be there soon, Tsunade said and began to get ready to go to the hospital in order to save Asuma. 20 minutes later, she performed the operation. A little over an hour and a half passed. All this time, Team 10, along with Naruto and Kakashi, sat near the office where the operation was taking place. As soon as Tsunade left there, Shikamaru immediately approached her and asked. How is Asuma-sensei? In response, Tsunade only shook her head sadly and looked into Shikamaru's eyes. What's wrong with him? Nara asked, already guessing what could have happened. Tsunade-sama. A voice was heard from the office. What? She asked. Asuma-san is alive, they answered her. He is in serious condition, but stable, the nurses added. Excellent, Tsunade said and headed to the office. You can go, he will be fine, she added and disappeared into the intensive care unit doors. Naruto and Kakashi left, and Team 10 stayed behind, awaiting the results of the operation. Kakashi, I'm sorry I disobeyed. Naruto apologized. Nothing, Hatake replied. I'm going home, where are you going? He asked. I'm probably home too. Naruto began but stopped. I only killed Kakazu, Hiden is still alive. I should give him up to find out Akatsuki's plans, Uzumaki said. Then go to the Hokage, Hatake said. Yeah, Uzumaki said and turned around, after which he headed back to the residence. Naruto and Kakashi didn't go that far, so Uzumaki quickly reached the Hokage's office. He knocked and entered. Hello again, Naruto greeted. What again? Asked Fifth. Straight to the point, Naruto began. I killed Kakazu, one of the Akatsuki, but I left Hiden alive, he said. Well, what's his name? Just his head, Naruto corrected himself. I suggest we get into his head and find out Akatsuki's plans. Not a bad idea, Owl, said Tsunade and an Anbu appeared in the office. Call Abiki Morino, asked Senju. Hi, said the Anbu and disappeared. A few minutes later, the man who had conducted the Chunin exam a few years ago entered the office. What happened? Abiki asked. An interrogation is needed, the Fifth answered briefly. Who should I interrogate? Morino asked. Him, Naruto said unsealing Hiden's head. Finally, FCK. He began. It's F-seeking stuffy in there. What? Abiki and Fifth were taken aback. This is Hiden, Uzumaki replied. Is he immortal? Tsunade and Abiki asked. Yeah, FCK. What, can't you see the FCK? Yelled Hiden. Well, that makes things easier. In a way, Abiki said. Soon everything will be ready. Morino said, taking Hiden's head by the hair. FCK. Where the FCK are you going? It hurts, Hiden screamed. After that, Abiki left the office, leaving Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto, tell me about what happened on the mission, Tsunade asked tiredly. Well, we came to the fire temple. Naruto began. There I told everything I knew about Kakazu and Hiden, and then we split up with the 10th team in order to find these two faster. Uzumaki continued. Asuma-san's team found them faster and entered the fight. At that time, I found out that they were fighting and told Kakashi about it. after which one asked to go to the battlefield. But he forbade me, so I created clones, one of which replaced me. Well, then I fought Kakazu and hidden. That's all. Uzumaki finished. You lied to Kakashi. What did he say when he found out? Senju asked. I said that it was okay, because I did it for a good cause, or rather, to save my friends, Naruto answered. I see, Tsunade said thoughtfully. Since there were 2 from Akatsuki, I award the mission rank, S+, Tsunade said. Here is the reward and give the rest to the others, Senju said, handing over 10 envelopes. It's equal, so it doesn't matter who gets which, Tsunade clarified. Got it, Naruto said. Can I go? He asked. Yes, you are free, Tsunade said and reached for the documents that lay on the left edge of the table. By the way, where is Jiraiya? Asked Uzumaki. Jiraiya is on a mission right now, he should be back tomorrow, Tsunade replied. I see, said the blonde and left the office. Well, since Jiraiya is not here, then I'll give the money to the others, thought Naruto and went to Kakashi to give him the money. So he gave the money to everyone, including Asuma. Now let's go home, Naruto said and went to his home. Commentary on Chapter 32. Return to Konoha. I apologize for not posting the chapter on time, because I had an exam that I was preparing for yesterday. Chapter 33. Information. Commentary on Chapter 33. Information. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. It was midday outside. There were many people walking along the streets of Konohagakure. Old people, adults and children. They were all in a hurry. But Naruto was sleeping. For a long time. About 15 hours. He woke up, but he was not rested, because he had not slept well at night, because of the burning in his muscles. You may ask, why is that? It's simple. As was said earlier, during the battle with Kakazu, he used Kurama's chakra, and a lot of it. And because the QB is sealed, using its chakra gives certain consequences, in the form of burning and pain in the muscles. That's why Uzumaki did not get enough sleep. Damn, how my whole body hurts. Naruto thought lazily, getting out of bed and getting dressed. It's your own fault, he heard Kurama's voice. I warned you a year ago that my chakra, when I'm sealed, will harm you, in the form of a burning sensation throughout your body, the Nine Tails added. I don't deny it, the blonde muttered as he walked into the kitchen. That's good, Kurama said. You remember what happened right after that? He asked, hinting at Naruto's scar. Flashback. A year ago. Naruto, try using Kurama's chakra, said Jiraiya, who was standing in front of Naruto. A second later, Naruto released 3 tails from the Kyuubi's chakra. His pupils became vertical and changed color to red. The stripes on his face became more visible, and his claws and fangs began to grow rapidly. Naruto. Jiraiya was taken aback. Is everything okay? He asked, looking into the eyes of his godson. They weren't like Naruto's previous gaze. It was animalistic. Damn, the Sannin shouted and rushed towards Naruto. I see, couldn't control myself, the white-haired man heard from his student, who the next moment rushed towards Jiraiya. Tsunade, Orochimaru, the white-haired man shouted, and a few seconds later the rest of the Sannin appeared on the battlefield. We need to calm him down, Jiraiya told the others. They nodded and dodged Naruto's slashing attack. The fight was long, very long. Already fighting with his last strength, Orochimaru took out the Kusanagi sword and struck Naruto. He hit the Uzumaki in the eye. Naruto howled from the sharp pain. Jiraiya, Tsunade shouted. Got it, said the white-haired man and took a piece of paper from his pocket with a seal visible on it. This leaf, he attached to Naruto, and the Nine Tails cloak disappeared. Naruto fell unconscious, and from his eye, or rather the place where it should have been, blood flowed like a river. End flashback. Yes, Naruto answered. I remember you said that your chakra, when sealed, harms the body. But there was also something about it driving you crazy, Uzumaki added. In small quantities, no. Kurama began. Let's say you took my chakra to use Kaiten. He gave an example. It's harmless. Fox continued. But the fact that you covered yourself with my chakra, that already harms the body. Kurama finished. Ah. I remembered, said the blonde. If I use all 9 tails from your chakra, if it is sealed, then you will break free without wanting to, and I will die, said Naruto. I finally remembered, said Kurama. By the way, when can I open the seal? Naruto asked. Your body isn't ready yet, and Jiraiya hasn't given you the key yet, answered the fox. Now go do whatever you want, he said and interrupted the dialogue. There's not much you can do about muscle pain, but you just have to endure it for a bit, that's all, Naruto thought as he started eating breakfast. Several hours passed. Naruto was lying on the bed, because his muscles were still burning badly. He was lying there and not thinking about anything. But then, he remembered something. I gave Kurama's chakra to Asuma. Naruto thought. Kurama, come here immediately. The blonde addressed the fox. What again? Asked Kurama. I gave your chakra to Asuma. Naruto began. Will he be okay? Uzumaki asked. Yes, the nine-tailed answered calmly. When you transfer my chakra to someone, you act as a kind of filter, Kurama answered. To put it simply, you take the negative effect of my chakra for yourself, the fox explained. Is that all? He asked. Yes, Naruto answered. Then I'm going to sleep, said Kurama and disappeared. Maybe I should sleep too, Naruto thought, closing his eyes. Perhaps that's a good idea. At this time. Tsunade, said Jiraiya entering the Hokage's office. Hello to you too, the blonde greeted. I have a very important conversation with you, Sanan began. And what kind? Tsunade asked. It's about Akatsuki, Jiraiya replied. Start, Senju said. In general, information has reached me about where the Akatsuki leader is, answered Jiraiya. And where is it? Asked the blonde. In Omegakure, the Sanan replied. Amgaka, Tsunade thought. It's a country on the border with Konoha and Suna. It often became a battlefield between shinobi from the land of fire and wind. The entrance there is guarded, Tsunade listed. But that's okay, continue, she said. So, the leader of Akatsuki is a man named Pain. But no one has ever seen him in real life. Instead of him comes, Angel, said the white-haired man. I want to go to the land of rain and learn more about them, said Jiraiya, and Tsunade was taken aback. What? She said. Straight into the enemy's lair. I'm one of the great Sanin. Do you think some Pain can easily deal with me? Jiraiya said. I'll only let you go if your partner goes with you, Tsunade said her condition. Okay, Orochimaru is in the village? Jiraiya asked. No, he's also collecting information about Akatsuki, Tsunade replied. I see, said Jiraiya, then I'll take Naruto, said the Sanin. Okay, Tsunade said, but why him? She asked. Yes, because he is almost the strongest shinobi in the village, the white-haired man answered. Okay, is that all? Senju asked. Yes, Jiraiya replied. Maybe we should have a drink. He asked. I'm in, said the Hokage and flew out of the office. As always, Jiraiya said with a smile and followed her. Chapter 34. Going to the Rain Village. Commentary on Chapter 34. Going to the Rain Village. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. It was early morning, the sun hadn't even risen yet, and Naruto was already awake. There's almost no muscle pain today. That's good, Naruto thought as he dressed in his usual uniform. Naruto, try to use my chakra rarely, especially for purposes like you used it during the battle with Kakazu, Kurama said. I used your chakra in this way for the second time in my life, Uzumaki replied. In response, he heard nothing. He went to cook himself some food. About 3 or 4 hours passed. Naruto was about to go outside, but he heard a knock on the door. Who could it be? Naruto thought and opened the door. There he saw one of those with whom he trained for 3.5 years. Jiraiya. Hello, Naruto greeted. Hello, Sanan replied. Are you busy? He asked. No, Uzumaki answered. Come in, the blonde said and stepped back, letting his teacher into the house. No need, said Jiraiya. We have a mission, he added. What mission? The blonde asked. Let's go to Tsunade, said Jiraiya. She'll explain everything there, he added. Okay, Naruto said. I'll just take the equipment, he added and entered the house, where he took the bag with explosive seals. Let's go, he said after he locked the door of the house with a key. A few minutes later they were standing in the office, in front of the 5th Hokage. Hello, Naruto greeted. Hello, Tsunade replied. Do you already know that you have a mission? She asked. Yes, Uzumaki replied. But what does it consist of? He asked. We have received information that the leader of Akatsuki is in Omegakure, Tsunade began. The Rain Country. Isn't it closed to entry? Naruto asked. As I heard, entry for shinobi from other villages is prohibited without a good reason. Or has that rule already been lifted? He asked. You're right, Senju said, entry for outsiders is prohibited. But Jiraiya will be with you. With him, you will sneak into the village and gather information about this pain. Tsunade finished explaining the mission. So our task is to collect information, the blonde summed up. But there is one nuance, he said. Which one? Tsunade asked. Since the borders of a megacure are closed, then most likely there is a barrier on them that scans the chakra of all residents, answered Naruto. Most likely, it was created by Pain himself, he answered, but there is one more. But what? Jiraiya asked. Chakra, Naruto answered shortly. What does she have to do with it? Tsunade asked. I think I understand. Jiraiya began, we must extinguish the chakra. But it is impossible to do it 100%. But that is not the point. If we enter into a fight, then we will not be able to continue hiding the chakra, which will give us away to Pain, the white-haired man answered. I see, Tsunade said thoughtfully. We have two choices, Naruto began. Either let them know about ourselves right away, or look for information, he said. But there will be a battle with someone in both cases, the blonde continued. I suggest that we let them know about ourselves right away, so as not to waste our strength, but save it for the battle with Pain, Naruto said. I don't think that if we choose the second option, we'll run into strong opponents, Tsunade said. Now judge for yourself, Naruto began, the borders are strictly closed. Who will put some chunin and weak jonin on guard? Especially if there are less than a couple of dozen of them, Naruto finished. He's right, Jiraiya said. I didn't think of that, Tsunade said, but then it will be difficult for both of you. You'll need to find someone. She said. Who? Everyone is on missions, Naruto answered. Bad. Then, I'll send someone to you as soon as someone is free, said Tsunade. By the way, not everyone is on missions, he said. Hinata and Sasuke are still sitting around doing nothing. No, Naruto said, almost shouting. At the very least, I won't let Hinata come with me, Naruto said. You know why? You've lived through it yourself, he added. Yes, was all Tsunade said. Okay, Jiraiya said. Naruto, warn her, Jiraiya said with a smile. Yeah, Naruto answered with a smile as well. Seeing this, Tsunade smiled. But after a moment, she remembered the one she lost in the war. Kato Dan. She quickly put those thoughts out of her head and said, okay, go warn her and quickly on the mission. Senju said. Already gone, Naruto said and ran out of the office. He wasn't like this during training, Tsunade said. Yes, she changed him a lot. In such a short time. Jiraiya agreed. Why are you standing there? Senju said playfully indignantly. Go there, wait for Naruto at the gate, she added. Okay, said Sanin and left the office. Naruto stood at the gates of the Hyuga clan, waiting for the one he loved. He stood with his back against the beam that supported the gate, looking up at the sky. A minute later, Hinata stood before him. Hello, she greeted and hugged Uzumaki. Hello to you too, Naruto said and hugged her back. Are you just here or on business? Hyuga asked, moving away from Bonden. I'm on a mission, Naruto replied. What is the mission, if it's not a secret? Hinata asked. I, together with Jiraiya, are going to Omegakure to search for information about the leader of Akatsuki, Naruto answered. The leader of Akatsuki. The girl was horrified. And if you have to fight him? If Akatsuki has such strong shinobi, then what is his strength? She began to list the reasons why Naruto should not leave, but he interrupted her. Everything will be fine, he said. After all, I am a disciple of the three Sannin, and one of them is coming with me, he added. Do you think that will calm me down? She asked. Yes. Moreover, Kakashi himself said that he is almost the strongest in the village, said Naruto. I'll still worry, Hinata said. How about I leave something that will glow if I'm okay? Naruto asked. Of course, Hinata said. Just now. This thing, Orochimaru found while we were outside the village, said Naruto and took out a small transparent crystal from his bag. It can infinitely hold chakra in itself, only if its owner is in order. Naruto began, but if you seal chakra in it, then it will be there forever, said Uzumaki and filled the crystal with his chakra, which made it glow with a rather bright white light. Here. Put it in a visible place so that you can observe it, said the blonde handing the crystal to Hinata. Okay, Hyuga replied and put the crystal in her pocket, after which she hugged the blonde again. Promise me that everything will be okay with you, she whispered. I promise, Naruto replied. Go, you're probably late, Hinata said letting go of Naruto. Yeah, was all he said and headed towards the Konoha gates. 3 minutes later, he was already talking to Jiraiya. Let's go, said Sanin and headed towards the exit of the village. Let's go, Uzumaki said and followed him. So, our heroes headed straight into the enemy's lair. What awaits them? No one knows. Will they be alive and well after the mission, or will they be crippled, or even die? Or maybe they will come up with something. Chapter 35. Coming to Omegakure and searching for information. Commentary on Chapter 35. Coming to Omegakure and searching for information. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Jiraiya and Naruto had been running towards Omegakure for about 4 hours. There was still about the same amount of time left. Then, an idea came to Naruto's mind. I was thinking, Uzumaki began, turning to Jiraiya. We need information about Pain, including the rest of the Akatsuki members, right? The blonde asked. Yes, why? Sanan asked a counter question. I can take a risk and infiltrate Akatsuki as a spy and send you information, Naruto suggested. Hearing this, Sanan's face became more serious than ever. Are you serious? Sanan asked. Absolutely, Naruto answered in all seriousness. Do you think I'll agree to this? Said the white-haired man. No, Naruto said, but I, like you, Tsunade and Orochimaru, am ready to give my life for the sake of Konoha, and the whole world as a whole, Naruto began. I am ready to sacrifice my life and future, just like you, he said. Are you thinking about us? Jiraiya said. What will we feel? How will we live? And what about Hinata? What will happen to her? The white-haired man listed. Yes, I thought about it, Uzumaki answered calmly. I have already weighed everything a long time ago. She is a kind and strong girl, he began. He will know that by protecting her and everyone else, I will die with a smile on my face. Believe me, it is hard for me to leave her alone, but such a situation will happen sooner or later, Uzumaki sentenced. You say it so easily. Either you really know what you're talking about, or you're a fool for thinking you know what you're talking about, said Jiraiya. I'm leaning towards the first option. The Sanan made his choice. You know what you're talking about. What's going on with the Akatsuki infiltration? Naruto asked. Are you sure they'll take you? Asked the Sanan. You killed Sasori and Kakazu, defeated the immortal Hidden, and now you come to Akatsuki under the pretext of, I just wanted to. Said the Sanan. I didn't think about that. Uzumaki said thoughtfully. I don't even know what to do. Naruto said. For the first time, he didn't know what to do. He didn't even have any options. If they find out that you killed someone important from Konoha, maybe they'll accept you. That's not a fact, said Jiraiya. Then the option of implementation is out of the question, Naruto said. For the first time, he cancelled his plan. This is a strong opponent, so you have to think everything through in advance. Any mistake means death. Then we'll just make ourselves known right away and fight Pain, said Jiraiya, and looking at Uzumaki saw an agreeing nod. Well, to business, said the Sanan and sped up his run. Jiraiya, give me the key to the seal, Naruto asked. Are you sure you need it? Jiraiya asked. Absolutely, Uzumaki replied. Okay, I'll give it to you after the mission, said Sanan. Okay, Naruto replied. It took them about 4 hours to get to Omegakure, without stopping. To Naruto's surprise, it was raining. No, not even that. A downpour, a real one. Have you been here? Naruto asked. Yes, I was here with the rest of the Sanan, and here I received the title of Sanan, Jiraiya answered. And from whom? Asked the blonde. From Hanzo Salamander, the white-haired man answered. In theory, he is now the ruler of this country. He said thoughtfully. I see, said Naruto. Let's go, said Naruto walking through the gate. Surprisingly, there was no one there. Not a single guard. This seemed very, very suspicious to Naruto and Jiraiya. Something's not right here, Jiraiya said. There's not a single guard. It's raining here, and pouring rain. Naruto began. Is it possible that this is the barrier? Uzumaki asked. I don't even know. When I was here, it was raining too, Jiraiya answered. Then I don't even know, said Naruto. I suggest we split up to search for information, said Naruto. Agreed, said Jiraiya. Let's meet here. If anything happens, send a signal to the seal you placed, added Jiraiya and disappeared, leaving Naruto alone. I'll go that way, Naruto thought and headed towards the center of the village. As soon as he reached it, he saw a huge tower, almost in the center of the entire village. Interesting. What's there? Naruto thought and went into a small establishment where, in his opinion, he could ask someone. Among the crowd, he saw a tall man with short white hair, who was a waiter in this establishment. After waiting for him to be free, Naruto approached him and began questioning him. Hello. Naruto stuttered and looked at the badge that was on the man's shirt. Khan. The man said his name. Khan. Naruto repeated. Can I ask you a few questions? Naruto asked. Yes, I'm on a break right now, Khan replied. Let's go sit down, he suggested. I don't mind, Naruto said and went after the man. A few moments later, they were sitting at a small table in the corner of the room, facing each other. What did you want to know? Khan asked. I'm not from around here, Naruto began. I was here, a long time ago. First of all, Hanzo Salaman, Naruto said, but felt his mouth covered with a hand. Don't say that name, Khan said. Pain hears everything, he added. Okay, he who must not be named is still the village chief, Uzumaki asked, removing his hand. No, Pain-sama overthrew him by killing him, Han replied. Killed Hanzo. Naruto was taken aback, but he was stronger than the Sannin Trinity, Uzumaki thought. And this Pain, has he been the ruler of a megacure for a long time? The blonde asked another question. Not very long, Khan answered. But why do you need this information? Curious, the blonde replied. Does Pain often appear on the streets of the village? He asked. That's the point, no one saw him. An angel comes instead of him, Khan answered. Angel. So Jiraiya knows this, because he told me so himself, Uzumaki concluded. And where does she go then? The blonde asked. I don't know that either, Khan replied. But there is a tall tower in the village that can be seen from almost everywhere, Khan began. Entry there is forbidden to everyone, so no one knows what's inside, he replied. The only detail that everyone notices is that they take the corpses of shinobi there, Khan added. I see, Naruto said. Thanks for the information, Uzumaki said, getting up from the table. You're welcome, Khan replied. So, now, I want to see what's in this tower, Uzumaki thought as he left the establishment. I just need to question a few more residents, to be completely sure. With these thoughts, Naruto went in search of information. So, he wandered around for about an hour and heard the same thing as from Han. So, he went to the gates of a megacure, where he arranged to meet with Jiraiya. A few minutes later, he was there. So, did you learn anything new? Asked Jiraiya. Well, other than the fact that entry to that tower is prohibited and that shinobi corpses are carried there, I didn't learn anything new, Uzumaki replied. It's exactly the same for me, said Sannin. Then let's go there, said Sannin and headed towards the tower. Let's go, Naruto replied and followed him. Chapter 36. Pain. Commentary on Chapter 36. Pain. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. A few minutes passed. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the tower that was in the center of a megacure. From a distance it seemed smaller, Naruto said, looking around the huge room. There was nothing there. The walls themselves were made of pipes. Get out of here, a female voice was heard from above. There is no place for strangers here. Looking up, Naruto and Jiraiya saw a blue-haired girl, in Akatsuki uniform, with paper wings on her back. But when Jiraiya looked closer, he realized he knew who it was. Konan, asked the Sannin. Sensei, you are an outsider, just like this kid, said the girl. You don't belong here. Go away, she added in a cold tone. What about Yahiko and Nagato? Asked the white-haired man. Konan decided not to answer that question and charged forward. She created shurikens from pieces of paper that beat her to it and flew towards Naruto and Jiraiya. Lion's main defense, the Sannin said, and his hair began to grow rapidly, then covered him and Naruto, protecting them from the shuriken. Hyoten, ice needles, Naruto said, and created countless ice needles that flew towards Konan. She simply wrapped herself in her paper wings. To Naruto's surprise, the needles simply fell to the ground and then turned into snow. Kurama, Naruto thought. Got it, Fox replied and gave Uzumaki his chakra with Kaiten. Fireball, Naruto said while making seals, after which a rather large ball of fire appeared from his mouth and flew towards Konan. Since the paper is weaker than Kato, she tried to dodge, but one of her wings got caught. She quickly got rid of the burning part and created a new one, after which she flew into the air again. I repeat, you don't belong here. Get out, Konan said. Where are Yahiko and Nagato? Jiraiya asked. I'm here, a voice was heard from above. Looking up, Naruto and Jiraiya saw a long-haired, red-haired man who had a large number of piercings. Who are you? Asked the white-haired man. You're definitely not Yahiko, and certainly not Nagato, he said. You are right, I am neither one nor the other, said the red-haired man. My name is Pain, said the man. You're the one we need, said Uzumaki. Be careful, Jiraiya warned his student. I know, Naruto said and was about to start making seals for the next technique, when a huge cloud of white smoke appeared, from which a large-sized dog appeared. I'll ask again, where are Yahiko and Nagato? If you're alive, then they're alive too, said the Sannin, but there was silence in response. If so, then I'll beat this information out of you, he said. Try it, said Pain. Do you think you can get information out of God? He said. God? Sannin asked again and looked at him more closely. He was dumbfounded when he saw what he had behind his eyes. Rinnegan, the strongest of the 3 great dojutsu. According to legend, only the Rikudo Sennin or the Sage of the 6 Paths possessed it. These eyes. Are you Nagato? Jiraiya asked in a surprised voice. You've changed a lot. I am God, and I will rid this mortal world of hatred, said Pain, and his dog rushed towards Naruto. Conan, you better not get in the way, said Pain. Naruto, you have a summons. I'll take on Pain, said Jiraiya and rushed at the red-haired man. Naruto, however, rushed to the dog. He decided to do everything simply and without unnecessary movements. Sutan, cutting stream, he said and cut the dog in half. Now I'm going to help Jiraiya, Naruto thought, but it was not so. The dog split in 2. So, we need to immobilize her, or destroy her immediately, said Naruto and began to come up with a plan. Hyoten, freezing technique, said Naruto and created a huge cloud that appeared right in front of the path of the dog, who fell into the radius of the technique. Imagine Naruto's surprise when the dog ran out of the cloud unharmed. The next moment he was dodging its attack with its paws. She's fast, but I have something, Naruto thought and activated his Sharingan. This will be much easier, Naruto said and felt like time slowed down and it became easier for him to dodge. Seizing the right moment, he hit the dog in the nose with such force that it flew to the other side of the room, where it crashed into the wall, creating a huge cloud of dust. And now, Naruto said, fire hurricane technique, Uzumaki said and created a huge stream of air that swirled, forming a hurricane, to which Naruto added Kaiten chakra, causing it to strengthen. The hurricane hit the summoning animal and it disappeared, leaving behind only a cloud of white smoke. Now I will, Conan said and created shurikens out of paper that headed towards Naruto. Hyoten, ice shield, Uzumaki said and covered himself with a half sphere of ice, into which the shurikens fell, after which they fell to the ground. Sutan, water dragon, he said and the technique headed towards Conan. But, to Uzumaki's surprise, the paper didn't get wet. Using oil, Uzumaki asked rhetorically. Clever, he said, but you didn't take one thing into account. Kaiten, phoenix flowers, the blonde said, and dozens of small fireballs flew out of his mouth, most of which Conan dodged, except for 2 that burned her wings, causing her to land on the ground. You won't succeed anyway, she said, and a multitude of paper bombs flew at Naruto, which literally came out of Conan. Naruto had no choice but to create a defense out of ice. Hyoten, ice shield, he said and defended himself from the attack. Shadow clone technique, he said and created about 100 clones, which began to create a fireball. You can't dodge this technique, Uzumaki said and 100 fireballs flew at Conan. In response to this, Conan simply turned into pieces of paper that simply flew up without touching Naruto's technique. What if that's the case? Naruto said, creating another technique. The one Jiraiya taught him. Rasengan, almost the most ordinary, except for the size. It was 3 times bigger than the usual one. Odama Rasengan, Uzumaki said, rushing towards Conan. She tried to dodge, but couldn't. But at the last moment, she was able to partially turn into paper, so she didn't take much damage. That's it for now, she said and disappeared, or rather turned into sheets of paper and flew away as if in the wind. Now to Jiraiya, Naruto said and headed in the direction where, according to his plans, Pain and Jiraiya should be. Several minutes passed, he kept running, until he saw an explosion ahead, and after that, from the cloud of dust that appeared after the explosion, a huge bird that flew out of this very cloud. So Jiraiya is there, Uzumaki thought and sped up. A minute later he was at the battle site. Jiraiya was standing on Gamahiro, holding his palms together. Is he really going to use this? Uzumaki was taken aback. Naruto, I need your help, Jiraiya said when he saw his student. Hold him until I finish, asked the Sannin. I understand, Naruto said and saw the same bird he had seen recently. He decided to leave her outside the battle area, so when she flew away to attack, Uzumaki said. Hyoten, ice dome. After that, a huge hemisphere of ice appeared, which covered a huge area, making it possible to fight normally. The bird remained outside the dome. But a moment later, Naruto's technique was broken. But in some strange way. The ice did not split, as with the impact, but began to turn into snow, as if chakra was being pulled out of it. Strange. Does she remotely draw out chakra? Naruto began to think. No, this is impossible even in theory. So, there is someone who helps Pain, Uzumaki guessed, but did not rush to look for him, since he had to protect Jiraiya until he finished with his technique. I'll have two, Naruto said and began to fold the seals. Summoning technique, he said, and a huge creature appeared. As soon as the smoke cleared, Gamabunta appeared on the battlefield. Naruto, it's been a while since you called me. Stop, where are we? He asked. No time to explain, Uzumaki said. Help me protect Jiraiya until he's done with hermit mode, Naruto replied. Okay, I understand I have a bird on me, right? Gamabunta asked. Yes, and I'll distract Pain for now, Naruto said and rushed to the red-haired man, who was already making seals. Pain, are they really in his lair? If so, then I need to be more careful, thought Toad and began to attack the bird that was flying above him. I'm almost done. Jiraiya's voice was heard. Excellent, Uzumaki said and looked at his teacher. He has already entered hermit mode. Leave Pain to me. Chapter 37. Death. Commentary on Chapter 37. Death. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Leave Pain to me, Jiraiya said as he finished entering hermit mode. You went against God? Asked Pain. Well then, it's your business if you want to know, Pain, he said and summoned another creature. It was a huge rhinoceros. Damn, I should have summoned the two toad sages, thought Jiraiya, watching as the new summoned creature ran towards him. There was only a little time left before Jiraiya picked him up by his horn and threw him against the wall behind him. From that, the rhinoceros disappeared, and the Sannin had time to summon those two toads. He put his palms together again, and after a few moments, two toads were sitting on his shoulders. It's been a while since you called us. What happened? Asked the green toad. Pain, Sannin answered shortly. Pain, the purple toad was surprised. It will be difficult, she said. Don't worry, Grandma, everything will be done, said the green toad. I'll give you air, Shima will give you oil, and Jiraiya will give you fire, he said. Joint technique, hellish brazier, Jiraiya said, and a powerful stream of fire flew out of his mouth, which merged with Shima's oil and Fukasaku's wind, becoming many times stronger. The technique was heading straight for Pain. But imagine the surprise of Jiraiya and everyone else when they saw that in front of the long-haired man, another one appeared, who absorbed the Sannin's technique, leaving nothing behind. Who is this? Jiraiya asked and began to examine the newcomer. He also had piercings and red hair. But when he saw the Rinnegan, the Sannin was stunned. I will never believe that two people in the world have the Rinnegan, Jiraiya said, dumbfounded. 2. Asked Shima, blind with age. There are 6 of them, she said. Here. Jiraiya looked around. Around him, there were 6 shinobi, each of whom had red hair and a Rinnegan. 6 Rinnegan users in one place, Fukasaku said. This can't be, Jiraiya said. Something is clearly wrong here, the Sannin said and looked at his student, who was now fighting a strange bird that also had a Rinnegan. There's clearly some kind of pattern here, Jiraiya said. There can't be 6 Rinnegan users, he added. Whether she's here or not, I noticed this, Shima began. That one, she said and pointed at the long-haired one. Only uses summoning, she said. I noticed that too, Fukasaku said. So, if we force the others to show their abilities, we'll find out their weak points, Jiraiya said and got into a stance. Let's get started, he said and said, lion's mane, thorns. After that, needles began to fly out of his hair at great speed, strangely enough, from his hair. He can't dodge it, thought Sannin. But he was very surprised when he saw that one of the redheads summoned an animal, which took the damage from the technique. Not a single unnecessary movement. It's impossible to dodge this technique. You can only cover yourself with something. But how can I explain that he did this when his back was to me? Thought Jiraiya, jumping to the side. The next thing he wanted to do was to eliminate his enemies one by one. Throwing a small ball from which smoke poured out, he ran up to one of them and tried to strike. There was only a little bit left, but the long-haired one, without even looking, caught Jiraiya's fist, which left him in shock. How? He thought. He didn't even look. He thought, leaving the impact zone. Jiraiya, I noticed something, Fukasaku said. So what? Asked Sannin. When you attacked him, everyone else was watching you, Toad replied. The only thing I can say is that they have a common field of vision, Shima said. Then it's clear why he perfectly reflected the thorns and my attack, Sannin concluded. Then we need to separate them, he said and ran into the tunnel that led to who knows where. He ran and ran until he remembered one thing. Damn, Naruto is there, thought the Sannin. I left Naruto there. He said. Gamabunta is with him, Fukasaku said. Yes, Shima chimed in. Everything will be fine, she added. One more thing. Disconnect from me and use your genjutsu, Jiraiya said. First of all, we need preparation for this, Fukasaku began. And secondly, we won't leave you alone against 6, he said. 2 against 6, a voice was heard from behind. Oh, Naruto, said the Sannin. This will be easier, said the Sannin. Each of us will get 3 opponents. We need to separate them, Shima said. I remember, Jiraiya said. First, we'll destroy the one who uses the summoning. We'll do this with your genjutsu. The rest, Jiraiya hesitated, realizing one detail. Since they have a common field of vision. That means we need to occupy the one who absorbs the techniques, and then destroy him. This will make our task much easier, Jiraiya said. So, Uzumaki began, but was interrupted by a voice from above. Quote. You're finished, said one of the 2 new arrivals. It is not known why there were only 2 of them, but it made the task much easier. We'll check it out now, said Uzumaki. I'm facing a conscript, he said and pounced on the long-haired man. Then the one who absorbs techniques follows me, said the Sannin and ran towards the one who absorbs techniques. Joint technique, hellish brazier, the Sannin said, and a powerful stream of fire was directed towards his opponent, which began to absorb the enemy. Here, Naruto made his contribution. Having created a shadow clone, he destroyed the body with the help of rasengan, leaving only a wet spot of the enemy. Next, there was the summoner. With him, everything was much easier, since there was no place to summon. And it was difficult to fight against 2 opponents. Hyoten, ice needles. Uzumaki said and an innumerable number of ice needles flew at the enemy, hitting the target. Yes, the enemy was still able to move, but was no longer as fast as before. So Naruto said, Odama Rasengan. After the technique hit the enemy, his headband fell off, revealing a scar on his forehead. Seeing this, Jiraiya remembered where he had seen this shinobi. I saw him, a long time ago, when I was traveling. I gave him this scar, and then I killed him, he said. So, this one was already dead. But how did he get the Rinnegan and stay alive? Naruto asked. I don't know, I need to check something, Jiraiya said and ran on. Stop, he heard Naruto's voice, but his guess could be decisive in this fight. Since Jiraiya was in hermit mode, Naruto was unable to catch up with him, causing him to fall behind. After a few minutes of running, the Sannin stopped at a fork in the road. After thinking for a bit, he headed to the right. A few more minutes, and he was standing on the street, or rather on the river that was next to the building he ran out of. A few moments later, 6 shinobi appeared. Imagine Jiraiya's surprise when he saw the 2 he had destroyed with Naruto. As he began to look at them more closely, he remembered them. All of them had been killed by Jiraiya himself. A long time ago. A very long time ago, even. Shima, Fukasaku, go back. I'll finish here myself, said the Sannin. No, we told you that we won't leave you, said Shima. Shima, go to Mount Myoboku, and I'll stay with Jiraiya, Fukasaku said. We'll sit and reminisce about this mission during dinner, he added. Okay, Shima reluctantly agreed and disappeared. Let's go, Fukasaku said and Jiraiya rushed towards the enemies. Before he even reached them, he got hit in the left hand with some kind of black rod. It would have been fine, but now his hand was gone. Jiraiya, your hand, Fukasaku said. It doesn't matter, Jiraiya said and looked at the shinobi who looked like the leader. He reminded Jiraiya of Yahiko. You are Yahiko, that's for sure, but where did you get the Rinnegan from? Jiraiya asked and immediately doubted his words. Or are you Nagato? He asked and immediately refused these words. I'm confused, he said. We are neither one nor the other, said all 6 of them together. We are, Pain, they said and began to strike at Jiraiya. He was not going to give up, and created the most powerful Rasengan in his life, into which he put all his chakra and will. With this technique, he destroyed one of Pain's bodies. My chakra is gone, thought the Sannin. And I don't have an arm anymore. After that, he received one blow from behind, and then several more, causing him to fall. Since he had almost no strength left, he could not even get up. Fukasaku, get off me. I have to leave. The code, he said. It, Fukasaku said and stood with his back to the Sannin. He with the help of the last grains of chakra, left scars in the form of a code on Fukasaku's back. And now, come back. We can't handle him, but I'll try, said Jiraiya, and the toad nodded and disappeared. Jiraiya himself tried to get up, which he managed. The remaining 5 shinobi noticed this. Are you still alive? They asked. It's your mistake, they said, and rushed to Jiraiya. One of them struck him in the throat from the water, tearing it. From this, Jiraiya spat blood. The second struck him in the solar plexus, the third in the head, the fourth in the torso, as did the fifth. Then, each of them plunged a black rod into his back and threw him into the water. Jiraiya began to drown. This is where my path ends. This is how I will die. Now I understand who that prophecy was about. It's you, Naruto. I'm sure you can handle it, thought the Sannin, the tale of the fearless Jiraiya. Not a bad ending. The story of Uzumaki Naruto. A good title for a new book, thought Jiraiya, and drowned. A few moments later, Naruto appeared at this place. He began to look around. Noticing Fukasaku, he instantly appeared next to him. Fukasaku-sama, where is Jiraiya? Uzumaki asked. Fukasaku just looked sadly into his eyes and said, Naruto, Jiraiya, died. Naruto immediately felt a chill run down his spine and his pupils narrowed. Did I hear that right? Naruto asked hopefully. No, you heard everything correctly, the toad answered sadly. Naruto immediately started to cry. It was the first time in 10 years. Where is his body? Uzumaki asked with a trembling voice. In the water, in that place, Fukasaku answered, pointing to the exact spot. I'll be right there, Uzumaki said and dove for Jiraiya's body. What are you, Crete? Naruto heard when he dived into the water. He looked around and found the body of his teacher and godfather. He looked at it and was horrified. His left arm was missing, there were 5 pins in his back and his throat was torn out. He's definitely dead, Naruto thought sadly as he swam up to the body and pulled it out of the water. Having pulled him out of the water, he took him in his arms and said, let's go. Where to? Asked the toad. To Konoha. Chapter 38. Grief. Commentary on Chapter 38. Grief. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. After the battle with Pain, Naruto and Fukasaku went to Konoha. It was difficult, considering that Omegako has a barrier. They were already at the exit of the village. Then, Fukasaku remembered something. Naruto, I can get us back to Konoha in less than 10 minutes, he said. And how? Naruto asked sadly. I'll move us to Mount Myoboku, and from there to the Hidden Leaf Village, the toad replied. Go ahead, Naruto said, and Fukasaku began to make seals. Reverse summoning technique, he said, and together with Naruto found himself near his house, where, apparently, Shima was busy. They realized this because smoke was pouring out of the pipe that led to the stove. This meant that she was cooking something. She knew Fukasaku's chakra well enough, so she quickly went outside. But when she saw who was standing there, she was horrified, and tears began to flow from her eyes. What happened? She asked, running up to Naruto, who had been holding Jiraiya's lifeless body in his arms the entire time. Pain killed him, Uzumaki said sadly. How? Asked Shima. Look, Naruto said, pointing at his godfather's throat. Cruel, Shima said, and saw blood dripping from Jiraiya's back. And what's there? 5 holes from the impact of some kind of pins, Fukasaku replied. How long ago did he die? Asked Toad. About 20 minutes ago, Fukasaku replied. Where are you going now? Shima asked. To Konoha, Uzumaki answered. We need to hurry, he said, looking at Fukasaku. We'll go, Fukasaku said, and teleported to Konoha, along with Naruto, who was still holding Jiraiya in his arms. Or rather, his body. Through the thick clouds of white smoke, Naruto saw that they were now in the Hokage's office. Right where they needed to go. You're back. Tsunade was delighted. How was the mission? She asked. That's it, Naruto said, almost shouting, looking at his teacher's body. What? Was all Tsunade said, looking at the one who shared the title of 3 Sannin of Konoha with her. He died, at the hands of Pain, Uzumaki answered. How did he kill him? Asked Senju. And how long ago did he die? She asked another question. About 20 or 30 minutes ago, Fukasaku replied. First he tore his throat out, and then he stuck 5 pins, which are now in his back, Toad replied. I see, Tsunade answered, almost crying, and heard a knock on the door. After knocking, without waiting for an answer, Orochimaru entered. Hello, Tsunade, the snake greeted in a hissing voice as always. I'm on a mission. We too, said Uzumaki. The results aren't very good, he added, sadder than ever. What's wrong? Orochimaru asked. Only now did Uzumaki turn to face one of his teachers. What's wrong with Jiraiya? Orochimaru asked. Died. Naruto said once that day. The word itself brought pain to Naruto. And then the death of almost the closest person to him, whom he did not even have time to help. Tsunade, if this is Pain's hand, then we need to examine his body to find out his weak points, said the Sannin as sadly as Naruto was now. I agree, Tsunade replied. Naruto, can you take the body? Jiraiya to the intensive care unit. Senju asked. Every word of this sentence echoed in her heart as unbearable pain. Yes, Naruto answered and walked towards the hospital. A few minutes later, he left the intensive care unit, where Orochimaru, Shizune and Tsunade immediately entered. Naruto, however, couldn't stand being near Jiraiya's corpse any longer, so he went outside for some fresh air. He walked down the street slowly, looking at the floor. He walked and remembered how he trained with the Sannin for the past 3.5 years. Flashback. 3 years ago, one of the many training sessions. More precisely, the end of one of them. During this training, Naruto learned to change the size of the rasengan. After the training, Jiraiya approached him. In his hands was a blue ice cream on 2 sticks. He broke off half and handed it to Naruto. Here, you'll cool down, Jiraiya said, biting off a piece of his half. End flashback. Naruto decided to buy the same ice cream at a store nearby. Taking the ice cream, he went to the cashier. 25 ri, said the cashier. Naruto reached into his wallet and pulled out a bill from the store, then handed it to the cashier. Keep the change, Uzumaki said and left. He sat down on the nearest bench and opened an ice cream. He sat and stared at one point. At that moment, the ice cream melted. A moment, and a drop fell on the ground. But not from the ice cream. These were tears. Naruto's tears. He sat and cried silently, remembering all the moments of his life that he spent next to Jiraiya. All his dirty jokes, all the training. Most of all, he remembered his words before they left Konoha. Naruto, when is the wedding? Jiraiya's voice echoed in Naruto's head. This put even more pressure on the sore spot, causing the tears to flow even more. Naruto sat like that for a long time until his shoulder was touched. Looking at whoever did this, Naruto rubbed his eyes, as everything was blurry from the tears. Kakashi? Naruto asked. What happened? The ash-haired man asked cheerfully for some reason. Jiraiya, Uzumaki said and felt a lump in his throat that prevented him from speaking normally. What's wrong with him? Is he injured? Maybe we should go see him tomorrow, Hatake asked. I would like to, but it won't work, the blonde replied. Why? Kakashi was surprised. Jiraiya, he's gone, Naruto answered with pain in his heart. What do you mean? No. Hatake didn't understand. I hope it's not what I think it is, he asked. He died, Uzumaki said, and the lump in his throat seemed to expand. For how long? Hatake asked sadly. Today, about 3 or 4 hours ago, Naruto answered. And who killed him? Kakashi asked. Few can compare to him in strength, the ash-haired man added. Pain, Uzumaki replied. Then everything is clear, said Hatake. And you, stop it, do you think Jiraiya would like to see you in such a state? Naruto looked into Kakashi's eyes, where he felt the warmth that he was trying to give to the Uzumaki. No, Uzumaki said and wiped away his tears, but the lump in his throat remained. Sit here and I'll get you something to drink, Kakashi said and went into the store. A few minutes later, he came out with a bottle of regular water, which he handed to Naruto. Here, drink this, it will make you feel better, he said. Uzumaki simply nodded and drank almost half of it. The lump in his throat disappeared, and the urge to cry disappeared. Thank you, Kakashi, Naruto thanked. Let's discuss everything with the Hokage tomorrow, asked the ash-haired man. Yes, Uzumaki answered. Then go home now and get a good night's sleep. And tomorrow, with a fresh head, we'll discuss everything, said Kakashi. Okay, said Uzumaki. Bye, he said and walked slowly home. He walked this way on purpose, to pass the places where he most often saw Jiraiya. He passed the establishment where the Sannin three drank before leaving the village. He passed the bathhouse where he first met Jiraiya. It seems like it was yesterday, Naruto thought. So he walked to his house. Opening the door, he entered the house. Walking a little further, he went into the bathroom, where he turned on the cold water. So, he cooled down a little and went to the bedroom. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he fell asleep. Instantly, not a single thought entered his head. Chapter 39. The Proposal of Training. Commentary on Chapter 39. The Proposal of Training. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto didn't sleep long. He spent most of the night lying there thinking about his teacher. The next day he didn't get much sleep. He looked like he had just come from a difficult mission. We need to order a monument for Jiraiya, Uzumaki said, getting out of bed. The sun had just risen, so none of the shops were open. Maybe you'd like to drop by the Uchihas? Kurama asked. You can, but it's still too early. I'll come by in 3 to 4 hours, Naruto answered and went to the kitchen. After 2 hours, Uzumaki decided that it was time to go for the monument to Jiraiya. In Konoha, there was only one such store, which was located on the outskirts of the village. Therefore, Uzumaki had to walk 40 minutes to get there. Naruto came to a medium-sized building. Its territory exceeded the size of the building itself, due to a certain yard, where monuments and graves stood, which are currently there. The owner of this building was standing on the street. Hello, Naruto said. Hello, the short man answered. Can I help you with your choice? He asked. Or do you want the most standard one? He asked another question. Can I order a tombstone from you? Uzumaki asked. Of course, the man replied. Have you already come up with a sketch? Here, Naruto didn't have anything to offer. He didn't even really know what his godfather loved. Flashback. 1.5 years ago. Naruto, Jiraiya and Tsunade were standing near a certain temple. Orochimaru went somewhere. Jiraiya, what is your goal in life? Tsunade asked. I have, Jiraiya began. I have 2 of them, he said. And what kind? Senju asked. Well, write a book that will be known throughout the world, Sanan answered. Who's going to read your lustful books? Tsunade was indignant. There will always be readers, said the white-haired man. Okay, what's the second target? Uzumaki asked. I want to rid the world of wars and hatred, Sanan replied. End flashback. I have an idea, Naruto said. Can we make a tombstone of a normal shape, but instead of the Konohagakure sign, make a protector like this? The blonde asked and took out the protector that Jiraiya had given him during their first training. And right underneath, hatred will destroy this world, he added. Yes, the work will take a day, but it may vary depending on the material, another 2 days for final processing, the man replied. How much will it cost? Uzumaki asked. Depends on the material, the man answered. There are several options, he said. The cheapest but most popular is stone, he began, then granite, then metal, but over time it will lose its original appearance, and there is marble, the man said, but this is the most expensive material, he warned. Give me the marble, Naruto said. There are 2 kinds, said the man. Black and white, he said. But the black one will be much more expensive. Don't worry about the money, said Uzumaki. I suggest doing it like this. The main part will be white. The place for the text will be made of black marble, and the text will be white. The protector itself will be white, and the hieroglyph will be black, said Naruto. Is it possible to do this? He asked. Yes, quite, but it will take 4 days, the man said. For an additional fee, we will start working immediately and will work only with your order, he said. We will finish approximately tomorrow evening, or the day after tomorrow at noon. If it is so important to you, then leave your address. I will send a person and he will say that your order is ready. How much will it be, taking into account the extra pay for the length of the work? Asked Naruto. And is the payment right away, or after the work? Asked another question Uzumaki. It will come out to about 900,000, plus 15 for a premium order, the man replied. You can either pay immediately, or half now, and the rest after receiving the order, he added. 915,000 ri, said Uzumaki. I thought it would be more expensive, he added. I'll pay the whole amount now, said Naruto and took out his wallet, after which he gave the required amount to the man. Oh, and one more thing, said the man. Whose name should I write? He asked. Jiraiya, and just below, one of the 3 great Sannin, Naruto answered. And who is he to you? The man asked out of curiosity. Teacher and godfather, Naruto answered sadly. I apologize for touching on this topic, the man apologized. It's okay, Naruto said. Give me a piece of paper, I'll write my address, Uzumaki said, taking out a pencil. 1 second, the man said, and a couple of minutes later Naruto wrote down his address. Goodbye, Uzumaki said and left. After that, Uzumaki decided to go to the Uchiha, as Kurama said. The quarter of this clan was on the opposite side from this store. Because of this, Naruto got to the quarter in a little over an hour. As soon as he knocked on the door, it opened, and Mikoto was standing in the entrance. "Hello, Mikoto-san," Naruto greeted. "Hello," she replied. "How are you?" Uchiha asked. "It seems fine," Uzumaki replied. "That's good," Mikoto said. "Maybe you'll come in," she asked. "Fugaku's busy right now, Itachi's on a mission, and Sasuke too," she added. "Let's go," Uzumaki said and went into the kitchen. "What are you going to do next?" Mikoto asked as she sat down opposite Naruto. "I don't know," Uzumaki answered. "When are you going to bury Jiraiya?" Mikoto asked. "I ordered the monument. It will be ready in a day or two," Naruto replied. "What kind of monument?" Uchiha asked. "Well, I decided to make it out of black and white marble," Naruto answered. "Made of marble." Uchiha was taken aback. "But that costs a fortune," she said. "I'm fine with money, so don't worry," Naruto said. Mikoto immediately jumped up from her seat and climbed into the closet that was standing nearby and took out some money from there. "Here you go," she said. There are 200,000 here," she said. "No need, I still have about 1.5 million lying around," Naruto said. "Okay," Uchiha said and put the money back. "Are you going to sit here or go?" Mikoto asked and heard a knock on the door. "Wait a second," she said and opened the door. There stood one of the Anbu members. "Hello," the shinobi greeted. "Can you tell me where Uzumaki Naruto is?" he asked. "He's here," she said. "Naruto, your name is," said Uchiha. A couple of seconds later, the blonde stood in front of the Anbu. "Hokage-sama is calling you," said the Anbu and disappeared. "I'll go, I guess," said Uzumaki. "See you later," Naruto said goodbye and left. After some time, the blonde stood in front of Tsunade. "Hello," Naruto greeted. "Hello," Tsunade replied. "I called you for a talk," she began. "What happened?" Naruto asked. "Nothing," a voice was heard from the left. It was Orochimaru standing in the shadows. "What's this conversation then?" Naruto asked. "It has to do with Jiraiya," Senju replied. "I know that I am very attached to him, so I want to talk to you about it," she said. "Everything is fine," Naruto replied. "Well, your sadness is noticeable," Five noted. "But there's one more thing," she said. "When you came with Fukasaku, he said that Jiraiya left a code on his back," she said. "Can you summon Fukasaku?" she asked. Naruto nodded and made the seals for the summoning technique, and a second later, Fukasaku appeared in front of him. "Hello, Naruto," he greeted. "Are you talking about the code?" he asked. "Yes, we need the code. I think only Naruto can read it," Orochimaru said. In response to this, Fukasaku took off his cloak and turned his back to everyone, showing them several sets of numbers and symbols. "Can you read it?" Tsunade asked. "There is none among them," Uzumaki began but hesitated. "The last 3 symbols are incomprehensible," he said. "Maybe, real?" asked Fukasaku. "When we fought, Jiraiya said that he met these 6 shinobi a long time ago. He also said that they died by his hand," he said. "Then everything works out," Orochimaru said. "Okay, we figured out the code," Tsunade said. "What about Hidden?" Uzumaki asked. "Did they interrogate him?" "He didn't say anything himself, so I had to get into his head, but nothing worked. There was some kind of seal there that destroyed the memories of Akatsuki," Tsunade answered. "I see," said Uzumaki. "Well, okay, I think what we know now is enough for now," said Uzumaki. "By the way, Naruto," Fukasaku began, "I have a proposal for you," he said. "What?" asked the blonde. "Would you like to learn senjutsu?" asked Toad. I don't mind. Then I'll definitely be able to take revenge on Pain," Uzumaki said. "Your teacher's death shouldn't make you go down the wrong path," Fukasaku said. I can't get rid of this feeling," Naruto said. "I can't do anything about it." He said. "Okay, when do we start training hermit mode?" he asked. "Tomorrow, anytime. Just call me, and I will move you to Mount Myoboku," Fukasaku answered. "I see," said Uzumaki. "Is that all?" "And now, I think we need to decide on the funeral," Uzumaki said. "I've already ordered a tombstone. I think in 2 days we can start the funeral." "Have you ordered yet?" Orochimaru asked. "Not bad," he said. "Well, I think it's okay," Tsunade said. "That's all, you can go," Orochimaru said, and Uzumaki silently left. He went home to catch up on sleep, because as was said earlier, He hadn't really slept at night, so he decided to take a nap during the day. A few minutes later he was home. Closing the door, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep right away. Chapter 40. Mount Myoboku. Commentary on Chapter 40. Mount Myoboku. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto slept very soundly. Everything would be fine, but he dreamed of Akatsuki. Who exactly it was, Uzumaki did not remember. The most important thing he noticed was the black cloaks with red clouds. Akatsuki were in Konoha, in the destroyed Konoha. I think this dream means something, Naruto thought. Is Akatsuki really going to come to Konoha? He thought as he got dressed. Looking at the time, the blonde realized that it was already approaching noon. Damn, Naruto thought and summoned Fukasaku. Are you ready yet? He asked. Well, I think so, the blonde replied. But I have a question, Naruto said. Which one? Fukasaku asked. How much time passes on Mount Myoboku? Uzumaki asked. The same as here, Fukasaku replied. I see, Uzumaki answered. That means I won't have much time to learn senjutsu. But maybe I'll be lucky and I'll have time, Naruto thought. Are you ready to go to Mount Myoboku right now? Fukasaku asked. Give me an hour, said the blonde. Okay, Fukasaku said and returned to Myoboku. Naruto went to warn Hinata. And Kakashi too. 10 minutes later, Uzumaki stood in front of the door of his first teacher's house. The man he considered his father. Naruto knocked on the door and stood there for 1 minute, 2, 3, 5 minutes. Apparently he's not home, Naruto thought and went to Hinata. The Hyuga clan's estate wasn't very far from Kakashi's house, so Naruto got there quickly enough. As always, there were 2 guards standing near the gate, one of whom he knew. Hello, Uzumaki greeted. I think you know what I want to ask you. He added. I can guess, said the man and entered the block. He arrived a few minutes later, along with Hinata. As soon as she approached Naruto, both guards moved away a little, so as not to disturb the couple. Hi, Hinata greeted and hugged Naruto. Are you leaving again? She asked. Yes, Naruto answered. Where to? Asked the girl. To train on Mount Myoboku, the boy replied. I'll study senjutsu. Hermit mode. Hinata was surprised. That's him, Uzumaki answered. That's okay, said Hyuga. How are you? After, she didn't finish, choosing her words. Well, it seems fine, Naruto replied. That's great, said Hyuga. Go, you're probably in a hurry, she said. Bye, Naruto said and hugged his girlfriend. Good luck, Hinata said. Thank you, the guy replied and went home to collect some things. A few minutes later, he was at home and packing his things. I don't need kunai. I don't think I need to take any weapons, Naruto thought and began to fold the seals for the summoning technique. He slammed his palm on the floor and summoned Fukasaku. Are you ready now? Asked the newcomer. Yes, Uzumaki answered. Then, reverse summoning technique, Fukasaku said and moved to Mount Myoboku, along with Naruto. They appeared near Fukasaku's house. Let's go, said the toad. Together with Naruto, they entered the house, where Shima was already busy. Apparently, she was preparing food. We're home, Fukasaku said. I'm almost done, Shima replied. Will you eat? She asked. Uzumaki glanced at what she was preparing and decided to refuse. No, I won't, he said. Fukasaku-sama, where can I settle down? He asked. There's a room upstairs, Toad replied. Before you, during training, Jiraiya lived there, Fukasaku added. I see, Uzumaki said and went upstairs. There he laid out his things and went downstairs. Fukasaku-sama, when do we start training? Naruto asked. Today, but before that I need to go somewhere, answered one of the sages. Where to? Asked Uzumaki. You'll see, Fukasaku said. Follow me, he added and stood up from the table, after which he headed towards the exit. Naruto followed him. As they walked, Uzumaki noticed a temple of some size. We're probably going there, Naruto thought. 10 minutes later they were inside this temple. There was one huge hall. At the opposite end from the entrance, sat a huge toad. Sage-sama, you asked to bring Uzumaki Naruto, Fukasaku said as he approached the huge toad. Fukasaku, is that you? Asked the sage. Yes, Fukasaku answered. Uzumaki Naruto, the sage said. You are Jiraiya's student, right? He asked. Yes, that's right, the blonde replied. Then I will tell you one thing, said the sage. Which one? Uzumaki asked. I have long seen a vision that is connected with you, the sage answered. You, the child of prophecy, on whom the fate of this world will depend, he said. You will become either its savior or the one who will destroy it, he continued. Is that all? Uzumaki asked. No, I saw this vision when Jiraiya was training here, answered the sage. Just recently I saw a new one, which is also connected with you, he said. In it, you fight a huge creature that is brown in color and has one eye. Continued the toad. I still couldn't understand whether you were fighting for him or against him, since in the vision, you jumped on his head, after which the vision was interrupted and did not appear again. Finished the sage. That is, I have to fight against some beast, or for it, the blonde summed up. I see, he said. Is that all? Yes, that's probably all, the sage replied. Then I'll go, Uzumaki said and went outside with Fukasaku. Come with me, Fukasaku said. That's where we'll teach you senjutsu. A few minutes later, they were standing near a large statue of some kind of toad, from whose mouth some kind of yellowish liquid was pouring. Fukasaku-sama, what is this liquid? Uzumaki asked. It's toad oil, Fukasaku replied. That's what will help you in your studies, he added. How so? Uzumaki asked. Now I'll tell you everything. Commentary on Chapter 40. Mount Myoboku P.S. I apologize that it is so short, I couldn't think of anything else. Chapter 41. Beginning to learn senjutsu. Commentary on Chapter 41. Beginning the study of senjutsu. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Listen carefully, Fukasaku said. You probably know that we are surrounded by natural energy. Natural chakra, Toad said. Well, this is the first time I've heard of it, Uzumaki said. Now you will know, Fukasaku said, this very natural chakra is in water, air, earth. In everything, he said, and it can be used for your own purposes. Let me ask you a question. What does chakra consist of? Chakra consists of a person's spiritual and physical strength, which are in balance, Uzumaki answered. That's right, Fukasaku said. But in order to use senjutsu, you'll have to absorb natural chakra in a way that doesn't upset the balance. Fukasaku said. But there's a downside to that, he said. What kind? Uzumaki asked. If you don't maintain balance, there is a huge risk of turning into stone, Fukasaku replied. Do you see these statues? He asked. Yes, the blonde answered. They were the ones who tried to master hermit mode, but they failed, Fukasaku said. As for having less natural chakra, you simply won't be able to enter hermit mode, he added. So you need to perfectly match the proportions between regular chakra and natural. Naruto decided to clarify. That's right, Fukasaku replied. Now I'll show you what senjutsu allows you to do, he said and made a strange seal. A few seconds later, he approached one of the statues. Uzumaki thought that nothing had changed. But he was very surprised when Fukasaku picked up the largest statue, which was several hundred times larger than him. After holding it for a few moments, Fukasaku put it back. But he was sweating. That's what hermit mode allows you to do, Fukasaku said. I see, was all Uzumaki said. Now, we can begin training, Fukasaku said and smeared Naruto's hand with toad oil. This oil passively absorbs natural chakra, he said and looked at his student, who had become a bit like a toad. Try lifting the same statue as me, Fukasaku said. Uzumaki silently approached him and lifted him up, albeit with great effort. Okay, that's something, Fukasaku said. It's better not to overdo it with this oil, otherwise you'll end up like all of them, he said, pointing to the huge number of statues. Got it, Uzumaki said. Fukasaku-sama, Uzumaki began, and are there any side effects to the hermit mode? Besides those you listed, Naruto asked. There are no side effects, the toad replied. Great, what's the next stage of training? Uzumaki asked. Now, you must learn to absorb natural chakra on your own, without toad oil, Fukasaku replied. That will be much more difficult. Did you see how I collected natural chakra? Yes, you made some kind of seal, after which you raised a large statue, Uzumaki answered. Not only that, Fukasaku said. I didn't even move, I merged with nature, he added. Yeah, Naruto said. Should we start right now? He asked. No, Fukasaku answered. Follow me, he said and headed off in an unknown direction. Naruto followed him. They walked for about 15 minutes until Uzumaki saw many tall and thin mountains. Next to them lay a large stack of stone slabs, some of which were already in a deplorable state. This is where the next stage of your training will take place, Fukasaku said and took one of the stone slabs and climbed up. Come here, he said. Uzumaki nodded and also took one stone slab, after which he climbed up the neighboring cliff. Fukasaku was already sitting on the stone slab and collecting natural chakra. Now, you must merge with nature and gather natural chakra, Fukasaku said. Got it, said Uzumaki and also sat down on the stone slab. He was holding on pulley, swaying from side to side. Fukasaku sat motionless. He didn't even sway. Now, try to collect natural chakra, said Toad. If something goes wrong, then I will knock this very chakra out of you. But then you will fly down, he warned. Uzumaki nodded and made the same seal that his teacher had made not long ago. He began to feel himself growing bigger, but Fukasaku stopped this by jumping up and knocking the natural chakra out of Naruto, who in turn began to fall down. In mid-flight, he made several seals and picked up sand from the ground, then stood on it. I thought you forgot about my power, Shukaku said. There just weren't any moments when I needed it, Uzumaki replied and caught the stone slab that fell after him. A few moments later, he was sitting on the rock again, collecting natural chakra. So many attempts passed until evening came. Naruto, that's enough for today, Fukasaku said tiredly. Fukasaku-sama, one more time, Uzumaki asked and began to collect natural chakra again. After a few moments, he began to turn into a toad, but Fukasaku prevented this, you know how. Okay, let's go, Uzumaki said and jumped onto the sand platform he had just created. Fukasaku stood next to him and Naruto began to lower the platform down until it touched the ground. After that, they went home. They walked for about 20 minutes, since these rocks were quite far away. When they entered the house, they immediately went to the kitchen, since they were very hungry. So how was the training? Shima asked as she put food on the plates. Naruto is learning much faster than Jiraiya, Fukasaku replied. He can already absorb natural chakra on his own, he added. Not bad, Shima said and placed a bowl of soup in front of Naruto and Fukasaku. Even though Naruto was hungry, it took away his appetite. And all because there were no ordinary noodles in the plate. More precisely, instead of them there were centipedes and other bugs floating there. I wouldn't eat that, Shukaku said. Me too, Kurama chimed in. We must, Uzumaki replied and began to eat. He ate without much appetite, but it was necessary to restore his strength. Having finished his portion, Naruto went upstairs. Then he remembered that he had Jiraiya's forehead protector, which he had given him during their training outside the village. Uzumaki decided to sew it onto his right sleeve. He couldn't carry it around with him all the time. Going down, he approached Shima and asked, do you have white threads? Or, at worst, black ones? There must be, Shima answered and began looking for threads. After a few minutes of searching, she handed Naruto some black thread and a needle. Thank you, Uzumaki thanked and turned around. Why do you need it? She asked. I don't see any damage on your clothes. I want to sew Jiraiya's spare protector onto my cloak, Uzumaki replied, showing it to Shima. Tribute to Jiraiya, she decided to clarify. Yes. Uzumaki answered and went upstairs. Taking out the protector, he cut off the unnecessary part of the bandage, leaving only a few millimeters on each side so that it could be sewn on. 10 minutes later, the protector was sewn on. I think it turned out well, Uzumaki thought and hung up his coat. Now, time to sleep, he thought and lay down on the bed. For some time he thought about how to best absorb natural chakra, but without coming to the necessary conclusions, he simply passed out, due to the fact that the training was quite difficult. Chapter 42. The first stage of training is complete. Commentary on Chapter 42. The first stage of training is complete. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next morning. It was early morning and Naruto was already awake. He was lying there thinking about training again. I should definitely feel something when I gather the required amount of natural chakra, Uzumaki thought and saw Fukasaku approaching him. Let's go have breakfast, Fukasaku said. Just a second, Uzumaki said and got out of bed, after which he made it. A few moments later, he was already sitting at the table in the small kitchen. A couple of minutes later, Shima put a mug of tea in front of everyone, and then 3 sandwiches. Enjoy your meal, Naruto said and began to eat. Enjoy it, Fukasaku replied and also started eating. Another 10 to 15 minutes passed and Fukasaku and Naruto headed to where the next training would take place. Where are we going now? The cliffs we were on yesterday are on the other side, said Uzumaki. We're going to where I showed you the properties of senjutsu, Fukasaku replied. It's still too difficult for you to absorb natural chakra while on top of a cliff, he added. I know that myself, Naruto agreed. So now I'm going to absorb chakra while on the ground. The guy decided to clarify. That's right, was all Fukasaku said. They walked in silence for the rest of the time. They walked for quite a long time. But then, Naruto remembered the prophecy that the Toad Sage had spoken of. You will either become the savior of the world, or the one who will destroy it. The guy remembered the phrase of the sage, so something may happen that will force me to take the wrong path. He concluded, I don't know what it could be. But I need to be careful, he thought and stopped in front of the statue of a toad, from whose mouth toad oil was pouring. Get started, Fukasaku said. In response, Uzumaki nodded and sat down, after which he formed the necessary seal and began to absorb the natural chakra. A second before he began to turn into a toad, he felt a small, barely perceptible lightness. As soon as he began to resemble a toad, Fukasaku knocked the chakra out of him, returning him to his normal form. Fukasaku-sama, I seem to have figured out how much chakra is needed to enter hermit mode, Uzumaki said as he rose to the ground. Try it, Fukasaku said, and Naruto sat down again, making the necessary seal. Not enough yet, Uzumaki thought, gathering natural chakra. More, just a little more, he thought, and felt that same, barely perceptible lightness. Done, he thought, and stood up. Outwardly, nothing seemed to have changed. But there were two changes. A red mark appeared around the eyes, and the eye, or rather one of the native eyes, became yellow, and its pupil became vertical. Did it work? Uzumaki asked. He's already half-mastered the Sannin mode. Even better than Jiraiya, Fukasaku thought, dumbfounded. Try lifting that statue, he said. Okay, the blonde replied and walked up to the right statue, after which he lifted it, but with difficulty. Done, Uzumaki said, breathing deeply. Impressive, Fukasaku said. By the way, do you have any business in Konoha? He asked. No, Naruto answered. Unless we take away the monument to Jiraiya, he added. The monument. It's important, Fukasaku said. We can go together, he added. Grandma said we need to pick berries. When are we leaving? Uzumaki asked. Right now, Fukasaku said, and formed the seals of the reverse summoning technique. After that, they appeared near the entrance to the village. Naruto, go do your own thing for now, and I'll pick some berries, Fukasaku said. And where are you going to collect them? You didn't take a basket or anything like that. And I don't see any scrolls with you, said Uzumaki. Exactly. Fukasaku slapped his forehead. Old age is taking its toll, he added. You go, and then I'll immediately return you to Mount Myoboku, as soon as I finish picking the berries. Got it, Uzumaki said, and headed towards the store where he ordered a tombstone for his late teacher. Half an hour later, Naruto entered the courtyard of the building he needed. Hello, Uzumaki greeted. Hello, the man replied. Are you here to place an order? He asked. Yes, that's right, Naruto replied. Follow me, I'll show it to you, said the seller, and the blonde followed him, apparently to the warehouse. Here is your order, the man said, removing the fabric from the monument. Examine it, and if something is wrong, we will fix it as soon as possible, he added. Naruto nodded and began to examine the tombstone for any defects. After a few minutes, he was finished. It's okay, Uzumaki replied. Can I leave it with you until tomorrow? He asked. Yes, fine, the man replied. Only then you will take it yourself, he added. Got it, said Uzumaki and left. He decided to go to Tsunade to warn her that the monument was ready. The residence was not that far away, so the blonde quickly reached it. As he was climbing the stairs, he saw Orochimaru coming down. Hello, Orochimaru, Naruto greeted. Hello, replied the snake. Where have you been? Why do you ask? You were present when Fukasaku-sama suggested that I train on Mount Myoboku, Uzumaki answered. I forgot something. I was really getting carried away with these missions, Orochimaru said tiredly. I see. Maybe you should take a rest, Naruto asked. If only, said the snake. These Akatsuki are nothing but trouble. Okay, I'll go, he said and went downstairs. A few moments later, Uzumaki knocked on Tsunade's office door. Come in, answered the voice behind the door. Naruto walked into the office and saw Fifth sitting surrounded by huge piles of papers that she was filling out. Oh, Naruto, Tsunade was surprised. How are the trainings going? Are you done yet? She asked questions. Half, Naruto answered. I'm about the monument and the funeral, he said. I think tomorrow, at noon will be fine. I understand, Tsunade replied. How much longer until you master Sannin mode? She asked. See for yourself, Naruto said and made the seal he had just recently learned. Red marks appeared around his eyes. That was all Tsunade needed to know that this was perfect Sannin mode. Why this is the Sannin mode that even Jiraiya couldn't master perfectly. And you managed to achieve it in 2 days. She said, dumbfounded, almost screaming. The problem is that I'm not very good at it yet, Naruto replied. I still need to learn how to gather natural chakra on top of a cliff without wobbling. This will be the last one, he finished. I see, said Tsunade. Go train, don't waste your time on us, said Tsunade and smiled. Fukasaku-sama will take me to Myoboku himself. Until then, I have nothing to do, Naruto said. I see, let's go see the monument, she said, getting up from her seat. What about the documents? Uzumaki asked and looked at the huge piles of papers. This? Asked Fifth and turned around. I already signed this. There are about 20 sheets left and that's it, she added. Then it's clear, Naruto said. Let's go, he said and left the office. What material is the monument made of? Tsunade asked, walking next to her student. Marble, Naruto replied. Black or white? Asked Fifth. Both black and white, Naruto replied. And how much did the monument cost? Senju asked another question. 900,000, Uzumaki answered as if nothing had happened. That's a huge amount, Tsunade shouted. But you wanted to buy a new house. The house can wait. I think this monument will be my gift to Jiraiya. Naruto answered. It's not a pity for him, and the money. I'll earn more, he added. He really is pure of heart. He won't ask for anything extra. And he himself can give the last thing he has, thought Tsunade. It's me again, Naruto said to the man. The Hokage decided to look at the monument, he added. Hokage-sama. The man was taken aback. See, come in, he said. Should I see you out? He asked. No need, this young man will show me, she said. And don't be nervous, she added. Nerve cells don't regenerate. Understood, Hokage-sama, the man said. Lead the way, Tsunade said, and Naruto entered the warehouse, where he walked a little further. After removing the cloth, he looked at Tsunade, who was, to put it mildly, in shock. It's a beautiful monument, she said. And the words on the slab. They're exactly what he said when we trained you, she said, and a lump formed in her throat. It will be a good gift for him, she added, looking at the marble protector. Because of this detail, this monument will stand out from the rest, she added. That's what I had in mind. Marble, very durable. It will mean that I will always remember Jiraiya, Uzumaki said. You know how to give gifts, Tsunade said and ruffled Naruto's hair. Here, he remembered the moment when he first let Jiraiya spend the night at his house. Flashback. Thank you again, Naruto, Jiraiya said and patted Uzumaki on the head. End flashback. Okay, I think I'll go, Naruto said. And you have to work, he added. That's true, answered the fifth. Go, she said and left the store. Naruto then went to the gates of Konoha, from where Fukasaku would transport them both to Myoboku, where they would continue training. 10 minutes on the road and he was already at Fukasaku's house. I didn't even make it to the gate, Uzumaki thought. You picked the berries really quickly, he said, turning to Fukasaku. I could have done it faster, Fukasaku said. Otherwise you might not have had time to pick up the monument, he added. I came to see the result, Naruto replied. I don't need to take it, since there's a funeral tomorrow at noon, he added. By the way, will you and Shima-sama come to the funeral? The blonde asked. Of course, Fukasaku replied. That's good, Naruto said and headed into the house. Chapter 43. The Funeral. Commentary on Chapter 43. The Funeral. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next day came. Uzumaki didn't sleep all night. Why, you ask? He was training in hermit mode. Yes, it was dangerous, yes, without Fukasaku. But Uzumaki did it consciously. He knew that if he didn't learn hermit mode quickly, everyone he knew would be in danger. I have to learn this mode as soon as possible, Naruto thought with these thoughts as he trained all night. During this time he was very tired. He himself looked tired, but he could hide it from the others. Already in the morning, he went home to hide the traces of the fact that he trained at night. And it wouldn't hurt him to get some sleep. 3 hours later, Fukasaku woke him up. Naruto, let's go have breakfast and then go to training, he said. Naruto stood up silently and got dressed, then headed to the kitchen. On the way, Fukasaku noticed Jiraiya's spare forehead protector on the sleeve of Naruto's coat. Did you decide to sew his headband onto your cloak? Fukasaku asked. Yes, Naruto answered. It takes up space in the bag, and you can lose it, he added. But here it's always with me. I see, Fukasaku said. Tell me honestly, did you train at night? He asked and caught Naruto off guard. So you found out after all, Uzumaki realized. I felt a surge of natural chakra at night and decided to check, Fukasaku began, already sitting at the table. When I arrived at the place, you were there and collecting natural chakra, he continued. I was nearby all this time and watched your training to prevent you from turning into stone, Fukasaku finished. I apologize for this, Uzumaki said. There is nothing shameful about it, Fukasaku said. On the contrary, it is commendable. Overnight, you learned to enter hermit mode, even though you have not completely merged with nature. Naruto didn't know what to say to that, so he started eating in silence. After a few minutes, Fukasaku and Naruto finished eating. To training, Naruto asked. Let's go, Fukasaku said and left the house. Today we're going to those very rocks. You've learned to control natural chakra quite well, he added. Uzumaki nodded and followed his teacher. They were there in 20 minutes. The entire journey to the training grounds was spent in silence. Follow me, said Fukasaku and, taking one of the stone slabs, headed up. Okay, Naruto said and repeated the same thing, sitting on a nearby rock. Well, get started, Fukasaku said, taking out his stick, which he used to knock out the natural chakra from Naruto. He nodded in turn and made the necessary seal. He swayed only a little, and this was huge progress. He's made great progress. Last time he could barely stand, and now he's already using senjutsu. And the difference is just one day, thought Fukasaku, looking closely at his student. You've almost perfectly merged with nature. Just a little more, and we'll move on to the next stage, he said. The next stage. Naruto didn't understand. I thought this would be the last. He added. No, at least 2 more stages, Fukasaku replied. First, I will teach you the toad style of fighting, and then I will combine with you like Jiraiya to passively absorb natural chakra while you are in battle, he added. I see, Uzumaki said and continued his training. A few more hours passed like this until Naruto stopped swinging on the stone slab. But then he remembered what he had talked about with Tsunade and Fukasaku yesterday. Fukasaku-sama, today is the funeral, Naruto said. Exactly, he said and jumped down, quickly to the house, and then to Konoha, he added. Naruto went downstairs and ran into the house with Fukasaku. There, he invited Shima and they went to Konoha. More precisely, they moved to the gate. Naruto, go into the house, and we'll go to the Hokage, said Shima. Got it, said Uzumaki and ran to his house. 2 minutes later he was already opening the door. Another 2 minutes, and he was standing in a suit. A black shirt untucked and black trousers. As for shoes, black shoes. Now, we need to go to the Hokage, said Uzumaki and ran towards Tsunade. 5 minutes later he walked into the office. Tsunade was sitting at the desk, but not in her usual clothes. She was wearing black pants, a white shirt and tie, and a black jacket on top of them. Now we can go, said Fifth and left the office. Shima, Fukasaku and Naruto followed her. They walked silently, and were not in a hurry. There were still 10 minutes left before the funeral began. Tsunade, did you take the monument? Naruto asked as they approached the cemetery entrance. Of course, she answered. How can the funeral take place without a tombstone? Great, Naruto said and walked up to the monument he had ordered not long ago. Jiraiya, I will fulfill your wish. To rid the world of hatred. Naruto thought looking at the tombstone. Looking around, he saw his entire class. Sasuke, Hinata, Shino, Ino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Kakashi, and many others. Only 2 were missing, Sakura and Kiba. As soon as Hinata spotted Naruto, she ran up to him. Naruto, how are you? She asked. She was wearing exactly the same clothes as Tsunade. I've long since recovered from his death. But still, some residue remains, Naruto answered. I see, Hinata said in a sad voice. I know that he was dear to you, she said and looked at how Jiraiya's body was being carried in a coffin. Jiraiya was still without an arm, but his neck was covered with a cloth. His face was the same as when he died. He was smiling. He believed that Naruto would do everything possible to rid the world of hatred and war. That is why Jiraiya smiled, going to the bottom of the sea, from where Uzumaki got him. For now, the open coffin with Jiraiya's corpse was placed in a pre-dug hole. Tsunade stepped forward to speak. Today there will be a funeral for a great man. Not just a man. Shinobi, Sannin of Konohagakure. Jiraiya. Throughout his life, this man did many good deeds. Yes, there were some not so good traits in his character. But this does not cancel out his courage and strength. This man, the most valiant of those I have ever met. It will be difficult to find such brave and courageous people as he is. But unfortunately, such people die. It is very sad, she said, and a tear rolled down her cheek, falling on one of her shoes. They closed the lid of the coffin and began to fill it with earth. It began to rain. It started raining, Hinata said. The heavens are crying, Kakashi said. Naruto just stood there in silence, remembering all the moments he spent with Jiraiya. It's hard to lose you, Jiraiya, Naruto said mentally and looked at the sky. The rain wet his face. His hair became wet, water was dripping from it. Then, he felt a touch. As if someone had placed a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, Uzumaki saw the silhouette of Jiraiya. I believe in you, Naruto. Jiraiya's voice echoed in Naruto's head. Thank you, Godfather, Naruto said barely audibly, and his godfather's silhouette disappeared, leaving only a barely perceptible warmth on his shoulder. Naruto stood there for a long time, looking at the tombstone. There was only one thought in his head. If only I had time. Forgive me, I didn't have time to come to your aid. Uzumaki whispered and felt a lump in his throat. Another 20 minutes and Naruto trudged home. They say God takes the best people first. The world is unfair. Only one conflict can resolve another. But hatred will continue to exist. But how to break this circle of hatred? No one knows. Chapter 44. Return to Konoha and not so pleasant news. Commentary on Chapter 44. Return to Konoha and not so pleasant news. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next day came. The sky was gray. Large gray clouds floated across it. It would probably rain again today. It was not as hot outside as usual. Naruto sat on the bed and stared at one point. Ask why. It's very simple. He has been having the same dream for several days. A man in an Akatsuki cloak was hovering over Konoha, his hands raised. He was muttering something about pain, but Naruto didn't remember most of it. The last thing he heard before Akatsuki acted was, "Accept the pain." After that, what happened was what woke Naruto up. A huge blast wave was sent from Akatsuki. It was heading towards Konoha, destroying everything in its path. The village experienced the same thing. There was nothing left of it. Nothing. Just a huge crater. What could this mean? Naruto wondered. Konoha will be destroyed, and I won't be around. He continued. Or will I not be able to deal with the enemy? He wondered. Or the opposite. That man looked a lot like me. His silhouette was exactly like mine. Will I really destroy the village I swore to protect myself? Naruto frantically went over the options. Maybe this is a sign that I will soon take the path of evil. With these thoughts he prepared his breakfast. The same thoughts haunted him until noon, until Fukasaku came to see him. Hello, Fukasaku greeted. Time for training, he said. I know, Naruto muttered under his breath and closed the front door from the inside. I'm ready, he said. Fukasaku nodded and began to form the reverse summoning seals. With a slam of his palm on the floor, they found themselves in Shima and Fukasaku's house. Hello, Naruto greeted as he entered the kitchen. Hello, Shima replied, spinning around the stove. Okay, let's go to training, Fukasaku said and wanted to leave, but his wife's voice stopped him. Grandpa, I'm going to Konoha to pick mushrooms now, so you'll be alone, she said. Shima-sama, call us as soon as you sense something strange, Naruto asked. I have a bad feeling. He added. Okay, Shima replied and continued cooking. Let's go, Fukasaku said and left, and Uzumaki followed him. All the way to the training place, Naruto thought about his dream. He kept thinking, will he destroy Konoha or not? Maybe nothing will happen at all and he is just winding himself up. No one knows. Only fate. Maybe it doesn't exist. After some time, Uzumaki was already sitting on top of the cliff, balancing on a stone slab, while simultaneously collecting natural chakra. Fukasaku watched all this, and was surprised every time. No one has ever been able to learn the hermit mode in such a short time, thought Toad. Only Jiraiya came close to his time. But he didn't learn this mode perfectly. But Naruto, thought Fukasaku, dumbfounded. Naruto, 5 to 7 more times, and we'll move on to a new stage, he said. Okay, the guy replied and continued his work. For the last 2 days of training, Fukasaku had not knocked out the natural chakra from his student. He had excellent control over both his own and natural chakra. Fukasaku was very surprised by this. Another half hour passed. Naruto managed to enter hermit mode. After some calculations, Fukasaku came to the conclusion that Uzumaki could enter this mode in 5 minutes. Maybe a little more or less. The next stage was training in the Toad style of fighting. Now, let's move on to the next step, Fukasaku said. Toad taijutsu. The guy decided to clarify. Yes, answered the Toad. Come down, we'll begin, said Fukasaku and jumped down, after which he put the stone slab back in place. Naruto repeated the same thing. He stood in front of his teacher and asked, what does it consist of? This style consisted of the fact that when delivering a blow that supposedly went past the target, a certain amount of natural chakra was released, which then delivered the blow, Fukasaku answered. Yeah, so when I hit, I should release some of the natural chakra, right? The guy asked. Yes, that's right. Fukasaku answered the question. Enter hermit mode, he said, and Naruto did what his teacher said. Now, create one clone. Okay, the guy replied and made a seal for the shadow clone technique, after which an exact copy of himself appeared next to him. Try to miss on purpose when you strike, but release a small amount of natural chakra, Fukasaku said. Let me show you. By the way, your Sharingan will help you here, he added and struck Naruto's clone. The clone dispersed, although it did not receive a direct hit. Well, were you able to see anything? Fukasaku asked. Yes, the guy answered. I was able to see the flow of chakra that separated from your hand and struck, he added. This is how it looks from the outside. I didn't know, Fukasaku answered. Now it's your turn, get started. Naruto nodded and created another clone. He dealt the same blow as Fukasaku, only pushing the clone a little. But it stayed in place. Yeah, release chakra either in greater quantities or under greater pressure, Fukasaku advised. Naruto just nodded and repeated the action. But the blow was too strong and he himself staggered back a little. And now you have released too much chakra, or under too much pressure, Fukasaku noted. Reduce these indicators by about 30%, he gave another piece of advice. Got it, Uzumaki said and repeated his previous action. This time, everything went as it should. The clone dissipated and Naruto remained in place, as it should have. The next few hours went by in the following pattern. The clones began to attack Naruto. Each time there were more and more of them, until Naruto's natural chakra ran out. This took a little over 10 minutes. 3 hours passed like this. So, I think that the study of Toad Taijutsu can be finished here. You have learned to use natural chakra well. Tomorrow, you will fight against me, Fukasaku said, but now, we will move on to the next stage. I think it will be the easiest of those before. Now you're going to sit on my shoulder, like with Jiraiya. The guy decided to clarify. That's right, Fukasaku replied and jumped onto his shoulder. After making several seals, he tried to connect with his student. But to Fukasaku's great surprise, it didn't work. As soon as he tried to do this, he was pushed away by some invisible force, causing Fukasaku to fly back about 5 meters. What is this? Fukasaku was surprised. This never happened with Jiraiya, he muttered. Naruto, this won't work, Kurama said. Why? The blonde asked. I am already inside you, and Shukaku's chakra. Fukasaku simply won't be able to connect with you, since the place is already taken, Kurama replied. I see, Naruto replied and turned to his teacher. Fukasaku-sama, this stage cannot be completed. For what reason? Asked his teacher. As Kurama told me, that place is already taken, and another one, that is, you, will not fit there, the guy explained. I see, Fukasaku muttered thoughtfully. Then we'll train Toad Taijutsu. But it was not meant to be. As soon as he finished his words, they found themselves outside Mount Myoboku. Looking around, they realized that they were in the center of Konoha. Everything would be fine, but there was one but. There wasn't a single soul on the street, except for the shinobi. After looking around a little more, Naruto noticed a silhouette in the sky. The same one as in his dream. Chapter 45. The Battle Against Pain. Commentary on Chapter 45. The Battle Against Pain. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. By the way, I created a YouTube channel where it will be possible to publish voiceovers of my FFS. In the sky, a silhouette hovered, very similar to Naruto. But it was not him. Uzumaki had just returned to the village. The dream, it's repeating itself. Naruto thought in shock until he heard that very phrase. Accept the pain. After this, just as in the dream, a huge, unimaginable wave of air appeared, which instantly began to destroy everything in its path. Hyoten, Ice Dome, Naruto said, and together with Shima and Fukasaku he found himself inside a hemisphere of ice. To his surprise, his defensive technique didn't hold up. It would have been fine, but one of the fragments hit Naruto in the shoulder. A large piece, and sharp enough to pierce the shoulder through and through. Shima and Fukasaku were unharmed. They only got a few bruises, but that's not too bad. Kurama, will you help? Naruto asked. Don't forget, the more my chakra you use, the greater the risk that you will turn into me and die, Kurama warned and began to slowly heal Naruto's wound, from which a small stream of steam began to flow. I know, Naruto said and used Shukaku-san to rise to the enemy's level. A couple of seconds, and he was already face to face with the one who destroyed Konoha, which Naruto swore to protect. He was stunned when he saw the face of the one he would have to fight. It was Pain. Yes, he hadn't seen that body. But the Rinnegan in his eyes gave him away. Here you are the one I need, said Pain, Shinra Tensei. He said, and another wave of air came from him, but many times weaker. That's why Naruto just started to fall. But by using sand, he was in the air. Is that all you know? Uzumaki asked rhetorically. You'll see now, said the red-haired man and rushed towards Uzumaki. Grabbing him by the throat, he began to strike him. But because of this, they both began to fall down. All the time during the flight, they dealt each other powerful blows. Sometimes in the face, sometimes in the body, sometimes in the ribs and solar plexus. They were approaching the ground. A moment later, there was a strong impact with the ground. A huge amount of dust rose into the air. As soon as it dissipated, Shima and Fukasaku saw Naruto standing on one of Pain's bodies. But that's not all. Naruto himself didn't notice it, but his leg had the same rod stuck in it as Jiraiya's back. It was only when he tried to use chakra that he felt something was wrong. He looked down and saw the pin, which he immediately pulled out. Blood began to flow from the wound. But Uzumaki wasted precious seconds on this action. Only when he found himself on the ground did he realize what a mistake he had made. Damn, Naruto thought and felt himself being held by his legs and arms. So the story of Uzumaki Naruto has ended, Pain said in a calm voice. I thought you would surpass Jiraiya-sensei. But you did not live up to my expectations, he added. Exactly, Naruto guessed and began to collect natural chakra. Wait, what? The red-haired man was taken aback. Why did his chakras become stronger? He thought, seeing that his opponent was getting up without much effort. Are you sure my story ends here? Naruto asked, shaking himself off. And only now, when Uzumaki turned to face Pain, he understood everything. As soon as he saw the red marks around his eyes, he understood. Hermit mode, he asked. Great, at least we can stretch our legs. It didn't work out with Jiraiya-sensei. You're not the one to talk about my teacher, Naruto said and delivered a crushing blow to the solar plexus area. From this, Pain flew back a good 15 meters, after which he crashed into the remains of a wall from some building. Not bad, Pain said, getting to his feet. But you can't dodge this, he said, and another Pain body appeared behind Naruto, which began to suck the natural chakra out of the blonde. As soon as the hermit mode disappeared, Pain slowly approached his enemy and swung his arm to strike. A second, and a trickle of blood flowed from Naruto's mouth. Another second, and Naruto felt a strong pain in his chest. Then, his ribs, his jaw. This would have continued indefinitely if it weren't for Fukasaku. He hit Pain unnoticed and he staggered back. After that, he began to fight Fukasaku, who gave Naruto a chance to get out of the crumple. Uzumaki found a way out. Natural chakra. Flashback. If you don't maintain balance, there is a huge risk of turning into stone, Fukasaku replied. Do you see these statues? He asked. Yes, the blonde answered. These were the ones who tried to master the hermit mode, but they failed. End flashback. Naruto began to gather natural chakra, which the second Pain immediately began to suck out. But when he saw that his body was turning into stone, he was taken aback. A second later, he turned into a statue. Uzumaki used this, and breaking off his arms, broke free. Naruto was stunned when he looked at Fukasaku. Pain was walking slowly towards Naruto, and Fukasaku was lying behind him with a spike in his stomach. This infuriated Uzumaki and he said, Hyoten, forest of ice. After that, ice spikes began to appear from the ground and pierce Pain's body. One hit his leg, one hit his torso, and one hit his chest. After performing a couple more seals, Naruto created several appendages on the ends of each spike, which only made the wounds worse. Imagine his surprise when he saw that the ice was turning into snow, which began to fall. How did he do that? Uzumaki thought, gathering his natural chakra again. Okay, dual elemental technique, solar dragon, he said, forming seals. He used the exact same technique against Kakazu, which killed him. But Naruto wasn't sure it would work against pain. As he expected, another body appeared in front of the enemy, which began to absorb the technique. But for this, he had to open up, and Uzumaki used this. Having created several clones, he distributed them in a circle, each of which created a large rasengan. In an instant, all the clones struck the one who absorbed the techniques. There was nothing left of him. As I recall, he has 2 more bodies in reserve. One is a conscript, and the abilities of the second are unknown to me. Uzumaki remembered. Not bad. Jiraiya-sensei was only able to destroy 2, Pain said as if nothing had happened. It doesn't matter, Naruto said and rushed towards Pain again. The taijutsu battle began. In hermit mode, Naruto was superior to Pain in taijutsu. But soon the effect of the mode ended. Pain used this and once again knocked Uzumaki to the ground. Creating several spikes, he stabbed them into Naruto, pinning him to the ground. Why are you doing all this? The blonde asked. For the sake of peace, the red-haired man answered calmly. For the sake of peace. Naruto shouted. Where do you see peace here? Uzumaki said. It's not for you to judge me, Pain replied and added, as far as I know, you have a Sharingan. But you don't use it. I'll take it away from you, he said and tore out Naruto's eye. He began to scream in pain. The scream was so loud that it seemed like it could be heard beyond the village. The previous village. At this time. Naruto, Hinata said, hearing a familiar voice. Activating the Byakugan, she began to examine the surroundings of the former Konoha. Noticing Naruto in the center of the crater, who was lying pinned to the ground and bleeding, she immediately rushed there. She ran without thinking about herself. What's more, she didn't think about anyone except Naruto at that moment. Oh, another spectator, said Pain, turning around. Behind him stood Hinata, holding the heads of chakra lions in her hands. I will destroy you with this technique, Hyuga said and rushed at Pain. He simply dodged, although he could have counterattacked, but for some reason he didn't. Apparently he was waiting for the moment when she would get close enough to Naruto. A second, and she flies into the air and hits the ground with force. Blood began to pour out of her mouth. That wasn't enough for Pain, who plunged a spike into her chest, identical to the ones that were currently holding Naruto in place. Hinata's vision went blurry. Seeing this, Naruto's remaining eye began to well up with tears and rage enveloped him. His body was covered in Kurama's chakra. Chapter 46. Defeating Pain. Commentary on Chapter 46. Defeating Pain. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto's body was covered in Kurama's chakra. Moreover, the features became similar to Kurama himself. The eyes, or rather the remaining eye, became white, without any pupil. In place of the second eye, there was emptiness. There was nothing in it. As soon as Naruto, or maybe not Naruto, broke free from the shackles, he rushed at Pain at great speed. Having knocked him to the ground, Uzumaki began to deliver unimaginably strong blows to his face. When Pain got tired of this, he summoned the one who summoned animals, who in turn summoned the same bird as when Naruto and Jiraiya fought Pain in a megacure. In response to this, Naruto decided to use something. Tailed Beast Bomb. Opening his mouth, or rather jaws, he began to gather some chakra. One part was red, and the other was blue. As soon as he finished, the ground around Uzumaki dented, forming a large dent. To Pain's surprise, Naruto squeezed the Tailed Beast Bomb. Perhaps this was to increase the power of the technique. But what followed, no one expected. Naruto took and swallowed the technique he had created just recently. Opening his mouth, Naruto opened his mouth and fired the technique at the bird. A huge flash of light appeared, which blinded Pain, who was sitting on the bird, for a while. The attack hit him right, destroying the enemy. The blast wave from the technique was so strong that the remaining Pain was thrown back a huge distance, breaking through several trees with his back, and then crashed into a large rock. What kind of power is this? Pain thought in shock as he rose to his feet. Even the Six Tails didn't have this. Naruto, however, sensed another source of chakra. It was another body of Pain. It was located near the place where the entrance to the village was. Realizing this, Uzumaki rushed towards it at full speed. He ran so fast that he left footprints on the ground. Arriving at the place, he saw another Pain, next to whom stood the head of some demon. But Naruto was not in a state to think clearly. Therefore, he simply ran into pain and began to attack him. He struck all over his body, and the last blow landed on his head. It was in this blow that Uzumaki put more force than in the others, which is why Pain's head was broken. Having fallen to the ground, the head, or rather all that was left of it, fell to the ground, showing everyone its contents. But Naruto didn't care. He created another tailed beast bomb, but not as big as the last time, and fired it at Pain's body, destroying him. There was nothing left of him. Not even a wet spot. After that, Naruto was standing behind his previous enemy. The one who used the technique that destroyed Konoha. He destroyed all the bodies. He is the strongest Jinchuriki I have ever seen, thought Pain. It's no wonder he killed Kakazu and Hidden, thought Pain. Naruto didn't stand still and took a piece of earth and threw it at Pain. He, in turn, simply destroyed it. In response, he created another technique. He stretched out his palm and created a black sphere on it, which flew high into the sky. There, it began to attract rocks, pieces of earth and debris of buildings, creating something similar to the moon. It also attracted Naruto, but he tried to resist. He created a tailed beast bomb again and launched it straight into the center. But nothing happened. Naruto only made it worse, as a hole was created, and he fell into it. After that, he was pinned by a huge rock. The sphere continued to grow until it became 3 or 4 times larger. In this sphere, Naruto couldn't even move. But suddenly, he was transferred to the subconscious. Naruto, Kurama shouted. At this time, Naruto was standing near the bars. His remaining eye changed the color of the sclera to black, and the iris became red. The pupil became elongated. What are you doing? Shukaku shouted from behind Naruto. He couldn't move because Naruto was his false Jinchuriki. The stream of water that appeared on the floor lifted Uzumaki to the level of the piece of paper that had, seal, written on it. Taking hold of the corner, Kurama's chakra threw him away. I won't let you go to print, said the fox. Come to your senses, he continued. At that moment, the one who sealed Kurama in him appeared before Naruto. The fourth Hokage, or in other words, Minato Namikaze. His father. Taking his son's hand, Naruto came to his senses. Father. Uzumaki was taken aback. How did you end up here? You're dead, Naruto said. Calm down, Minato said calmly. Yes, I'm dead. I sealed some of my chakra into you so that I could help you with the 9 tails. When will you all understand? Naruto began. He has a name. Name, Kyuubi's. Minato was taken aback. Yes, like you, me and everyone else. His name is Kurama, Naruto shouted. Okay, let's skip it, Minato said. Why did you want to break the seal? He asked. I don't know, Naruto said. He killed everyone. Jiraiya, Hinata, the whole village. Jiraiya. Minato was taken aback. How? He asked. I took and killed him, Uzumaki replied. Jiraiya-sensei, we will meet soon, thought Namikaze. Since the seal is not destroyed, there is no point in restoring it, he said. My chakra will run out. Goodbye, said Minato and disappeared into thin air. Naruto, what happened to you? Kurama asked. Or rather, why are you so mad? He destroyed the entire village and killed Hinata, Naruto answered. Every word about the death of his beloved echoed with pain throughout his body. He somehow got to his feet. Kurama, share your chakra, just a little bit, the guy asked. He even tore out his eye. This pain, we need to deal with him as quickly as possible, thought Kurama. Okay, but overdo it, otherwise your father won't be able to help you one more time, said Kyuubi and gave some of his chakra to the Jinchuriki. Thank you, Naruto thanked and came out of his subconscious. When he returned to the real world, he was standing inside a crater that had appeared out of nowhere. Pain, who was watching this, stood in shock. How did he do it? The red-haired man thought. No one before him could get out of this technique. What do you think I did? Naruto shouted, jumping down and kicking Pain. Well, I won't tell, he said and kicked Pain from the bottom up, sending him flying. While in the air, Pain clasped his palms together. Shinra Tensei, Red said, and Naruto was pushed away by a wave of air. Quickly getting to his feet, Naruto formed the seals for one technique. Hyoten, freezing technique, he said and sent a cloud at the enemy, in which he was supposed to freeze. But that didn't happen. The technique was dispelled by the same technique that pushed Naruto away. Shinra Tensei. Realizing that the technique didn't work, Naruto decided to use something heavier. Shadow clone technique, Uzumaki said and created about 30 clones, who immediately rushed towards Pain, after which they began to attack. Too easy, said the red-haired man and began to fight off the clones' attacks. You think? Uzumaki said and folded a few more seals. Hyoten, Ice Dragon, he said and created a 50-meter dragon that rushed towards Pain. He was too busy with the clones, so he didn't notice the technique. It flew right into the stomach and threw Pain back quite far. But that's not all. The dragon continued its movement and, striking the stomach, self-destructed until it was finished. Damn, said Pain and decided to do one more thing. But that didn't happen. Naruto ran up to him at high speed and hit him in the jaw. Then in the stomach and ribs. A kick from below and up. Pain is in the air again. After that, a knee strike to the solar plexus, and the redhead flies a good 10 meters. Since there was no obstacle, he rolled another 1.5 meters. And who is God here? Naruto asked rhetorically. Just because you have the Rinnegan doesn't make you God, he said, and Pain began to examine him. As soon as he saw the red marks on his face, or rather around his eyes, he realized that there was no point in fighting anymore. He had lost this battle. It is your actions that make you a god, not your strength, Naruto said. I will repay you in the same coin that you repaid me, Naruto said and struck him in the chest with a rasengan. The red-haired man's eyes became cloudy. He died. Then Naruto noticed the black rods in his body. After sticking one of them into his palm, he guessed where the one who controls them was. So you're hiding there, Naruto said and went to the real Pain. Commentary on Chapter 46, Defeating Pain. Don't forget, my friend and I have YouTube channels. Mine might have voiceovers of my FFS. My channel, Friend's channel. Chapter 47, Conversation with Pain. Commentary on Chapter 47, A Conversation with Pain. The chapter is finished, enjoy reading. So you're hiding there, Naruto said and went to the real Pain. He sensed that the real Pain was at the highest point in Konoha. It wasn't very far, so he reached it fairly quickly. Arriving at the place, he saw a huge tree, resembling an oak. But there was one, but Naruto often came here when he was little. He clearly remembered that this oak had never been here, and it could not grow to such a size in some 10 or 12 years. He's definitely here, Uzumaki thought, and saw that this tree was made of sheets of paper. Touching the tree trunk, he sent a stream of wind chakra into his hands and cut it. Expanding the passage, he entered inside. It was dark inside. Only the light from the passage that Naruto made passed through. As soon as Uzumaki entered, Konan blocked his path. I won't let you go, she said, and created hundreds of paper shurikens around herself. L let him through. A male voice was heard, which seemed painful. But Nag, Konan began, but was interrupted. Let him go, I want to talk to him, said the same voice. Okay, Konan said and stepped aside, clearing the way for Naruto. Uzumaki walked past and saw a rather unpleasant picture. In the middle stood some kind of device. From it came tubes leading to the man's body. The man had red hair that covered half of his face and a rinnegan was visible in his left eye. You are the real Pain, Naruto said as he approached him. It doesn't matter, said the red-haired man. I know your name, let me tell you mine, he said. I'm Nagato. Now tell me, why do you need all the biju? Asked the blonde. To achieve peace, Nagato answered in a weak voice. I've heard that before, Uzumaki replied, but where do you see peace here? He said, you killed the entire village, leaving only me alive. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Leaf Ninja killed my parents for fun, but I somehow survived, Nagato replied. I decided to take revenge. Take revenge. Naruto started getting angry. Maybe they died a long time ago. He added. I took revenge on their friends and relatives, said the red-haired man. What would you do in my place? Now, you will kill me, in the name of revenge. I called it, an endless circle of hatred. What would I do? First, I want to kill you, but I won't. If I kill you, I won't be any different from you. Second, you can come to your enemy with the desire to achieve peace. This is the way out of your circle of hatred. Uzumaki answered. I have other circumstances. Nagato began to justify himself. What kind? Naruto asked with a cold look. I didn't have parents, the red-haired man began. My best friend was killed, Nagato listed, but Naruto stopped him. I didn't have parents either. You killed my friends, acquaintances, my girlfriend and teachers, he said, and you want to say that what I went through is not as painful as what you went through. Uzumaki said. These words made Nagato think. With the help of Akatsuki, he knew everything about Naruto. And about his girlfriend, his friends and acquaintances, about all his desires and losses. But Naruto did not take the dark path like Nagato. This is what changed Nagato's decision. But it is impossible to undo what he has already done. And asking for forgiveness is not the answer. Silently clasping his palms together, he decided to use a technique that could only be used once in a lifetime. Noticing this, Naruto tensed up. Conan, who was standing aside and watching all this, appeared in front of Nagato in a split second and grabbed his hands, trying to separate them. No need, Conan, Nagato said. It's my choice, he added. This boy proved to me that I made a lot of mistakes. I have to correct at least what I did today, he said and directed chakra into his palms. Naruto immediately felt how much chakra Nagato had. It was about the same as Naruto's. That is, a colossal amount. All this chakra began to quickly evaporate from Nagato's body. His hair became not red as it was before, but turned gray. Because of this, he looked like an old man. This image was complemented by Nagato's condition itself. He was so thin that his ribs could be seen. His hands began to shake. It was noticeable even without looking closely. His pupils dilated, showing that Nagato was straining himself greatly. What is he doing? Uzumaki asked. Demonic resurrection technique. Nagato's trembling voice. This technique resurrects everyone Nagato killed today, including the villagers, the blue-haired girl replied. After that, in the center of the village, or rather the crater that was left of it, the demon's head appeared. Green rays of light began to fly out of his mouth, which began to inhabit the bodies of dead people and shinobi. After a while, these people got up on their feet. But the problem was that some of them were crippled and couldn't get up. Naruto decided to ask if there was any way he could help Nagato. Can I help you with anything? Naruto asked. Only one, the red-haired man answered in a trembling voice. And with what? Asked the blonde. After my death, take my eyes for yourself, said Nagato. Toby will come for them. I will fulfill your request, Naruto said. Thank you, said the red-haired man and coughed. His cough was very strong. He put his hand to his mouth and continued coughing. After a while, blood began to flow through his fingers. What's wrong with him? Uzumaki asked. He will die, Conan replied. This technique uses the life energy of the person who used this technique. And there's nothing you can do to help? Naruto asked. No, the blue-haired girl answered in a sad voice. Uzumaki spent the rest of the time watching Nagato die. It was very fast. As soon as he separated his hands, he began to speak. This is my end. Thank you for setting me on the bright path. Even though it's too late, he said in a barely audible voice. Thank you, Conan, for helping me in everything. Now, my road is to hell, Nagato said, and his eyes grew cloudy. Nagato, Conan said in a sad voice, almost crying. Goodbye, she added and approached her best friend. Her palms began to glow with a green light. Putting them on Nagato's eyes, she pulled them out. From somewhere, she took out 2 test tubes with some kind of liquid, and put the eyes in them. After that, she handed them to Naruto. Remember, Naruto-kun, these eyes are very powerful. Only through his willpower, Nagato could control them, said Conan. Come to the rain village, that is, I, will be waiting for you, she added and turned into many pieces of paper, after which she flew away. Naruto carefully put the vials in his back pocket and headed towards the village. The only thing that worried him, or rather the only thing, was Hinata. He ran as fast as he could to see her. Chapter 48. Commentary on Chapter 48. The chapter is finished. Enjoy watching. Uzumaki rushed at great speed to the place where his beloved lay. As far as he remembered, it was in the center of the crater. He rushed there so fast that after him, a small column of dust remained on the ground. Agree. Very fast. Arriving at the place, he saw Hinata lying on her back, and Tsunade sitting next to her on her lap, who was healing her with her hand on Hyuga's stomach. Naruto decided to come closer. He saw the following picture. Hinata's entire jacket was covered in blood, and there was a small hole on it, about 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter. Through this hole, Hyuga's stomach was visible. So Tsunade cured her, Naruto thought, having calmed down a little. Tsunade, how is she? The blonde asked. Tsunade jerked slightly and turned around. Seeing Naruto, she jumped to her feet and began asking him about his fight with pain. How are you? Tsunade began. Any complaints? She asked, but Naruto stopped her. About me later, said the blonde. How is she? He asked and looked at Hinata. She's fine, Tsunade replied. No vital organs are affected, she added. She just needs to get some sleep. It wouldn't hurt to restore her strength. Excellent. Uzumaki said and only now felt pain in his left eye. Damn it. I didn't even feel this much pain when I lost my eye during training, he said, and soon had noticed that Naruto was missing his left eye. How did you manage to lose your eye? Asked Fifth. Pain pulled it out, the guy replied. By the way, did you find out who this Pain is? Tsunade asked another question. Yes, Naruto answered, Nagato. Senju was shocked to hear this. This was the name of one of the 3 children she met with Orochimaru and Jiraiya in a megacure. Who else was with him? Tsunade asked. A blue-haired girl named Konan, Naruto said, and saw how the Fifth's face became even more stunned. Another familiar name. She was with Yahiko and Nagato. She thought, was there anyone else? The blonde asked another question. Before he died, Nagato muttered something about Yahiko, for whom he avenged, the guy answered. It's definitely them. So, out of these 3, only Konan is still alive. Tsunade guessed. And where is Konan now? She went to a megacure. Naruto answered. She said that I and the remaining Sannin can come there and will be welcome guests. Uzumaki answered. I see. Tsunade said and began to heal Naruto's eye. By the way, said Uzumaki and reached into his bag. I got the Rinnegan, he said, and took out 2 test tubes, after which he handed them to Tsunade. Where from? She said, dumbfounded. Nagato gave it to me, Naruto answered shortly. Nagato. By yourself? Fifth decided to clarify. Yes, the guy answered. He told me to take them so that they wouldn't end up with someone named Toby, the blonde added. Toby, I've heard that name somewhere, Tsunade said thoughtfully. Well, okay, we'll deal with that later. Right now we need to patch you up, she said, and took the test tubes. We need to rebuild the hospital first, Uzumaki said. But I can help here, he said. Shadow clones, he added. Your clones are not needed. I have a person who can do it, but he may not have enough chakra, so you will help him with this, said the 5th, Yamato. She said. A tall man with brown hair and the protector of the Leaf Village appeared in front of her. Yes, Hokage-sama, he said. There is a very important task for you, Tsunade said. Which one? Yamato asked. Restore the hospital, preferably as quickly as possible, answered the 5th. Naruto will help you with chakra, she added. Naruto-kun. Yamato was surprised. It's an honor for me, he said. Let's go, Uzumaki said and picked up Hinata in his arms, after which he went to the place where Konoha's hospital used to be. A few minutes later they were there. Well, let's get started, Yamato said and made several seals. At this time, Naruto placed his palm on his back and began to pour his chakra. How much chakra does he have? Yamato was taken aback when he felt how much chakra Uzumaki gave him. Moments later, planks began to emerge from the ground, which then formed the frame of the building. Then the walls, the roof, the scenery, and so on, until the hospital was complete. It was huge. It had 6 floors, and its width and length were almost twice as big. It's ready, Yamato said. That's good, said Tsunade, who had recently approached. Naruto, let's go, she said, and Uzumaki followed her. Yamato, in the meantime, can you create a few houses? She asked. Of course, the shinobi replied and began to create them. Uzumaki and Tsunade went inside. Naruto went to the nearest room and put Hinata there. But there was a bed, but without a mattress, so he put her there. Naruto, now follow me, said the 5th and moved on. They came to a large office, where there were already several chairs and a fairly large and massive table. Tsunade sat down at it, and Naruto opposite the Hokage. What do you suggest with the Rinnegan? She asked. I don't know, Naruto answered. I suggest giving one eye to Sasuke, and the other. Naruto wanted to suggest but hesitated. I suggest giving it to you, Tsunade said. You've already learned how to use the Sharingan, so it will be easier for you to use the Rinnegan than for anyone else, she suggested. I don't mind, Naruto said. But where will the operation take place? He asked. In this hospital, where else? Tsunade replied. I don't understand something, said Uzumaki. By the way, I kind of need an eye as soon as possible, because it's not very easy to walk with a hole, he said casually. Exactly, said Tsunade. Follow me, she said and headed to the nearest operating room. Since the hospital was quite large, finding an operating room was quite difficult, but doable. After some time, Naruto was lying on the couch. The operation began. After about 3 hours, Tsunade was finished and Naruto's left eye was back in place, clearly standing out from the rest of his body. The purple eyes were a huge departure in color from his usual black and white form. Tsunade bandaged her eye and said, "Come back to me in a week, I'll look at it. Until then, do not take off the bandage, and especially do not use the eye. Understand?" she asked. "Yes," Naruto answered shortly, standing up. "You can go free," Tsunade said. "Or you can help Yamato," she added. "Okay, bye," Naruto said and left. Either I'm paranoid, or there's something fishy going on here. Eyes like these can't give themselves to just anyone. Oh well, maybe it's just me imagining it all against the backdrop of recent events. Tsunade thought and went about her business. Naruto decided to help Yamato. They built about 36 buildings. There were houses, hotels, and much more. There were even future shops and stores. But the most difficult part had not yet been done. "Yamato-san, when are we going to build a fence around the village?" Naruto asked. "Firstly, just call me Yamato," the man began. "Secondly, it will be tomorrow, because it is already starting to get dark. You can go, choose any house, and in the meantime I will go to the Hokage and report." "Okay," said Uzumaki and went to his home. He was very tired that day. And after he almost turned into Kurama, his whole body was burning with fire, which caused great pain. He fell asleep very quickly from fatigue. Not a single thought flashed through his head. Chapter 49. An Unexpected Surprise. Commentary on Chapter 49. An Unexpected Surprise. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Sorry for being late, I had some things to do. Naruto woke up at about 1 o'clock. It was too late for him. But he was in no hurry to get out of bed. You'll probably ask, why is that? And I'll tell you. The eye that Tsunade had transplanted yesterday hurt a lot. Naruto didn't know why, so he slowly got out of bed and trudged to the hospital. He didn't even eat, and all because his eye hurt with every movement, and it hurt really badly. Uzumaki somehow made it to the exit of the small apartment, which was half the size of his previous one. Locking the door, he went to the hospital. As soon as he approached the entrance to the hospital, his eye began to hurt even more, and his head began to split. He almost fell, but somehow he reached the entrance to Tsunade's office and knocked. Very weakly. It was almost inaudible. "Come in," came from behind the door, and Uzumaki opened the door with difficulty and entered. Tsunade, who was sitting and filling out a large pile of papers, looked at the person who entered. Realizing that it was Naruto, she was very surprised. "Naruto," she asked, "what happened?" "My eye. Hurts. Is this normal?" the guy asked in a weak voice. Senju looked at her student's face again. Beads of sweat were appearing on his forehead, his eye was half open, and his lips barely moved as he spoke. "How long has the pain been going on?" Senju asked worriedly. "In the morning," Uzumaki answered. "In the morning. Come with me to the operating room, I'll examine everything," said Tsunade, and together with Uzumaki went to the place where the examination would take place. Uzumaki found the way to the operating room difficult. But the journey there was no longer than 4 minutes, at a leisurely pace. By the time they got there, the blonde was sweating, quite heavily. The blonde lay down on the couch, and Tsunade, putting on gloves, began the examination. After about 15 minutes, she finished. She found this phenomenon very interesting, although before Naruto, she had never transplanted eyes to anyone. "Tsunade, what's there?" Uzumaki asked. "You have a rejection of the eye," the blonde answered. "But it's somehow strange." "Rejection?" Naruto was surprised. "And what's strange about it?" the guy asked. "As far as I know, the rejection of the eye occurs very painfully, sometimes much worse than yours," she began, "but besides this, the wound suppurates, and you do not have that. Plus, I noticed some kind of foreign chakra on the eye. It does not belong to either you or Nagato. The only thing I am inclined to believe is that only certain people can use this eye. Nagato is one of them," answered Tsunade. "I can ask Abiki and Inoiki to try to remove this certain seal, but it is not a fact that it will work," she said. "I will do it as quickly as possible so that there are no complications," she added, and left the office, in search of Inoiki. Inoiki was a master at searching for information in a person's memory, but he was not very good at seals. But Tsunade decided to use him. After about 10 minutes, he began to examine Naruto's eye. As he went further, his face became more and more surprised. Yamanaka finished and, wiping the sweat from his face, began to explain the situation. "It's not a rejection," he said. "More precisely, a rejection, but an artificial one, a set-up one," he corrected himself. "A small trace of the chakra of the one who did this remained on the eye. Through it, I was able to listen to everything that happened up to that moment." Flashback. Many years ago, in a cave stands a man, in a white mask, resembling a spiral. In front of him sits an old man, with already completely grey hair and a sharingan in his eye. His hair was long, down to his knees. Toby, this will be your nickname until the very end of the Red Moon plan, he said in a quiet, hoarse voice. Got it, Toby said in a childish voice. You must come to Omegakure and find one boy. The white-haired old man began. He has red hair, the hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. And his name is Nagato. You will have to transplant these eyes into him, he said and held out 2 flasks with a greenish liquid in which 2 rinnegan were floating. He should be born soon, so seize the moment and do it. Okay, Toby said. But before that, put a seal on these eyes so that only the kid and I can use them, the old man ordered. Go. Toby silently disappeared into the spiral funnel. End flashback. This is all that remains of the memories in this chakra. To learn more, we need to obtain even more of this Toby's chakra, Anoiki said. So you're saying that it's impossible to transplant these eyes to anyone other than Nagato and that grandfather? Senju decided to clarify. Yes, there is, Yamanaka answered. We can try to remove the seal. But it's unknown what this could lead to, Anoiki warned. And we need to find a master who works with seals, he added. About the work with the seals. Naruto asked again. I can help with that, but I'm not sure that in my condition it will work out well, he warned. Don't get tense, I have one such person. Tsunade stopped Naruto. Okay. Uzumaki said and relaxed a little. Anoiki, can you call Anko? Tsunade asked. Of course, Yamanaka said and disappeared. Naruto, this seal, Kurama began. What about this seal? Asked the blonde. This seal acts like poison, answered the fox. Like poison? Uzumaki asked again. Yes, it poisons your internal organs, said Kurama. I understand, Uzumaki said and turned to Tsunade. That seal. Like poison, Uzumaki said in a barely audible voice. Say it again, Tsunade asked and leaned towards Naruto's ear. The seal works like poison, Uzumaki said. What? Senju was taken aback. We need to do something urgently, she said. Owl. After that, out of nowhere, a girl in an Anbu uniform with an owl mask appeared. Yes, Hokage-san, she said. Orochimaru, come here, quickly, said Fifth, almost screaming. Hi, said Anbu and disappeared. Just a few moments later, Orochimaru entered the room. He was wearing a doctor's coat, which was a little dirty. Apparently, he was in his lab doing something. What did you want, Tsunade? He asked. I gave you a lab, she began. Do you have any kind of eye? She asked. Yes, Orochimaru replied. But why? He asked. There is a seal on Naruto's eye that works like poison. We need to transplant a new one as soon as possible. It doesn't matter which one, Tsunade replied. What is his condition? Asked the serpent. Tsunade instantly channeled chakra into her palms, causing them to glow green. She placed her hands on Naruto's chest and began scanning him. After a while, she turned to Orochimaru and said, pretty bad, but getting worse quickly. Orochimaru immediately rushed to the exit, most likely to his lab. He returned 2 minutes later, holding a test tube with an ordinary eye inside. A very ordinary one. Here, the most ordinary one, said Orochimaru and handed the test tube to Tsunade. During all this time, she managed to change into a doctor's uniform and put on gloves. Placing the vial on the table, she channeled chakra into her palms again. This was to make the removal of the rinnegan from the eye socket as painless as possible. In 2 minutes everything was ready and, having inserted the new eye into its place, she began to heal. After a couple of seconds, she finished and blindfolded Naruto's new eye. Taking off her gloves, she said, Orochimaru, be a friend, look at this rinnegan. What if I don't want to be friends? Orochimaru said jokingly. You'll get it, Senju said menacingly. Okay, Orochimaru muttered and took the eye. By the way, where is the second one? It seems to me that it will be impossible to remove the seal from just one eye. Only from both at once. Here, Tsunade said and took out a second test tube from a small glass cabinet. I'm going, Orochimaru said and left. Naruto, how are you now? Senju asked. Better than it was, the guy replied. Lie down for now, rest, said Tsunade, just not here. I'll take you to the ward, and then you can get some sleep, she added and threw Uzumaki onto her shoulders, holding him by the arm thrown over her neck. Let's go, don't rush, she said and led Uzumaki to the ward where he would rest for a while. 15 minutes later, Naruto was lying on a fairly comfortable bed and reading some book. It was light brown in color and on the cover it said, The Legend of the Fearless Shinobi. In the lower right corner it said, Jiraiya. Uzumaki had found this book yesterday when he and Yamato were clearing debris and building houses. The book was lying under a piece of the wall of a former house. Yes, it was a little worn, and the pages were slowly losing their former whiteness. But its contents remained the same as when it was written. Jiraiya writes well, and not just vulgar stuff, Naruto thought and turned the page. About 3 hours passed like this. Uzumaki slept for half of that time, and read the book for the rest of the time. Towards the end of the day, Tsunade came to see him. So, how are you feeling? She asked. Fine, a little tired, but overall good, Uzumaki replied. Then you can go home, and Orochimaru and I will try to figure out this Rinnegan, said Senju, and yes, don't overwork yourself next week, neither you nor I need any complications. Understood? Asked Tsunade. Yes, the guy answered briefly and got out of bed. Bye, he said and went home. After this, Tsunade went to Orochimaru's lab and began to study Nagato's eyes with him. Chapter 50. Interrogation. Commentary on Chapter 50. Interrogation. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next day, Naruto woke up at noon as well. But he felt much better than yesterday. Tsunade said something about a seal on the Rinnegan. I need to go ask, Naruto thought and, locking the door, went to the hospital. He didn't want to eat. Uzumaki himself didn't know why. But he didn't care about that now. Right now he was interested in what Tsunade and Orochimaru's research had led to. 10 minutes later, he stood in front of the entrance to the 5th Hokage's office. Knocking on the door, he heard permission. Come in, Tsunade's voice was heard. Naruto opened the door and walked in. He saw the following picture. Tsunade was sitting at the table and looking at some report. It was detailed, even Naruto saw it. On this piece of paper, the Rinnegan was drawn. Naruto. Senju was surprised. How are you feeling? She asked. As usual, Naruto answered. How is Hinata? The guy asked. Excellent, the blonde replied. Right now she's still in the hospital, for preventive purposes. Otherwise, she's doing great, she added. Phew, Uzumaki exhaled. How are the studies? The guy asked. No way, Tsunade replied. We don't even know what kind of seal this is. Show me the results of the research, Uzumaki asked. Here, said the blonde and handed her student a sheet of paper. Uzumaki carefully read everything that was written there. He caught on to one detail. The seal of the white fang. We called the seal that because it looked like a fang, which was white. This is what caught Naruto's attention. White fang seal, Naruto said. Does this remind you of anything? He asked. The white fang of Konoha. Tsunade decided to clarify. Exactly, the guy said. This seal is probably connected to the Hatake clan, the guy concluded. But the only survivor from this clan is Kakashi, Tsunade thought. Do you think it's him? She decided to clarify. Kakashi definitely can't be this Toby, that's 100%, Naruto said. But it's possible that this is the White Fang seal, a clan technique. And it's quite possible that it was captured by the enemies of this clan, Naruto explained. Maybe we should ask Kakashi about this seal, Tsunade asked. Of course, Uzumaki agreed. That's exactly what I'll do, he said and left. But before that, he decided to go to Hinata. Her room was the closest to the entrance, so it didn't take him long to find her. A few minutes later he was standing in front of the door and knocking on it. It's open, was heard from behind the door and Naruto walked inside. Naruto, Hinata said almost screaming and threw herself on Uzumaki's neck. Hello, he greeted. Hello, the girl replied. How are you feeling? The guy asked. Great, said Hinata. And how are you? She asked in return. Okay then, Naruto replied. Hinata noticed the eye patch over his left eye. What about the eye? She asked. Ah, it's lost, Naruto answered. Pain took it, he added. Does it hurt? The girl decided to ask. No, there's a new one now, the guy replied. New. Hinata was taken aback. When will you stop changing your eyes? She asked jokingly. When I stop losing 'em everywhere, Naruto answered just as jokingly. Are you busy now? Hinata asked. I wanted to go to Kakashi now, ask him about something, the guy answered. Can I come with you? She asked. Of course, the blonde answered. Just let's go and ask Tsunade for permission, he said. Okay, the girl said and, together with Uzumaki, headed to the 5th Hokage's office. Half an hour later they were standing at their teacher's house. Uzumaki knocked on the door. After a while, he heard unhurried steps towards the door, which was later opened by Kakashi. Naruto. Hinata. He was surprised. Hello, the ash-haired man greeted. Did something happen? Nothing serious, Naruto replied. I just want to ask you something, he added. Then come in, Hatake said and opened the door wider, letting the guests in. He walked into the kitchen, followed by Naruto and Hinata. They sat next to each other, with Kakashi opposite. Well, go ahead, said Kakashi. Let's start with the simplest thing. How many people from your clan are still alive? Uzumaki asked. I'll answer simply. You can count them on the fingers of one hand, answered Kakashi. And more precisely, the blonde asked again. Me, Akayo, Kiyoshi and Kenta, Kakashi answered. Each of them scattered to different countries, he added. It's strange. Tsunade said that you are the only survivor from your clan, Uzumaki noted. Until recently, it was like that, answered Kakashi. When I was on a mission, before Pain's attack, I learned about them. I myself was honestly in shock, he explained. So for, including you, Uzumaki summed up. Second question. Does your clan have any sealing techniques? He asked. One and only, Kakashi replied, the seal of the White Fang. It consists of forbidding anyone from using anything that has this seal on it. Something like this, he explained. And who of all the rest of your clan knows how to use it? Uzumaki asked another question. No one, Kakashi answered. The scroll with this seal was either destroyed or lost, he added. Only my father explained its effect to me, and that was only in general terms. Can someone use this technique without being a member of your clan? Asked the guy. In principle, yes, but the difficulty will only be that you need more chakra, Hatake answered. I see, Naruto said. Kakashi simply couldn't have put this seal on. He was about 12 years old then. This is definitely that same Toby. Uzumaki thought. Is that all you wanted to ask? Kakashi asked. Yes, that's all, Uzumaki answered. If it's not a secret, why do you need this information? Asked the ash-haired man. The thing is, Pain gave me his Rinnegan, and it had this very seal on it, Naruto answered. By the way, is there any way to remove it? He asked. No, only the one who cast it can do that, Hatake replied. Okay, thank you, said Naruto. We'll go, he said and got up from the table. Are you leaving already? Kakashi understood. Yes, I want to report this technique to Tsunade, Uzumaki said. Okay, see you later, said Hatake and also stood up. Bye, Naruto and Hinata said at the same time and left their sensei's house. They headed towards Tsunade. Chapter 51 Toby. Commentary on Chapter 51. Toby. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto and Hinata recounted everything they had learned from Kakashi. When they finished, Tsunade had a question in her head. Who could it be? She thought. Naruto, who do you think it could be? Senju repeated her question, but this time out loud. I think that either the one Kakashi communicated with back then, or the one who found this scroll, Naruto answered. I think the second is more likely, he added. I'm also inclined to this option, Hinata agreed. But it still wouldn't hurt to ask Kakashi if he told anyone about this technique. 5 concluded. You can go free. I'll ask him myself later. It's not an urgent matter anyway, she added. Okay, Uzumaki said and turned around. Good luck in your affairs, he said and left the office with Hyuga. As he was leaving the residence, a piece of paper folded into an airplane flashed before his eyes. Uzumaki caught the plane and began to examine it. But on one wing there was one phrase that alerted Uzumaki. Recipient. Uzumaki Naruto. What could this mean? Uzumaki thought and turned the plane around. There was very little text written there. Toby. He's coming for me. More specifically, for the Rinnegan. Need help. Conan. Toby. I need to meet him. Naruto thought. Hinata, let's go back to Tsunade, he said and rushed to the 5th Hokage's office. He ran so fast that within a minute he was standing in the office. Tsunade, there is something we need to discuss, Uzumaki said. What happened? The blonde asked. Conan asks for help, the guy answered. What happened? Tsunade asked again. Here, Uzumaki said and handed her a piece of paper that he himself had recently read. With every word she read, Tsunade's face became more and more surprised. I see. Gather a team and go to Omegakure, said the 5th. So, I shouldn't come to you. The guy decided to ask. No, Tsunade said. Hi, Naruto said and walked out of the office. He immediately met Hinata, who was about to open the door. He silently approached her. We have a mission, Naruto said. Call Kakashi, and I'll call Sasuke, Uzumaki said. Okay, Hyuga replied and rushed to the teacher's house. Naruto ran towards the Uchiha quarter. He ran for about 5 minutes. Arriving at the house of his parents' friends, he knocked on the door. After a while, it opened and Sasuke came out on the threshold. We have a mission, pack your things and run to the Konoha gate, Uzumaki said and disappeared. Did something more dangerous than Pain's attack happen? Sasuke thought. I'm on a mission. He shouted and ran towards the village exit. Within a few minutes, the entire 7th team was assembled. Okay, explain what the mission is, Kakashi said. Anyway, we need to go to Omegakure and help Konan, said Hinata. I see, Kakashi said. Okay, there's little time, let's go, said Uzumaki and rushed towards the land of rain faster than anyone else. They ran for about 2 hours, and Naruto began to wonder if they would make it in time. What would happen if they didn't? What if this Toby killed Konan? Maybe it was a trap. Naruto, what kind of help do you need? Sasuke asked. Yes, tell me, said Kakashi. Does the name, Toby, sound familiar to anyone? Uzumaki asked. Yes, he is a person who recently joined Akatsuki, Kakashi answered. That's right, Uzumaki replied. He's currently heading to Omegakure to take Nagato's Rinnegan. This Rinnegan, according to this Toby, should still be with Nagato. But since these eyes are now with Tsunade, he'll go to Konoha to take it. To prevent this, we're going to help Konan, who's distracting him. We have to finish him off as soon as possible. Uzumaki replied. Is everyone clear? Yes, everyone answered. Then, let's speed up, Uzumaki said and sped up almost twice as fast. Another hour and they were running towards the entrance of the rain village. Stopping, Naruto decided to enter hermit mode. But it wasn't necessary. There was a fairly large explosion on the side of the village where the tallest tower in the village stood. Everyone from the 7th team noticed this and rushed there. 2 minutes later, they were standing near this tower. There were 2 people standing near her, in Akatsuki uniforms. One of the 2 was Konan, who stood with her back to Team 7. The other was a man. This was evident by his build. On his face was a bright orange mask with a slit for his eye. The mask itself was made in the form of a spiral. Konan, it's us, Uzumaki said, approaching her. Is it Toby? He decided to clarify. Yes, the blue-haired girl answered. He came for Nagato's Rinnegan. I didn't expect to see you here, said the mask maker. Kakashi, it's been a while since we've seen each other, he thought. We need to kill him. As quickly as possible, Konan said and created a huge number of shurikens that instantly flew towards the enemy. He simply created some kind of spiral funnel, into which all the paper shurikens were sucked. What kind of technique is this? Naruto was taken aback. He had never seen anything like it. He didn't even know such technology existed. But Kakashi was in a stupor. He knew what kind of technique it was. You will probably ask, why? It's very simple. Kakashi used exactly the same technique, with the help of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was in his left eye socket. This is Kamui, but how can he use my technique? He thought, dumbfounded. Uzumaki decided to use shadow clones to learn more information about the enemy. Having formed the seal, he created 4 clones that immediately rushed at the enemy. One of them stood in front of the enemy, the second behind, the third on the left, and the last on the right. Each creating a rasengan, they tried to strike. But it didn't work. They passed through Toby, and their techniques hit each other. How did he do it? Uzumaki thought. You're not that simple, he said. What did you expect? Did you think I was just some idiot from the back alley? Toby answered. We need to hit him continuously for 5 minutes, said Konan. That's when we'll be able to fight him to the fullest. Understood, Uzumaki said and created 40 more clones that began to strike at Toby. Each blow passed through him without causing damage. But then, he did something that no one expected. He created a spiral, which all of Konan's shurikens had recently fallen into. From this spiral, they flew out. But they flew towards Team 7 and Konan. Hyoten, Ice Shield, said Uzumaki and created a hemisphere of ice, in which all his allies found themselves. The shurikens that flew towards them crashed into the ice and fell to the ground. Thank you, Konan said. How long have you been fighting him? Kakashi asked. About 20 minutes, the blue-haired girl answered. A lot. He was in Akatsuki. Do you have a plan? Uzumaki asked. Lure him into the water, and then I'll figure it out myself, Conan replied. Okay. Everyone answered and Uzumaki removed the ice barrier. Hinata immediately rushed to Toby. 8 trigrams, 128 heavenly strikes, she said and began to strike the enemy's tenketsu. The blows were so fast that dust rose around her. Only Hinata could see through it. After 2 minutes, she was finished. Toby decided to jump into the water to avoid further attacks. This was his biggest mistake. The water seemed to split and a huge chasm appeared underneath it. That's where Toby fell. I have created 6 million explosive seals. They will explode for more than 10 minutes. It will kill you, she said, and instead of water, explosive seals began to appear. Conan activated one of them, after which, in a chain, all the others began to explode. 10 minutes later, the explosions stopped and Conan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, everyone replied. But then, something happened that Conan could not have expected. Toby appeared behind her. Commentary on Chapter 51. Toby, sorry for not posting the chapter yesterday. Had some things to do. Chapter 52. After the battle with Toby. Commentary on Chapter 52. After the battle with Toby. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. I apologize for dragging out the chapters. I have renovations, so I don't have much time left for fanfic. I give the author my word that I will resume my previous schedule soon. Once again, enjoy reading. Toby stood behind her. His eye was visibly glowing with the Sharingan. Toby was filled with hatred for being almost defeated. He raised his hand to strike. His hand was rapidly approaching the left side of her back, about the same level as her heart. But his plan failed. Sasuke quickly reacted, using his dojutsu and cutting off Toby's arm. He apparently winced in pain and pulled the rest of his arm away. Having created a spiral funnel, he took out some white hand from there, which he leaned against the stump of the hand. From this, the white hand took root. What is he? Sasuke thought as he jumped back. 5-minute rule, Conan shouted. We're bombarding him with attacks. Naruto added. Hyoten, ice needles, he said, and thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of ice needles flew at Toby. Each of them flew through the enemy without leaving a scratch on them. Next to enter the battle was Sasuke, with his own fire technique. Raten, electric needles, he said, and in his hand, a lightning discharge appeared, from which a huge number of small discharges, resembling needles, began to fly out. Suten, water bullets, Kakashi said, and small balls of water began to appear from his mouth. They were very fast and strong. This could only be understood by the fact that one of his bullets hit a large rock that was behind Toby. The bullet pierced this rock right through. This is complicated, Toby thought, using the technique that made him intangible. There are too many shells. And I still haven't recovered from Izanagi. He thought. Damn, and her too. Conan, meanwhile, was creating millions of paper shuriken. She launched them at once at Toby. This way she could control them, so she didn't have to create more and more projectiles. She simply attacked the enemy from different directions. After a while, Toby got tired of it. He decided to use what he had used recently. Absorb the opponent's projectiles and turn them against them. By creating as large a portal as possible with his amount of chakra, that is, a small one, he absorbed a number of projectiles. After that, he released them, in the direction of his enemies. But Hinata, although she couldn't use something like her allies, could easily protect them. 8 trigrams, chitin, she said, and stood in the way of the projectiles that Toby launched. Hinata began to spin at a high speed, releasing a large amount of chakra. With this technique, she reflected all the needles and shurikens of the enemy. I can't handle this many enemies. I'll probably retreat, Toby thought. With that, I'll say goodbye to you. And I'll take my Rinnegan, I know it's somewhere in this village. With these words, he disappeared into a spiral funnel. Damn it, Uzumaki shouted and angrily threw a kunai at the spiral, which almost disappeared. This kunai was imbued with wind chakra. Everything would be fine, but a second before closing, blood spurted out of the funnel. No one even understood where it came from. You hurt him, Conan said in a tired voice. Yes, was all Uzumaki said. What are we going to do now? He asked. We didn't even really hurt him, he added. There's nothing left to do but retreat and recuperate, Sasuke replied. We need to discuss his abilities and come up with a plan to defeat him, he added. Later, now we need to rest, said Kakashi. Exactly, Conan agreed. At this time, it will be difficult to fight against them, Toby thought while standing on a high mountain, not far from a megacure. The only way to defeat them is to kill them one by one. The man concluded. It will be much easier, he concluded and disappeared into a spiral funnel. Naruto and the others went to the inn, which was almost on the other side of the village. They were very tired after the battle, so they walked slowly. Uzumaki noticed something. Passers-by kept turning around and looking in Conan's direction. As mentioned earlier, she appeared before everyone in solemn and extreme situations, under the pseudonym, Angel. This surprised all the residents. It's an angel, said passers-by. Did something happen? The residents of Omegakure speculated. And who is that next to her? They noticed. But all these discussions, guesses and questions, our heroes ignored. They had no time for it now. There was something much more important. This was the protection of the Rinnegan from Toby. After a while, they stood and ordered their rooms. We'll get a double, Naruto said. What about the rest? He asked. I'll have a single, Conan said. Me too, Kakashi agreed. Well, me too, Uchiha agreed. Okay, here are your keys. They have a keychain with the room number on them, said the girl with brown hair. This is yours, she said and handed Uzumaki the key. The rest will choose themselves, the rooms are the same everywhere. Oh. Can I rent another big room? Naruto asked. Yes, no problem, the girl answered. Here is the key, she said and put the key on the table. Thank you, they all said in unison and began looking for the rooms whose numbers were written on the keychains. Naruto and Hinata's room was on the second floor. It was decorated quite interestingly. The walls were blue, the ceiling was white, with an ancient ornament. All the wooden items were varnished, and made of a dark type of wood. There was one large window that opened up a view of the tallest tower in Omegakure. There was also a large double bed. Not bad, Naruto said and lay down on the bed. It wasn't too soft, but it wasn't too hard either. Just the way Uzumaki liked it. It's convenient. It's perfect for a day, the blonde expressed his opinion. We're going to sleep together. Hinata was taken aback. Well, if you want, I can go and reorder the numbers, Uzumaki said. No need, Hinata said, blushing a little. Okay, Naruto replied and settled down more comfortably. Evening came. All this time, our heroes slept, restoring their strength. Uzumaki woke up before everyone else. And no, not because he slept enough or was woken up. Not at all. He woke up because he felt someone else's chakra through his sleep. Who's there? He asked, jumping up from his bed. He quickly looked around, but he didn't see anyone. Not Hinata, not anyone else. This made him wary. I finally found it, a voice was heard from above. At that moment, Naruto's vision went dark and he passed out. After a while, he woke up. And he woke up because he was being shaken. Naruto, Naruto, Hinata said, pushing Uzumaki away. Ha, was all Uzumaki said in a sleepy voice. What? He asked. You said in your sleep, who's there, and flinched, said Hinata. So it was a dream. Naruto realized. It's because of overwork, he said, so, we need to discuss everything with the others, he said and got out of bed. Let's go look for them. No need to look for them, I already called them, Hyuga said. Let's go, she said and pulled Uzumaki. They went to discuss the plan in a large room that Uzumaki had ordered separately. Chapter 53. Discussion. Commentary on Chapter 53. Discussion. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Asterisk. This symbol indicates that the word in which this symbol is present does not contain a mistake and will be described below. Conan, tell me about this Toby's abilities. Uzumaki began. As you saw, he has a Sharingan. Conan began. You saw his ability too. But as I said, it has weaknesses. In order for it to become tangible, you need to continuously attack it for 5 minutes. That's the duration of his ability, the girl answered. One more thing. Do you know what kind of hand he soldered to himself? Naruto asked. She looks a lot like Zetsu. But he still has all his body parts in place, Conan muttered thoughtfully. Okay, it doesn't matter, Kakashi said. Naruto, did I tell you about Kamui? The ash-haired man asked. Yes, even when I return to Konoha, answered Uzumaki. In general, I have absolutely the same ability, Kakashi said, except for the intangibility. He added, I can show it, but then my vision will get a little worse. No need, you told me enough, and the others understood that your Kamui works the same way as Toby's, Sasuke said. There's only one thing left, Uchiha added. So what? Kakashi asked. If he has a Sharingan, it's logical to assume that he's an Uchiha, right? Sasuke began. Well, That's logical. But where's the guarantee that these eyes weren't transplanted to him? Asked Uzumaki. That's the point, she doesn't exist, Uchiha said. But so far there isn't a single Uchiha, alive or dead, who has given his eyes to anyone outside the clan, the guy added. That means the chance that it's an Uchiha is much higher than the Sharingan being transplanted into him, Naruto concluded. Oh. One more thing. Sasuke remembered. His Sharingan is definitely not simple. Yes, he has 3 tomo. But his ability, it's definitely a technique of his eyes. But it has nothing to do with the standard Sharingan techniques. You mean to say that he, like me, has Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakashi was taken aback. That's right, Sasuke answered. You know the abilities of the regular Sharingan, so only Mangekyo remains. And there weren't many Uchiha who awakened Mangekyo. Today, there are only 3 of them. My father and brother, as well as Itachi's friend Shisui, the guy added, but they all have one drawback. Sooner or later, they will go blind if they use Mangekyo too often. But then there's another question. Why doesn't he go blind? Naruto asked. And who told you that he is going blind? Maybe he can hardly see anymore, but at the same time he is well-oriented, being a good sensor, said Kakashi. Or maybe it's the one who. Uzumaki wanted to say, but he was interrupted by Kurama's voice. Naruto, his chakra is familiar to me, said the fox. Do you know him? Have you crossed paths with him? Uzumaki began to ask, without saying anything out loud. Yes, it was on your day when you were born. Flashback. In some cave, there were several Anbu members. In the middle there was a couch on which Kushina, Naruto's mother, was lying and screaming. Apparently from pain. Next to her, Naruto's father, Minato, was standing, his palms pressed to his stomach. Sweat was pouring from his forehead, but he did not give up. You ask, what was he doing? I'll tell you, he was holding back the seal that sealed the 9 tails inside Kushina. After some time, the woman who delivered Kushina relaxed and took the baby in her arms. She wanted to say something, but her head fell to the ground. Minato, who was watching this, began to look around until he saw a person on the ceiling, wearing a yellow mask, holding a baby in his arms. Minato looked around again and noticed that all the Anbu members were lying in pools of blood. Some of them had their heads cut off, some had their internal organs cut out, and they were lying next to them. Who are you? Minato asked menacingly. It doesn't matter, the man answered. If you want your child back, give me your wife. You have 5 seconds to think about it. Those 5 seconds passed, and the man let go of the baby, ending up down below with a kunai held under the boy. Minato quickly reacted and caught the child, then used his technique. Hiraishin no Jutsu, he said and disappeared. End flashback. I told you everything I know about him, Kurama said, by the way. He quickly removed the seal. So he knew how it was arranged. Okay, it doesn't matter, Uzumaki said. Let's draw conclusions. Our enemy has Mangekyo Sharingan. His abilities: 5 minutes of intangibility and Kamui. Because of the Sharingan, he is very fast. For now, that's all we know about him, Sasuke concluded. One more thing. He doesn't have a very large reserve of chakra. You could say that it's a little more than yours, Kakashi-sensei, Hinata spoke up. Yeah, so we need to make him deplete his chakra reserves. Because of that, he won't be able to use the Sharingan properly. The decrease in his speed and the lack of intangibility will play into our hands, Sasuke said. But that won't cancel out his skills and strategic mind, Konan said. So, here's the deal. Now we need to go to Konoha to ensure the protection of both the entire village, along with Konan, and the Rinnegan, Sasuke said. Then, let's leave tomorrow, because we still haven't fully rested, and the road is quite long, said Kakashi and stood up. Until tomorrow, he said goodbye and left the room. We'll go too, Naruto and Hinata said together and also got out of bed. Konan and Sasuke also went to their rooms. Commentary on Chapter 53. Discussion. Yellow mask. At the time, Toby's mask was yellow, with black stripes on it. If you try hard enough, you can remember. Chapter 54. Discussion. Commentary on Chapter 54. Discussion. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The middle of the next day. Naruto and everyone else, including Konan, entered the gates of Konoha. Izumo and Kotetsu, who were standing guard, saw the Akatsuki cloak on Konan and they started and grabbed their weapons. Ours, said Kakashi. She's with us, he added. Sorry, said the Chunans and let everyone through. We're going to the Hokage now, Uzumaki said. Konan is another one of the legendary trinity. The girl who was with Jiraiya-sensei? Conan asked in surprise. That's it, Uzumaki answered. Let's go, he added. A few minutes later, they stood in front of Tsunade. Conan. 5 said in shock. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the blue-haired girl said in a guilty voice. Well, tell me what happened, demanded the 5th. For about an hour, Naruto and the others recounted what had happened to them while they were in a megacure, which left Tsunade in shock. So, he's not the weakest of Akatsuki, considering that you all couldn't handle him, Tsunade said thoughtfully. Conan, who is he? By rank, if I may say so, Uzumaki asked. He's the main one in Akatsuki. Pain was second, but then I was in his place. Only Kisame and this Toby are left in Akatsuki, Conan said angrily. So he is the true leader of this organization, Kakashi concluded. But one thing still worries me. Why does he have the same Sharingan ability as me? He asked. Only one thing comes to mind. Sasuke, but if we put it roughly, you transplanted your Sharingan to Naruto. And you both got Mangekyo. Will the abilities of your eyes be the same, or will they be completely different? Hatake asked. The same, because the real owner is the same. The ability of the eyes is embedded in the eyes themselves. Whoever the user is, his abilities will be absolutely the same as those of the one who owned these eyes from birth, answered Uchiha. See, could it be? It's him, thought Kakashi. No, it can't be. I personally saw that he died, thought Kakashi. Only Naruto noticed Kakashi's confusion. He looked closely at the man who had become his father. Kurama, and when you were sealed in my mother, you remember Obito's chakra, right? Uzumaki asked his tailed beast. To be honest, no, I don't remember at all, answered Kurama. It was so long ago, and I was angry at everyone and everything then. So forgive me, I can't help you here, answered Kurama. Okay, said Uzumaki. Kakashi, what are you thinking about? The guy asked his teacher. Nothing, Kakashi answered and returned to his previous state. Kakashi, what does your question have to do with this? Tsunade asked. I just asked, Hatake replied. Okay then, Tsunade replied. What are Toby's weaknesses? She asked. He can be intangible for 5 minutes, no more, Conan replied. But why did he survive this time? She added thoughtfully. Wait, how many Sharingans does he have? Sasuke asked. I think there are 2, the blue-haired girl answered. Yes, he has 2 Sharingans, I saw it through the Byakugan, added Hinata. So this is Izanagi, Uchiha concluded. Izanagi, is that the genjutsu that you cast on yourself? Naruto decided to clarify. Yes, that's it, Uchiha answered, the most powerful genjutsu of all known. He added, in short, it can cancel the death of the user, but in exchange, one of his Mangekyo goes blind forever. He explained. I saw his Sharingan turn white and his Tomo become barely visible and red, after which this eye closed, Hyuga said. So it's definitely Izanagi, Uchiha replied. From this we can conclude that he only has 1 Sharingan left, he concluded. That's very good. Yes, it will be much easier for us to defeat him, Naruto agreed. Speaking of Dujutsu, Naruto, we managed to remove that seal. We were only able to do this with Orochimaru's help. He found a scroll. Well, how can I say scroll? He found a copy of it, Tsunade said. How is your eye by the way? She asked. It's fine, the blonde replied. Take it off, we'll see, said the 5th. Uzumaki, as asked, took off his bandage. Behind it was an eye of the same color as his own. Excellent. Just wait a little bit, and we will transplant the Rinnegan into you, Tsunade said. I don't need it, transplant it to Sasuke or Itachi, or maybe Kakashi, Naruto refused. I definitely don't need it, I don't have much chakra anyway, and what will happen with the Rinnegan? I can't even imagine, Kakashi expressed his opinion. So that leaves either Sasuke or Itachi, Tsunade concluded. Sasuke, do you agree? I refuse. Even though the Rinnegan is the most powerful Dujutsu, the best candidate to use it is Naruto. He has experience with the Sharingan, so I think he will have no problems learning the Rinnegan. Sasuke explained everything. And how are things with Itachi? Tsunade asked. Almost the same as Kakashi. Itachi doesn't have a very large amount of chakra, so it will be difficult for him to learn to use all the abilities of the Rinnegan, answered the Uchiha. So no one will use the Rinnegan, Tsunade concluded. Naruto, don't refuse, he will help you a lot. Kurama said, with only the Sharingan, Madara could control me. And what will happen with the Rinnegan? You, added the fox. Okay, I agree, Uzumaki said. When is the operation? I don't know yet, I have a lot to do. In any case, Today, in about 3 hours. I'll have time to sort out all the paperwork. You can all go now. Just Conan, stay for a while, I want to talk to you, Tsunade said. Okay, said the blue-haired girl. We'll all go, said everyone else, and they each went about their own business. Conan, however, stayed with Tsunade. Chapter 55. Saitan. Commentary on Chapter 55. Saitan. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. At the end there is an explanation of the word, Saitan. P.P.S. From this day on I will try to restore my old schedule. Left alone with Tsunade, Conan tensed up a bit. I think you probably understood why. She killed a lot of people, helped kill Jiraiya. That's just a small part of it. Well, tell me what we're going to do with you, Tsunade said with feigned menace. Whatever you want, Conan answered sadly. I suggest you become a shinobi of the leaf, Tsunade said. Did I hear right? The blue-haired girl asked again. Would you like to become a leaf shinobi? Asked the fifth once more. I don't mind, but, the blue-haired girl began. I have defamed both your name and all the other Sannin, including Jiraiya-sensei, she added. I think Orochimaru was right. I suggest killing us. Then there would be no Akatsuki, nor all the problems associated with this organization. Now that's too much, Tsunade said seriously. The most I can do is give you the rank of Chunin, nothing more. No matter what, by all the rules, you will need to pass the Jonin exam. I agree, Conan replied. I don't even know how to thank you, she said. You can make my case public. Let the people decide what to do with me, that will be better, Conan gave her decision. If you want it this way, then I will announce your entire biography, for a full understanding of the picture, answered Tsunade, and yes, you should change that cloak. Yes, you do have some leaf shinobi clothes in stock, right? Conan asked. There are none in stock. Only to buy, but ordinary shinobi clothes won't suit you. You need something of your own, something new. Take Naruto for example. He wears a cloak, and underneath it a Chunin vest, black, which he made to order. Try to think of something, and tell me, and then we'll figure it out, Tsunade said. Okay, said Conan and began to think. After a few minutes of thinking, she came up with an idea. I'm already used to the coat. So I'll wear a coat, but a solid color, black or dark blue, the blue-haired girl announced her choice. Excellent, Tsunade replied. Sit with me and wait until they take all the measurements. They'll bring you a new one soon, she added. Okay, Conan said, despite what I did. You didn't turn away from me. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Conan thought. At this time. Naruto, when are you going to take the Junin exam? Hinata asked. When they give out invitations. Naruto answered. What? The blonde asked. I just decided to ask, Hyuga answered. Actually, you need to talk to Tsunade about this. She told me that I'm already at least stronger than any Jonin in the village. Well, almost, he added, but I'm fine as is. Ah, I see, Hyuga said. Maybe we should go to our favorite place. She asked. A rock with Hokage faces. Naruto decided to clarify. That's it, Hyuga answered. Let's go, the guy answered and, together with Hyuga, headed towards the cliff with the Hokage's faces, among which was his father. They walked slowly, enjoying every moment, until they reached the very top. Once they reached the very top, Naruto sat down on the seat above his father's head. Hinata sat down next to him. I was just thinking, why don't we form our own special team? Uzumaki asked. Team, we are team number 7. Hinata said. No, you don't understand. Something like an elite Anbu squad, Naruto answered. Ah, well, I personally don't mind if it is created for the good, Hinata answered. I've already come up with a name, the blonde said. And what is it? The girl was surprised. Saitan, Naruto answered. Clear Sky, Hinata asked again. Yes, this organization will do everything to stop wars. As Jiraiya wanted. Well, and me too, the guy answered. Not a bad name, Hinata agreed. It remains to ask Kakashi and Sasuke about this, Uzumaki said. And ask Tsunade's permission, he added. Maybe, let's ask now. I'm already interested, Hinata suggested. You can go to Kakashi and Sasuke right now, and then I'll ask Tsunade, after the transfer, Naruto said. It will be easier that way. Okay, said Hinata. Let's go, she said and jumped down. Naruto was scared when he saw this. But when he looked down, he calmed down. Hinata was just standing on the wall using chakra. Don't scare me like that, Uzumaki exhaled. Now watch how it's done, he said and jumped down. As he flew, He created a platform out of thin air beneath his feet. Why not sand, you ask, which he had gained control over with Shukaku. He didn't want to use the tailed beast's powers for that purpose. This platform was almost invisible, but if you looked closely, you could see it. When did you learn to do that? Asked Hyuga. Right now, Naruto replied. I know how to use Shukaku's chakra, and I created this platform using this technology, he added. Ah, now you scared me, Hinata said, jumping onto the platform. I warned you, Uzumaki replied, and began to lower the platform until it reached the ground. And now to Sasuke, Naruto said, and together with Hinata went to the Uchiha quarter. After some time, Uzumaki was already knocking on the door that Mikoto opened. Naruto, hello, she greeted. Are you here for Sasuke? She asked. Hello, Mikoto-san. Uzumaki greeted. Yes, is he home? He asked. Hello, said Hinata. Hinata, are you here too? Mikoto was surprised. Are you out for a walk or something? She asked. Ah, I didn't tell you. Anyway, she's my girlfriend, Uzumaki said and blushed a little. What? Have you forgotten or something? Mikoto was taken aback. When you left with the Sanins, you hugged her, that's when we all understood, Mikoto said. Ah, well, okay, said Uzumaki. Where is Sasuke? Sasuke, come here. Naruto is behind you, Uchiha said as she walked into the house. A minute later, Sasuke was standing on the porch. Hello, Sasuke greeted. Is something wrong? He asked. No, nothing special, Uzumaki answered. It's just that Hinata and I want to discuss something with you and Kakashi, the guy added. Well then let's go to Kakashi, and on the way you can tell me everything, said Uchiha. I'm leaving, he shouted into the house and closed the door. In general, I have long been thinking about creating one small special squad from our team, called Saitan, said Naruto. And what is this team's job? Sasuke asked. Well, consider it something like an Anbu squad, Uzumaki answered briefly. Ah, then wouldn't it be easier to join Anbu? Uchiha asked. I would like a separate team consisting of just the four of us, Naruto replied. I see. As I understood from the team's name, it will fight for peace, right? Sasuke decided to clarify. Yes, that's right, Hinata answered for Naruto. I see, Uchiha replied. And here is Kakashi's house, he said and knocked on the door. A minute later the door was open and their teacher was standing on the threshold. Hello, Hatake greeted. It's been a while since you've visited me in full force. There is such a thing, Naruto said. Come in, said Hatake and let the guests into his house. A few minutes later, everyone was sitting in a small hall. It was not decorated, only the furniture was standing. Yamato made simple houses, almost no different inside. Well, tell me what you wanted, asked the ash-haired man. How do you like the idea of creating our own special forces unit? Uzumaki asked. Special forces. I won't be a part of it, Kakashi answered. Why? Uzumaki asked. Anbu was enough for me, the ash-haired man replied. Well, okay, Naruto said, but then the creation of the team is postponed, because at least one Jonin is needed there, that's all we wanted to ask, and I need to go to Tsunade for an operation, he said and stood up. We'll sit for a while longer, said Hinata. See you later, Naruto said and left Kakashi's house. He went to Tsunade to have his Rinnegan transplanted. Chapter 56. New Eyes. Commentary on Chapter 56. New Eyes. The chapter is finished on time, as I promised. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to like and comment. So, how do you like your new eyes? Senju asked. I developed a new technique, so you can use the Rinnegan right away, she added. Hearing this, Naruto opened his eyes. Tsunade was shocked when she saw what had happened to her student's eyes. His eyes were, to put it mildly, strange. The sclera of the eye was the most ordinary. But the pupil, it simply wasn't there. Because of this, his eyes began to resemble the Byakugan. But not the usual purple, but bright blue. The iris and pupil glowed. Something wrong? Naruto asked, looking at his teacher. See for yourself, Tsunade said, still in shock, and took a mirror out of the closet. Naruto looked at his reflection and was stunned. Even though he knew a lot. But he had never seen such eyes before. Why did this happen? Naruto asked. Do you think I know? Tsunade asked rhetorically. Try activating them or something, she suggested. Uzumaki nodded and channeled chakra into his new eyes. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. But then, You probably remember that he used to have a Sharingan created by Orochimaru, right? Well, when it was activated, the sclera of the eye turned black. Same here. In addition, the iris and pupil of his eye began to glow a little more. Well, that was quite expected, said Uzumaki, looking at his reflection again. Do you feel anything? Tsunade asked. Well, I see your chakra flows and tenketsu, Naruto answered. And also, Uzumaki said and extended his hand towards the operating table. From there, a scalpel covered in blood flew into his palm. That's it, Naruto said. One of the abilities of the Rinnegan. But your eyes look different, Tsunade concluded. And I don't know such eyes, she added. Maybe I should ask Itachi or Sasuke. Well, I'll go ask then, Uzumaki said. By the way, are there any contraindications? The guy asked. No, your eyes are completely healed, answered Fifth. Okay, Naruto said and went towards the exit. I'll come back later and tell you what I found out, if I have time. Maybe I'll come in the morning, he said and left. He went straight to the Uchiha clan's estate. He didn't walk very fast, there was no need to hurry. After some time, he knocked on the door. Itachi opened the door for him just in time. Naruto, hello, Uchiha greeted. If you are for Sasuke, then don't wait, he is busy with clan affairs with his parents. He decided to warn Itachi. No, I need you, Naruto answered. By the way, your eyes have changed. They have become more bright and seem to glow, Uchiha noted. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about, Naruto said. Well, if that's the case, come in, Itachi said and opened the door wider, letting the guest in. Basically, this is how it is. Uzumaki began. I had a Rinnegan transplanted. But when I looked at my reflection, I didn't see the Rinnegan there. It was what you see now. You mean these are normal eyes? Itachi was surprised. Okay, and so, said the blonde and activated his dujutsu. Seeing that the sclera of Naruto's eye was turning black and the iris and pupil were glowing even more intensely, Itachi was stunned. So that's what you wanted to ask me about, he realized. Yes, but I can do it like this, Naruto said and pulled the book towards him. It was quite worn out. But it looked pretty neat. But on its dark brown cover was written, Sharingan. Apparently it was a book that could be used to learn the Sharingan faster. So that's what your new eyes can do, Uchiha muttered. I came to ask you. What are these eyes? Where are they from? What do you know about them? Naruto began to list, but Itachi quickly stopped his questions. I don't know. I know everything about all the dujutsu. But I've never seen such eyes before, he said. And, if you look here, Naruto asked and opened the book that he was still holding in his hands. After leafing through the pages for a bit, he saw one picture. His eyes were drawn there. Exactly. And the title was written, Jogan. What is this? Asked Uzumaki and showed the picture to Itachi. What does the empty space on the page have to do with it? Uchiha was surprised. At this point, Naruto realized that his eyes were still activated. He stopped channeling chakra into his eyes. At the same time, the text stopped being visible. Or rather, it became invisible. What did you see there? Itachi asked. So it means that only I can see this. Then I'll read it now, Naruto said and began to read. Jogan, the strongest dujutsu of all known, including Byakugan, Sharingan and Rinnegan. Method of obtaining. The number of people who own this dujutsu is 1. Name. Kaza. Abilities. Detecting the enemy's tenketsu, attracting objects. Recognizing the enemy's chakra element, by color. For example, Fuyutin is a light green color of chakra, Kaiten is bright orange, Sutin is blue and so on by analogy. If a shinobi has several chakra elements, then his chakra will shimmer depending on the types of chakra. Blue and red, if it is Sutin and Kaiten. And so on by analogy. Kekkei Genkai cannot be recognized using Jogan. That's all, Naruto said, closing the book. These eyes, they really are the strongest of all. Even knowing the opponent's chakra element, you can find out his weaknesses. And if it's attraction, Itachi said, dumbfounded. By the way, do you know who Kaza is? Naruto asked. So, Itachi said thoughtfully and picked up another book. He flipped through the pages, his Sharingan activated, and closed the book. There is no such name in the Uchiha clan family tree. Maybe he is from another clan, Uchiha suggested. Maybe. I recently looked into my family tree and he wasn't there, Naruto said. And there are not many other clans that use dujutsu. Hyuga, Uchiha and the Chinook clan, which has long since died out. About 100 years ago, Itachi said. But where did this hidden information come from then? Naruto asked. Surely there were clans before that also used various eye techniques. Naruto suggested. By the way, can you lend me this book? Maybe there is something else in it. He asked. Yes, take it. We don't need it. Itachi answered. I'm no help to you in this matter. Apparently, this Jogan is needed to read these clues. Apparently so. Uzumaki agreed. Well, then I'll go. See you later, Itachi said. Likewise, Naruto answered and left the Uchiha house. He went to Tsunade to tell her everything he learned. Well, and to ask about forming a new squad. Chapter 57. New information. Commentary on Chapter 57. New information. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. So that's what your eyes are like, Tsunade said thoughtfully. Quite strong. Is that all you wanted to ask? She asked. No, Naruto replied. I want to create a special squad consisting of the 7th team, he said. Do you, as the 5th Hokage, give your permission? First of all, to create a team like this, it is necessary that there be at least one Jonin in it. Secondly, why create it? Tsunade asked. I don't know. It just popped into my head, Naruto replied. I see, said Senju. Okay, you're free to go, she added. Goodbye, Uzumaki said and left the office. He went to his house to study the book he took from the Uchiha's house. He walked not so fast. Already approaching his house, he met a drunk shinobi. You killed my wife, the middle-aged man muttered barely intelligibly. These words were directed towards Naruto. He looked at the drunk shinobi with undisguised regret. He felt sorry for him, but not because he had lost a loved one. Since childhood, Uzumaki had despised those who drank themselves into oblivion. Then tell me, sir, when did your wife die? Uzumaki began from afar. Hiccup. 17 years ago, the dead drunk shinobi answered. Do you think that I, who was only born at that time, could kill someone? Naruto said. Even if it wasn't a shinobi. How can a child who wasn't even an hour old do something? No, I know, the man replied. Well then, why did you decide to blame me for this? The blonde said, almost shouting. You should be proud of her. She helped save Konoha. And what are you doing now? That's right, you're getting drunk to the point of unconsciousness. It would be better to spend this time on something useful. The guy continued, for training, for example, or at least go to her grave and ask for forgiveness for letting yourself go so much. The guy listed, I'll help you sober up, he said and put his hand on his chest. You ask, what does he do? And I will answer, he developed a technique, not without Tsunade's help of course, which blows out toxins from the body. Because of this technique, the man sobered up. Naruto, he said. What an honor, he added. Didn't you tell me that I killed your wife? Naruto said with a slightly angry look. I don't remember, the man said. Tell me your name, Uzumaki asked. Toshi, the man answered. Did I say something offensive to you? He asked. Not really, the blonde replied. Tell me this. Since when did you start getting so drunk that you don't remember what you said? Naruto asked. Just recently, about 2 months ago, Toshi answered. I began to often remember my wife, who died during the nine-tailed fox's attack. I began to drink to dull the pain. But that didn't happen. Now listen to me, Naruto began. By drinking, you only make things worse. Moreover, you are tarnishing the name of your beloved. Yes, Toshi agreed. Go to her grave. Pour out everything that has accumulated inside you. It will become easier. I also lost friends, relatives. But I didn't drink. Naruto said, good luck. And in the future, don't drink so much, he said and turned around. Thanks for the advice. Toshi's voice was heard behind Naruto. Next, Uzumaki went to his home to study the book he took from the Uchiha's house in more detail. He walked quickly to learn about the new doujutsu as soon as possible. A few minutes later, he was lying in bed, flipping through pages, searching for information. In the middle of the book, Uzumaki saw a small amount of text. Jogan. It has a very strong resemblance to the Sharingan. Jogan can have two forms. The usual one, which appears immediately after receiving it, or an improved one. Let's call it Mangekyo, so as not to get confused. Distinctive features. The color of the eye changes. Instead of bright blue, it will be bright green. All abilities are improved, that is, the attraction of objects and the better definition of the elements of chakra and tenketsu. But in addition to this, another ability appears. It creates a kind of shield that can only be seen by those who have Jogan. To awaken Mangekyo Jogen, you need to endure such severe pain that can simply kill a person, due to pain shock. So that's what else Jogen can do. Naruto said. Kurama, Shukaku, do you know who Kaza is? Naruto asked. I personally don't know of anyone like that, Shukaku replied. I don't know about such a person either. Frankly, I also hear the word, Jogen, for the first time, said Kyubi. I see. Well, okay, we'll figure it out, Naruto said. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. I wonder who came. Naruto thought and headed towards the door. Opening the door, he saw a girl in an Anbu uniform. Hokage-sama is calling you, she said and disappeared. Uzumaki immediately put the book on the table, took the key and went outside, after which he locked the door with the key. After that, the blonde headed to the Hokage's office. He ran fast, so he stood at the entrance to the office in about 2 minutes. He knocked on the door and entered without waiting for permission. Why did you call me, Tsunade? Uzumaki asked and only then began to look around. Inside the room were all of his team members. Kakashi, Hinata, Sasuke, and, well, Naruto himself. I have gathered you here to tell you something very important. I, and 2 of you, will go with me to the 5-cage meeting, Tsunade replied. And what happened that all the cage had to be gathered? Sasuke asked. The most important thing is the complete destruction of Konoha. Second, Akatsuki and what's left of them, Tsunade replied. I see. Who will go with you? Naruto asked. You and Sasuke, answered the Hokage. You know each other's abilities well. You know Dujutsu, which is quite important. Moreover, you are very strong. This is very good for a fight, she added. This is exactly what is needed. The rest will stay in the village. We need to leave something that will tell about our condition during the campaign. This will give us a big plus. I just gave Hinata something. You probably remember what Orochimaru gave me during our training. A piece of crystal that glows when filled with chakra, Naruto said. I think she'll tell Kakashi how it works when we leave, he added. Okay, Tsunade said. In half an hour at the Konoha gate. Hi, Naruto and Sasuke said, before disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Naruto immediately began collecting things that he would definitely need. For example, shinobi equipment. Or more precisely, just explosive seals. You might ask why. It's simple. He can create kunai and shurikens from ice. But explosive seals? No. That's why he took about 50 of them. Then, he took some money. About 100,000 ryo. That would be enough. That seems to be all, Uzumaki said and went to the gate. Where they were going, what would happen at this meeting, he didn't know. But he had a bad feeling, which never deceived him. Chapter 58. The Attack. Commentary on Chapter 58. The Assault. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Where will the meeting be held? Kakashi asked. In the Land of Iron, Senju answered. Is that where there are only samurai? Uzumaki asked. Yes, exactly there, answered Tsunade. This is a neutral territory that does not belong to any of the 5 great countries. And the most important samurai will judge. That is why our judgments will be as objective as possible, she explained. I see. As far as I know, it's eternal winter there, Naruto muttered. Yes, Kakashi replied. It will be easier for you to use your Kekkei Genkai. That will be a big plus. Not bad, Uzumaki said. If my memory serves me right, it's about 3 days away, right? Yes, 3 days, taking into account stops and such, Tsunade replied. And when will the meeting be? I mean right after we arrive, or after some time. The blonde decided to clarify. The meeting is in 4 days, Tsunade replied, so we can take our time. I see, Naruto muttered. They ran for several more hours until they reached the border of the Land of Fire with the Village of Sound. You ask, what happened there? And I will tell you everything in detail now. On the border between the Land of Fire and the Village of Sound, a kunai flew in front of Naruto's nose. It was strangely shaped, somehow, curved. Its blade was not straight like a normal kunai, but had a rounded end. Because of this, when it flew, it spun like a shuriken. It's from there, Naruto said and created his kunai out of ice, which he threw in that direction. The projectile flew so fast that the one sitting there didn't even have time to dodge. How did Naruto figure that out? There was a splash of blood and a crash, as if a body had fallen to the ground. There's definitely more than one there, Tsunade said and rushed in that direction. But she didn't have time to run. About 15 shinobi appeared from the treetops. Who are you? Kakashi asked, not really expecting an answer. As expected, they silently rushed towards Tsunade. But Naruto was ahead of them, although not by much. At the last moment, he created a sphere of ice, which protected Tsunade from the blows. And now, I can try this Jogan, the blonde thought and activated his dojutsu. The world around him seemed to slow down, and he could see Tenketsu on everyone around him. And the element of chakra, respectively. Most enemies had either Suton or Fuyuton. Only a few had Doton and Katon. Too easy, Naruto thought as he saw how much chakra each of them had. But there was one special one. It had a huge number of small chakra points that moved. But this one will be more interesting. Uzumaki thought and decided to take him out of the fight first. You take the rest, and I'll take this one, in black, he said and rushed towards him. He responded in kind, but before that, for some reason, he took off his gloves. His hands were purple. Kurama, Uzumaki said and felt his body being filled with chakra with Katon, greatest fire whirlwind. Naruto said and folded his palms in such a way that his wrist joints were together, and the cysts themselves looked in different directions. A huge stream of fire began to appear from his palms, which subsequently became larger and larger. The equipment flew towards the enemy. He knew he couldn't dodge it, so he created a wall of water. But imagine his surprise when Naruto's technique still caught him, leaving a fairly large burn on his left hand. Then this is how it is, said Naruto and created a katana out of ice. How does he know how to use kenjutsu? He trained with Itachi back when Naruto had the Sharingan given to him by Orochimaru. His enemy also took his sword. A sword fight began. Uzumaki had a slight advantage. His katana was longer than his enemy's tanto, which forced him to attack in a way that would allow him to be hit by the katana. But that didn't happen. He was almost as fast as Naruto. What if it's like this? With these thoughts, Naruto covered his sword with wind chakra, which made it much sharper, but also surprisingly lighter. And he also became a little longer, although he himself did not change in appearance. Naruto's blows became faster, although not very much. But thanks to this, he began to gain the upper hand over the enemy, who was already barely dodging, not to mention counterattacking and striking. At one point, Naruto's katana blade cut his enemy's tanto lengthwise. This caused half of the enemy's thumb to be cut off. But there was no blood or anything like that. Taking advantage of Naruto's confusion, he struck him in the jaw. Although the blow was not strong, the pain was enough to make Naruto wince. And that almost never happened. After the blow, Naruto's cheek turned purple and began to burn. As if he was bitten there. Kurama, give me some chakra so that I can cover myself in it. Literally for 10 seconds. That should be enough, Uzumaki asked his friend. Immediately he began to be covered in red chakra. The purple bruise disappeared, leaving something resembling a burn. As soon as the attacker saw this, he went into shock. What? No one has ever been able to escape my blow, he thought. 7. Naruto thought and rushed towards the enemy. Since he was confused, he could not dodge the blow in time. From such a strong blow, he flew back a good 15 meters, 3 of which he slid along the ground, tearing his skin with small stones and sand. Barely getting to his feet, he folded his hands together and a purple cloud flew towards Naruto. 3 seconds left, thought Uzumaki, and in order not to waste time, he rushed through this cloud towards the enemy, who the next second found himself in the air. There he received several more strong blows, from which came a strong enough wave of air, which blew away the shurikens flying towards Naruto. 1. Naruto thought and kicked him from top to bottom in the solar plexus area, causing him to instantly end up on the ground in an instant. Immediately after this, Kurama's chakra disappeared and Naruto approached the enemy. State your name, he demanded. You, cough. We have no names, he answered, coughing up blood. What is the purpose of the attack? Naruto asked another question. You tell me, I'll let you go. The choice is yours. No, the man answered. Well, it's your own fault, Uzumaki said and struck him in the neck, causing him to pass out. Here Uzumaki felt weak and fell to his knees, then to his side and also passed out. Before he passed out, he noticed that Kakashi had dealt with the last one and was walking towards him. Commentary on Chapter 58. The Assault Kinjutsu, the Art of Swordsmanship. Chapter 59. The meeting began. Commentary on Chapter 59. The meeting began. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Uzumaki opened his eyes. There was a slight pain all over his body. Or more accurately, a burning sensation. After looking around a bit, he realized that he was on Kakashi's back. Are you awake? Tsunade asked, running behind. As you can see, yes, Naruto answered. What happened to me? he asked. You overdid it using Jogan, Senju replied. How long was I out? The guy asked. About 3 hours, Kakashi answered. I see. I can handle it myself from now on, Naruto said, and Hatake let him go. Did you learn anything from the attackers? The blonde asked. There is a seal on their language. And it seems familiar to me, Tsunade said. I remember where I saw it. But it is very, very familiar to me, she muttered. Well, okay, we'll deal with this later. Now we need to make it to the Gokage Council, she said and sped up a little. Naruto, during the fight, I noticed that your enemy hit you, and your chakra began to disappear, as if it was being taken away, said Kakashi. I noticed that too. When he hit me, my cheek turned purple. And a little later, it felt like I was being bitten on that cheek, Naruto said. I have some guesses as to who it was, Kakashi muttered. But they don't make sense yet, so don't bother your head, he added. Okay, Naruto said and also sped up a little. Several days passed like this until they crossed the border of the Land of Iron. There was, I would say, picturesque snow everywhere, crunching underfoot, forests, and snow constantly falling from the sky. But there was one but. At one point, Naruto tried to create a kunai out of ice. It worked, of course. But it wasn't quite right. It was crooked, and its blade was dull. The kunai itself had small spikes that dug into the hand, preventing the kunai from being used as a weapon. Kakashi, who said it would be easier for me to use my Kekkei Genkai? Naruto asked. Well, I am, the ash-haired man answered. Now try to think why it is harder for me to use it, Naruto said. It might be because there are snowflakes here that stick to the kunai and increase in size, Hatake suggested. That's what I thought, Naruto agreed. But it's a good reason to practice chakra control a little, he added. It's not that difficult, so you can try it on the way. So another day passed. All this time, they slowly walked towards the place where the meeting would take place. Here we are, just in time. Of course, I was planning to rest for another day. But we wasted a little time because of the fight and your loss of consciousness, Naruto, Senju said. Ahead of them stood a large mountain cave with carved wolf heads. There were 3 of them. They looked impressive, emphasizing the severity that exists in this country. Let's go, Naruto said and walked ahead of everyone. After some time, they were inside a large room. In the center stood a semicircular table, in the shape of a horseshoe. In 5 places were written the names of the country. This is where the cage of this country should sit. A little further there was a small table at which stood a middle-aged samurai. There were bandages on his head. His gaze was stern and cold. Even colder than Kakashi's. Hokage, greetings, the samurai greeted. I am Mifune. I think you already know my role at the meeting. Hello, Tsunade greeted, followed by Naruto and Kakashi. Besides them, there were 3 other kage sitting there. The Kazekage, the Reikage, and the Tsuchikage. The Mizukage had not yet arrived or had not arrived. The composition of the cage has changed a lot since our last meeting, said the small old man. Maybe you should tell me your name first. Naruto asked angrily for some reason. According to all the rules, you should introduce yourself first, and only then speak. By the way, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he added. You're a cheeky kid. I like you, said the tall, muscular dark-skinned man. Reikage, hey, he said his name. You already know me, Gaara said. Unoki, Tsuchikage, the old man said discontentedly. Tsunade Senju, Hokage, Tsunade said sitting down in her seat. When will the Mizukage arrive? I asked. It's about time he came, he added. Any minute now. She said there were some small problems along the way, Mifune replied. Here I am, a female voice was heard. It was a girl with long red hair that covered one of her eyes. Terumi Mei, she introduced herself and sat down. Bodyguards, please go up to the balcony and wait there, Mifune presented his request. Each cage's bodyguards moved there. Well then, I declare the 5-cage meeting open. Commentary on Chapter 59. The meeting began. The chapter turned out to be short, I apologize for that. Chapter 60. The Assembly. Commentary on Chapter 60. The Assembly. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Well then, I declare the 5-cage meeting open. Mifune said. I think we should discuss Akatsuki first, he suggested. As far as I know, there are 2 people left in this rotten organization, the Reikage said, a certain Kisame Hoshigaki and Toby. You're right, there are only 2 people left. The ones you listed, Mei said. Kisame is one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, with a huge amount of chakra, she added. But then what is known about this, Toby? Asked Unoki. He is the real leader of Akatsuki, Tsunade replied. Are you saying, Hokage-sama, that the leader of the organization was not Pain, but Toby? Mifune decided to clarify. Yes, that's right. I have a reliable source of information, answered the Hokage. Then what kind of power does he have? Tsuchikage was surprised. I can tell you one thing. He is very strong. Both of my bodyguards fought him, Tsunade said. Are you saying that Naruto, who single-handedly defeated Pain, couldn't defeat Toby? Mei was horrified. That's right, but that's not all. Besides my bodyguards, there were 3 more shinobi. Although they didn't cope, they really battered that Toby, Tsunade confirmed. I have one important proposal, Mifune said. And what is it? Asked all the cages. I propose to unite against a common enemy, he suggested, to create a united shinobi alliance. And who will be the commander? Mei asked. Now we will discuss this. How many squads there will be, what each of them will do, and who will be the captain of each squad, said Mifune. After about an hour, they finished discussing how many squads there would be. There were 5 squads, 1 sealing squad, just in case, 1 medic squad, the other 3 were regular shinobi, for the battle that would come. That was certain. But then, Tsunade remembered something. I just remembered something, she said. Each of the 5 great countries has lost a Jinchuriki. You know that Akatsuki is collecting Beiyu to create the most powerful weapon in the entire shinobi world. Exactly. We forgot, said Onoki. More precisely, I did. I don't know about the others, he corrected himself. Then, we need to hide the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, 8 tails, and 1 tails, the Reikage suggested. I refuse to hide, Gaara said. As Kazekage, I will not hide behind the shinobi of my country or yours. I will fight on the front lines, he added. At the very least, I won't let the 8 tails onto the battlefield, said A. I won't let Naruto onto the battlefield either, Tsunade agreed. Then Naruto jumped off the balcony and stood behind Tsunade. With all due respect, Tsunade, I will not hide behind the backs of my comrades, he said. Come back, we'll discuss everything later, Tsunade growled. Only out of respect for you, Naruto said and went back. So, it's all decided. 8 tails and Naruto will sit in the shelter, summed up A. Should I repeat what I said? Naruto asked rhetorically. I like him more and more. He's a bit like B, thought the Reikage. Now we need to nominate the commanders of the squads and the entire alliance, Mifune said. Who is ready to nominate someone? He asked. I vote for Unoki. He is older than all of us. Based on this, we can conclude that he has a lot of experience in battles. Mei cast her vote. I vote for Kazekage, Gaara. Unoki cast his vote. He became Kage at such a young age. I'm sure he knows a lot, he added. Can we vote for someone other than Kage? Asked the Kazekage. Yes, Mifune answered. Uzumaki Naruto. At your discretion, he can be either the captain of the entire alliance, or the captain of one squad. Or be the one who gives advice to the other squad commanders, said the Kazekage. I don't agree, Tsunade shouted. This young man was voted for. Don't interfere, Hokage-sama, the samurai interrupted her. I also vote for the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. He is bold, cold and can make balanced decisions. The Reikage justified his choice, but if you agree to his candidacy, I will need to talk separately with the Hokage, about his fate, so to speak, he added. Reikage, Tsunade said briefly. Yeah, the majority of votes are for Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, come out here, Mifune asked. Uzumaki, as asked, climbed down from the balcony and stood behind Tsunade. Are you okay with being a captain of something? Mifune asked. Yes, quite, Naruto answered. The captain of one of the squads will be Uzumaki Naruto, Mifune concluded. The manager of all the squad captains will be the Reikage, along with, he hesitated. I changed my vote, Mei said. I vote for Tsunade. Me too, said Unoki. The Reikage will be with Tsunade, each accompanied by 2 of their assistants. The other Kage can give out more people, it is not forbidden, Mifune concluded. At that moment, a spiral funnel appeared behind him, from which Toby himself emerged. Naruto noticed this and rushed towards the enemy, creating a rasengan in his hands. Get away, Naruto shouted at Mifune, who was about to take up his katana. Mifune barely managed to jump back as Naruto ran past him with his technique in hand. The technique simply passed by the enemy, and Naruto jumped back. Why did you come? Uzumaki asked in an angry voice. Wasn't last time enough? I didn't come here to fight, Toby said calmly. I came here to talk. You and I have nothing to talk about, said the Raikage. But first, listen to me, Akatsuki interrupted him. Speak, said Onoki, and behind all the cage their bodyguards appeared. Let's start with the fact that my real name is Madara, he said. Ha, he thinks that I will believe it, Uzumaki thought. He himself made a mistake. I'll tell you about my plan. Eye of the Moon. Chapter 61 The Plan. Commentary on Chapter 61. The plan. The chapter is finished. Enjoy watching. I'll tell you about my plan. Eye of the Moon, Akatsuki said. What's the point? Naruto asked. First you must give me the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails, Toby stated his conditions. Hell no, said the Raikage, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Toby. He tried to strike at the head, but failed. He passed through the enemy and knocked down the wall that was in front. Damn, said the Raikage. So, do you agree to give me the bijou? Toby asked again. What is the gist of your plan? May asked. I will stop all wars, Akatsuki replied. How so? Naruto asked. I will create the 10 tails. With its help, I will cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, in which every person will be able to realize their dream and live with a calm soul, without fear, Toby answered. So your plan is genjutsu? Tsunade asked. In short, yes, the mask maker replied. That wouldn't be real life. What is life if not overcoming obstacles and making your dreams come true, with your own hands? Naruto said. If you've lost someone and want to get them back, you shouldn't stir up the past. It will only open up long-standing wounds that will hurt for a very long time, he finished. I don't care. At least there won't be any wars. Toby shouted. I will repeat for all respected Kage. You will not receive a single Bayou. Said Mifune. Then, I declare the 4th Shinobi World War. Toby said. Oh. And, where's my Rinnegan? He asked in a calm voice that for some reason sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. Yours? Naruto asked again. Maybe the one who gave you the nickname, Toby. He clarified. How does he know? Toby was taken aback. You can only get this information if. Did he really remove the Hatake clan seal? But how? Kakashi doesn't know how to use it. I'm the only one who knows and can use this technique. He thought. Stop. What's with his eyes? This isn't the Rinnegan. What kind of eyes are these? Some kind of artificial ones. Oh well, I'll figure it out in the war, he thought. I'm the real Madara, he said, and disappeared into the vortex he created a second ago. All the Kage and their bodyguards tensed up, and only Naruto stood calmly. He left, he said. What are we going to do? Onoki asked. Madara, I know about him firsthand. When I was young, I fought him. And I lost. His strength, none of us can compare to him. Even if we all go against him at once. Only Hashirama could fight him on equal terms, he added. Madara died, a long time ago. My grandfather defeated him, Tsunade said. Then how do you explain the fact that he was standing in front of us now? Terumi asked. I can help here, Uzumaki said. This is not Madara. This is his assistant, he explained. He carries out Madara's wishes under his own name. At the moment, Madara must be more than 100 years old, the guy added. So, we have a chance? Asked Onoki. There is always a chance, Uzumaki replied. Now, we need to gather an army as quickly as possible, Tsunade said. The sooner it's ready, the better. I agree, said the Raikage. I propose that we end the meeting and begin gathering the army, Mifune said. That's what we'll do, everyone agreed. 4 days passed. Naruto and the others were in their villages. Tsunade was in Kumogakure, in the Raikage's office. What did you want to talk about? She asked the leader of the country of clouds. Oh, Naruto, said you know for sure that my brother controls his Bayou. He asked. Yes, he has complete control over it, Senju answered. I want to teach Naruto the same skill, said I. It will give a huge boost to his strength, which, according to hearsay, is already great. There is one nuance. Naruto and his Biju are on good terms, said Tsunade. Is that even better? Yes, B didn't learn to find a common language with the 8-tailed right away. And Naruto is even better. So here's what I propose. About 3 more days passed. Naruto stood in Tsunade's office. I'm sending you to training, said Fifth. What training? The war is coming, and you're thinking about training, Uzumaki said. This training will help you with Kurama, Senju explained. Ah, then I'm all for it, Naruto said, only, I don't have a key. He added. I am your key, A voice was heard from behind Tsunade. This was said by a toad whose body consisted of a scroll. Great. When are we leaving? Naruto asked. Right now, Tsunade replied. Yamato will go with you. Okay, I'll pack my things. By the way, who's going to help me? He asked. Raikage's brother, B. Senju replied. Go, she said, and Uzumaki left the residence and then went to his home. 2 more days passed. Naruto was sailing on a ship, together with Yamato. The ship was not big. Why would 2 people need a huge one? That's right, they simply don't need it. As they approached a huge island, from the ground of which stone spikes protruded, the water around the ship began to boil. A few moments later, a huge squid emerged from the water and tried to grab the ship with its tentacles. Yamato, strengthen the ship. Naruto said, I'll take it on myself. He said and created a large rasengan in his hand. He jumped towards the squid and struck it in the head. But the creature didn't even flinch. Out of nowhere, several more tentacles appeared, grabbed the squid and crushed it. Ink sprayed out, turning the entire ship and the water around it black. I'm bi, since I came, then die, said the dark-skinned, muscular man in glasses. He was speaking in rhyme, which was a little weird. But what was even weirder was that the tentacles that killed the squid were the bottom half of B, and then they just disappeared, leaving his legs. Well, I saved you. I ask you to introduce yourself, he said and jumped on board the ship. Yamato, said his name, the owner of Mokuton. Yamato, what kind of rhyme should I come up with? Said B and took out a notebook in which he wrote something. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde said. If Naruto is involved, then everything will be cool, B said and extended his fist. Naruto punched B's fist with his own. Oh, Naruto's onto something. You know what we're gonna do? Killer B asked. Be friends with Kurama, Naruto answered. Oh, you already know his name. Great, everything will be great, said B, follow me. Straight to training. Naruto was surprised. How else? Or are you lazy? Asked B. No, Uzumaki answered. Then let's go, said Kira B. Chapter 62. A failure in training. Commentary on Chapter 62. A failure in training. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. After some time, Uzumaki and B came to a waterfall. It was quite wide. Your first stage of training will take place here. Only after passing this stage, you will be able to move on, said the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. What should I do? Naruto asked. You have to understand this yourself. The only thing I can help you with is that you need to take the lotus position and start meditating, said Bai. Okay, Uzumaki said and walked up to a small island that was next to the waterfall. He sat on it and assumed the lotus position. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes. Looking around, he realized that B was not next to him. Where do you think he went? A female voice was heard. Naruto turned his head, trying to find the source, but he couldn't find it. But a second later, a girl with black as night hair that reached her shoulder blades came out of the fountain. Naruto was dumbfounded as soon as he looked at her face. You won't believe who it was, although there are probably guesses. It was Mikoto, Sasuke's mother. Mikoto-san. Uzumaki was surprised and saw her eyes. The sclera of her eyes was black and there was no pupil. It was horrifying. Yes, she said in an angry voice. Because of you, my best friend died, she said. And my best friend. A male voice was heard. It was Fugaku, who had just come out of the waterfall. What's going on here? Uzumaki was taken aback. How did they end up here? What's wrong with them? We'll kill you, they said and pounced on Naruto. He just couldn't do anything. He was so shocked that he couldn't move. He received a punch in the stomach from Mikoto, and a punch in the face from Fugaku. The blows were devastating. From this, Uzumaki flew quite a distance, and broke a tree with his body. Kurama, I need your help, Naruto asked, but there was no response from his Biju. Kurama, are you sleeping again or something? He asked, standing up. Okay then, I'll try myself, he said and created a katana, about the same as the one he used during the battle against the Anbu that attacked him, Kakashi and Tsunade. Naruto attempted to strike Fugaku, but was protected by Mikoto, who blocked his strike with a kunai. Then I'll try this, the blonde said and activated Jogan. The world around him slowed down, and he began to see the flow of chakra and its tenketsu on his opponents. Fuyuten, gust of wind, Uzumaki said and a strong stream of air burst from his palm, which threw the enemies back 10 meters. And now, my good rasengan, Uzumaki said and created a snow-white rasengan in his right hand. He hit Mikoto with it, causing her to get badly injured and spit out blood. Fugaku formed many seals and created a fire dragon, which immediately headed towards Naruto. Hyoten, ice dragon, the blonde said, folding the seals. Moments later, the two dragons collided, destroying each other. Strong, Naruto thought and took up his katana again. We need to finish her off. He said and created another, strong technique, Hyoten, flying needles, he said and sent an innumerable number of them at Mikoto. A few moments later, when the needles hit their target, he created a wall of ice with spikes sticking out of it. The wall fell on Mikoto. A second later, blood started pouring out from under the wall. Now he decided to deal with Fugaku. Raten, thunderclap, said the blonde. The sky turned gray in an instant, lightning appeared. At one point, one of the lightning struck Fugaku, turning him into ashes. Uzumaki was barely able to stand. This battle had taken a lot of chakra. Naruto was trying to catch his breath until he heard another voice. How dare you kill them? Said a tall man with black hair down to his knees. Another 3 hours of fighting went by like this. During this time, Naruto managed to defeat about 20 more Uchihas until he simply lost consciousness. He opened his eyes and found himself on the same island, in the lotus position. Well, did it work? Asked B. No. Uzumaki answered. I see. I can't help you with this stage. You have to handle it yourself, said B and turned around. Okay, I'll train here. If anything happens, I'll be here, Uzumaki said and began to meditate again. Have you come to lose again? Mikoto said. I will not forgive you for the death of our friends. She said and rushed at the enemy, together with Fugaku. So a lot of time passed. Until the evening came. At the end of the training, Uzumaki was covered in sweat, with almost zero chakra. His head was filled with different thoughts, but they all leaned towards one thing. How to defeat them, and is he doing everything right? No one knows, not even himself. He even tried to just stand up and take a hit from the enemies, but nothing came of it. What am I doing wrong? Naruto thought, standing up on wobbly legs. This was noticed by B, who was standing behind him behind a tree. He stood there with a smile on his face. This kid is not the type to give up, thought Kira B. Naruto, stop, let's go to the room, he said and approached the student. At this stage, you can't overexert yourself, he added. Okay, Naruto said and followed B, who headed in an unknown direction. Chapter 63. The Unexpected. Commentary on Chapter 63. The Unexpected. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. About 10 minutes passed. Uzumaki and B came out to a fairly large house. Although you can't call this building a house. It was a large 2-story hotel. It stood out from everything else on this island, due to the fact that it was built relatively recently. And its condition was maintained. This was immediately obvious. Walking inside, Naruto saw well-kept hallways, walls painted a pale yellow, and dark wood floors. Enough. Minimalistic, Naruto said, looking around. And that's all you need here. Everything you need is here, said B in rhyme. I agree, Naruto said. Here, is there a room for me? He asked. Yes, the one next to me, a voice was heard from behind Naruto. It was Yamato, as always, in his shinobi uniform and with a serious face. From which side? Uzumaki asked. With any, Yamato answered. There's no one here except the 4 of us, he added. Who's the 4th? Naruto asked. A friend of mine, said the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Okay then, Naruto said and went to his room. And maybe you'll take your things, Yamato said after Uzumaki. Oh, I forgot, Uzumaki said and scratched the back of his head, after which he asked, where are the things? Here, Yamato said and handed the bag to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto said and headed to his room. His room was average in size. About the same size as his apartment before pain destroyed it. The room was decorated the same as the corridors. Yellow walls and a dark floor. Only a bed, a couple of chairs and a small table with a window were added. Simply throwing his bag next to the bed, Naruto lay down on the bed and began to think about how he would cope with that test at the waterfall. He fell asleep with these same thoughts. The next morning, Naruto went to that waterfall again. I think I figured out how to defeat them, he thought and assumed the lotus position, after which he began to meditate. A few moments later, the same Mikoto and Fugaku stood in front of him. You again, they said at the same time. Yes, he answered indifferently. For some reason, because of this, Mikoto and Fugaku became covered in cracks, from which a barely noticeable light began to come. Am I really going in the right direction? Uzumaki thought. I'm not afraid of you, Uzumaki said, and the light from the cracks in his opponent's bodies became even stronger. You wouldn't attack the son of your best friends. The reason is simple, at least out of respect for them, Naruto said, while watching his opponents begin to crack even more, and their eyes return to normal. Naruto, they said at the same time in a surprised voice. Forgive us, they said, finally falling apart and emitting a strong light. Is that all? Naruto heard his own voice. What the hell is this? Uzumaki was taken aback. What am I? Asked the imposter. I am the real you. Ha, do you think I'll believe that? Naruto chuckled. Then let's check. You are a fake that must be destroyed, said the imposter and created a katana out of ice. Naruto, however, did something different. He created about 15 clones, each of which used the rasengan. Fake Naruto just smiled and created his clones in the same quantity. Since the katana was easier to use, the imposter's clones won, leaving 5 of them. So, who here is the fake? Isn't it the weaker one? Said the imposter and rushed at Naruto, simultaneously removing the clones. Uzumaki activated his Jogan and attempted to snatch the katana from his opponent's hands, but only made matters worse. The thing is, he didn't use this ability. Not at all, so he didn't know how it worked in combat. Because of that, it didn't help him, but his opponent. The sword hit Naruto's shoulder. The pain was intense. Not only had the katana damaged the joint, but it had also covered it with a small icy crust, which, albeit slightly, restricted movement. Silently, he decided to use the water dragon technique. The technique was aimed at the enemy, and he responded in kind. The two dragons collided with each other, creating a huge amount of water droplets. The next step was up to the imposter. It turns out that while the two dragons were fighting each other, he created a water clone that was gradually approaching Naruto's back. As soon as Jogan Naruto noticed the clone, Uzumaki tried to do something while the katana made of ice was approaching his head, but it was too late. He was unable to completely dodge the blow, but the cutting gift hit him in the same shoulder that was crippled earlier. Deciding that Uzumaki couldn't handle it yet, he decided to return to the real world. He felt short of breath and noticed that his chakra levels had dropped, although not by much. We need to think of something, he said and stood up. If he is my copy, he must know everything that I know. I need to remember my old tricks, he thought out loud. After a few minutes of thought, he again assumed the lotus position. Well, hold on, imposter. With these words he began to meditate. Commentary on Chapter 63. The unexpected. I apologize for the small size of the chapter. I couldn't think of anything else. Chapter 64. Commentary on Chapter 64. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Well, hold on, imposter, Naruto said and began to meditate. He appeared opposite the one he fought last time. Have you come again? Do you like losing? Said the imposter. Me, lose? You said it yourself. I am you. You know it yourself. Losing is not our thing, Naruto said. Not ours, but mine, said the imposter. This is the real you. Soaked in hatred for others. Understand, we were hated. He shouted. We began to hate everyone around us. And then, you locked me in the depths of your soul. You weakened because of this. Now, I will replace you, and destroy everyone and everything, he said and began to slowly head towards the real Naruto. He responded in kind and moved. A few seconds later, in the hands of both, let's call them enemies, a rasengan appeared. Naruto's was snow white, while the imposter's was black as the night sky. The two techniques collided. Because they were opposites, they began to strengthen each other, becoming larger and more powerful. The technique became so powerful that the air flowed through the opponents away from each other at a considerable distance. Standing up at the same time, they decided to fight in taijutsu. Uzumaki tried to strike the enemy in the face, but did not have time. The same one jumped up and wanted to hit Naruto in the stomach, but also did not have time. Naruto dodged and punched his enemy in the jaw. The blow was powerful as he channeled all his chakra into the point where his fist made contact with the enemy's body part. From such a strong attack, the imposter flew even further than from Rasengan, and crushed the stone he hid with his back. Naruto himself fell to the ground from the wave of air that appeared after the blow. Fuyutan, gust of wind, Uzumaki said and waved his hand, creating a stream of air that was directed towards the enemy. Surprisingly, it worked, and the enemy, carried by the wind flow, hit again. But this time against a tree. It broke and fell on the imposter, because of which he could not get up for some time. Uzumaki quickly ran up to the imposter. What? Now you want to kill me? Like everyone you killed before me? Asked the imposter, coughing up blood. I'm not going to kill you, Naruto said calmly, though he was out of breath. Having created a katana out of ice, he began to chop off the tree, piece by piece, so as not to harm his opposite. Why are you doing this? Asked the imposter. You are a part of me. I have to accept you as you are, Naruto replied and extended his hand to his opposite. Here he stared at her with undisguised surprise. Why you? He stuttered, wanting to say something and took her hand. As I said, you are a part of me that needs to be accepted, Uzumaki said and helped his opponent get to his feet. Thank you, said the fake Naruto and turned into a large number of snowflakes. That's all. I think I've passed this stage, Naruto said and returned to the real world. B, who had been standing there for quite some time, was shocked. It took him a week to get through this stage. Naruto did it in a day and a half. It was simply unthinkable. You're not so bad. I thought you were a loser, but I became a fool, being left at the end of the tale, B said in rhyme. What's the next step? Uzumaki asked. What's your seal? Asked B. The seal of the 8 trigrams, the blonde replied. Oh, this is stronger than the seal of my iron shell. B was surprised. Do you have the key to the seal? Yes, the blonde answered. Then come with me, said B and headed straight for the waterfall. Passing through it, Naruto saw a certain temple. It was very shabby. There were many statues inside, but all of them were missing their heads. It was unknown why they were missing. But no one cared. What is this place? Naruto asked. This is the place where Ni and I trained, B answered. Now it's your turn, he said. Press that lever, and I'll press this one, he said, walking up to one of the dragon's heads, each of which came out of the wall. As soon as the door opened, they saw a small corridor with 2 more doors. Each of them was closed. In one of these rooms you will open the seal. In the second you will learn to use your friend's chakra, said B. I don't think I need help removing the seal, Naruto said. If that's the case, said B and pressed on one brick, which went into the wall, opening the door. Start. The room was as if it had no limits. There was no source of light, although it was as bright as day. There were no shadows, no corners, no ceiling or floor were visible. Well, let's get started, Naruto said and sat in the lotus position. Chapter 65. Meeting a Parent. Commentary on Chapter 65. Meeting a Parent. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Well, let's get started, Naruto said and assumed the lotus position. He appeared in his subconscious where Shukaku and Kurama were sitting. Kurama was watching with interest what Naruto would do. Kurama, are you ready? Uzumaki asked. As never before, the fox responded enthusiastically. Excellent, Uzumaki said and summoned a toad whose body was a scroll. Give me the key, Naruto asked and the toad vomited out another scroll, which the guy took in his hands. Naruto immediately unrolled the scroll and read everything that was written there. Slowly, reading each line, he understood more and more how his 8 trigram seal worked. So you just need to soak your fingertips in chakra, and put them in this square. Naruto was surprised by such ease. Simple enough, but on the other hand, no one will be able to remove this seal without the key. Which I have now, but there is also a downside. You can only apply this seal if you sacrifice your life. Uzumaki decided to clarify and looked at the scroll again. Oh. No. And why did my father sacrifice himself then? Okay, it's time to remove this seal, he said and did everything as it was written in the scroll. A few seconds later, the gate behind which Kurama was sitting, or rather the seal on it, flew off, and the spiral-shaped lock began to open, accompanied by rhythmic clicks. Naruto. A female voice was heard. Move away, I'll help. The woman shouted and most likely began to fold the seals. Don't touch him, Naruto shouted so loudly that Shukaku's ears popped. Naruto, why are you yelling like that? I almost went deaf here, he said and tried to scratch his ear. Oh, sorry. Naruto apologized and looked at the newcomer. Hi, Mom, said FUNN and walked up to her. It was a fairly tall, red-haired girl in a green apron. Hey, are you crazy? She said and slapped Uzumaki on the back of the head. What are you fighting for? Naruto was surprised. Then why are you yelling at me? Kushina got furious. Her hair split into 9 equal parts and began to live its own life. They looked like Kurama's tails. What should I do if you were going to use the technique on my friends? Naruto asked. After all, it's better to shout than to raise a hand to a girl, especially to your mother, the guy added. He's the spitting image of Minato, Kushina said, examining her son, and here. He looks like Kakashi, it's like wine right away. Both he and you have a cold and attentive gaze that doesn't miss anything. Come here, she said and hugged her son, whom she hadn't seen for so long. Hello, Uzumaki greeted. These are my friends, the guy said and pointed at the tailed beasts. Friends. Kushina was taken aback. If you don't want to, don't believe it, Naruto said. Kurama, tell her, he turned to his friend. I, said Kushina, in rage. She screamed, how dare you, a stupid fox, kill us, Naruto's parents. She screamed and began to run towards the nine-tailed. Just as she was about to hit him, a wall of ice appeared in front of her, blocking her blow. What is this? Uzumaki was surprised. Technique, Naruto replied. Can't you see it? He asked. It is visible, but from where? She was surprised once again. In our clan, no one could use Hyoten. Unless, in the Namikaze clan there was one man. From the Yuki clan. Perhaps these abilities were passed on to you through the Minato line, she thought out loud. It doesn't matter, Naruto said. You better tell me who attacked Konoha 17 years ago, the blonde asked. The only thing I remember is a black cloak with a hood and a mask, yellow, the kunoichi answered. Just as father said, Naruto noted. Have you seen your father yet? Kushina was taken aback. Well, true, under not very good circumstances. Naruto answered. It was still relatively recently. In general, at that moment, the village was wiped off the face of the earth by him, the man. He added. I see, Kushina said in surprise and noticed that she was becoming transparent. Apparently my chakra is running out. Naruto walked up and hugged the one who was his mother. Remember, Kushina said and a tear rolled down her cheek. Don't rush to us with your father, please, promise me this, she asked. I promise, Naruto said and looked into his mother's eyes for the last time, which were filled with happiness, grief, joy and sadness at the same time. Bye, Naruto said and Kushina dissolved. At that moment, Uzumaki returned to the real world. How did it go? Asked B. And why did you start crying? He added. I met my mother, Uzumaki answered and wiped away the tracks left by his tears. I see. Do you want to take a break, or shall we move on to the next step? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki asked. Let's continue, the guy replied. I already know what I'll have to do at this stage, he added. You'll see everything for yourself later, said B and left the room, after which he opened the next one. Let's go, Naruto said. Commentary on Chapter 65. Meeting a Parent. Let me remind you that Naruto's training lasted not 2.5 years, as in canon, but 3.5. Chapter 66. The Beginning of the War. Commentary on Chapter 66. The Beginning of the War. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto found himself back in his subconscious where he saw Kurama and Shukaku. Here you will only have to train in chakra control, which I will provide you with, said the fox. Excellent. Uzumaki said and felt how new chakra filled his body. This chakra, very heavy, powerful and warm, Naruto thought as he entered the real world. It's too beautiful to be a force, B said, looking at Naruto. His appearance changed greatly. Naruto's cloak began to flutter, although there was no wind. Instead of the white color that it had been before, it became bright yellow and shimmered into white. And also, the edges were edged with black. On the back was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. On Naruto's vest, which had become the same color as the parade ground, black stripes became visible. Naruto's appearance conveyed all his strength, both spiritual and physical. Let's go try it, Naruto suggested. Of course, said B and entered the part of the temple where there were statues without heads. There were already 12 stones there, which had the shape of different geometric figures, such as a cube, a pyramid, a ball, and so on. You need to do this, said B, and his legs turned into tentacles, with the help of which he built a tower out of all the stones. It's harder than it seems, he added, removing the tentacles. Got it, Uzumaki said and created 2 hands from Kurama's chakra. He took the cube and cracks began to appear on it. It's incredible, he's so strong that when he tried to take the piece, he almost crushed it. B thought, dumbfounded. 20 minutes later, Naruto finally built the tower. But it had a small minus. It was very wobbly. Done, Naruto said tiredly. It was harder, much harder than I thought, he added. I told you so, you simpleton, said B. Go on, it will improve your chakra control and give you access to other abilities that I will tell you about later, he added. Okay, Naruto said and began to dismantle the tower he was building. Another 20 minutes passed. During this time, Uzumaki was able to build another tower. But it was difficult. For some reason, he was very tired. Damn, what is this? I didn't use any jutsu. Why am I so tired? Chakra control shouldn't take so much effort, Naruto thought, while simultaneously building another tower. Right at the end, he tried to take the last piece. But he couldn't. He crushed it. Bai-san, are there any more figures? The guy asked. Yes, a whole warehouse, the Hachibi Jinchuriki answered and went into one of the rooms. Here, he said and handed Naruto 3 more figures. The blonde tried to take another piece, but it slipped. It turned out that he had squeezed his hand weakly. Another attempt. It crumbled, another, weakly, another, crumbled. What's going on? The guy thought. Maybe you should take a break, asked B. Yes, perhaps, Naruto answered and stopped using Kurama's chakra. Why did I get tired so quickly? Even when I was 7, I could train all day without a break, but here I barely lasted an hour. Why do you think you got tired so quickly? As if reading Naruto's thoughts, B. Yes, the guy answered. Using the Bayu chakra is wearing you out. I've been racking my brains over this too, he said. Then it's clear, Naruto answered. Naruto, said Kyubi. What, Kurama? The blonde asked again. I have one, not very good news, or rather an assumption, said the fox. Which one? Naruto asked. As you know, when my chakra was still sealed in you, using it was harmful to your body. I think it's happening now, too, Red answered. Don't use my chakra if it's not necessary. I advise you to use it in extreme cases, Fox warned. Okay, said Uzumaki and used the Bayu chakra again. At least I will learn to use your chakra, he said and began to build a tower. He was able to build it, but some of the stones were either cracked or half of the stone was missing. Phew, Uzumaki said. You're doing pretty well, B encouraged him. I only got it on the 4th try, and you did it on the 1st try, he added. Everything's just great. I see, was all Naruto said. 2 days passed. Naruto learned how to assemble a more or less stable structure. But it also took less time to create it. Instead of 20, it became 15. Quite a jump, right? Naruto was training, but at one point something happened that he didn't expect. Yamato burst into his temple. Naruto, the war has begun, he shouted. Damn, Naruto said. Where is my squad fighting? He asked. B already knows, follow him, Yamato said. It's time to give the enemies a beating, said B, who appeared out of nowhere. Follow me, he said and rushed out of the temple. Naruto followed him, and quite quickly. By the way, he stopped using Kurama's chakra, so he ran at normal speed. Of course, by his standards, but it doesn't matter. B was almost as fast as Uzumaki. Is the battle site far away? Uzumaki asked. Well, we need to cross this ocean anyway, said B. I can help, a voice was heard from above. It was a guy, about the same age as Naruto. He had pale skin, an emotionless face, and black hair. His weapon was a tanto, which was hanging on his back. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked. Sai, Yamato asked me for help. I just arrived yesterday, the guy explained. I see, but how can you help? Asked Uzumaki. Like this, Sai said and took out a scroll where he had drawn 3 birds. Is that all? B was surprised. The next moment, 3 birds appeared in front of them, similar to an eagle, but 40 times larger. Sit down, he said, and each of the 3 sat on the bird. Where to fly? Sai asked. There. B pointed. The war has begun. Many people will die, but Naruto is sure of one thing. The Alliance will win. Chapter 67 The First Day. Commentary on Chapter 67. The first day the chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. About 2 hours passed. The trio crossed the ocean on eagles and ran on land. B. I'll go ahead, Naruto said and increased the amount of chakra supplied to his legs. Because of this, his speed increased by about 3 times. He ran so fast that a cloud of dust was left behind him. An hour later, Naruto decided to speed up his speed even more, in order to rush onto the battlefield faster and support those who were in his squad. I think you guessed how he wanted to increase his speed. He used Kurama's chakra. Naruto, Damn you. What did I tell you about my chakra? Kurama yelled. Now is exactly the moment when I need your chakra, Naruto replied. And why did you study senjutsu, you idiot? Kurama shouted again. That's right, I completely forgot, Naruto admitted and stopped to gather natural chakra. That's better, said the fox and calmed down. When the marks appeared on Naruto's face, he started running again. And twice as fast as before. I have to get there as fast as possible, Naruto thought, putting more and more effort into running. After another hour of running, he already saw the battlefield. On the battlefield were the Alliance shinobi and some creatures similar to Zetsu. A moment later, Naruto broke away and rushed to the battlefield. Ask why. It's simple. Several white creatures surrounded Hinata, and Naruto rushed to protect her. Having already run up to the enemies, he counted them. There were 7 enemies. Each of them was unarmed, but due to their numerical superiority, they pinned down Hyuga. Naruto didn't hesitate. He created a water dragon, which destroyed 3 enemies. 4 remained. With them, everything will be much easier. Naruto was so fast that he destroyed them in a second, cutting them in half. Are you okay? Uzumaki asked. Yes, Hyuga replied. Chakra is running low, but okay, I'll figure it out, she said and felt Naruto's hand on her shoulder. After a few moments, Hinata realized that her chakra channels were filling up with, as tautological as it may sound, chakra. It was heavier than her own, but also more powerful accordingly. I think it's enough for another 2 hours, Naruto said. I'm in the center, Naruto said and seemed to disappear. Be careful, Naruto-kun, Hinata thought and began to fight. There are many sources of chakra, Uzumaki thought and turned left. After some time, he saw the Uchiha clan fighting almost an army of Zetsu, who were crawling out of every crack. The first ones he tracked down were Sasuke, Itachi, and Fugaku with Mikoto. They fought a little differently. Their backs were pressed against each other, allowing them to cover their allies' backs. But a moment later, their tactics gave way. And in a place that no one had thought of. Only Zetsu realized that they had a blind spot, behind their back. And since no one was looking there, they wouldn't tell. He tried to hit Fugaku from behind, which he did. Zetsu's hand turned into something sharp that pierced the Uchiha's back through and through. Fugaku-san, Naruto thought as he approached the battlefield faster and faster. Father, Itachi and Sasuke shouted. The younger Uchiha began to attack Zetsu even more fiercely, and his older brother began to cover his back. Mikoto tried to heal her husband's wounds. At the same time, she cried. She knew that she could lose her husband forever. It was at that very moment that Naruto ran up to them. Fugaku-san, sorry, I'm late, Naruto said, falling to his knees. Naruto, it's not your fault. I knew that I was fighting for you to survive and save the entire army. Fugaku said, coughing up blood. I am glad to give my life for what I believe in. He said, and it was unclear whether he lost consciousness or died. Mikoto screamed and fainted herself. You will probably ask, why does a jonin, and not the weakest one at that, lose consciousness when he sees a person die? It is quite logical that seeing the death of a person you didn't know or knew but not so much easier than seeing the death of someone you loved with all your soul. The difference, as you understand, is not small. Sasuke, Itachi, take them to the medics. They're 5 minutes north, Uzumaki said. I promise. I'll get revenge on them. He said and rushed off, right into the epicenter of the battle. Everyone moved to a safe distance. I'll deal with them myself. Naruto shouted so loudly that his throat began to itch. Most of those who were fighting were repelled by Zetsu and began to retreat. Kurama, fire chakra, Naruto asked and felt how chakra with Kaiten appeared in his body. Kaiten, fire whirlwind technique. Naruto said and created a tornado of wind, where he then added a huge amount of fire chakra. Because of this, he turned into a fire tornado. By the way, it was relatively small, about 10 meters high. But it was very strong. The technique sucked in everyone within a radius of 5 meters and turned them into ashes. I will avenge Fugaku-san. Naruto thought and didn't even notice how he began to cut his enemies into pieces using a katana made of ice. But at the same time, he realized that his chakra reserve was rapidly decreasing. After examining himself a bit, of course, without stopping fighting, he noticed that there was some kind of thing on his left shoulder. It looked like a Zetsu part, but it was sucking chakra out of Uzumaki. He decided to freeze it. Just in case. Naruto touched the thing with his palm and froze it with Hyoten. Since you can't put it in your pocket, you had to leave it on your shoulder. At least it doesn't take away chakra, and that's good, Naruto thought, and decided to inspect the battlefield. He realized that more than half of the opponents were defeated, and those who were in his squad adopted Naruto's ardor and began to fight without fear of anything. Just like their commander. Can you handle it yourself? Uzumaki asked. Yes, was heard in unison from everyone who was in the squad. Are there any who are against me going further? Naruto asked. We. Two male voices were heard from the crowd, which Uzumaki immediately recognized. It was Sasuke and Itachi. They didn't want to let Naruto go ahead, especially alone. Okay, I'll stay here, but on one condition. I create clones that go forward to reconnaissance, he said, and created clones. This caused a lot of white smoke to appear, and 7 clones ran out of it, each heading in a different direction. Now, you and I will go further. Naruto began. Those who need medical help, go north, the medical team will be there. It's about 5 or 6 minutes away, he said. The rest, I repeat, follow me, slowly, the blonde said, and moved west. Thus began the first day of the war. More precisely, half of the first day. Each side lost fighters. Obviously, the Akatsuki side lost more, but how many losses did the alliance units suffer? No one knows yet. Chapter 68. Meeting with. Commentary on Chapter 68. Meeting with. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Sorry for the very long wait. I had neither time nor inspiration. I could barely write today. PPS once again. Enjoy reading. I think you remember Naruto used this technique before. Back when he and Team 7 were looking for Kakazu and hidden. Anyway, Naruto moved on, leaving the clone with the squad. I feel that there is little chakra ahead. But there are many sources of chakra. I need to go there, Naruto thought, and sped up his run in order to reach the enemy as quickly as possible. After some time, Naruto ran to a wasteland where there were a lot of Zetsu. These creatures stood as if they were surrounding someone. 1,000 snakes came from the crowd. It was clearly not one of the Zetsu. The voice was alive, if I may say so. All the Zetsu spoke without emotion, but this one was filled with faith and hope for victory. Fuyuton. Wind blade, Naruto said, and with a wave of his hand he created a stream of wind that cut through about 15 Zetsu. Thanks to this, Naruto was able to see who said this phrase. It was a white-haired guy, about 20 years old. Oddly enough, he was wearing round glasses with thin frames. He himself was dressed in dark purple pants and a t-shirt of the same color, let's call it that. Are you okay? Naruto asked the guy. Yes, the guy answered. But the chakra is running out, he added. Be patient, Naruto said. Kurama, give me some fire, the guy asked. Here you go, said Kurama, and shared Kaiten's chakra. Kaiten. Fireball, Naruto said while making seals. After saying these words, a large ball of fire formed from his mouth, which destroyed about 10 Zetsu. The others rushed at Naruto and decided to attack him instead of that guy. There were a lot of Zetsu, about 50. But for Naruto, it wasn't that hard, so he decided to use a technique that he had only used 3 times. Hyoten, Ice Forest, Naruto said, and used a quarter of his chakra to create this technique. Ice spikes appeared from the ground, piercing all the Zetsu in their path. On each of the spikes, something like branches began to appear, like on trees. In this way, Naruto killed about 40 Zetsu, which was already better. Almost half left. Damn, that guy, Naruto thought, and saw that one Zetsu was rushing at the guy from behind. The arm, let's call Zetsu a plant, became like a blade that was heading towards the guy's back. Naruto could have used some technique, like an ice shield, but he forgot about it and wouldn't have had time. So, he decided to destroy the attacker manually, using only taijutsu. Running up to Zetsu, he stopped his blade by taking it in his hand. It was very painful, but there was nothing else to do. Shush! Uzumaki hissed and delivered a crushing blow to the enemy's jaw. The enemy flew back a short distance and for some reason turned into a tree trunk. Are you okay? The guy asked Naruto. Alive, and it will be delayed now, the blonde answered. Share chakra? Asked Naruto. Yes, but leave a little for yourself. I can't compare to your fighting skills, but I'll try to help, the white-haired man answered. Touch my shoulder, Uzumaki said, and felt his ally's hand fall on his shoulder. After this, Naruto began to give some of his chakra until the stranger's chakra reserves were completely filled. How much chakra do you have? The guy was surprised and took up the kunai. It doesn't matter, it's better to fight, Uzumaki said, and created a katana out of ice. But when he grabbed it with both hands, he felt pain in his hand, which had taken a blow from one of the Zetsu. Kurama, please help me out, Naruto asked. It's done, said the fox, and Uzumaki looked at his hand, but immediately stopped, because the Zetsu started running towards him. Naruto began to cut them left and right, spending quite a lot of strength. After a couple of minutes of fighting, there were about 15 clones left. Hyoten, ice shield, Naruto said, and placed the stranger in a hemisphere of ice. You wanted to kill me. The stranger was indignant. Don't bother me, I'll deal with them myself, Naruto said, and began to fold the seals. Hyoten, ice needles, finishing with the seals, Uzumaki said, and needles flew at the remaining enemies, which simply dealt damage to them, but left them alive. Hyoten, freezing, Naruto said, and each Zetsu began to turn into ice, gradually, from each needle that was in his body. Done. Naruto said, and freed the stranger. Kabuto, the guy said, holding out his hand. Naruto answered, shaking his hand. How did you end up here? And where did you get the snake techniques from? Uzumaki asked. Naruto, don't you recognize me? Kabuto said, and began to transform into Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing? You could have dealt with these yourself. Naruto was perplexed. It was a test to see how good of a commander you are. You passed the test. Okay, will you further? Naruto asked. Yes, there is no one there. And I advise you to go there, there are battles there too, Orochimaru said. I was there, they killed everyone, Naruto replied. If so, then your squad can rest, said Sannin. Let them rest, I'll go to the rest of the squads, Uzumaki said. That's my decision, he added, and ran in the other direction. He's a good shinobi, and he's got plenty of strength. With him, we have every chance of winning. A voice was heard from behind. Turning around, Orochimaru saw Tsunade, who appeared out of nowhere. Tsunade, it's good that you used the clone jutsu, otherwise the squad would have been left without a strong enough ally, Orochimaru said, and I have no doubts about Naruto. After all, he is a student of the Trinity Sannin. We did not spare him during training. That's why he became so strong. I'm not surprised, Orochimaru said. Let's go to the squad, they need our help, Tsunade said, and ran towards the squad where they were, after which Orochimaru went after her. Chapter 69. Unforeseen Circumstances. Commentary on Chapter 69. Unforeseen Circumstances. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto ran for about 3 hours until he felt one of his clones, who was with the squad in his place, disperse, and Uzumaki learned that the shinobi began to fight against each other, for no apparent reason. What's going on there? Uzumaki thought, turning towards his squad. POV clone. Out of nowhere, the squad members started arguing with each other. At first, I decided to calm them down with a speech, but it didn't work. It only made the situation worse, which is why a large-scale fight began. Shinobi from all 5 great countries took part in it. I tried to separate them with the help of clones, but they all sent them away safely. I didn't use physical force on them. I had to call the original. But after a while, Naruto's clone decided to use Kurama's chakra. Of course, he asked Kurama, and he asked the real Naruto again, who allowed him to use chakra. There was no other way out. As soon as the clone entered Kurama's chakra mode, he felt that some of the shinobi were emitting some kind of evil aura. It could be described as chakra release, but the chakra was some kind of dark and emotionless, if I may say so. Using Jogan, the clone achieved nothing except visualizing what was described earlier, after which he stopped using the tailed beast's chakra. The clone decided to approach one of those who stood quietly and watched the others. Can I ask a question? The clone asked. Oh, Commander. The shinobi, whose uniform indicated that he was from Konoha, was surprised. Yes, go ahead. Did anything strange happen during the fight with Zetsu, those white things? Uzumaki asked. Well, maybe some of those Zetsu were sucking chakra out of the squad members, the shinobi replied. I didn't see anything else special, he added. Okay, thank you. Naruto thanked and used the Bayu chakra again. He tried to do something that wouldn't have been particularly pleasing to the person towards whom this action was done, if the blonde had made a mistake. Naruto figured out how to describe what he saw. It was bad intent, bad thoughts. In general, Uzumaki ran up to one of these different shinobi and using the Kyuubi's chakra dealt him a fatal blow. Uzumaki thought he was wrong, because nothing unusual happened, but then he calmed down. The one he hit turned into a tree. Squad, don't worry, everything is fine, Naruto said, although in his head there was something else. Yes, everything is fine, of course, This is Zetsu, who disguised himself as a shinobi. Everyone, gather in groups of 4. I will destroy the fakes, Naruto said and waited until all 20,000 people dispersed into 2 pairs. It wasn't very long, but the destruction of traitors. It was quite the opposite. Shadow clone technique. The clone said and created about 100 clones, including himself. This left only 50 groups for each clone. After 2 hours, all the imposters were destroyed. There were about a quarter of them in the entire detachment. During this time, the clone was completely exhausted, but held on with all his might. He dispersed all the clones, and all the information went to the real Naruto. Real Naruto POV. So that's what it was, Naruto said. Just a little bit left. Naruto thought and directed even more chakra into his legs. In addition, he converted this chakra into air, which accelerated him. At this rate, I'll get to the squad in about 30 minutes, Naruto thought and felt incredibly tired. Damn, it looks like they overdid it with your chakra, Kurama. I'm really tired, Naruto said, turning to Kurama. Rest a little, your clone will hold out for another hour and a half or 2, nothing will happen to your squad, said Kurama. Rest, he repeated. Okay, Naruto agreed and stopped to catch his breath. Half an hour passed. Naruto restored his chakra a little and rested. So, there's half an hour left until they get there, we need to push harder, Naruto said and entered hermit mode, after which he directed more chakra into his legs and transformed it into air. The same half hour passed. Naruto stood near his clone. The shinobi that were in the squad began to ask what was going on and whether they could continue. Uzumaki stood behind his clone and spread him as if he himself was the clone. So, it's clear from here, we can go. Considering that there was a battle with imposters here not long ago, those who suffered can go to the medic squad. I think you remember where it is, Naruto said. No one was hurt, they all said in unison. Then, let's move on, Naruto said and moved forward. All the others followed him. Now let's move on to the squad where Hinata was. Things weren't as rosy as we would have liked. There were many more imposters in her squad, who were much more violent than in Naruto's squad. As for Hyuga herself, her chakra was running low. She couldn't even use her techniques properly, even though they didn't consume much chakra. But still, she was unable to fight. Since her squad was resting, she climbed a tree, of course without the help of chakra, and watched what was happening. She was shocked that some shinobi suddenly started to act aggressively towards the others. She was so engrossed in it that she didn't notice someone sitting down next to her. Why are you sitting alone? Asked a girl with long but disheveled purple hair. I'm resting, Hinata answered and looked at the girl sitting next to her. Judging by her uniform, she was from Kumogakure. Then, the girl began and stood up. Continue rest, she said. The last thing Hinata saw was the girl transforming into Zetsu. Chapter 70 The War is Just Beginning. Commentary on Chapter 70. The War is Just Beginning. The chapter turned out to be small, but nevertheless, enjoy reading. Let's go to one of the medical camps. There was complete chaos there. There were many people standing around one ward. Well, how they stood. Some were lying, some were sitting. You will probably ask, why is that so? And I will answer you. Traitors appeared in the camp. They kill unnoticed. Therefore, no one received any medical care. Before that, Tsunade treated those who had arrived before all these events and was left alone. She was almost done with him. Tsunade-sama, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. A voice was heard from outside. I'll be right out, Senju said, putting her tools aside and wiping her hands. Where is he? She asked, leaving the tent. I'm here, Tsunade, Naruto said as he approached the Hokage. Tonton's leg is injured and I'm treating it. Do you think she can fight again after I treat her? Senju asked. Tsunade, I know that Tonton is your pig. Uzumaki was indignant. Now I believe it, Tsunade said and hugged Naruto. This is a clone, the real one with his squad, Uzumaki said. I see, we have very big problems here, Senju decided to tell. I know, Naruto said and began to use Kurama's chakra. There she is, Naruto said pointing to a girl with short brown hair who was sitting on the ground holding her shoulder. She is an imposter, he said. And you, prove it, said the girl. Ha, easy, said Uzumaki and hit her. She in turn turned into a tree trunk. There are 15 imposters throughout the camp. Come out at once, said the blonde and began to look into the eyes of the imposters, because he sensed them. They immediately began to look away. The first one, Naruto said and destroyed one. Then the second, third and so on until I reached the last one. The last one, Naruto said. I will stay here to protect you from imposters. You can start treating the wounded, Naruto said. At that moment, he saw two people out of the corner of his eye. A man who, with his arm thrown over his, was leading a girl. As soon as Naruto noticed who the girl was, he was stunned. It was Hinata. Uzumaki was next to her in an instant. He knew it wasn't Zetsu. What's wrong with her? Naruto asked. I don't know. I found her lying under a tree, the man replied. Tsunade, prepare the room. Naruto shouted. What happened there? Senju was taken aback. Quickly, Naruto shouted at Tsunade. As quickly as possible, he said and carried Hinata to the ward. Hinata. Tsunade was taken aback. Where should I put it? Uzumaki asked. This way, Senju said and pointed to the couch. Naruto carefully laid Hinata on the couch. Now, get out, you'll be in the way, said the Hokage. Will she be okay? Naruto asked. She has a head injury and several fractures. Yes, she will, but she will need rest, Tsunade replied. Naruto just sighed in relief and left the room. At the exit, he saw Orochimaru. A clone. Clever, although it will be a big waste of chakra, Orochimaru said. It doesn't matter now. I'll stay here and guard this camp. The rest of the clones will be busy with other things, Naruto said. At this time, what are the casualties on both sides? Toby asked, looking into the shadows. A Zetsu wearing an Akatsuki cloak came out from there. Of the 130,000 Zetsu, half remains. Of the 100,000 shinobi of the Alliance, half remains, Zetsu replied. I think it's time to move on to the next stage, Toby said and began to fold a huge number of seals. Unholy resurrection technique, he said, and a large number of coffins, if you can call them that, began to crawl out of the ground. There were a lot of them. A lot. They were all about the same size. This army, they can't defeat it, especially with him, said Toby. Are you using it right away? Black Zetsu asked. I don't know. Everything will be planned as we go, Toby answered and drove all the coffins back into the ground. Are you sure of your victory? Zetsu asked. Yes, Toby answered. And excellent, said the white half of Zetsu. When will you use your new army? He asked. Tomorrow, at dawn, Akatsuki answered. I see, Zetsu said and disappeared. I will put my plan into practice. Chapter 71. Strong Enemies. Commentary on Chapter 71. Strong Enemies. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. The next day came, or rather, early morning. It was very different from all the ones Naruto had seen before. There were no birds, everything was gray. The sky was covered with clouds, through which the sunlight barely penetrated. The ground was scorched by the techniques, the trees were badly damaged. Even the rocks inherited the same fate. During the whole night, few people slept more than 4 hours. No, not because someone was on duty and the like. Simply because everyone was afraid that an imposter would get into their squad, which would be very, very bad. Naruto, the real Naruto, not the clone, continued walking with his squad. But something happened that left him stumped. Naruto, Uzumaki heard in his head. No, it wasn't Kurama or Shukaku. It was Inoki, who was inside the headquarters, relaying the situation on the battlefield to the squad leaders. Inoki-san, what happened? Asked the blonde. There are several strong chakra sources north of you, about 40 minutes away. Will you check them out? Inoki asked. Of course, Naruto said and created a shadow clone, which he left with the squad and went in the right direction. 40 minutes later he was there. But what he saw there shocked him. There were 6 people standing there, each wearing a Kirigakoa headband. As a child, Naruto read the history of the shinobi world and remembered that these people were described in this very book. See, could it be? These are the swordsmen of the mist. Uzumaki thought. This is Fuguki Tsukazan, Kushimaru Kuriarare, Jinin Akebino and Ameiri Ringo, Jinpachi Munashi. And also Mangetsu Hozuki. But they are dead. How did they end up here? Naruto was surprised. So what's up, Naruto? Inoki asked. Swordsmen of the mist, the previous generation, Naruto replied. Swordsmen. Inoki was taken aback. Call your squad to help you, he said. Already, said Naruto. Hold on, Yamanaka said. I'll try, Uzumaki said. Oh, the first opponent, said Fuguki. 1. Even for a warm-up it's weak, he added and received a strong blow to the stomach, after which a wave of air came out, from which the other swordsmen staggered. You're wrong, Uzumaki said and activated his dojutsu. Oh, that's another matter, said Amayuri and drew her swords. Mangetsu silently took out a scroll and distributed the swords that had been sealed before. Only Fuguki was left without a sword. Well, boy, we're giving you one last chance to escape, said Amayuri. Like hell, said Uzumaki and created 3 clones. This was the maximum Naruto could use in battle. If he created more, all the other clones would lose control of the 9 tails chakra and disperse, which was not good. This is your fatal mistake, Fuguki said and used a technique that made his hair turn into needles. They were much more powerful than Jiraiya's, but there were a little fewer of them. Hyoten, ice shield, Uzumaki said and tried to hide behind a shield of ice. But he didn't succeed. The shield simply shattered into millions of pieces. Then, Kurama, Naruto said and entered the tailed beast chakra mode. Well guys, let's have some fun. Naruto asked rhetorically and created a katana. Oh, you're using a sword too. That'll be interesting. Amayuri said and attacked Naruto first. The swordswoman attempted to strike at the stomach, but stopped to dodge the clone's attack, which used rasengan. Next, Naruto decided to use the fire technique. Kaiten, fire wall, Uzumaki said and flames began to come out of his mouth, creating a huge wall of flames in which Amayuri was burned to ashes. Oh, you, Jinpachi shouted and swung his sword. There were many explosive seals on his sword, which already caused some fear, and considering that this sword was wielded by one of the 7 swordsmen, it stank terribly. Naruto tried to block his blow, which he succeeded in, but he couldn't block the enemy's sword explosion. It hurts, Naruto said and noticed that his clones were destroyed. And we gave you a chance. You missed it, said Mangetsu. Prepare to die, boy, Amayuri said. What? Where did she come from? I destroyed her, Uzumaki thought, watching Fuguki heading towards him. Naruto decided not to give up. Hyoten, ice forest, the guy said and all the swordsmen were pierced by ice spikes. Wow, I didn't even feel any pain, Amayuri said. Are they immortal? Naruto was surprised. Next was Kushimaru and Jinpachi. The first one tried to make a slash from above, but it didn't work, because Naruto dodged. But Jinpachi did something different. He made a blow, which cut Kushimaru and hoped to destroy Uzumaki, but it didn't work. They're using all possible means to destroy me. Naruto realized. Shukaku, give me some chakra. The guy asked and felt that he could control the sand. With this ability, he sank his enemy's feet ankle deep in sand and thought that was the end of it. But it wasn't. Mangetsu, due to the fact that he had the longest sword, cut off the feet of his allies, freeing them from the trap, and then himself. We need to take their swords, Kurama gave a hint. Right, but it will be difficult. How much time has passed? Naruto asked. About 15 minutes, Shukaku answered. Still a long time. Shadow clone technique. Naruto said and each of the 3 clones began to fold seals. This will be difficult, even with my amount of chakra, the guy thought. 2 elements technique. Solar dragon. He said and 3 huge dragons appeared, exactly the same as during Naruto's battle with Kakazu. Each of the 3 dragons hit their target, but to no avail. The enemies recovered. State your name, Mangetsu demanded. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde answered. I will remember your name. I have long wanted to fight an enemy like you, Hozuki said and began to glow, after which he crumbled. Chapter 72. Victory. Commentary on Chapter 72. Victory. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. After Mangetsu crumbled, Uzumaki was very surprised. He thought that defeating them would be much more difficult. We won't be defeated that easily, Amayuri said and plunged her swords into the ground. The next second, lightning struck them and traveled along the ground towards Naruto. He didn't have time to dodge, so he received a strong electric shock. After the discharge passed through Uzumaki's body, he began to smoke a little, probably because part of his clothes were set on fire. But Naruto didn't even think about that. The most important thing he had to do was defeat, or at least delay the enemies until reinforcements arrived. Fuyuten, wind palm, Naruto said, and a huge stream of air began to burst out of his palm, which blew away everything in its path. This technique caused severe damage, in the form of deep cuts, but for the remaining enemies it was just a waste of chakra. Naruto only remembered this when they all began to regenerate. What should I do? The guy thought, dodging Kushimaru's blow. There are many of them and they are strong. Naruto, try sealing them with my power, Shukaku suggested. By the way, I know this technique, Kurama said. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Uzumaki was indignant. Don't raise your voice at me, or I'll take all your chakra, growled the fox. This is the technique of impure resurrection, or Edo Tensei. It resurrects a person to life and subjugates him to the person who used this technique. In order to defeat an opponent under Edo Tensei, he must be sealed. Shukaku's power will be more useful to you than mine, explained the Nine Tails. Got it, Uzumaki said and began to envelop Jinpachi in sand, using the power of Ichibi. The enemy tried to break free, but he failed. Naruto was about to begin sealing, but he didn't have time. The seal that had barely appeared on the sand was destroyed by several of Fuguki's needles. Uzumaki decided to seal it first. Due to the fact that the Fuguki was large, it was not very gluttonous, but there was another side to the coin. It took more effort and sand to seal it. In addition, Uzumaki was constantly getting in the way of the other swordsmen. Fuguki is finished. There are still 4 left. I'll try to destroy Kushimaru first, Naruto thought and created 3 clones that distracted Aomori, and Jinpachi and Jinan. The real Uzumaki began to fight Kushimaru Kuriarare. He was fast, which made Naruto's task difficult. Naruto used the freezing technique to at least somehow slow down the enemy. But he did not succeed on the first try, and not even on the second or third. But on about the 6th, when Kushimaru was distracted by Aomori flying at him. Thus, Naruto made his task easier. If I'm lucky, I can seal them both in one move, Naruto thought. It won't work. Using my seal, you can only seal one enemy at a time, Shukaku warned. Got it, the guy replied and began to fold the seals for the technique with which he would get rid of Kuriarare. As Naruto finished forming the seals, sand began to envelop his enemy's feet. After the enemy was firmly glued to the ground, the sand began to rise higher, thereby immobilizing the enemy. A few more moments and the enemy was sealed. Jin and Akebino, Aomori and Jinpachi are left. I don't have much chakra, and using Kurama's chakra is taking its toll. This battle is really hard for me. Uzumaki thought and blinked when a blow from Jinin flew into his stomach. The blow was strong, and Naruto landed right into a tree, which he successfully broke through with his back. Then he heard many shinobi appear on the battlefield. Naruto immediately realized that it was his squad that had come to his aid. One of the 15 medic nin immediately ran to Naruto to patch him up, but he didn't make it. His head was cut off by one of Aomori's swords. The shinobi's face was frozen in pain and horror. Seeing this, Naruto jumped up, as if he hadn't crashed into a tree with his back just a second ago. Damn, Naruto thought, these enemies are resurrected, they can only be defeated by sealing. Uzumaki warned his squad and began to create 2 clones, each of which began to distract the enemies. Naruto was left against Jinan, who with a madman's smile began to swing his sword, which Naruto dodged and tried to counterattack, which didn't go so badly. Hyoten, Ice Forest, Uzumaki said after a few minutes of fighting. His enemy's body was pierced by 6 ice spikes. At the points of impact, an ice crust began to appear, which froze the enemy from the inside, immobilizing him. Fuinjutsu, Flame Barrier, Naruto said while folding the seals, and a room of translucent red barrier appeared around his opponent, from which the enemy could not get out. After this, Uzumaki sealed Jinan. Only 2 left. Naruto, push. Fox encouraged his Jinchuriki. Suten, water bullets, Uzumaki said and began to spit out streams of water, aiming them at Aomori's hands in order to disarm her. One of these bullets hit Ringo's hand, causing her to drop her sword. The second bullet hit the same sword, throwing it back about 15 meters. Fuyuten, gust of wind, Uzumaki said, putting a large amount of chakra into the technique. The technique did not hit the enemy, but forced him to change his position. Aomori landed right on one of the shinobi who successfully sealed it. Uzumaki Naruto, I bequeath my swords to you, these were Aomori's last words. A second before she was sealed, she threw the remaining sword towards Naruto. There was only one left. Jinpachi. Uzumaki had very little strength left, but it should be enough for the last enemy. Rasengan. Naruto shouted and struck the enemy in the stomach with the technique. While the Rasengan was dealing damage to the enemy, Naruto added some ice chakra to it. Because of this, the area where the technique hit became covered in ice. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto used the clone that remained and helped the others to cut off Jinpachi's hand that he was holding his sword in, thus disarming him. But the clone did something a little different. Not only did he cut off his arm, but he also cut off his leg, making Uzumaki's task much easier. But Uzumaki fell to the ground, exhausted, and saw how the enemy was already being sealed. Chapter 73. Commentary on Chapter 73. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto woke up in the evening. You could even say closer to night. And he woke up in the camp that his squad had set up. The commander has woken up. A female voice was heard from behind Naruto. Naruto himself was in a tent, outside of which a fire was lit, the light from which was shining inside the tent. Uzumaki stood up and felt pain throughout his body. If only my clones wouldn't disperse. Naruto thought, and his heart started beating faster. Everything is fine, Shukaku and I supported them, Kurama reassured his Jinchuriki. He didn't tell her the news about Hinata. As the Nine Tails thought, Naruto would rush to her right away, right now. How are you? Asked Shikamaru, entering the tent. Shikamaru, I didn't think you'd come to see me. Naruto said. I'm fine, the guy answered the question. But one of Shino's beetles says the opposite, Nara said. Here Naruto saw one small bug on himself, brown in color. Naruto asked, pointing to the bug that was on his left wrist. Exactly, answered Shikamaru. It shows that every second your life energy is fading. At the moment, it is about 90% of the original. Tell me what this is connected with, demanded Shikamaru. Naruto, tell him the truth, but first check if he's real, Shukaku said. Naruto silently entered Kurama chakra mode and made sure that the person standing in front of him was the real Shikamaru. In short, what you see now is the control of my tailed beast chakra. This mode gives me great power, Uzumaki said. But, as I understand it, there is a flip side to the coin, right? As if reading Naruto's thoughts, Nara. That's right, when using Kurama's chakra, my body, if I may say so, wears out, which affects my life force. The more often and longer I use this power, the worse the consequences are, Naruto answered, but now I can't do without this power. I have Jogan, who sees imposters. But I experimented that it only works when I use this mode, the guy added. What's the point then? Nara asked. Jogan gives a visualization of what I feel with this mode, Uzumaki said and stopped using Kurama's chakra mode. Jogan doesn't use life energy, Shikamaru asked. Thank God, no, Uzumaki replied. Great, well, rest until the morning, Shikamaru said and turned around, but then apparently remembered something and turned to face Uzumaki again. I remembered. Something bad happened. What? Naruto tensed up. It concerns Hinata, Shikamaru answered and saw that Uzumaki's face was becoming worried. She was injured. It was obviously Zetsu. She is currently in the camp, where Sun had patched her up. The Hokage said that Hinata's life is not in danger. Phew, Naruto breathed out in relief. How is she now? The guy asked. Sun had healed all her fractures, didn't even leave a scratch, Shikamaru answered. You don't have to worry. How are things on the battlefield? Uzumaki asked. In the battle against the remaining swordsmen, we lost 40 men. But if you hadn't defeated at least 2 more, there would have been many more losses, Shikamaru replied. I see. Inoiki said something. The guy asked another question. Yes, he said that all units should hurry to Daru's unit from Cloud. According to the censors, there will be a large-scale battle there tomorrow, where we will need all our forces, Shikamaru answered. Then let everyone rest, and I'll send 2 clones there, Uzumaki said and created 2 copies of himself, who immediately ran in the right direction. You yourself should rest. You've been fighting for 2 days without rest. I'm surprised how you managed to kill 5 swordsmen, having fought Zetsu for a day before that, Nara said. The will to win and protect the world, Naruto replied. You could say I'm getting closer to fulfilling my dream, which I still have, the guy added. What kind of dream is that? Nara asked. I wanted to be the strongest to protect those who are being bullied, Uzumaki replied. Not a bad dream. Unlike mine, I actually dream of becoming a cloud. Ha, said Shikamaru. Well, okay, I'll go, and you rest, said Shikamaru and left the tent, leaving Uzumaki alone. Uzumaki began to think about what might happen in the battle that was supposed to take place tomorrow. He did not come to any definite conclusion, but he had several possible scenarios. The first, and most obvious, is a battle against all the remaining Zetsu, with all sorts of dirty tricks like Edo Tensei and imposters. The second, is a battle against the resurrected, but in greater numbers than today. And the third, the most unlikely, is a battle against one of the deceased loved ones. Uzumaki had no other options in his head. The only thing he was afraid of was fighting against the Jinchuriki of the previous generation. Ni Yugito, Yagura and the others. Fighting against them would be even harder than fighting the swordsmen, who were not in full force and one of them was unarmed. Well, nothing can be done. I think it's better to rest a little to gain strength for tomorrow's battle, Uzumaki said and left the medical tent towards his own. Chapter 74. The Battle. Commentary on Chapter 74. The Battle. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Sorry, I was busy. The next morning came. All the shinobi had rested and decided to go to Daru's squad, which Shikamaru had spoken about yesterday. Naruto woke up and immediately went out to the shinobi of his squad. He guessed that they were all ready to move on. Is everyone ready to go? Naruto asked his entire squad. I already asked, Shikamaru said, approaching Naruto. When did you manage to do it? Asked Uzumaki. About 15 minutes ago, Nara answered. Then, let's go, Naruto said and his entire squad moved with him towards Daru's squad. You probably have a question. How does the headquarters know that there will be a battle in the direction of Daru's squad? It's simple, even very simple. There were many sources of chakra that were directed towards the squad. This is the information that Inoiki passed on to the Uzumaki squad. Ask why. Naruto's squad was the closest, that's all. A couple of hours later, Naruto was talking to Darui. There was a sea next to them, and not far from the shore, the mountains began. It was beautiful, to put it briefly. Darui, how is your squad? Naruto asked his partner. There are wounded, but everyone who can fight will fight, answered a dark-skinned and fairly muscular man. I'm a little better, but I think we'll still manage. At the very least, you and I will definitely take on more enemies than anyone else in the squad, Uzumaki said. They're coming. Darui heard Inoiki's voice in his head and looked around. On the water, many Zetsu could be seen, who were about to come ashore. Fight! Darui and Naruto shouted at the same time, after which every shinobi on the battlefield began to fight Zetsu. Naruto created shadow clones, just like last time, 3 of them, each of which could fight several Zetsu at once. Darui began to fight against the 3 Zetsu. At this time, should I use them now or leave them for last? Toby thought as he sat in some cave. It's better to do it now, he said and made several seals. After this, 2 coffins appeared on the battlefield. A few seconds later, their lids, if you can call them that, fell to the ground. As soon as Darui saw this, he was stunned. He knew who it was. And these, someones, were very strong. Silver and Golden brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he whispered. Who is this? Naruto asked and stood with his back to Darui. They contain the 9 tails chakra, as well as 4 of the 5 relics of the Sage of the 6 Paths, Darui replied. Kurama, do you want your chakra back? Naruto asked his Biju. Of course, said the fox cheerfully. At this time, those same Kinkaku and Ginkaku began to talk about something. It's so good to be back alive, huh Kinkaku? The silver-haired man asked. I agree, Ginkaku, answered the one with the gold. I suggest we start the battle right away, he said and saw Darui. Darui. It's been a while since we've seen each other. And how are things in the Cloud Village? Are there any legends about Ginkaku and me? Legends. You have disgraced our country, for which it is still paying and you demand legends about you for this. Darui was indignant. Well then, Ginkaku said and used some kind of fan to create a stream of air that was directed towards Darui. Since Darui didn't have the required element, Naruto took over the defense, using Ice Shield to cover his partner. Are you okay? Naruto asked. Yes, the dark-skinned man answered. To battle, he said and rushed towards the silver one. Uzumaki remained golden. He had some kind of rope on his left hand, gold in color. Kurama, do you know what this is? The guy asked. This is the rope of clarity, which can seal an enemy in a bundle with another artifact, the amber pot of purification, when you pronounce the word you use most often, the fox replied. If he touches you with this rope, consider it lost, he added. Got it, said Uzumaki. Is there any way to destroy it? Asked the guy. No, Kurama answered. I see, Naruto said and created a huge rasengan in his right hand. He tried to strike the enemy in the stomach, but he didn't have time. He defended himself with a fan. In response, Kinkaku delivered a crushing blow to Naruto's face, sending him flying a good 20 meters and several more meters across the surface of the water. Damn, Naruto said, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. This will be difficult. I need to use Sannin mode, he said and began to absorb natural chakra into himself. But he didn't have time. He received another blow, but this time to the stomach and bent in half, after which Kinkaku hit Uzumaki in the back with his elbow, causing him to fall and create a small crater under himself. Hyoten, ice forest, the guy said, and Kinkaku's body was pierced by 15 ice spikes that passed through, thus freezing Kinkaku. Uzumaki was about to seal it, but he regretted it. Kinkaku hit him with his hand, which had rope on it. Ginkaku, shouted the golden one at the top of his lungs. Sealing, said the silver one, and thought that he had defeated one, but it was not so. He forgot that to seal, the ARG must say the most common word. Hyoten, freezing technique, Uzumaki said, and a cloud flew towards the still chained Kinkaku, freezing him. Shukaku, Naruto said, and the one-tailed immediately understood him. Fuinjutsu, sand seal, the guy said, and Kinkaku's body began to be absorbed by sand. As soon as the body sank completely into the sand, Uzumaki said. Sealing. After that, the seal on the sand began to appear. But Uzumaki failed to seal the enemy. Ginkaku, who did not want his brother to be sealed, washed the sand away with water, which he, so to speak, kicked, after which a wave was formed, washing away the sand. Thank you, Ginkaku, said the golden one, and began to be covered in scarlet chakra. It was Kurama's chakra. Chapter 75. The battles continue. Commentary on Chapter 75. The battles continue. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Kinkaku began to cover himself in scarlet chakra. After that, it became opaque. Kinkaku's eyes became white without a pupil. A wave of air began to emanate from Kinkaku himself, which caused waves to form. It also scattered some zetsu. During this time, Naruto managed to enter hermit mode, which he decided to take advantage of. Fuyuten, cutting wind, Uzumaki said, gathering the chakra of the wind in his hand, waving it, he released several streams of air at the enemy, which on their way were able to cut several zetsu, who did not have time to escape the attack. But with Kinkaku it was different. He responded with a stream of air, but from his mouth. With this air he repelled Naruto's attack. Hyoten, ice needles, the guy said, and created countless ice needles that threw themselves at Kinkaku. All of them hit the target, only because the enemy did not dodge. But unfortunately, this technique did no damage. Not at all. Kinkaku rushed towards Naruto and struck him in the stomach. But Uzumaki did not fly away, as happened last time. Instead, he remained standing with a smile on his face. The boy gathered all his chakra in his right fist and punched the false Jinchuriki in the face, if you could call it that, and released his chakra, causing the enemy to fly into the air. Then Uzumaki kicked the enemy in the back, causing Kinkaku to hit the ground flat, leaving a small crater there. Kurama, take your chakra, Uzumaki said, and hit Kinkaku again, pinning him to the ground. After this, he began to draw the Bayu chakra out of the enemy, returning him to his original form. Kinkaku wasn't going to give up, so he slashed his fan at Naruto's leg. The blonde staggered back a bit, allowing Kinkaku to stand up. Uzumaki didn't lose his head and created a rasengan and hit the enemy with it. He flew towards his silver brother, who almost dodged, except for the rope that was on the golden one's hand. Kinkaku, said Ginkaku, and realized that he was finished. He felt himself being drawn into the amber pot of purification. Bastard, Kinkaku shouted towards Naruto. Who's the other bastard? Said Uzumaki. Raten, lightning discharge, he said, and hit the water with his hand, which already had an electric discharge in it. This same discharge headed towards Kinkaku. It paralyzed him and he fell, remaining on the surface of the water. Fuinjutsu, sand seal, said the blonde and sealed Kinkaku. Darui, are you okay? Asked Uzumaki. It's fine, Darui replied. At this time, they dealt with the brothers easily. We need to think of something else, Toby said, and made a few more seals. It will be more difficult with him. Much more difficult. On the battlefield. A coffin appeared in front of Uzumaki, the lid of which opened immediately, showing Uzumaki what was inside. As soon as Naruto saw who it was, he was very surprised. It was Nagato. Only, he was a little different from the one who used the resurrection technique on the entire village. Nagato was younger, or something. There weren't many pins stuck into his body, he wasn't emaciated. Nagato, Uzumaki said. Really? War? The red-haired man was surprised, looking around. That's right, Darui said. This Toby, we need to destroy him. Nagato didn't finish his sentence and rushed at Uzumaki. Nagato, what's wrong with you? What did you want to say? Uzumaki said. Nagato. He shouted and dodged the blow of the kunai. Damn, he said, and began to counterattack. He's under Toby's control, Darui guessed. Bad. Uzumaki said and struck with rasengan, which Nagato absorbed. Darui, you have some kind of Kekkei Genkai, right? Uzumaki asked. Yes, black lightning, Darui replied, dodging the kunai thrown at him. Try to hit him with something to at least paralyze him a little, Naruto asked. Rantan, Black Panther, the dark-skinned man said, and a lightning bolt, the shape of which resembled a panther, ran towards Nagato. Nagato failed to dodge this technique, receiving a strong discharge of electricity that caused burns all over his body. But Naruto and Darui got nothing out of it except wasted chakra. Nagato was simply healed. What was I doing at that moment? Naruto thought, remembering the fight with pain. Then his abilities were divided between 6 bodies. And here they are all in one user. He probably has a longer period of time between these abilities, he continued, while simultaneously fighting with Nagato. Naruto tried to test his guess and used the ice needles technique. Each of these needles was reflected using Shinra Tensei. Last time the gap was about 5 seconds. And now it's 13. Naruto countered. Darui, use your technique. From now on I'll deal with him myself. Naruto asked. The same black lightning bolt flew at Nagato, paralyzing him, and then Naruto entered the action with his signature technique. Hyoten, Ice Forest, the guy said, and 15 spikes pierced the body of the paralyzed Nagato. Rasengan. Naruto said and struck Nagato in the head, destroying it, but it immediately began to regenerate. Fuinjutsu, Sand Seal, he said, and covered the enemy's body with sand. Naruto. The first part of the story was the best. The second part ruined the whole experience. Please make the third part so amazing that it will overshadow the second part. These were Nagato's last words before the sealing. I promise, Naruto said. Seal, he said, and a seal appeared on the sand. At this time. Damn Uzumaki, I should have killed him back then, Toby shouted, still sitting in his cave. With him. He'll definitely have problems. Chapter 76. Meeting with. Commentary on Chapter 76. Meeting with. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. He'll definitely have problems with him, Toby said, making more seals, which he made to summon Kinkaku with Ginkaku and Nagato. On the battlefield, another coffin appeared. Naruto noticed it and immediately ran towards it. When he ran up, the lid of the coffin was already on the ground, and there was no one inside. Uzumaki began to look around, trying to find the one who was resurrected. A minute later, Uzumaki hadn't found anyone. Another 5 minutes, and no one had been found. I have a really bad feeling about this, Naruto thought. Naruto was heard from behind. Hearing this voice, Naruto fell into a stupor. He couldn't even turn around. The only thing he could do was blink frequently, so as not to shed tears. But it didn't help. A tear rolled down his cheek, leaving a wet trail, and then fell to the ground. Naruto gathered his strength to turn around, which he did. He didn't want to turn around. But he had to. Jiraiya, Naruto whispered, on the verge of silence. What am I doing here? Why is there a battle? Who is against whom? Jiraiya began to ask questions. You were resurrected. There is a war against Akatsuki on the streets, Naruto answered. I see, Jiraiya said sadly. How are you? How are Tsunade and Orochimaru? The resurrected Sannin asked a few more questions. If you don't take into account that I'm confused right now, Uzumaki said in a trembling voice. Then it's okay. The others are grieving for you greatly, Naruto barely answered. I see. Well, since everyone is alive, then, can I conclude that you defeated Pain? Asked the white-haired man. It was Nagato, Naruto answered. He was resurrected just recently, the guy added. So Nagato, Yahiko and Konan are dead? The Sannin asked pityingly. No, Sensei, I'm still alive, Jiraiya heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Konan standing there with her eyes full of tears. Konan, Jiraiya said, will you forgive me, along with Yahiko and Nagato, for leaving back then? The Sannin asked. I forgave you a long time ago. And the others too. It is me and Nagato who should ask you for forgiveness, the blue-haired girl said, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Promise that you will defeat Akatsuki no matter what, Jiraiya asked. Just don't even think about dying, he added, and the pupils of his eyes turned white, after which he ran towards Konan. Jiraiya made several seals, after which his hair became longer. With this hair he tried to deliver a piercing blow to Konan's stomach, but their way was blocked by Naruto's technique. Or rather, a half-sphere of ice, which left Konan inside. Konan, I know his abilities better, it's better to sit here for now, Naruto said. Kaiten, fireball, he said, and created a ball that flew towards Jiraiya. He simply covered himself with his hair, avoiding damage, which was not so terrible for him. In turn, Jiraiya decided to immediately enter hermit mode, which forced Naruto to enter Kurama chakra mode. Sutan, water dragon. This technique was used by Naruto on Jiraiya. He was hit by the technique, but it did not bring any benefit to Naruto. His enemy instantly recovered and went on the attack. Jiraiya used fire elemental, creating a phoenix-like bird with it, which flew towards Uzumaki. He did not have time to dodge until the end, which is why he received a severe burn on his left hand, in the forearm area. Hyoten, ice needles, the guy said and brought down his technique on the enemy. Jiraiya used a similar technique, but his needles were created from his hair. Each opponent's needles collided with each other, eventually falling to the ground. Jiraiya used air bullets, about 15 of them, which instantly flew towards Uzumaki. He dodged and used the ice forest, which he tried to immobilize his opponent, which, alas, did not work. Deciding that it was better to fight in taijutsu, Naruto pounced on his teacher and began to strike with incredible speed, some of which Jiraiya dodged with difficulty, and perhaps did not have time at all, receiving blows. But then, Naruto felt pain in his chest, which is why Jiraiya seized the moment and hit his student in the face, causing him to recoil. Damn, said Uzumaki. Kaiten, great fireball, said Uzumaki, and a fireball flew at Jiraiya, 6 times larger than the previous one. Due to Jiraiya being close, the technique consumed him completely, incinerating him, leaving only a skeleton that soon began to grow muscle. At that moment, Naruto decided to place a seal on his motionless teacher's body. Fuinjutsu. Paralyzing seal, Naruto said, folding the seals and placing the seal on Jiraiya's body. Once Jiraiya returned to his previous form, he tried to do something, but it didn't work. I don't know who controls it, but believe me, I will find you and destroy you, no matter what it takes, Naruto said and hit Jiraiya with such force that all his chakra was knocked out of him. At that moment, Jiraiya regained his senses. You are resurrected and can be controlled, Naruto said tiredly. At that moment, Jiraiya's pupils turned white again and he jumped up. Commentary on Chapter 76. Meeting with. I apologize for the delay in the chapters, I have a reason for that. I'm starting college, so please don't be mad at me for being a slacker. Chapter 77. The fight continues. Commentary on Chapter 77. The fight continues. The chapter is finished, enjoy reading. I apologize that there was no continuation for so long. I did not have enough time or opportunity. All this is connected with studying at the technical school. I hope you were not disappointed in my fanfic. I give my word that this fanfic will be finished. Now I understand that my entire schedule has gone down the drain. I will try to post chapters as before, once every 2 days, but I make no promises. I have little time left after school. During this period of time, I do not have time to write even half a page. Once again, I apologize for the long wait. Enjoy reading. Jiraiya noticed that the sphere of ice that Konan was inside was beginning to crack, and he realized that this was his chance to get rid of one of his opponents. The ice shattered just as Jiraiya created a greater rasengan in his hand, which he swung to strike. Konan couldn't dodge it, so she decided not to even try. Look, there was half a meter left to Konan's face. 10 centimeters. As soon as there was a centimeter left to the blue-haired girl's face, Jiraiya slowed down, stopping the technique. Damn, Jiraiya said angrily, while the others watched as one of his pupils turned black, with the sclera of the same color. Only in the second eye, the pupil remained white. Konan was very surprised, not that her teacher stopped, but that something somehow managed to resist the Edo Tensei's control. Naruto, said the blue-haired girl. There is a chance, she said. Naruto, faster, Jiraiya said with difficulty, resisting Tobi's control with all his might. Fuinjutsu. Sealing, Uzumaki said and took out one scroll from his bag, a small one, which he used to seal something. At this point, Jiraiya was unable to resist Tobi's control and still struck the still-shocked Konan, sending her flying into a nearby rock. Thanks to this, Jiraiya could not be sealed, because he did not stand still. I need to make him stop. Or trap him, Naruto thought. Don't forget, it's hard to do, Shukaku said. Even using my sand, he added. I know, Naruto said and ran towards Jiraiya. Hyoten, freezing technique, Uzumaki said and created a cloud that froze everything in its path. Jiraiya hit him, remaining in one place. Fuinjutsu, sealing, Naruto said, taking out the scroll again. But the enemy could not be sealed. Jiraiya turned into a cloud of white smoke, indicating that it was a clone. Shadow clone technique, the blonde said, and created 3 clones, each of which began to attack Jiraiya, who was hiding behind the rock on which Conan was lying. Sutan, water dragon, said the guy, and a Darkon made of water headed towards Jiraiya. Raten, discharge, said the guy, and added electricity to the water flow. This increased the speed of the equipment a little. But the power, it became much more powerful. The technique hit Jiraiya and he was paralyzed by an electric discharge. After that, Jiraiya turned into ashes due to electricity. Sealing, Naruto said. But it didn't work to seal the enemy. Nothing happened, except that part of the scroll turned into dust, so to speak. Such seals won't work, said Kurama. I already understood, Uzumaki guessed. We need to come up with something. He thought. Shukaku's chakra remains. But the sand speed is not enough. The guy thought until he received a blow to the jaw, from which he flew back a good 5 meters. Damn, the guy said, getting to his feet. We need to end this, he added, and got into a fighting stance. You're probably wondering why he never did this before. It's simple. He only used this stance when he felt the need to. Or if he hadn't forgotten about it, which happened in the battle with Pain. This stance was taught to him by Tsunade. This stance was created by Tsunade herself. With this stance, you can combine defense and attack. Also, this stance did not block your view, which most other techniques did. This was their biggest drawback. And with the use of chakra control when Tsunade struck, it became a deadly combo that any shinobi who didn't know about this stance couldn't resist. Jiraiya ran up to Naruto and started throwing punches, which Naruto parried. All of them. After that, Naruto delivered a crushing blow to Jiraiya's chest, punching a hole there. But he didn't pull his arm out. Hyoten, freezing, Naruto said, and Jiraiya gradually began to turn into ice, which began to spread from that very hole. Naruto, Jiraiya said, when his head didn't turn into ice. Be careful, he wanted to say, but a crow flew past his head. Naruto immediately recognized what kind of bird it was, or rather whose. Itachi. Uzumaki was surprised. Yes, I came to help you, Uchiha confirmed, coming out from behind the tree. What did you do? Naruto asked. I cast Koto Amatsukami on him, Itachi replied. Now he's our ally, you can let him go, he added. Okay, Naruto said, and returned Jiraiya to his previous state. But as soon as Jiraiya was freed, he immediately struck a relaxed Naruto, who was standing with his back to him. The blow landed in the back. And not just a blow, but a blow with rasengan, which was even stronger. Itachi, you said he was on our side, Naruto said, getting to his feet. What? Itachi said in shock. How is this possible? Why didn't that genjutsu work? He thought. I don't know, Naruto said. We need to deal with him quickly, he added, and ran towards Jiraiya. Naruto kicked him from below upwards, causing the enemy to rise into the air. Naruto then jumped up and kicked the enemy with the same foot, but from above, right in the back, causing the enemy to crash into the ground. Itachi, I'm not doing very well, maybe you can help me. Naruto asked, and saw a fireball created by Jiraiya flying towards him. Uzumaki activated his dojutsu, and everything seemed to slow down. And the enemy's chakra flows and their amount became visible. The latter, by the way, was useless. The resurrected's chakra was always full, although its size was the same as before. Sutan, water dragon, the guy said, and Jiraiya's technique was absorbed by water, which soon headed towards Jiraiya. At this time, my chakra is running out. I can't control him anymore. I need to take a break. But then Naruto will defeat him, Toby said. And he somehow managed to interrupt my control over himself for a while. He rightfully received his title. As soon as he said that, Jiraiya's eyes became the same as before his battle with Uzumaki. Naruto, Jiraiya said. How are you? Are you injured? Jiraiya asked, still fighting his student. I am under control now, but I have the ability to talk. The Sannin explained everything. At least something. Apparently he got tired of controlling you. Naruto said. I'm fine, a couple of bruises. He answered the teacher's question. I don't know what I'm going to do now, Jiraiya said. Quickly, seal me, he said. If only it were that simple. I can't. The seal I know is too weak. And using sand for this. It's too slow. Uzumaki explained everything. I see. Try to lock me in a barrier, said Jiraiya, and then it dawned on Naruto. He knew barrier techniques. He even knew the 4 violet flames barrier technique, which burned away anyone who touched it. Fuinjutsu, 4 violet flames technique, Naruto said while doing many seals. After that, translucent walls of purple color began to appear on the sides of Jiraiya. Leaves that fell on this barrier turned into ash. I can't get out of this barrier, Jiraiya said and exhaled. Itachi, can you check the area for other resurrected people? If anything, help those who need help. I'll figure it out myself from now on, the guy asked, after which Itachi nodded and disappeared. Naruto, tell me what's going on here. Commentary on Chapter 77. The fight continues. Don't forget to write comments. It's not difficult for you, but it's nice for me. Chapter 78. Commentary on Chapter 78. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Tell me what's going on here, Jiraiya demanded, still moving around the battlefield so that he could avoid an enemy strike if necessary. War. Uzumaki answered, just like last time. War. I wanted to avoid it so much, Jiraiya said sadly, sending a fireball at Naruto. Naruto simply dodged the technique. I'm very sorry that the war started, Jiraiya said. I'm not happy about it either, Uzumaki replied. But for that, you learned to use Kurama's chakra. Jiraiya tried to lighten the mood, but he failed. Sutan, cutting stream, Uzumaki said and spat a stream of water from his mouth, which cut everything in its path. Since the technique was very fast, Jiraiya did not have time to dodge it, causing him to fall to the ground. Quickly, said Jiraiya. Hyoten, katana of ice, the guy said and created, as he was told, a katana, which he plunged into the teacher's head, pinning him to the ground. Fuinjutsu, sand seal, Naruto said and caught his enemy in the sand, leaving only his head outside. You have become much stronger. Before you were on my level, and now you have surpassed me. Said Jiraiya. Goodbye, the last thing he said before his head sank into the sand. Jiraiya, Naruto said barely audibly. The seal, he said with difficulty. Once the sealing was complete, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt a strong source of chakra, right in the direction Itachi went. I have a bad feeling about this, Uzumaki thought and exited Kurama mode, after which he started running. But he couldn't run for long. He felt pain in his heart and fell to his knees, clutching the part of his chest where his heart was. Damn, Naruto thought and stood up, even though it was difficult, after which he slowly walked towards the battlefield. Gradually, he began to quicken his pace, until he had developed such a high speed that a cloud of dust was left behind him. Of course, this speed was not achieved without the help of chakra, which Uzumaki directed to his legs. About 20 minutes passed, and Naruto came out onto the battlefield. It was a desert. There were pillars of stone visible from the sand. But there was something that made Naruto take a closer look. All the shinobi were looking at one of those pillars. Looking closer, Naruto saw a certain figure with long hair, almost to the floor. This shinobi is dressed in armor, red. After a few more seconds, Naruto realized that there was a man standing there. Where is he from? Naruto asked Gaara, who stood in front of all the shinobi. I don't know myself. The Tsuchikage, who was resurrected, jumped in there, and after a while he came out of there, the red-haired man answered. At this time, who are you? Said the same long-haired man to the second Tsuchikage, who was standing next to him. Toby, the Tsuchikage answered briefly, conveying Toby's words. Where's Nagato? The long-haired man asked coldly. He betrayed us, which is why I had to use Edo Tensei to resurrect you, Toby replied, passing the words through Mu. You do remember that I can't implement the plan while in this body? The man asked. Madara, calm down. While you were sleeping, I did some magic over your body and made it stronger. Toby said, look under your armor. He added. Madara did this, and looking at his ally with reproach said. Who gave you permission to rummage around in my body? Who gave you permission to rummage around in my body? Toby said with the same reproach. Fair enough, Madara said and jumped down. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Mu had disintegrated, leaving Madara alone. As soon as Madara landed on the ground, everyone who saw him fell into a stupor. Madara, Unoki said with fear in his eyes. The same one, Naruto asked again. Believe me, I'm not blind, and I haven't forgotten his face or his abilities. And they are terrifying, answered Unoki. I see, Naruto said and rushed into battle. Everyone, be extremely careful. Only engage in battle if necessary. Uzumaki shouted running up to the enemy. Kid, you are either too brave or too stupid, Madara said calmly and instantly appeared behind Naruto. After that, he gave him a strong kick to the ribs. Naruto, although he remained on his feet, realized that a couple of his ribs were definitely broken. Oh, and you are strong. That means you are not bad at all. That makes me happy, said Madara and continued to strike. But this time, either he slowed down, or Naruto began to keep up with him. It is unknown, but Uzumaki began to block the enemy's blows. Kurama, you know him, as well as his abilities. Tell me about them, Uzumaki asked. He's a master of everything. Genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. But most importantly, he made me fight for him with his cursed Sharingan, said the fox. Since his Sharingan is so powerful, then I will also use what is left of Jiraiya. Chapter 79. The battle continues. Commentary on Chapter 79. The battle continues. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Since his Sharingan is so powerful, then I will also use what is left of Jiraiya, Uzumaki thought and entered hermit mode. It feels like I'm fighting Hashirama, Madara said. But you're not on his level at all, he added and delivered a powerful kick to Uzumaki. But nothing happened. Uzumaki remained standing in place. After that, Naruto struck Madara, which he tried to dodge, but failed, and as a result, he received a hole in his chest. And your blows are strong. Almost like Hashirama's, Uchiha said. I will fight at full strength, which I advise you to do as well, he said and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Well then, Uzumaki said and activated his dojutsu. Madara was very surprised when he saw his opponent's eyes. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have time, because he was dodging the attacks of the Kage, or rather the Kazekage and Tsuchikage. Gaara tried to grab the enemy with sand, but it didn't work. Kaiten, great fire destruction, Madara said, and a huge amount of fire burst out of his mouth, which turned Gaara's sand into fragile glass, which Madara soon broke. Try to reflect this, Uzumaki said. Hyoten, ice needles. Oh, not only do you have eyes whose names and abilities I don't know, but you also have the ice release. Madara said. It will be interesting, he said, folding the seals. Kaiten, greatest fire destruction, he said barely audibly, and 4 times more fire burst out of his mouth than last time. To Naruto's surprise, this technique was able to melt the ice created by Uzumaki. He only has Kaiten, but he has more than enough chakra, thought the guy. Suten, water dragon, said the guy, and a huge dragon, about 15 meters long, rushed towards the enemy. Immediately after this, Naruto ran towards Madara in order to prevent him from reflecting the technique. But what Madara did surprised not only Naruto, but everyone else as well. He didn't dodge Naruto's technique. He kicked Uzumaki in the chest, then grabbed his face and threw him against one of the rocks sticking out of the ground. He threw Naruto so hard that he smashed his body through the pillar. I didn't even have time to do anything, said the guy, getting to his feet. Tsuchikage. The guy shouted, we'll need your help, he said, and soared up. Huge rasengan, he said. Doten. Podium, said the Tsuchikage, and Madara rose up, standing on a podium made of earth. Naruto struck with a rasengan that was very powerful. The pillar that Madara was on was turned into dust by this rasengan. As soon as Naruto's technique died down, Uzumaki was very surprised. He hadn't dealt any damage to his opponent. No, not because he was resurrected, but because he was covered in some kind of exoskeleton in the shape of a chest. Susanoo, growled the fox. That same Susanoo that I hate, he said furiously. Kurama, is there something that can resist a? The guy wanted to ask but received a punch from Susanoo. Create around yourself. My copy from my chakra. This should help, advised the fox. I'm not sure that your body is ready for this yet. So be prepared for pain. Okay, Naruto said, and tried to create an avatar of Kurama. He certainly succeeded, but its size was not that big. 3 times smaller than Madara's Susanoo. In addition, Uzumaki felt quite a strong pain in his chest. Uzumaki tried to move in this form, if you can call it that, and noticed that he moved faster than the enemy's Susanoo. I think we can use this, the guy said, and ran towards Madara. He struck the skeleton with all his might, leaving a large crack there. But unfortunately, it quickly disappeared. What can we come up with for this? Naruto asked. I'll help, a familiar voice was heard from among the crowd. Naruto turned around to see Itachi and the red-orange chakra emanating from him. What with? Asked Uzumaki, running up to him. And with this, Uchiha said, and this chakra began to cover what Naruto had recently created. Kurama's chakras began to be covered with armor, red in color. What is this? Naruto was surprised. Do you really have Susanoo too? As you can see, yes, answered Uchiha. Well, okay, into battle, he said, entering what he and Uzumaki had created together. You guessed it. Hey, reminds me of the old days when I still fought with you, Hashirama. Thought Uchiha. To battle, Uzumaki said, and he and Itachi rushed towards Madara. Chapter 80. The 5-Kage enter the battle. Commentary on Chapter 80. The 5-Kage enter the battle. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. To battle, said Uzumaki, and he and Itachi rushed towards Madara. The speed was great, much more than Susanoo, and that was very good. Naruto began to strike at Susanoo, causing him severe damage, in the form of through cracks. But that was all Naruto could do, using brute force. Huge rasengan, Naruto shouted, and in Kurama's right hand, a huge ball of chakra formed, the size of which was 2 or 3 times larger than the tailed beast itself. This technique hit right in the ribs, making a big hole there. Taking advantage of the moment, Itachi used one of his techniques. Amaterasu, Uchiha said, and Madara was engulfed in black flames. Smart, you can tell right away, the blood of the Uchiha clan, said Madara. I won't be able to extinguish this flame. But I can use this, he said, and somehow transferred this flame to the sword that his Susanoo was holding. Seeing this, everyone on the battlefield was dumbfounded. Even the Uchiha clan, who had arrived with Itachi, were in shock. Itachi, what to do now? Naruto asked and looked at his ally. I can remove this flame. But I have one plan. I'm not sure about it. But I think it's worth a try, Itachi said thoughtfully. Create, he wanted to continue, but couldn't. Madara began to fold some unknown seals. As soon as the last of them was formed, he said, Mokuton, deadly forest. After this, the ground began to be covered with huge cracks. A moment later, huge roots and trunks began to crawl out of them. They crushed and pierced everyone who got in their way. With this technique he destroyed half of the entire army that had gathered on the battlefield. That's it. That's the first Hokage's technique, Onoki said, dumbfounded, getting up from the ground. My grandfather's technique, Tsunade said with great hatred towards Madara. Then, A and Mizukage ran up. As soon as they saw the scale of the battle, they were simply horrified. What is he? Said Mei. Mokuton, blooming of the deadly forest, Madara said, and flowers began to grow on the trunks. A few seconds later, they opened up and pollen began to fly out of them, which either put to sleep or killed those who inhaled it. This pollen was from below. It did not reach a height of more than 2 meters. Naruto formed seals and created a huge number of platforms from sand. Thus, he lifted all the shinobi onto these platforms and transported them to where there was no such pollen. Are there anyone here who owns Fuyuton? Uzumaki asked. There was no response. Then I'll have to do everything myself, Naruto said, and was about to make seals until he heard Itachi's voice. Naruto, Uchiha shouted with all his might. Uzumaki turned around instantly. He saw Madara's Susanoo sword aiming right at Naruto and Itachi. Aargh. Naruto screamed with all his might and released so much Kurama chakra that the sword broke. Even Hashirama couldn't do that. And he only did it with chakra. I think it's time to fight seriously, Madara thought, and released a lot of chakra. Because of this, his Susanoo grew in size and became covered in something like muscles, and then armor that looked similar to Itachi's Susanoo, only bright blue. Itachi, look at his eyes, Naruto said. This is Rinnegan, Itachi said. And here he is. I think for now Susanoo will be superfluous, he said, and put away his Susanoo, after which he jumped to the ground. In the name of my grandfather, in the name of the entire alliance, we will defeat you. Tsunade shouted and made a concentration seal. The diamond shape on her forehead began to turn into lines, similar to tattoos, which spread in a pattern across the Hokage's entire body. I know this technique. That damn Mito used it, Madara thought, looking angrily at his enemy's granddaughter. A second later, the Hokage's body was pierced by the sword that Susanoo had in his hands earlier. Tsunade spat out blood, the amount of which was large. What are your words about victory worth? Madara smirked. You're not even worth the phalanx of his little finger. Even that boy, the blonde one, is only half as strong as Hashirama. Here Tsunade somehow twisted and broke the blade of the sword. But part of it remained in her. But a second later she knocked that piece out too. At least something, Madara said disappointedly. But you're fast. He stopped, looking at the through wound in his opponent's stomach. More precisely, how it tightens. Now that's worthy of praise. Even your grandfather did it a little worse, said Uchiha. I don't need your praise. Tsunade began to attack. Chapter 81. Bad Situation. Commentary on Chapter 81. A bad situation. The chapter is finished. Enjoy your reading. Tsunade began to try to strike Madara, but he dodged without even moving from his spot. Ha, I was already counting on your strength. But you just disgraced yourself, said Uchiha and struck with such speed that Tsunade could not dodge. The only thing you got from Hashirama was his regeneration, and that was only obtained with the help of the technique, said Uchiha, striking again. His fist hit the Hokage's stomach, causing her to spit blood. But after a few seconds, she was back on her feet and trying to hit her opponent herself. Unoki joined in. Dust element. Atomic fission, the old man said, and created a translucent white cube that dramatically increased in size. Madara jumped to the side, but a funnel in the form of several cube faces remained in his place. You've gotten old, Unoki, Madara said arrogantly. At least I didn't die, the old man replied, and noticed the Raikage and Mizukage running towards them. I have a question for you, Madara began, simultaneously creating 5 clones from wood on each cage. Do you want clones with Susanoo or without? He asked arrogantly. At that moment, they all felt Madara's power. He still hadn't fought them at full strength. But after a few seconds, the clones disappeared. Meteorite, Madara said, and the Rinnegan flashed in his eyes. Nothing happened, and Naruto, who was watching all this, wanted to smile until he saw something in the sky. What is this? Itachi said in shock, looking at the shadow on the sand, which was growing in size with each passing second. Even Hashirama will have a hard time standing up to this technique, Madara said with a grin, a madman's smile on his face. At this time. Phew, that was hard, Orochimaru said, barely speaking, getting up from the floor. Orochimaru-sama, are you okay? Asked the one. Orochimaru was pretending to be in front of Naruto, checking him out. As you can see, he is alive, said Sannin. It was difficult to get the souls of these two. But now, we have strong support against the resurrected, he sentenced. You were able to rescue the souls of the 4th and 3rd. Kabuto said in surprise. Without answering, Orochimaru began to form many seals, exactly like the ones Toby used. Unholy resurrection technique, the Sannin said, and 4 coffins appeared in front of him. A second later, their lids fell off, revealing who was inside. These were all the previous Hokage, from the 1st to the 4th. Just looking at him, Kabuto felt a little fear. Where are we? Asked a long-haired man of about 30 or 40 years old, coming out of his box. First Sama, I will reward you. The Sannin wanted to answer Hashirama's question, but he was interrupted. Who are you to use my own technique against me? Toirama said menacingly, emerging from the coffin. Calm down, said the first, and the second fell silent. Calm down, Tobirama shouted. We are being resurrected. We died in the war, we were resurrected, perhaps also in the war, and you say calm down. Should I repeat that again? Hashirama said calmly and began releasing his chakra. First Sama, second Sama, calm down, Hiruzen said. Saru, are you here too? Tobirama was surprised. Third Sama, another voice was heard. He sounded much younger than the ones who spoke. All the Hokage turned around, and only Hiruzen recognized the speaker. Who are you? Tobirama asked. Just like you all, 4th generation Fire Shadow, a man of about 20 years old with bright yellow hair said proudly. Minato, Hiruzen whispered. War, Tobirama asked, holding his palm on the wall. Against whom? Uchiha, Madara, said Orochimaru, and saw how Hashirama's face began to change. Even after death, we will fight him, said the first sadly. But Minato was worried about something else. How are you, Naruto? He thought. A few moments later, cracks began to appear on the ceiling, from which plaster began to fall. This chakra, Madara, Hashirama shouted. The same one. The 4th was the last to catch up with everyone. Depends on who you're talking about, the second replied. I think you understand me, Minato said. Orochimaru, where is the battle taking place? Sarutobi asked. At this time, there were no stone columns on the battlefield, and there was a lot of dust and sand in the air, making it very difficult to breathe. In the very middle there was a tree trunk, which had appeared out of nowhere. But it wasn't scary. All 5 current Kage were lying on the ground, apparently unconscious. Commentary on Chapter 81. A bad situation. It's hard for me to combine studying and writing fan fiction. Please understand me and don't get angry. Chapter 82. The real battle is just beginning. Commentary on Chapter 82. The real battle is just beginning. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. A small flash appeared on the battlefield, and with it 2 people. A few moments later, 2 more people appeared next to them, and soon another. It's definitely Madara, Hashirama said, surveying the battlefield and assessing the scale of the destruction. Wow, said Minato and saw a small light ahead. I think we're going there, said Namikaze, pointing in the direction where the light was burning. A moment later, there was a small explosion and a column of dust could be seen rising. Exactly there, said Hashirama and rushed there with all his speed. This chakra, more precisely, these two chakras, Naruto and Kurama, Minato felt. After some time, all five were there. What they saw shocked everyone. Only Minato was both afraid and proud. Naruto fought Madara in taijutsu, almost on equal terms. The only difference was that Uzumaki hit harder but a little slower, but with Madara it was the opposite. He was faster and more technical, but not as strong as Uzumaki. Hyoten, Ice Forest, the guy shouted, after which Madara's legs and arms were pierced by ice spikes. From these spikes, several branches appeared, which were fixed inside and did not allow Madara to break free. But since the Uchiha was reincarnated, he did not feel any pain, nor was he afraid of losing his limbs or other injuries. They simply regenerated at an insane speed. So, he simply pulled his hands, leaving them on the spikes. A few seconds later, his hands were restored and he broke the ice on his feet. A few moments later he saw the one he wanted to fight, and had been fighting all his life. Hashiramaa, he shouted, and this boy is not bad, he fights well. He's completely lost his mind. Senju thought and began to fold the seals. Mokuton, wood golem, he said, and a huge head appeared at his feet, on which he stood. Then a torso and legs began to appear, until something resembling a man with a long nose appeared. Susanoo, Madara said, and translucent blue ribs appeared around him, which had already turned into a large man in armor. Just like old times, Madara shouted. And now I'm here too, Naruto heard above him. Looking up, Uzumaki saw Toby flying towards Naruto and trying to kick him in the face. Uzumaki, exhausted from his battle with Madara, dodged, grabbing the attacker's leg and throwing him back. But he noticed something. Toby's mask turned white, another slit for the eyes appeared, in one of which the Rinnegan was burning. Now we all have someone to fight with, Toby said and started laughing like crazy. Summoning technique, he said, and 6 huge clouds appeared. Naruto, I know them all, Kurama said, dumbfounded. Me too, Kurama, Naruto said, looking into the eye of the 3 tails that appeared a moment ago. They're all tailed, Toby said, still laughing hysterically. Even if you band together, you won't defeat them, he shouted. We'll see, Uzumaki said and made several seals. Summoning technique, he said, and after a few seconds he was standing on the head of a large red toad, which in turn was standing alone again. Gamakichi, Gamabunta, I need your help, Naruto said. I have a 2-tailed one on me, said Gamabunta, and his son, Gamakichi, jumped off his head. And you, will use techniques, Naruto sentenced. Minato, who was watching all this, shed a tear. You'll cry later, said the second Hokage and ran towards the enemy. Minato, be proud of him, said Hiruzen and also rushed into battle. Chapter 83. The Battle Against the Tailed Beasts. Commentary on Chapter 83. The Battle Against the Tailed Beasts. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. I apologize for the long absence. It's hard for me to keep track of everything. Enjoy reading. Shadow Clone Technique, Naruto said and created 5 clones. This was quite enough, considering that all the past Kage had been resurrected and would be helping. Fuyuten, Gust of Wind, Uzumaki shouted and created a huge stream of air that headed towards the 7-tailed. This technique was devastating, as it was able to destroy about 10 Zetsu that fell within the technique's radius on its way to its target. The 7 tails didn't even try to dodge. The technique didn't do the slightest bit of damage to it. In response, the 7 tails flew into the air and sent a stream of air at Uzumaki and everyone nearby. Hyoten, Wall of Ice, the guy said and created a huge wall, about 20 meters high, which took the blow of the 7-tailed beast. Kurama, give me chakra, I definitely can't handle this myself, the guy asked and saw the Rinnegan in the eyes of the 7 tails. They're under control. Holy shit, Naruto thought, starting to shine, like last time. He felt his chakra begin to gradually regenerate, strength began to fill his body, and the wounds began to slowly heal. 3 elements technique, Solar Dragon, Uzumaki said as he finished folding the seals. A huge dragon of fire appeared, about 15 meters long. A few seconds later, Uzumaki added Raten chakra to it, which, as you remember, he owned. Because of this, the dragon did not become fire, but something like lava, only brighter, yellow, if you could say so. And only after that, it began to be covered with ice scales. But the ice did not turn into water. Because he was a Kekkei Genkai, it was not so easy to melt it. And Uzumaki controlled it all. This dragon headed towards the 7 tails. But due to the fact that Chome had wings, it was able to fly. But Uzumaki arranged everything so that Darkon would definitely reach the target. He did something that no one on the battlefield could have thought of. He outpaced his own technique and her blow, redirecting it to the 7-tailed. Due to all these actions, the dragon hit the tailed one's head. More precisely, the helmet, which later turned into something resembling a bucket. But the tailed one itself fell to the ground, and Toby's Rinnegan stopped burning in its eyes. But Naruto didn't have it so good either. He lost most of his chakra, a lot of strength, and his hand got burned. He only endured it because he had regeneration, which gradually healed this burn, reducing the pain a little. Naruto. A voice was heard from the side and Uzumaki received a strong, very strong blow to the body. This blow was delivered by the 3 tails with one of its tails, which were covered with something similar to stone scales. Just like with the 7 tails, Sanbi had the Rinnegan glowing in his eyes. Well, in one eye, to be precise, because it was unknown if the other was closed or not there at all. What should I do with you? Uzumaki thought. Maybe, become Kurama. He guessed, and his body began to be covered with even more red chakra. After some time, he found himself inside a translucent copy of the 9 tails, only slightly smaller in size. As soon as the transformation ended, Naruto struck the 3 tails in the head. The 3 tails flew away. Well, how? Flew away. It slid along the ground, crushing all the Zetsu that came across its path with its enormous weight. After a couple of seconds, it was able to stop using its tails. He began to create a dark purple ball, large in size, which was directed towards Naruto. Naruto, this is the tailed beast bomb. Kurama said. You tried to create it. Try again, I will help. Without it, we will all die, he shouted. Okay. Uzumaki said and noticed something humanoid out of the corner of his eye. This something absorbed the 7-tailed beast, opening one of its 9 eyes. This is the Gedo Mazo, Kurama said as he helped Naruto create the tailed beast bomb. After finishing creating the tailed beast bomb, Naruto and Kurama launched it towards the same technique, only from the 3 tails. A moment later, the collision occurred. The blast wave formed from the collision of 2 large volumes of chakra swept away everything in its path. The techniques, in turn, stopped for a second, as if fighting with each other. But as soon as that second passed, both bombs soared into the air, where they then exploded. Next, Uzumaki wanted to strike the 3 tails, but it didn't work. Sanbi defended itself with its tails. Rasengan. Uzumaki shouted and a huge rasengan, about 20 meters in diameter, appeared in the hand of Kurama's avatar. A second later, the rasengan meets the 3 tails shell. With this rasengan we will most likely be able to break through his shell, thought Kurama, until the rasengan disappeared. What are you doing? Said Kurama indignantly. It wasn't me, Uzumaki replied and noticed something. When the rasengan completely disappeared, a black spiral-shaped funnel remained in its place for a second. Damn Toby, Naruto said. We'll deal with him. Your strength is enough to hold off the tailed ones. Guy's voice was heard. This Toby stood on the head of the Gedo Mazo, controlling him. The 7 tails is here. Just a little more and I'll be able to revive him, Toby thought, watching Kakashi and Guy try to cope with the Gedo Mazo. But then, Itachi joined them, appearing out of nowhere. This semblance of a man moves quite quickly, so we need to immobilize him, he said, creating a red-orange Susanoo around himself. I'll try to distract him, and you go up to Toby. The Uchiha added and created a Susanoo, covered in armor, but only up to his waist. In his hands he had a sword and shield, quite impressive in size. A blow from the sword, and Gedo Mazo begins to scream, either from pain or from rage. At this time, the 3 tails was already lying on the ground. The Rinnegan in its eyes had stopped glowing, indicating that it was no longer under Toby's control. Naruto, Uzumaki heard. Kurama, do you hear it too? Uzumaki asked. This is Sanbi, Kurama answered. Apparently, he wants to talk to you, the fox added. Later, it won't work now, the guy said and saw the 5-tailed Biju running towards him. Into the subconscious, quickly, said Kurama. Naruto listened and entered his own subconscious. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 3-tailed, all in wounds and chains, blue in color. By the way, These chains were still glowing a little. End Naruto. Chapter 84. The war continues. Commentary on Chapter 84. The war continues. The chapter is ready to read. End Naruto, said the three-tails. We need to free him. The boy said and wanted to run up to the three-tailed, but an invisible wall stopped him. She didn't just stop me, she also threw me back about 2 meters. And that won't work, said Sanbi. As long as these pins are in me, you won't be able to do anything. What pins? Asked Kurama, standing nearby. They're all over my body, said Sanbi. Take him out and I will help you against him, said Three-Tailed. It will be done, Uzumaki said. Wait, I will free you, he added and came out of his subconscious. He stood in front of the Three-Tails, whose eye was half closed. Uzumaki immediately entered hermit mode. He instantly saw 3 streams of chakra coming from Sanbi's body. They were stretching towards Toby, but they changed direction each time and were intermittent. This made him difficult to detect. Naruto began to climb up the Three-Tails' body to find and pull out the pins. Having found one of the 3 pins, Uzumaki tried to pull it out, but he was unable to do so. As soon as he touched the pins, Toby's fireball flew at him. Damn, if he gets in my way, I won't be able to do anything with these pins, Naruto thought and made a seal. Shadow clone technique, the guy said, and an exact copy of him stood next to him. The clone rushed to Toby, and Uzumaki began to take out the rod again. This rod was about 30 centimeters long, and about 2 centimeters in diameter. But it weighed enough to confuse Naruto. He hesitated for a couple of seconds and then began to work again. A second, and the rod was in Uzumaki's hands. Having thrown this rod away, Naruto sensed danger. Turning around, he saw a purple chain with a sharp tip flying at him. The blonde dodged, but not completely. His left hand was caught, leaving a cut there. It's over, Uzumaki said and felt weakness in his body. What is this? The blonde thought. They took your chakra. I can't say whether it was yours or Kurama's, said the Three-Tails. They took my chakra and sealed it away. So we need to prevent Kurama from being sealed in this, the guy said and looked in the direction from which these chains had come. They came from the chest of Genome. Naruto, don't forget to pull out 2 more rods from Sanbi, Kurama reminded. I remember, Naruto said and ran up to the second of the 3 pins. The second pin was on the right hind leg. It was easy to get it out. But the third one was in the neck. That wasn't very good. Here's the thing. There was something like a scale made of stone on the Three-Tails' neck. It was hard and tough. And if the rod was in the center of the scale, even Naruto would have trouble pulling it out. But Uzumaki was lucky. The rod was between the scales, which undoubtedly made the task easier. As soon as Uzumaki pulled out the rod, Sanbi rose up, his eye opened to its normal state. In short, he became free. Uzumaki Naruto, right, Sanbi decided to clarify. That's right, said the guy. As soon as this battle is over, I want to talk to you, said the Three-Tails. Do you mind? If you want, we can talk. I think I've already found a common language with the tailed ones, the guy said. At this time, the seal was removed from one of the resurrected. He is not that far from here. But who is it? I can't determine. And there is no time. This damn guy and Kakashi are in the way. Toby thought, standing on the head of the Genome. Itachi, who was also helping the Jonin, was tired and decided to rest for now, moving on to the remains of Zetsu, cutting them with his katana. We completely forgot about Sasuke. I think it's time to find out what happened to him. And not only to him, but also to the resurrected Hokage. All this time, Madara was fighting Sasuke and the resurrected Hokage. More precisely, he was almost done fighting, if you can call it that. Minato was lying on the ground, pinned to the ground with black spikes by his hands and feet. The second Hokage, Tobirama, was also lying on the ground with his head pierced, with the help of the same victim. The first Hokage, Hashirama, was dealing with Madara's clones, and the third Hokage was missing the lower half of his body, so now, leaning on his legs, he was regenerating. Well, what happened to Sasuke? It was much worse with him. As far as you know, he knew Kenjutsu. So he had a katana with him. Only at the moment it was not quite in the right place. His katana was in his chest. And it was stuck right through. And Uchiha was hanging on this katana, leaning on the handle, while Madara held it, lifting Sasuke into the air. You fought poorly, especially for a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Even that blonde guy fights on par with my assistant. That's already an indicator. Be like him, Madara said and pulled the katana out of his descendant's chest. After that, He swung that same katana and stuck it next to Sasuke's head. Just by this time, Hashirama had finished fighting Madara's clones and was advancing towards him. Now it's time for the real battle, Madara said contentedly. Commentary on Chapter 84. The war continues. Thank you all for waiting for this chapter to come out. Don't forget, I will definitely finish this fanfic, you can be sure of that. The only problem is my personal time. Kenjutsu, the art of swordsmanship. Chapter 85. Commentary on Chapter 85. The chapter is finished, enjoy reading. After saying these words, Madara rushed towards the fourth Hokage, who was currently standing and watching his son's battle in fascination. Minato understood that his son had surpassed his father in everything. Absolutely everything. But once upon a time I was called the strongest in the village. Now this title has been passed on to my son. Kushina would be happy, thought Namikaze and noticed Madara. But there was a small problem. Although Minato saw his enemy, he couldn't do anything. The thing is, Madara grabbed Minato by the wrists and hit him in the chest with his knee. Although Minato was resurrected, his body's strength was the same, and his chest was pierced right through. But because, excuse the tautology, Minato was resurrected, he quickly recovered. We need to hold him off for as long as possible. The blonde thought and tried to dodge Madara's blows. Despite being called Konoha's Yellow Lightning, Minato was pretty bad at dodging Uchiha's attacks. Every third attack Minato took was missed. I have 4 kunai left, Namikaze thought and took out these kunai, after which each of them scattered. Anyone else would think he just threw them around as it happened. But not Minato. He came up with some kind of tactic. Although it won't help him defeat Madara, it will be able to delay him for a while. At this time, Naruto and the 3 tails held the line against the remaining tailed beasts and Tobi, who was standing on the Gedo Mazo. Since the 2 tails and everyone else up to the 6 tails were controlled by Tobi, he did not join the battle, only defending himself from Kakashi and Guy's attacks. Naruto, did I tell you that you can crossbreed Hermit mode and my chakra mode? Kurama asked. If only I had time to enter Hermit mode, dodging the 6 tails bubble. Don't worry about that, I can use Hermit mode too, said Kurama. For now, buy time. At least a minute or 2, asked Kyubi. No problem, Naruto said and began to concentrate on the battle so as not to miss a single blow, but also began to save his chakra a little. As you remember, after using several chakra elements at once in one powerful technique, Naruto had less than half of his chakra left. A second later, a huge stream of blue flames flew at Uzumaki. There was no point in dodging, because it was impossible to do so. Sutin, wall of water, the blonde said, folding the seals. A wall of water, about 1.5 meters thick, appeared in the path of the blue flame. But the thing is that it did not stop the flame, but only calmed it a little, which gave Naruto the opportunity to dodge. Phew, that almost hit me, the guy thought and saw another attack flying at him. It was the 4 tails fist. It was very big. I'll help you with this. A voice was heard from behind Uzumaki. Quite a familiar voice, by the way. Turning around for a second, Uzumaki saw sand flying past Naruto and meeting with the 4 tails fist. Gaara, the blonde asked for some reason. He never heard an answer. The most important thing is that with Gaara's help, Uzumaki avoided the blow. Thank you, Naruto thanked his partner. Later, Gaara said and sent another wave of sand after Naruto. This wave was directed at the 5 tails Kokuo, who was trying to trample his opponents. Gaara created a small sphere above Uzumaki, protecting him. And then it was as if electricity passed through Uzumaki's entire body. I can control sand myself, Uzumaki thought, hitting himself on the head. By the way, Kurama, how are you doing? Naruto asked. Just a minute, the fox answered shortly. Uzumaki silently began to form seals. A second later, he already appeared outside the sphere created by Gaara. Gaara, can you help? Naruto asked and directed his sand towards Kokuo. More precisely, he covered the front. Let's call it a limb. Well, that's it. His whole plan was to pin the 5 tails to the ground, thereby immobilizing it. Only then could he begin to extract the black rods from the 5 tails body. But the thing was that Naruto's strength alone wasn't enough to hold back one of Kokuo's limbs, and the 5 tails released its limb. That's why Gaara added his sand. The same sand that was faster and stronger than usual. With the combined efforts of Naruto and Gaara, they were able to hold down 2 of Kokuo's paws, the front left one and the back right one. Thanks to this, they immobilized the 5 tails. Naruto, I'm done, Kurama said. After this was said, Kurama began to transfer the accumulated chakra to Uzumaki. I will give you chakra gradually. This chakra is a little different from the one you collect yourself. I have a slightly different method, warned Kyubi and stopped giving Naruto the accumulated chakra. After that, Uzumaki felt that his tailed beast's native chakra was already entering his body. Naruto immediately felt that both of these chakras were stronger than usual. Now try to connect them together. In approximately equal proportions, said the fox, and Uzumaki did everything almost immediately. This is power, Naruto thought, feeling a very strong force throughout his body. At that moment, he added this chakra to the sand and began to envelop the five tails body with it. The sand became faster and as if lighter, the blonde noted. With Kokuo pinned to the ground, Uzumaki, still holding the tailed beast, rushed towards him to pull out the rods. He ran very fast. Gaara didn't even see Naruto running. It looked like he teleported using the Flying Thunder God technique. Within a few seconds, Naruto pulled out 2 rods. The last one is left. But where is he? Naruto thought and looked at the 5 tails. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that there was this very rod on one of Kokuo's tails. Found it, Naruto almost shouted and headed towards this rod. A second later, the rod lies on the ground, and Kokuo is freed from the sandy shackles. What is your name? Kokuo demanded. Naruto Uzumaki. The guy answered. I suggest we meet after the battle, Kokuo suggested. I agree, Uzumaki said. Kokuo, can I ask you for help? Naruto asked. I'll help you, Five-Tailed answered without even hearing the question. Thank you, Naruto thanked. Now we need to stop my kindred, Kokuo said, and noticed the chains flying at him. Exactly the same as the ones from last time. Only Kokuo couldn't dodge them. And these chains were sent for a completely different purpose. Not to restrain the enemy, but to injure him. The tips of these chains dug deep into Kokuo's body. Once the chains were firmly secured inside, they pulled Kokuo towards themselves. Only then did Naruto see that the same thing was happening to the two-tailed and the rest of the tailed beasts that they were supposed to defend against. Naruto, don't get pierced by those chains, Kokuo said. They'll seal Kurama inside the Gedo Mazo and you'll die, Kokuo said before he was sealed. A second later, Naruto saw another similar chain pierce the body of the 8 tails and Gaara. Damn, Kurama, what should I do? Uzumaki asked his tailed one. Don't let them pierce you. Dodge as long as possible, and in the meantime I'll try to think of something. Kurama answered and began to think of something clever. Naruto felt that Kyubi was doing something, but he couldn't understand it. Even entering the subconscious was risky. All that was left was to trust Kurama. Commentary on Chapter 85. I apologize for such a long wait for the chapter. But I will warn you, the chapters will be released approximately in this mode, because I have a great lack of time. Chapter 86. Commentary on Chapter 86. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading, everyone. P.S. Happy New Year to all. I want to say a big thank you to all of you for waiting and reading what I wrote. I wish you a good celebration and also a good new year. Happy holiday to all. Naruto had been dodging these chains for several minutes now. Naruto, you can relax, Kurama said, and Naruto was distracted. The chain hit Naruto right in the stomach. Right in the very place where the seal was. Uzumaki immediately felt Kurama being pulled out of his body. Damn, Naruto shouted. Calm down, said the fox. They will only pull out one half of me. The other will remain in you, he reassured Uzumaki. But then Kurama sensed something was wrong. Damn it, I forgot that it strains out all of a tail's chakra. Kurama yelled before he was finally pulled out of Naruto. Uzumaki fell to the ground. Gaara, who no longer had Shukaku in him, also fell to the ground. At this time, the third Hokage saw all this and rushed towards Uzumaki and Gaara. A few seconds later, he had already summoned Enma, who was already carrying Gaara. They need to be taken to the medical detachment as quickly as possible, Hiruzen thought as he ran as fast as he could. At this time, the Gedo Mazo, who had sealed all the tailed beasts within himself, opened all 9 eyes. This meant that all the Beiyu, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails, were sealed. After some time, it began to blow up, so to speak. Now it didn't look like the humanoid Gedo Mazo. It was a gray, huge creature with 1 eye that had a huge mouth with large, sharp teeth. What is this? Tobirama said, lying on the ground. 10 tails, a low male voice was heard from above. I didn't see anyone approaching. And my sensory skills are enough to know that someone came. Who is he anyway? Tobirama thought, trying to somehow see the stranger. At that moment, Senju felt that it was easier for him to move his head. One moment, and the same rod that had chained his head to the ground was lying next to him. Raising his head, he saw an old man. An old man. There was no other way to describe him. He had a beard and light brown hair. His face was full of wrinkles. And most importantly, the Rinnegan was glowing in his eyes. Who are you? Tobirama asked, rising first to his knees and then to his full height. I think the history books have written about me, even if it's not much, the old man replied and approached the lying Sasuke. What do you want to do with him? The second asked threateningly. Nothing bad, the old man answered calmly, kneeling down next to Sasuke. I'll treat him, he answered Tobirama's question. The stranger brought his hands to the wound on Sasuke's chest and his hands glowed yellow. After a few seconds, the wound healed. Just a little more and he'll be back on his feet as if nothing happened, the stranger muttered under his breath. As he said, Uchiha jerked as if from incredible pain, but then still got down on all fours. I don't know who you are, but I am very grateful to you, Uchiha said faintly. And you're a descendant of Indra, right? The old man asked, skipping the thanks. Who is this? Uchiha and Senju asked at the same time. Okay, I'll tell you later. First, you need to know who I am, right? Asked the stranger. In response, he saw affirmative nods. Does the sage of the six paths have anything to tell you? The old man asked. The one, the creator, of ninjutsu, Sasuke asked. I am the creator of ninshu. It was supposed to unite people, and not cause wars like your ninjutsu. The sage said with some anger. It is to blame for the fact that this war began. He added, let's go help your comrades. The 10 tails will start raging there now, he said and headed in the direction where most of the fighting was taking place. At this time, urgently, they took the tails out of these two. We need to maintain their heartbeat. Hiruzen shouted, running up to the medical team. Minato, who was nearby, heard all this. He had left his seal on Hiruzen's armor while he was still alive and could easily move to him even now. But there was a problem. He was fighting Madara, and he could follow him and start exterminating the medics. This was completely out of place. Eventually, he came up with something that was enough to delay Madara for a while. Giant Rasengan. With these words he hit Madara. At the same time, he placed his mark on him. He had left the mark a long time ago at a fairly large distance from this place. He instantly teleported to that place. After that, he immediately moved to Hiruzen. Fourth, do you know what to do? Hiruzen asked Minato. I hope this works, Minato thought and began to make many seals. This happened for about 12 to 15 seconds. After that, Minato put his hands on Naruto's stomach. By the way, Namikaze's hands were covered in red, as if boiling chakra, which entered Naruto's body. 3 minutes after the last chakra entered Uzumaki's body, he opened his eyes. Not mare? Naruto asked out loud, for which he received a rather strong slap on the back of the head from someone he hadn't even managed to see yet. You are alive, more alive than all the living, Kurama's voice was heard. Kurama, but how? The blonde asked his friend, going into the subconscious. I'll tell you a short story, the fox began, or should I tell you later? Tell me the story later. Just tell me how you ended up inside me again, Naruto said, trying to waste as little time as possible. In general, half of me was sealed in your father, said Kurama. How so? Naruto decided to ask. I'll tell you about that later, Kyuubi answered and Uzumaki came out of his subconscious. If I hear that again, I'll give you such a thrashing, Minato said angrily. Even though I'm no longer his equal, he added to himself. Gaara, I know, is there any way to transfer the tailed beast's chakra to him? Uzumaki asked his father. Let me do it, Minato said and began to make the same seals as in the case of his son. But, the problem is that I need the chakra of another tailed beast, Namikaze warned. I have the one-tailed chakra in me. Take it. It's a little different from Kurama's chakra, you'll be able to tell the difference, Naruto said. I'll try, said Minato and got to work. It's as if Minato had been with him his whole life. They understand each other, especially in a situation like this, Hiruzen thought as he watched the unfolding picture. After some time, Gaara also woke up. Naruto, where did you get the one-tailed chakra from? Minato asked. It doesn't matter, I'll tell you later, said Uzumaki. First, we need to defeat them all, Uzumaki said, trying to get to his feet. After all, extracting the chakra of one-tailed beast and then sealing it is quite exhausting. And they immediately extracted the one-tailed beast's chakra from him and then sealed it into Gaara. Now Naruto and Gaara were sitting and trying to somehow rest. But there was little time. After a few minutes, Uzumaki jumped to his feet. Enough, time to fight. I can already see from here that something terrible is happening there. Naruto said and looked in the direction where Tobi was standing on the head of the 1000. After saying this, he ran in that direction, although not as fast as before. Chapter 87. Commentary on Chapter 87. The chapter is finished, even though it is small, enjoy reading. Naruto ran as fast as he could, but, as was said, not as fast as before. This was what upset him. He always wanted to be everywhere in time. But now there was a war, many lives had left this world, even more lives were at stake, and it was these lives that Naruto so diligently wanted to save. He wanted to be able to help everyone, but even with his previous speed, he couldn't do everything. And with the speed he had at the moment, even more so. Are your names the same? Or the same thing? Uzumaki asked the new Kurama. We have the same name. And our memories are connected, but since I am the dark half, our methods may differ, explained Kurama. I remember how he watched you being hated, your hatred for those who offended you. Don't you want to throw it all out? Don't you want to take revenge on the one who is now ready to kill all your family and friends? Destroy the one because of whom your mentor died, the one you considered a father was crippled. The one who controlled me and made me kill your parents. The one who almost killed your beloved. Come on, put it all out. Destroy him. Teach him a lesson. Give him a throating. Kurama shouted with hatred. This hatred was not directed at Naruto, but at Madara. Kyuubi hated him with all his soul. It was seen in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. It showed the hatred in Madara. I would be happy to, but my strength is not enough, Naruto said, continuing to run. With my full power, you can easily destroy it. Kurama said and slammed his powerful paw onto the floor in Naruto's subconscious, leaving marks from his long claws there. Such power has its price, its catch, Naruto said. You're right, you know that using my chakra cripples you to some extent. Are you ready to sacrifice yourself, your future, for this? Asked Kurama. We've been together since your birth. And I realized long ago that you saved this world not because you have to, but because you want to. Continued Kurama. Do you want to continue this? I've always tried to protect those who can't fight back. I want to help everyone. Naruto said. Take my power. You know it, you know everything about it, you know its abilities, weaknesses, strengths, said Kurama. Do you know my dream? Uzumaki asked out of the blue. Do you want to become the head of your village? The new Kurama decided to clarify. Not anymore. I want to become the one who can come to the rescue at any moment, become the one who will save this world. Naruto said. Heal my wounds, I will do everything possible to save them, Naruto said. I think I managed to give him strength, Kurama thought and began to transfer his chakra. But for Naruto, it was hard and painful. He knew that Kurama's chakra was slowly poisoning his body. Yes, it was not fatal, but still. If you do it often, and if the chakra comes in and out in large quantities, then it is very dangerous. With time, all these consequences will disappear. Damn, what should I do? Naruto thought, trying to endure the pain. Think. The guy condemned himself for his weakness. Flashback. Naruto is 12 years old. He hasn't gone on a journey with Jiraiya yet. Uzumaki was training all alone. He was training Rasengan. About 3 hours had passed since the training began, during which time Naruto was very tired, and his chakra was depleted. Uzumaki fell to the ground, throwing his limbs in different directions. By the way, it was already evening, which was on the verge of night. My lungs hurt. My whole body hurts. I won't be able to train any further at this pace. I need to think of something. Naruto thought. Jiraiya told me that he uses some kind of breathing technique that dulls the pain, pushing it into the background. Naruto remembered. I'll have to ask him about it, he said and decided to go home. I don't know how this technique works, but I'm interested. A week later, Naruto finally found out from Jiraiya what this breathing technique was and what it actually did. But the guy decided that he didn't need it. End flashback. I have to do something. Without this, I can't help in any way. Uzumaki scolded himself again. What did he say? Saturate the body with oxygen as much as possible. Uzumaki thought and took a huge breath. A moment later, his lungs began to hurt. No, not because they were damaged or anything. It was because they weren't designed for this. I made a mistake by not learning this. Naruto was angry, pressing his hands to his chest. What should I do? He thought. My whole body hurts like crazy, and my lungs hurt too. I'm really tired. Almost 2 days without sleep or rest. The most I can do now is create 1 centiliter. Then it dawned on Naruto. That's right, I can create a clone and send it to collect natural chakra. Uzumaki thought, making a seal. Commentary on Chapter 87. Sorry for the long absence from the site. Too much to do, and not enough time.